Volume 3, Chapter 105. The Karthika family's gathering ended in tragedy. Due to the attack by an armed helicopter targeting me, 22 people lost their lives. One of them was killed by Ile. On the surface, it would be officially announced as a terrorist attack. Thinking about it, terrorist organizations were quite convenient for rulers. Whenever something inconvenient or secretive happened, they could simply blame it all on the terrorists. I reported the current situation to Hemilas through my terminal. Hemilas also seemed busy investigating where the information had leaked from. Iskin was attacked as well. The leak probably came from within the Imperial Guard. We're starting by investigating the guards who are relatives of the nobles who died in the interrogation facility. If Hemila's assumption was correct, it was a bitter realization. Ivan Akresha knew the attack was coming. But it wasn't something orchestrated by the Imperial family. They must have found out about the attack in advance through their intelligence network. The Imperial family's ears were everywhere in the Empire. Then did Ivan really come to meet me out of goodwill, to warn me beforehand? Thanks to Ivan, I was able to respond to the attack. Without his warning, I might have ended up in a far worse situation or even dead. It was a strange feeling. As the next head of the family, Ile handled the aftermath. Since many members of the Karthika family had died, no one questioned Garcia's death. I sincerely regret that such an incident occurred at a gathering I hosted. Ile said as he saw Giselle and me off. He apologized to Giselle with a respectful demeanor. Giselle simply nodded in silence and stepped into the aerial vehicle. Her dress bore traces of someone else's blood. After speaking with Giselle, Ile approached me. He placed a cigarette between his lips and lit it. Luka, I won't ask for details. If it was something you could tell me, you would have already. Ile didn't pry into the truth. He had always been sharp, almost cunningly so, and I too would remain silent about Garcia's death. Even without saying it out loud, we had made a deal. Your gun was impressive. I mentioned Ile's personal weapon. It was my first time using it in real combat. It performed better than I expected. And Luka, as he spoke, Ile glanced briefly at the aerial vehicle where Giselle had entered. If you have something to say, make it clear. Do you remember Lillian Lamons? Remember? Of course. She was a woman I could never forget. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Don't make the same mistake I did. Don't act like you're being realistic while just making excuses. You only get one shot at life. Once something passes, it never comes back. You're talking nonsense. Are you drunk? I shoved Ile's shoulder aside as I walked past him. He called out behind me. I still regret it. I made up all sorts of excuses for myself. But in the end, I let go of something I should have held onto when I had the chance. I let his words slip in one ear and out the other as I stepped into the aerial vehicle. Giselle had already taken a seat. When she saw me, she turned her head away and stared out the window. We didn't exchange a single word. VRRRR, the aerial vehicle engaged its autopilot and began to ascend. As we headed toward the Castoria estate, the dawn was beginning to break. This attack was related to you, wasn't it? That was the first thing Giselle said. I answered with silence, neither confirming nor denying it. Right before the helicopter attacked, you started acting strangely. At the time, I had spotted Ivan and chased after him. I hadn't known about the attack in advance, but to Giselle, it must have looked otherwise. So what? Before I realized it, my tone had turned cold. The night's events had left my nerves on edge. Just now, you sounded like father. He never answered my questions either. He was always doing great things for the family. If I press you, you'll probably respond the same way, won't you? Because everything is for the Castoria family. Because I don't need to know. You understand well. I didn't have the patience to entertain Giselle's complaints. The Imperial family, the Castoria family, Yuri Akresha, Ivan Akresha, Kinuan, Hemilas, Iskin, Ile Karthika. My mind was racing, rapidly piecing together cause and effect. The headache from earlier hadn't subsided. The area above my nostrils throbbed, burning hot as if it were about to bleed. This wasn't something I could control. Just as the heart beats on its own without conscious effort, the instincts and cognition refined by Aki's victima operated independently. My brain was overloaded and showed no signs of stopping. This mechanism allowed me to anticipate ambushes and react to situations as if I had foreseen them. But right now, it was becoming a disadvantage. I needed to divert my focus somehow. During the attack, I was worried about you. Even as I ran away with Ile, my heart felt like it was going to explode from all the terrible scenarios running through my head. Jaisel's voice was heavy with emotion. I didn't look at her. I only stared at the blue landscape of dawn flowing past the window. I wasn't worried about you. I trusted Ile. That guy would have protected you no matter what. Is that why you pushed for my engagement with him? Because you trusted him that much? I told you, it's only until he establishes himself. Father said that if he liked Ile, the engagement could be real. It seemed like he believed in Ile's abilities more than the Karthika family's name. If I hadn't been there, Ile would have been the top of our class this term. He's capable and he's a good guy. He's bound to rise in the ranks. If I marry Ile, that'd be good for you too, wouldn't it? Since you two are such close friends. I was starting to get annoyed. Do whatever you want. Or what kind of answer are you looking for? We're siblings, but I'm adopted. I don't have any say in your marriage. You're really saying that? I cut her off. Listen carefully, Jaisel Custoria. I fought tooth and nail for the chance to get here. And right now, I'm barely keeping up with the things right in front of me. Just breathing drags me into all sorts of problems. I don't have the luxury to worry about you anymore. Do you understand? I turned to look at her directly. Her pupils widened. I had a feeling her eyes were red-rimmed, and I was right. Damn it. It wasn't like I wanted to lash out, but I couldn't understand Jaisel's behavior. The emotions I had suppressed came spilling out like a broken dam. Unable to stop myself, I kept speaking, as if trying to shut her down before she could say anything more. Think realistically. I'm not going to destroy everything I've built just because of some fleeting emotion, and neither are you. You always acted so smart, so above it all, so why are you being like this? I don't. I trailed off. It wasn't just because of the tears rolling down Jaisel's cheeks. I didn't want to speak weak words. I couldn't afford to show any vulnerability. This was a world where even if you were born a sheep, you had to wear the mask of a wolf. You couldn't let anyone see you as prey. It wasn't like I wasn't struggling. It felt like I was going insane. More than once, I had wanted to throw everything away. Moving forward without pause had its limits. Monsters surrounded me on all sides, worse than me in every way. Some were beyond my understanding. If I didn't want to be devoured by them, I had to act like a monster myself. But there was no one I could say these things to. Jaisel, who had been blankly listening to me, tried to wipe her tears away with the heel of her palm. But there were too many. Sorry, just, look away for a second, please. She was struggling to pull herself together. I clicked my tongue, biting down on my lower lip. Once again, I didn't want to lash out at her. I didn't hold any ill will toward Jaisel. VRRRR, the hum of the aerial vehicle's engine spread through the cabin in low vibrations. Even after some time, Jaisel's emotions didn't settle. She was pouring them out alone. Fine, I just had to make things clear today. I wasn't entirely without fault. I had left things ambiguous for too long. I should have been more direct from the start. I'm okay now. Jaisel finally lifted her head. I turned my gaze to her. Her cheeks and the rims of her eyes were red, enough to make anyone watching feel awkward. The collar of her outfit and her sleeves were damp, but at least there was some clarity returning to her gaze. Before we knew it, the aerial vehicle was approaching the Custoria estate. My plan was to drop her off and return to the Imperial Guard quarters. This is what I've decided. I have no intention of becoming head of the family. Jup just decided on his own to treat me as a competitor, and my stepmother, Eva, will do everything in her power to stop me. She'll never support me. I changed the subject. Jaisel remained silent and listened. But if you were to become head, Eva wouldn't oppose you. You're her biological daughter, after all. If you have the will, I'll take down Jup and support you, just like we promised before. That way, even those who don't want a soldier as the family head will rally behind you. I meant it. I wasn't suited for the role of family head. Saying I'd never considered it would be a lie, but not now. Jaisel's expression grew calmer. She parted her lips slightly before finally speaking in a voice that had lost its earlier heat. Luka, I'm sorry for acting so emotionally. Looking back now, I was being really foolish. As long as you understand. I spoke with a sense of relief. I don't think I'm suited to be family head either. Up until now, I was just struggling to be recognized as someone useful within the family. The head of Custoria needs the strength to protect those who bear its name. And right now, I don't have that strength." Her voice was steady, her gaze clear. The light of reason had returned to her eyes. "Neither Jup nor I have that strength yet. Jup might not, but you will gain power in time. Father favors you after all. That's why I've made my decision. Thanks to you knocking some sense into me, I now know exactly what I need to do." Giselle's expression was beyond calm, it was frozen. Her eyes were unfocused, as if staring at something distant. VRRRR, the aerial vehicle came to a stop above the Castoria Estates airfield. As the propulsion system powered down, the noise gradually faded. In the silence, Giselle's voice became even clearer. "I'm going to tell Father that I'll formally marry Ile Karthika, not just as a pretense. It's a logical choice. It benefits everyone." That was enough. "Ile is a good guy. He'll take care of you. It doesn't matter if he's a good person or not. It doesn't even matter if he doesn't care for me. In a noble marriage, what's important is aligning interests. With this, I'll become someone useful to the Castoria family. And Luka, my marriage to Ile will benefit you too. Your closest friend will become your relative." She made it sound as if she was doing this for my sake. Thud. The aerial vehicle landed. Giselle stood up slowly. Or at least, it felt slow. Maybe it was just my perception. Everything would be settled. She would step out of this vehicle and tell Hemilas that she intended to marry Ile. The wedding would likely take place next year or the year after. Hemilas would approve without hesitation and push things forward quickly. Ile, too, would benefit from solidifying his status by tying himself to the powerful Castoria family. It was a win for everyone. The sooner, the better, and once a decision like this was made, there was no taking it back. This wasn't some childish whim, it certainly wasn't something to be done in a fit of anger. "Goodbye, Luka. I hope you live well." Giselle stood at the door of the aerial vehicle and bowed politely. If she reached out her hand, the door would open. "Don't make the same mistake I did. Don't act like you're being realistic while just making excuses. You only get one shot at life. Once something passes, it never comes back." Ile's words echoed in my mind. Once something passes, it never comes back. Not this moment. Not these feelings. Something inside me collapsed. I was falling with no bottom in sight. Everything was plummeting. "Ah," the sound escaped my lips. At some point, I had stood up and grabbed Giselle's wrist. Even I was surprised by my own impulsive action. Giselle's eyes widened, trembling. The thin mask she had been wearing shattered. Thud. With her wrist still in my grip, I pushed her against the wall of the vehicle. "You said this was foolish?" Giselle looked up at me, her expression unreadable. Was she laughing or was she crying? I had never said it out loud. I had never even allowed myself to think it. But now I could no longer deny it. "I like this woman." Giselle closed her eyes. I brought my face closer. Our breath mingled first. I became acutely aware of how sweet her scent was. Our lips met. Our front teeth knocked together with a soft click. I hadn't learned how to do this from anywhere, but instinctively, I pushed my tongue forward. She did the same. It was as if we had made this promise long before we were even born. We exchanged breath and warmth, caught in the depth of emotion that made fools believe in fate. Every moment was intoxicatingly sweet. For a moment, it felt like even this wretched reality could be forgotten, as if the disaster waiting ahead didn't exist. Chapter 106. I am an idiot, I am a fool, I am a moron. As I woke up, I stared at the ceiling of my quarters, drowning in self-loathing. The events of last night came rushing back. I had been attacked by an armed helicopter at Karthika Tower. Somehow, I managed to take it down. Ile killed his competitor and cousin, Garcia, and then Giselle and I. The moment we parted flashed in my mind. What the hell have you done? Do you actually have a death wish? Conflicting voices clashed in my head. I had done something I shouldn't have. A desire I had suppressed over and over again had finally erupted. I've done something I can't take back. I had introduced an unnecessary risk. God damn it! My ability to control my emotions must have weakened after the grueling battle. Ile's pointless words had shaken me as well. No, that was just an excuse. I knew better, and yet I hadn't stopped myself. I had lost to my own longing. This was bound to happen sooner or later. I should have kept my distance from Giselle. I should have minimized the chances of even running into her. The fact that I hadn't meant that I had wanted to see her, too. Even now, I was itching to go find her. I wanted to confirm that what happened last night hadn't just been a dream. You stupid bastard. I buried my face in my hands and let out a sigh. My emotions, once unleashed, took complete control over me. I couldn't suppress them. This isn't the time for this. Amidst my turmoil, I noticed a summons from Commander of the Imperial Guard, Hemilas. He had ordered me to report to his office this afternoon. It was probably regarding the attack. Since information about Iskin and me had leaked, there was a chance of additional attacks. The fact that they had made such a bold move, taking out another noble in the process, meant they weren't ordinary enemies. Get a grip, Luka. I ran a hand through my hair and stared into the mirror. If you want to protect your current life and Giselle, you need to become a monster. A monster that can devour anyone who stands in your way. Whether that was Hemilas or Kinuan. It was time to steel myself. Remember who you used to be? I had changed so much. I had things I cherished now. Things I couldn't afford to lose. If I lost the people and things I loved, I might crumble beyond repair. If I didn't want that to happen, I needed to become strong again, like the old me who had nothing to lose. I had to return to being ruthless and unyielding. Sharpen my mind like a blade. Hone my will to a razor's edge. I needed to build my physical strength and have people who could support me. The problems and events of the real world weren't things that could be solved with sheer willpower alone. Is this what impurity feels like? A bitter smile escaped me. My circumstances had become even more complicated, but my path forward had never been clearer. And right now, more than ever, I wanted to become stronger. The raging passion inside me was pushing out the darkness. In the office, Hemilas and Iskin were waiting. It seemed they had been discussing something before I arrived. I gave them my verbal report on last night's events. Only Ile Karthika knows that the armed helicopter was targeting me. Everyone else will believe it was the work of terrorists. You handled things well under such pressing circumstances. This was entirely my mistake. I owe you an apology. It was rare for Hemilas to say something like that. It showed just how unexpected this incident had been for him. I had almost died, after all. If my skills had been average for a cadet, I would already be lying in a coffin. Have you found out who ordered the attack? A regular cadet wouldn't have dared to ask such an audacious question, but I had every right to. Our investigation has narrowed the suspects down to less than 10, but you're not certain yet. It will take time. I thought for a moment before speaking. Give me the list of suspects. I'll investigate. Hemila's eyes widened. Iskin also looked at me with a questioning expression. You? I can do it with Kinuan's help. For whatever reason, he seems to like me. And he knows more about the underground world than we do. If we use his information network, we might be able to find traces of the culprit. Having a list of suspects would make it even easier. It was rare for me to mention Kinuan outright. He was a dangerous man. The more I flaunted my ties with Kinuan, the more people would suspect that I was just as dangerous. Hemilas might even stop trusting me. You're more deeply entangled with Kinuan than I expected. Hemila's words carried many layers of meaning, but he had no idea that Kinuan was the Emperor's personal overseer. If I weren't, I'd be dead by now. Whatever the case. Just remember Rick Silva Nunez. Rick was once a loyal Imperial Guard, so much so that the higher-ups even assigned him to an undercover mission. I'm the one who killed Rick. I'm not some fool lost in delusions, throwing away my future over ambition. Hemilas finished deliberating, tapping his fingers on the desk before summoning a holographic display. A list of suspects compiled from the Imperial Guard's investigation appeared before me. I memorized their names and faces in an instant. Before 5 seconds had passed, the hologram vanished. If you need support, let me know. I exited Hemila's office. Iskin also stood up and walked out with me. As we walked down the corridor, Iskin was the first to speak. His dark crimson uniform swayed elegantly with his movements. I'm sorry, Luka. What do you mean? My judgment complicated things. The rational course of action would have been to extract only Bao Zakanen. Iskin had slaughtered all the clients in the torture facility. That was the reason we had been attacked, but I neither resented his decision nor thought it was wrong. If I were in a higher position, I would have made the same call. No, you wouldn't have. You would have made a better decision. I let my emotions get the better of me. I wasn't sure about that, especially after thinking about what I had done last night. but I believe killing them was in the Empire's best interest. I don't know if it was the best choice, but at the very least, it wasn't the worst one. My voice was filled with conviction because I truly believed it. You'll make a fine Imperial Guard. I could sense Iskin's sincerity. But at the same time, a question formed in my mind. I appreciate the compliment, but I'm not sure what it really means to be a good Imperial Guard. Someone who doesn't lose themselves. Iskin defined it in a single sentence. It was the kind of statement that could only come from someone with an unwavering sense of values. I hope to be that kind of person, too. I agreed with his words. I contacted Kinnuin. However, even after a long wait, there was no reply. Normally, I would have waited for him to reach out first. But today, I was in a hurry. The sooner I handled things, the better. And I believed my relationship with Kinnuin was strong enough that I could visit him unannounced. Knock, knock. I stood in front of Kinnuin's office. There was no response from inside, but when I checked, the door wasn't locked. SSSHHHK. As I opened the door and looked inside, my eyes widened. I immediately shut my mouth. Then, cautiously, I leaned my head out to check the hallway. Fortunately, no one was outside. Kinnuin is collapsed on the floor. This wasn't an attack. If it were, I would have noticed immediately. Kinnuin's office was neatly organized. He had collapsed right in front of the door, as if he had been trying to lock it but failed. He's not dead. I checked his condition. He was still alive. The systems in his fully cybernetic body were functioning normally. It's his brain. It was the same neurological issue that plagued him, a side effect of Aki's victima. Instructor, excuse me. I lifted Kinnuin onto my shoulder and carried him to the sofa. The great Kinnuin was completely defenseless in front of me, with just a single movement of my hand. There weren't even any surveillance devices in the office. A powerful temptation crept over me. Kinnuin was my mentor and advisor, but he was also the one who held my life in his hands. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to dispose of me. Kinnuin's death. My thoughts stretched freely. If Kinnuin were to die here, what would I gain? What would I lose? Would this situation work in my favor? Or would it lead to my immediate execution? Would the Imperial family trust a mere apprentice like me to replace Kinnuin? Or was this entire situation a trap to test me? I stood still, staring at Kinnuin, who sat motionless as if he were dead. Clatter. I reached into Kinnuin's coat. If my guess was correct, it had to be there. As expected. I was also a trained user of Aki's victima. To use Kinnuin's words, I was a mista. I understood the principles and properties of Aki's victima well. My fingers closed around a syringe. A stimulant. Kinnuin undoubtedly carried a drug synthesized to match his brain's condition. Given his position and the nature of his assignments, he had to be prepared for combat situations. If something critical came up, he would willingly endure shortened lifespan and accelerated side effects just to push his brain back to operational status. Even Ken Noma, who became a wreck, could do it. There's no way Kinnuin can't. I found the injection port at the back of Kinnuin's head and pressed the syringe in. Thunk, I only injected about 30% of the dose. That was enough to restore consciousness. Anything more was unnecessary since this wasn't a combat situation. Tremble. Kinnuin's eyelids flickered violently. They opened and closed repeatedly, and his cybernetic eyes spun so fast that it looked as if he had multiple pupils. Snap, then all movement stopped, and the storm hit. Whoosh! Kinnuin grabbed my arm and yanked me toward him. He twisted around me, locking my body as if wrapping me in a coil. His movements were unlike anything I had ever seen before. Like a snake constricting its prey, he tightened around my neck and limbs. Instructor, it's me. I barely managed to slip my hand between his arm and my neck, preventing myself from being completely strangled. My strained voice was enough to snap Kinnuin back to full awareness. Ah, Luka, so it was you. His voice was eerily calm. The pressure around my neck and limbs immediately loosened. So this is Kinnuin's true ability. I had been caught off guard, but his movements were utterly inhuman. It was an unpredictable, grotesque attack, and I had barely survived by instinct alone. He had restrained me purely through combat reflexes. It shattered my understanding of what was possible. Just how much of a monster was he in his prime? What I had just witnessed was only a fragment of Kinnuin's former self. I couldn't even begin to imagine what he had been like at full strength. Having seemingly finished assessing the situation, Kinnuan let out a bitter chuckle. Good thing it was you who found me, and not someone else. I've ended up exposing a weakness. Has your condition worsened? I asked as I rubbed my sore limbs. My body still ached from his sudden attack. Seems my time is running out. Maybe that was why Kinnuan had decided to accept me. Perhaps he no longer had the luxury of selecting a successor at his own pace. That worked in my favor. Even if I wasn't fully prepared, it meant my chances of being discarded had decreased. Anyway, what brings you here? I seem to have lost some memories, but I don't recall summoning you. Or is this about last night's attack? It was hard to believe he had been unconscious just moments ago. His cognitive functions were already operating at full capacity. I kept my admiration to myself and got straight to the point. Of course, Kinnuan already knew that I had been attacked by the armed helicopter. I want to know who ordered the attack. For the briefest moment, Kinnuan's lips twitched. Ivan Akresha had warned me about the attack beforehand. That meant the Imperial family was well aware of the situation. And with Kinnuan's information network, he wouldn't even need to conduct an investigation to know who was behind it. You think I know the answer? Yes. And even if I do, why should I tell you? Because I will remove Hamilas and become the head of the Custoria family. I finally said it. Kinnuan fell silent. He stroked his chin for a long moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. So that's the answer you've come up with. I had no other choice. If I wanted to protect everything I had, this was the only solution. Chapter 107. Just as you said, the Imperial family was aware of the signs leading up to this attack. They also identified the one who orchestrated it. And yet, they did nothing to stop it. There must have been a reason for that. I recalled my conversation with Kinnuan. The Empire and the Imperial family manipulate and control even the sacrifices of their own people, even the deaths of nobles. The Empire had tightened its grip on each family's leash. Anyone who tried to break free faced retribution. The hostility toward terrorist groups like Nemesis has intensified. The Empire officially announced that this attack was the work of terrorists. As a result, public sentiment demanding the eradication of terrorist organizations deeply rooted across the Empire was growing stronger. Even at the cost of certain side effects. I managed to obtain the name of the mastermind behind the attack from Kinnuan. It was the work of the Koravis family. The culprit was on the list compiled by the Imperial Guard. 2 days later, I sought out Hamilas and delivered the information to him. You actually got information out of Kinnuan. Judgment was not my role. Hamilas and the Imperial Guard would take care of that. The massive tide set in motion by Nikolao's death. Before that, there had also been my meeting with Kinnuan. I couldn't tell where the planning had begun. Kinnuan seems to have his own intelligence network. I suspected as much. He's probably connected to the upper echelons of the Empire beyond my knowledge. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have survived this long. I've submitted multiple recommendations to dispose of Kinnuan. It's not personal. I made the same recommendation even before Nikolaos died. Kinnuan may be just one piece of a larger plan prepared by the higher-ups. I spoke the truth as if it were mere speculation. That's possible, however. Kinnuan is not someone beneficial to the Empire. If the higher-ups are relying on him for their plans, then they're being deceived by Kinnuan. That was impossible. Kinnuan's direct superior was none other than Emperor Yuri Akresha. The idea that the Emperor was being deceived by Kinnuan? Utter nonsense. No matter how exceptional Kinnuan was, he was still just an individual. An aging veteran whose skills had long declined from his prime. Hamilas is barking up the wrong tree when it comes to Kinnuan. I still didn't know how I would bring Hamilas down. He was a formidable man. But it felt like an opportunity would come soon. Hamilas doesn't seem as great as he once did. Hamilas was human, prone to mistakes and misjudgments. As family, I began to notice his flaws little by little. And if I wasn't mistaken, he trusted me immensely. If I wait, the time will come. That much was certain. The problem was time. Would the Empire bring down House Custoria first, or would I manage to topple Hamilas before that happened? Hamilas was obsessively searching for conclusive evidence against Kinnuan. Evidence that would allow him to execute Kinnuan on the spot. I couldn't fully grasp why Hamilas was so fixated on Kinnuan. There had to be a reason behind it. I'll likely be spending a lot of time in the lower district for a while. Jaisel has been going there a lot lately as well. Take care of her. Hearing Jaisel's name come from Hamila's mouth sent a jolt through my chest, something that didn't usually happen. But I didn't let it show. Do you know what Jaisel is doing? I steered the conversation toward her, as if to conceal my unease. It was a topic I wanted to avoid, so I brought it up first. I heard she's running a small business. Personally, I think she could wait until after she graduates from the academy, but she must have her reasons. From what I've seen, she's putting in a lot of effort. It looks like she's about to see results. Does the head of House Custoria have to be a soldier? Nikolaus was exceptional and the eldest son, yet because he wasn't a soldier, he was in a deadlock with Jup. Don't underestimate tradition, Luka. And Jaisel, she's smart, but she has too many flaws to be head of the family, even without the soldier aspect. Hamilas coldly assessed his own daughter. People can change, I said. That's true, but people don't change easily. One's innate nature usually remains for a lifetime. That's my experience. Innate nature, I actually agreed. People don't change easily. Even in my short life, I had come to understand that. When someone seems to have changed, it's often just that their suppressed nature is finally surfacing. My own weakness. It wasn't something that suddenly appeared one day. It had always been a part of me. I went down to the lower district and visited Gilda's workshop. Gilda's workshop, now officially named G&G Workshop. The name was derived from the initials of Gilda and Jaisel. Regardless, a peculiar visitor had shown up there. It wasn't unusual for Jaisel to be present. After all, she and Gilda were running a business there. Ile. But Ile was there. Why was Ile here? It wasn't to visit his fake fiancée, Jaisel. The reason Ile was here had to do with another man. Director Jin Ga, the director of the 4th Imperial Research Institute, had come to G&G Workshop. No one could have predicted this. That was why Ile was here. He had always wanted to have a conversation with Jin Ga, a leading authority on arcane civilization. Oh ho, Lady Custoria. You're doing something quite interesting, aren't you? I once read your thesis with great interest. For an academy student, your ideas were quite ahead of their time. But did you know? In places like Border City and Bellotto, there are already prototype devices that bring your theories to reality. Meaning, your ideas aren't all that special. When it comes to creative thinking, they tend to surpass us. Jin Ga stood behind Jaisel, observing the work in progress. His sly smile peeked through his glasses. Is that so? And more importantly, you read my thesis? Jaisel sounded almost overwhelmed with gratitude. I read every thesis published by the Imperial Academy, whether it's by a student or not. Jaisel's eyes widened. That's unbelievable. I apologize. It's not a lie. Jin Ga was still smiling. His carefree grin showed no sign of discomfort. No, I didn't think it was a lie. I was just surprised. I never imagined you would read a student's thesis. There are fresh ideas and perspectives that only come from those who don't know much. Even if they don't make practical sense, they can be quite entertaining. Almost like reading a novel. Occasionally, I even get inspired by them. I didn't have the academic background to fully grasp how brilliant Jin Ga was as a researcher. But judging by the reactions around me and his distinctive demeanor, I could guess his level of authority. I'm Ile Karthika. I've reached out to you a few times before. Ile stepped forward, as if mustering his courage. He wouldn't even approach a woman this timidly. So you were the one pestering me with messages all this time, but I'm not here to see you. Jin Ga's words were chilling. His attitude toward Ile was the complete opposite of how he treated Jaisel. His blunt honesty was almost rude. Yet Ile didn't so much as flinch. He must have already been familiar with Jin Ga's personality. Ile persisted in making conversation. At first, Jin Ga frowned in disdain, but gradually his expression relaxed. So you've seen a teleportation device with your own eyes. The teleportation device from that location was taken by another research institute, from what I heard. At the time, Ile managed to break the ice and keep the conversation going. It was an impressive effort. He brought up the teleportation device he had seen back at the arcane fortress. He must hate bringing up that incident because of Lillian Lamons. So that means Jin Ga is someone valuable enough to warrant the effort? I didn't particularly care. Jin Ga wasn't a soldier, nor was he the type to flaunt authority. I originally intended to take it myself, but those bastards from the Second Research Institute. I heard that institute specializes in artifact research, while you specialize in energy conversion, director. From their conversation, it seemed Jin Ga had never gotten his hands on the teleportation device. While Jin Ga and Ile continued talking, I moved toward Giselle. She was still calming herself, brushing her hand over her chest. She must have been quite tense because of Jin Ga. Luka. But then she stuttered again. This time it was because of me. I heard there was some commotion, so I stopped by for a moment. Why is he here? I spoke calmly, gesturing toward Jin Ga with my eyes. I don't know. He contacted me this morning out of nowhere and suddenly showed up. So I called Ile. He's been wanting to meet Director Jin Ga for a while now, and I figured I'd make him owe me one. Even in the middle of all this, Giselle was thinking ahead, using the situation to her advantage. She might actually do well once she fully dives into business. Surprisingly, Ile and Jin Ga seemed to be getting along. They were deep in conversation. Good move. Ile seems to be enjoying himself too. What about Gilda? I haven't seen her. She's on a business trip. More importantly, Luka. What? I replied without looking at her. Can we talk for a bit about what happened last time? We haven't spoken about it since. Giselle referred to it vaguely as last time. I glanced behind me. Damn it, Ile. He was looking at us and grinning. He must have picked up on something about our relationship. Not surprising, he had set this up in the first place. Giselle stood up and headed into a small storage room inside the workshop. It was barely big enough for 4 or 5 people to stand in. Creak. I followed her inside and closed the door behind me. The place was thick with the smell of metal and oil. But even here, all I could sense was the sweet scent of Giselle. Every other smell faded from my mind. Act normal, Giselle Custoria. Did you see Ile's face just now? He was grinning like an idiot watching us. Hey, wait a sec. Despite my words, I couldn't push her away. Because in the end, I wanted this just as much as she did. Giselle reached out and wrapped her arms around my neck. Her warm breath brushed against my lips. I closed my eyes, then opened them again. She had done the same. Our eyes met. A secret affair. I never thought I'd find myself in something like this. I didn't know what I was doing here. I sighed, yet I couldn't stop. We didn't talk about the future. There was no need. We both knew this would end someday. If only I had never become an adopted son. Noble families and their society were anything but forgiving. If I annulled the adoption and entered as a consort instead, I'd become a laughingstock. House Custoria would never allow it. This was just a fleeting emotion. It would fade with time. But if this isn't just a momentary indulgence, I need to be prepared. Giselle must have been thinking the same thing. Luka, I haven't been able to sleep properly since that night. I kept thinking about what to do over and over again. She spoke first. Taking a deep breath, she continued. I even made up my mind to leave the Empire with you. If that's what you want, I'll start preparing. But if you don't want to throw everything away, let's end this here. We've been foolish enough already. No matter how much I think about it, this is my fault. I know how much you've worked to get here. I shouldn't have done this. I don't want to ruin you. That was Giselle's conclusion. She had acted on emotion, but she was trying to think rationally and take control of the situation. Leave the Empire? I had never considered it, but there was no need to. You don't understand, Giselle. I could never leave the Empire now. It wasn't because I was reluctant to abandon what I had achieved. The Empire won't let me go. I was no longer just another cadet in the Imperial Guard. Luka, Giselle looked at my face, questioning me. I was lost in thought. Chhhhk. Chhhhk. It was like static buzzing in my head. My thoughts accelerated. Everything was connecting. The truths I knew, the facts, and the incidents, they were intertwining, forming a faint path ahead. The mindset of Aki's victima. I've said it countless times, I don't make the impossible possible. But if even the faintest possibility exists, I'll find a way. And that applies to more than just combat. I am Kinuan's successor. My mentor would have found a way to secure his safety even in far worse circumstances. Compared to the tightrope he walked between the imperial family and terrorist organizations, my situation was nothing. Right now, Kinuan had established a delicate balance that made it difficult for anyone to touch him. Like Kinuan, negotiate with the monsters around me, set conditions and restrictions. If the interests surrounding me are evenly weighed on the scales, no one will be able to act recklessly. For now, trust me and wait. No matter whether the outcome is good or bad, I'll bring something to the table. But I swear, I won't let it turn into the worst-case scenario." With that, Jaisel and I finished our conversation and left the storage room. Ile and Jin Ga were still deep in discussion. Jin Ga suddenly pulled Ile into an embarrassingly enthusiastic hug. "Yes, if you put it that way, it is possible to retrieve that device. Our institute is the only facility capable of supplying that level of massive energy through a holostone-based system. How did I not think of this before? Haha, even the smartest minds sometimes overlook the simplest gaps in their thinking." Ile laughed awkwardly as he carefully pushed Jin Ga away. "Oh, and Luka's Castoria. It's been a while." Jin Ga turned his bright, excited gaze toward me. I bowed my head respectfully. Even Hamilas treated this man with a certain level of formality. Back then I was too drunk to notice, but... Jin Ga tilted his head and stared at me for a long moment. Then, he reached out and lifted my left eyelid, the one covering my biological eye. Click, click. Jin Ga flicked his fingers left and right as if conducting an experiment. My heightened senses tracked his movements instantly. "Wow, if you keep that up, your brain is going to melt. Having reflexive reactions like that even when you're not in combat, that's a dangerous stage. You see, what we call focus isn't actually a normal state. The brain is overactivated when focusing. It's not something you can maintain constantly." Despite the grim nature of his words, Jin Ga was smiling as if he found this all amusing. I replied in a flat tone, "I'm a cadet of the Imperial Guard. I can endure more than the average person." Even by Imperial Guard standards, your levels are high. You should know this yourself. Just as a legion can't be used indefinitely, Aki's Victima is the same. You should take extended leave and undergo psychological therapy. If necessary, I can write a medical recommendation for you. Ile and Jaisel were both listening. Ile remained indifferent, but Jaisel's expression darkened. "I'm still fine. I can afford to take care of my body." Jin Ga took a step back and adjusted his glasses. The symptoms vary unpredictably, but in most cases, auditory and tactile hallucinations will be the first to appear. He kept his smile as he continued speaking. "I like people like you, the ones who dismiss side effects as trivial and push themselves to the limit. They're the ones who drive progress in this world. In any field, really. If you have time, visit my research institute sometime." Jin Ga extended his palm upward. A holographic business card was projected from the lens embedded in his palm. As I focused on it, his personal contact information was automatically registered on my terminal. Chapter 108. The past I spent at the orphanage resurfaced. Back then, I used to look up at the upper district through the tangled mess of dirty wires. I believed that if I tried hard enough, I could get there. The Empire promoted and taught that idea. Then, during the selection test, I was deemed fit for the Imperial Guard. I clenched my fists and let out a silent scream. The results of my efforts had finally come. I could escape this cesspool. I no longer had to tremble in fear of dying at someone's whim. But it's the same here. The upper district and noble society were no different. The only difference was better clothing and finer food. We were all slaves to someone. There were only miserable slaves and slaves who were slightly better off. Even those noble families who once flaunted their power crumbled overnight. More than 100 Imperial Guards were gathered here. It was a considerable number. The official full strength of the Imperial Guard was 1,000, but in reality, the number was always lower. At most, 800 or 900, in times of manpower shortage, 500 to 600. Even in peacetime, Imperial Guards were deployed on missions across the Empire. To gather several hundred of them in one place required months of preparation. Even gathering 100 in a single day was difficult. The Koravis family's domain. We stood before it. At the center of the territory stood a peculiar structure, too unusual to be called a mansion. It was a massive residential complex, modified from a colossal airship. I had heard that in the early days of settlement, it had been one of the Imperial immigrant ships that departed from planet Ark. The ship's captain was the progenitor of the Koravis family. It's an old family with a long history. At one point, they were even related to the Imperial family by marriage. Ile, who was standing beside me, murmured, The cadets from my class were here as auxiliary troops for the Imperial Guard, but there would be no battle today. The presence of this many Imperial Guards was merely a show of force. If the Koravas family wished to avoid annihilation, they would obediently admit their wrongdoing and surrender. The Koravas family tried to lay a hand on an Imperial Guard. The one who orchestrated the attack on Iskin and me was a member of the Koravas family. One of their people had been a frequent guest of the torture facilities and had died at Iskin's hands. Seeking revenge, they had come after us. That information had been relayed to me through Kinuan, and I had reported it to Hemilas. The Imperial Guard had entered negotiations with the Koravas family. It seemed that discussions with the military's upper echelon had already concluded, as Hemilas was now officially taking action. Beep! I stepped forward as I was summoned by Hemilas. The gazes of the Imperial Guards swept over me as if appraising me. By now, I had become a well-known figure within the Guard. As I had wished in my childhood, I now stood at the threshold of success. The moment we presented the list you gave us, Koravas admitted to their crimes. They're begging to be spared from annihilation. Apparently, it was the work of a few fools among them. Just a handful of idiots managed to ruin an entire family. Hemilas spoke as he stood beside me, the two of us positioned at the front. I'm glad it was useful. Things are progressing smoothly. If we make an official announcement, every relative connected to them will be executed. They should consider themselves lucky to get away with being reduced to minor nobility. I didn't expect the Koravas family to surrender without a fight. They haven't produced a high-ranking official in over a century. They've been living comfortably off the foundations laid by their ancestors. The Koravas family appeared to be a textbook case of corrupt nobility. They were a landed family, one that owned highly profitable mines. The Catacomb mine. It was a mine rich in high-quality minerals. Thanks to that, they had been able to maintain their family's prestige without ever producing high-ranking officials or military officers. Because they had so much, they never needed to try. Just selling mining rights was enough to sustain their wealth and luxury. There was contempt in Hemilas's voice. Not long after, 5 nobles with their limbs severed were brought before us on an iron cart. They were the masterminds behind this incident. The ones who tried to kill Iskin and me, I didn't even feel angry. No matter how deserving of death they were to some, they were still family to someone. And they were victims, too. The Empire wants to reclaim the rights to the Catacomb mine. It had been nearly 200 years since the Akresha Empire settled on planet Novus. The chaos of the settlement period had subsided, and the power structure had solidified. The Empire had entered a period of stability. There was no longer any need to distribute lucrative assets. Every time a justification like this arose, the Empire seized the opportunity to reclaim valuable holdings, further cementing its centralized rule. This was a dangerous thought. My past self would have denied it, but it was an undeniable truth. The Empire surely saw this as a convenient excuse. Even nobles never know when they'll be purged. From today, the Koravas family would walk the path of decline. Come with me, Luka. You need to learn how to negotiate. Hemilas led me and 5 of his closest aides into the Koravas family's mansion. Among them was Iskin. We return the right to rule to the leader of the people and the guardian of the Empire. We, who are weak and insignificant, have merely borrowed this land. The head of the Koravas family spoke while kneeling. His complexion was grim. There was a fight here. Inside the Koravas mansion, traces of battle were evident. It seemed that factions had formed and clashed. The Koravas family had made a humiliating choice, but it was the only way to avoid annihilation. This matter is already settled. But instead of squandering the wealth from your lands on decadence and pleasure, you should have prepared for the future, Hemilas said. We are not fools, Hemilas Custoria. We tried to prepare and organize. The Koravas patriarch spoke calmly. He said nothing more. It seemed he truly wasn't a fool. Hemilas narrowed his eyes slightly and stroked his chin. Then he gave a small nod. The contempt he had held for the Koravas family faded. I, too, understood what the Koravas patriarch meant. The Empire and the Imperial family deliberately hindered the Koravas family's expansion and entry into high-ranking positions. The negotiations and administrative processes between the Koravas family and the Imperial Guard proceeded as smoothly as if they had been prearranged. On the surface, the Koravas family lost their lands and economic rights due to charges of mineral smuggling. The funny thing is, the smuggling charges aren't entirely false. I watched the holographic display on the table as information scrolled past. The Koravas family had indeed smuggled minerals and traded with alien species to secure slush funds. And the Empire won't touch those hidden funds. At least for this generation, they'll still be able to live as nobles. Or perhaps that money will serve as capital for rebuilding their family in the future. This was the Koravas family's contingency plan, the condition for handing over their assets without resistance or conflict. They knew they would eventually lose their holdings, so they steadily built up slush funds through smuggling in preparation for that day. The cause and effect had been reversed, but on the surface, it was still the Koravas family's wrongdoing. If they refused to accept the smuggling charges, the Empire would reopen the investigation into the attack on Karthika Tower, officially labeled as a terrorist incident, and manipulate the findings to pin it on a Koravas family member. That would mean complete extermination. The Koravas family wouldn't just fall from nobility, they wouldn't even be able to survive within the Empire. That was why they had obediently admitted to smuggling, because it was a charge they could still plausibly deny to some extent. Gradually tighten the pressure, secure the justification, and then quietly eliminate them. One by one, noble families that had outlived their usefulness disappeared in this manner. If the Empire had relied solely on military force, a rebellion would have broken out long ago. Blink, blink. I opened and closed my eyes several times. Damn it. At first, I thought there was a malfunction in my cybernetic eye. But that wasn't it. A hallucination. In my vision, the head of the Koravas family looked like Hemila's. Even though Hemila's would never grovel like that, their images kept overlapping. Swish! I squeezed my right eye shut. When I relied only on my left, my biological eye, the hallucination faded after a while. Stopping the use of my cybernetic eye significantly reduced the strain on my nervous system. That damned director Jin Ga. His warning to watch out for hallucinations must have affected me more than I realized. If I don't act soon, will the Castoria family end up like this too? While I was struggling with my thoughts, the negotiations continued. The mining rights and profits from the catacomb mine will be split evenly between the military and the Imperial Guard. Hemilas spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. His aides murmured among themselves. His words were transmitted through communications, spreading to the other Imperial Guards. To be clear, this was no secret deal. It was an official negotiation. Is this the military's decision? No, the Empire's decision? The Koravas patriarch looked genuinely taken aback. Hemilas, resting his arm on the chair's armrest, responded calmly. The money that was wasted on indulgence and pleasure will now be repurposed into a fund for the Empire's wounded soldiers. I clenched my mouth shut, struggling to keep my front teeth and lips from trembling. There's no way the Imperial family would allow this, Hemilas. This was a unilateral decision by Hemilas, commander of the Imperial Guard, and the military. However, if they announced it as a fund for war veterans first, the Imperial family might not be able to openly oppose it without losing face. The real power struggle had begun. Hemilas was fully aware that the Imperial family intended to oust him. This cunning bastard. Even I, who had been watching from up close, had failed to notice it until now. Stunned, I reopened my right eye. The remnants of the hallucination still lingered. SSSSS. Hemilas's hair and dark crimson uniform seemed to rise, twisting into the shapes of spears and swords, as if they would strike down anyone who dared to move against him. I reunited with Director Jin Ga sooner than I expected. A hallucination. The hallucinations that had started in Koravas territory continued to plague me in small but persistent ways. When I stared into the darkness, it sometimes felt as if a human figure was watching me. There were times when the statues and portraits of emperors seemed to move, their pupils shifting as if following me. But more than anything, ever since that day, there had been many times when Hemilas no longer appeared normal to me. Whenever my mind wavered even slightly, he looked like a ferocious beast, his dark crimson form bristling, his sharp eyes filled with a menacing light. A manifestation of anxiety. I tried to analyze my symptoms objectively. So this is why users of Aki's Victima or people with nervous system modifications go insane. If I let this state persist, it was clear that things would only get worse. Worse still, I wasn't in a position to reduce the pressure or stress I was under. I needed professional help. But if I went to the medical staff of the Imperial Guard or the military, my condition would be reported straight up the chain of command. I walked through the stark white corridors of the 4th Research Institute. Beside me, a blond young man beamed with excitement. "Are you sure it's okay for me to come along too?" Ile spoke in a cheerful voice, as if we were out on a picnic. "You're already here, and it's better this way. The director seems to like you quite a bit." I had no idea what Jin Ga might try to pull. Among the few people I could trust right now, Ile was the only one capable of being an asset in a fight. Click hiss, I stopped in front of the lab I had been directed to. The lock disengaged, revealing the interior. "You're here, Luka. I've already got everything prepared. Take a seat over there." Dressed in a white coat, Jin Ga pointed at a chair in the lab without any formalities. It was an ominous-looking seat, covered in all kinds of surgical tools and mechanical devices. Even I flinched at the sight of it. "We're." Jin Ga repeatedly pulled and released the trigger of a sharp, motorized drill. "Oh, and since you're an Imperial Guard, anesthesia isn't necessary, right? You've been trained for this." "I may be trained, but I can still feel pain." Did this man even see me as human? Skipping anesthesia makes it easier to assess your symptoms, so he never planned on using it in the first place. "Luka, want me to hold your hand?" Ile smiled softly. I scowled and tossed my coat at his face. Thud. As soon as I sat in the chair, the restraints locked my arms and legs in place. "We're." Jin Ga brought the motorized drill up to my face. My eyes widened in alarm. He wouldn't. He's not actually going to. Good, good. That's a great reaction. Jin Ga smirked at my expression. "Bzzzzzt?" The drill made contact with my right cybernetic eye. I barely managed to hold back a scream. Chapter 109. Jin Ga's drill came to a stop. Pop, crack. With a horrifying sound, my right cybernetic eye was pulled out. Blood splattered everywhere. My face was drenched as if I had washed it in blood. My nervous system was adjusting to the flickering, half-formed vision. Clatter. Jin Ga tossed my right cybernetic eye into the analyzer and checked the data. He didn't even disconnect the optic nerve connection. A sharp pain throbbed in my head. It felt like static was spreading through my brain. Click, click. The restraints locking my limbs were released. Wiping away the blood that streamed down like tears, I looked at Jin Ga. My vision hadn't fully adjusted yet, so his figure was still blurry. "Luka, how did I look as I was extracting your eye? Did I appear as something else?" Jin Ga spoke without even looking at me. "No. Director, you look the same as always. My appearance seemed normal to you even as I forcibly removed your eye? Then that's fine. It means the issue isn't purely neurological but mostly psychological." I understood. If my nervous system were completely failing and causing hallucinations, Jin Ga's face should have looked grotesquely distorted to me. But he looked normal, so he wasn't torturing me without reason. Whatever the case, his skill was undeniable. Then, does that mean there's no problem? I told you, it's not that there's no problem at all. Your nervous system is on the verge of falling apart, so you're prone to hallucinations even from minor triggers. The cybernetic eye itself is fine, though. The analyzer's graph showed nothing but green, so my brain can still hold out for now. That's one way to put it. I tend to be an optimist. Jin Ga chuckled, his shoulders shaking. I could hear Ile laughing behind me as well. "I'll make some adjustments before I reimplant your cybernetic eye. I'm fine as I am." I didn't like the idea of someone else tampering with it and changing it. I had my own way of doing things. I'm optimizing it to reduce the strain on your nervous system. A skilled Aki's Victima user doesn't need unnecessary functions. I'll simplify the prediction features to cut down redundant information. Just that alone should improve things significantly. The more I listened, the more it made sense. As expected of a specialist, I nodded without argument. "You seem well-versed in Aki's Victima?" I took an interest in it once. It's fascinating in many ways. That said, I have a certain approach in mind. Jin Ga's smile stretched wider. "You plan to use me for a clinical experiment. Theoretically, there's no issue. Of course, no matter how well I review and simulate things in advance, reality always throws in unexpected problems. But I'm not forcing you to use it. Jin Ga handed me a sturdy plastic case. I cracked it open slightly to check the contents. Inside were a glass vial filled with liquid and an injector gun. The vial was designed to be loaded into the injector like a magazine. If you ever find yourself in a desperate situation, try it with a nothing-to-lose mindset. If it works well, be sure to tell me. I included a manual. The injector's needle looked vicious. I hadn't read the manual yet, so I had no idea what it was for, but the needle was as long as my finger. I don't know what this is, but I hope I never have to use it. I hope so too. Jin Ga lied without hesitation. A strange man, he was both intriguing and someone I wanted to keep at a distance. BZZZ. A mechanical arm descended from the ceiling, tasked with reimplanting my cybernetic eye. Forceps pried open my eye socket wide. Then, delicate surgical tools began the meticulous process of reconnecting it to my nervous system. There was no need for me to describe the process in detail. While I underwent the procedure, Ile and Jin Ga continued their conversation. Let me show you something interesting, Ile. I owe you, after all. Jin Ga tapped the wall. A section of the wall slid open, revealing a glass window. Behind the glass was a space just large enough for a person to lie down. CHZZZT, CHZZZT. A strange, mechanical whimpering sound echoed. As a sharp pain stung my eye, I focused on what was behind the glass. A rat? It was a rat, larger than a fist. But on closer inspection, its body wasn't covered in fur. It was encased in a hard, metallic exoskeleton. Whirr. The mechanical rat, upon spotting Jin Ga, immediately began scratching at the glass. A machine beast. It reminded me of the feral, beast-like machine Ile had captured before. This rat was much smaller than that one, but it seemed just as aggressive, hurling itself at the glass. Thud, thud. The mechanical rat pounded against the glass with all its strength. However, the glass didn't budge, and, unable to contain its rage, the rat started dashing wildly around its enclosure. I've seen bigger machine beasts than this. Ile spoke with disinterest in his eyes. Jin Ga smirked lazily and then projected a hologram. This rat wasn't originally a machine beast, but it also didn't have a cybernetic body implanted. What? It was exposed to holostone energy for an extended period. The biological tissue mutated and turned into machinery. A holographic video appeared on the glass window, showing a white rat undergoing mutations over the course of several months, played at high speed. At first, the rat lost its fur and claws. Then, its eyeballs grotesquely bulged out before falling out completely. Blackish-red intestines spilled out from its anus, dragging along behind it. It looked as though it had contracted some terrible disease, but the real mutation had only just begun. The now hairless skin hardened and transformed into metal. Where the eyeballs had fallen out, lenses pushed their way outward from within. Its metallic claws curved like hooks, allowing it to scale walls with ease. This isn't just mechanization, there's a fundamental transformation of the material itself. Many of the resulting forms are bizarre. Literal monsters. Even when genetically identical subjects are exposed to the same amount of holostone energy, they mutate into entirely different shapes. Jin Ga played more footage. One rat had turned into a grotesque mass of bulging muscles. The mutated beast tore apart a larger predator with ease. Another rat hardened like solid rock, eventually becoming completely petrified and losing all signs of life. However, most subjects simply decayed, their flesh melting away as if stricken by disease. If we could control these mutations artificially, it would be quite fascinating. Behind his glasses, Jin Ga's eyes gleamed with deep intrigue. Beside him, Ile watched the experiment footage with a mixture of fascination and disgust. Have you ever tested these mutations on humans? Ile hesitated slightly before asking. I had wanted to ask the same question. Jin Ga kept his smile but gave no direct answer. Instead, he said only what he wanted to say. So don't dig too deeply into arcane civilization and holostone. Ile Karthika, this is for your sake. I don't need to explain why I'm showing you classified information like this, do I? So, it's that dangerous. Only study arcane civilization in books. Getting directly involved isn't your role. It was a warning to Ile, who had an excessive interest in arcane civilization. Creak, creak. During this conversation, my cybernetic eye reimplantation was completed. I squeezed the ampule filled with artificial tear fluid, letting it drip onto my stiff pupil. The liquid washed away the blood while also acting as a lubricant. Thank you for everything, Director. I stood up from my chair as I spoke. Jin Ga waved his hand with a grin. I hope you live a long life. I hope so too. 999. As Ile and I left the 4th Research Institute, we saw a familiar object. It was something that stirred unpleasant emotions and memories. Researchers, assisted by androids, were transporting the object inside the institute. Clatter, clatter. The object loaded onto the cart was a circular capsule, large enough to fit 3 or 4 people with ease. Although it wasn't connected to any power source, bluish light pulsed along its circuits. A spatial transport device. It was the same artifact we had seen in the underground ruins of the arcane fortress. Lillian Lamons had planned to use this spatial transport device to escape to Border City in Bellato Federation territory. But that was nothing more than a delusion. She met her end at Ile's hands. They really did take it from another research institute like a heist. That guy's drive and resourcefulness are incredible. Ile spoke with a bitter tone, staring at the spatial transport device for a long time. Was it curiosity about arcane civilization, or lingering thoughts about Lillian? Maybe both. You should drop your interest in arcane civilization. You're going to be the head of the Karthika family. I was already planning to, even without you telling me. And by the way, did you sleep with Giselle? I choked, despite not even drinking any water. Cough, cough, what kind of bullshit is that? So you haven't yet. Ile spoke as if he were asking about breakfast options. His smirk was beyond irritating. I think you're seriously misunderstanding something. But Ile wasn't listening. He tapped my chest with his fist before pointing a finger at me. Just don't have any regrets, Luka. No matter what choices we make, we'll regret them in the end. But do your best. I still regret not doing the same. His words sounded profound, but in the end, he was just saying that regret was inevitable. I'm not like you, idiot. We walked farther from the research institute. Even within the upper district, the research complex was a high-ranking facility. The scenery was pristine, and the streets were obsessively clean. Despite being outdoors, the high elevation meant the air quality was excellent. At the research complex's airfield, we spotted the aerial vehicle we had arrived in. By now, I had grown accustomed to traveling by air. I gazed out the window as I sat inside the aerial vehicle. My line of sight stretched from below all the way to the horizon. At the far end of my vision lay the lower district. Once, I too had looked up at this place from the lower district. Even now, some children were probably staring at the sky with longing. But they couldn't possibly imagine it. That even up here, you have to live in fear. I had clawed my way up, believing that once I reached this place, all my worries and anxieties would disappear. But the fear I carried was still alive and well. A monster named Anxiety stared down at me with bloodshot eyes. As time passed, that monster grew, feeding on my life as its sustenance. It swelled in size, waiting for the moment I would collapse, its maw open wide. Luka, I'm going to become the head of the Karthika family. Ile, seated across from me, spoke. He had been handling family affairs through a holographic interface just moments ago. From the brief glimpses I caught, he had already begun to act as the head in practice. There's no need to state the obvious. I responded indifferently. Ile smirked, as if he had expected that answer. Becoming the head of the Karthika family is just the beginning for me. I intend to seize power. So, what? You want to become one of the Empire's ruling elites? Power and violence are just tools. But without those tools, I wouldn't be able to protect my will, let alone realize it. A will that lacks strength is easily broken and scattered. You were right. I was once a naive, noble brat. I thought things would somehow work out. I had never run into true powerlessness, so I underestimated the world, because I had never been denied anything I wanted. Ile scratched the back of his hand. His artificial skin peeled along the lines of his nails, tearing apart. If it's you, Ile, leaving the Empire and going anywhere else wouldn't be difficult. I've already built up too much karma. I've killed many people for my own ambition. If I were to run away now, even my sins would lose their meaning. I don't want to be that kind of irredeemable person. Ile was moving further away from me. The Ile I once knew was a boy who pursued grand, unrealistic ideals and dreamed of distant lands. Since the death of Lillian Lamons, I could no longer grasp what lay beneath his words. But that wasn't strange. He and I were walking different paths now. Ile didn't know my circumstances. And for that reason, he would understand my thoughts even less. We were reaching the end of our youth. From now on, we could no longer escape responsibility, duty, or the weight of our past actions. Well, good luck with that. If I've shared this much, shouldn't you open up a little too? Ile sighed and leaned back into his seat. Other than the fact that more people want me dead, nothing much. It's the usual. I shrugged. Ile narrowed his eyes. Luka, I owe you, and I'm willing to do anything to settle that debt. You don't owe me anything. If I say I do, then I do, so tell me before I change. There might come a time when I go so far that I won't be able to hear your voice anymore. And when that happens, no matter what you ask of me, I'll ignore it. I don't need your help. The words rose to my throat, but I swallowed them down at the last second. Not for my sake, for Ile's. If I had said it, he would have changed even faster. No, deteriorated would be the more accurate word. Fine. At my half-hearted response, Ile gave me a weak smile. Thanks, Luka. His pupils trembled. His unfocused eyes looked past me, as if seeing something else entirely. I live without remembering my dead subordinates anymore. I barely even think about them now. Ile mechanically pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. TSSSSK. The lighter flicked and the flame caught. Through the rising smoke, his eyes regained their sharpness. Even on the day I killed Garcia with my own hands, I slept soundly without a single nightmare. That same day, I also lost several relatives I'd known for years. He was talking about the day of the gunship attack. I simply listened in silence. You know what's even scarier? If things keep going like this, I think I'd react the same way if you died. Ile exhaled a slow stream of smoke. So don't die before me. I don't want to see what's at the bottom of myself. Ile was becoming an Imperial Guard faster than I was. Chapter 110. A strange atmosphere was flowing through the Imperial Guard. The military and the Imperial Guard have taken control of the catacomb mine's interests. Officially, it was a fund for disabled veterans. The money was meant for soldiers who had fought for the Empire, those who had died or been wounded, and their families. There had always been a fund, but due to chronic deficits, proper support had been difficult. People believed that this decision was made by the Imperial family. Those who were unaware praised the Empire and the Imperial family. But the reality was different. It was the military and the Imperial Guard's decision. I didn't know how Hemilas had managed to persuade the military as well. Was his influence that strong, or were there simply many within the military who had the guts to provoke the Imperial family? Perhaps, contrary to my expectations, the Imperial family's influence was not as overwhelming as I had thought. I still knew little about the high-ranking officials and generals who moved the Empire. I was currently with Kinuan. As always, he was drinking tea. The Imperial family has its pride, so they can't overturn their decision on the fund. It was a skillful move. Kinuan spoke. I had been reporting to him about everything that had happened. I didn't realize the catacomb mine's interests were so important. From my perspective, it was only enough to sustain a single noble family at most. If the military clears out the bad contracts related to the mining rights and takes over operations directly, the situation changes. Their finances would improve significantly. The companies involved will be upset about losing their mining rights so suddenly, but since they'll see it as a decision from the military or the Imperial family, they won't be able to resist much. And just in time, a justification has been provided to expel the catacomb mine's owner. The Koravas family. It could just be a coincidence, or there could be a scheme we haven't noticed. I didn't think it was a coincidence. The pieces fit together too perfectly. But this wasn't the work of the Imperial family or Kinuan. If they had planned to expel the Koravas family, they wouldn't have allowed the mining rights to be taken like this. Wait! I bit my lower lip and widened my eyes. Then the military and Hemilas. What if they had leaked information about me and Iskan to lure in the Koravas family? Members of the Koravas family were already on the Imperial Guard's internal investigation list. Even without me, the Imperial Guard would have eventually reached them. Did Hemilas expose me to danger? I didn't want to believe it, but the possibility wasn't zero. Even if I didn't trust it completely, I had to keep it in mind. If they had just told me, I would have willingly acted as bait. But if they deliberately led the attack without telling me, does that mean Hemilas doesn't trust me? My thoughts spiraled rapidly. Until now, I had never once considered the possibility that Hemilas might stab me in the back. I didn't even want to entertain the thought. Hemilas had always treated me with trust. Luka, His Majesty is not in the best of moods right now. The timeline might move up. When the time comes, you'll have to act as well. Hemilas knows that the Imperial family is keeping him in check. That means he must be making preparations too. Does His Majesty intend to risk civil war? The real enemies of the Empire are outside our borders. That's why the Imperial family is trying to avoid civil war, even if it means taking a roundabout approach. Luka, from your perspective, it must look like the Imperial family is unjustly stirring up trouble with the military, like they're trying to discard the loyal Hemilas. To be honest, yes. It was hard to deny. Even if I did, he wouldn't believe me. We have solid grounds for this as well. If we don't reorganize the military leadership now, a rebellion will break out within 10 years. And every year, the likelihood of a full-scale war with foreign nations increases. Within half a century, an unavoidable war will come. You speak as if you're predicting the future. You, who have learned Aki's Victima, should understand. The future is merely a product of the present. It doesn't come from some external force. The Imperial family's predictions are extremely close approximations to foresight. We cannot fight external enemies while leaving unstable elements within. The Empire must be fully prepared to rally around the Emperor. If everything Kinnuan was saying was true, then the Imperial family's actions were justified. Who struck first no longer matters. The conflict had already begun. If the Empire was on the brink of war with Bellato and Korate, it had no choice but to ensure internal stability, even through extreme measures. Keep watching Hemila's movements. If an opportunity arises, I'll leave the decision to you. So I'm a double agent now, just like my old instructor. When this purge is over, I'll retire. By then, my authority will be passed on to you. In time, you'll come to realize it too. That it's us and the Imperial family who are truly acting for the Empire and its people. Someone has to dirty their hands and carry out the ugliness. The world is twisted, and there are things that can only be set right through twisted means. I understand, and I know that role is mine to take. Kinnuan was an eloquent speaker. I didn't know the exact ratio of truth to lies in his words, but he never fed me only falsehoods. His persuasion always contained truth. Sometimes, he spoke nothing but the truth. This was no different. What Kinnuan had said was likely fact. A memory from the past surfaced. When I stood before Rick Silva Nunez, I had prepared myself for death. My name is Lukaus Custoria, the sword and shield of the Empire. The Empire's enemies are my enemies. So, you plan to spend your whole life handling dirty work, only to be discarded in the end? If someone has to take on the dirty work for the Empire, then that role is mine. I had chosen to become the Empire's shadow, but it had also been for the Custoria family. And now, for the sake of the Empire, I had to harm the Custoria family. My oath and resolve couldn't help but waver. There's one thing I want to know. Once this is over, will the Custoria family be wiped out? If this leads to an outright rebellion, then yes, complete annihilation is certain. In that case, you'll have to change your identity and face to continue operating. So, if we suppress the dissident forces before it escalates that far, it won't come to that. For example, if Hemilas becomes irreversibly crippled and I take over as the next head of Custoria. I spoke bluntly. I didn't want the Custoria family to be exterminated. You really are a good boy. Quite the soft-hearted one. I expected him to say that. An old saying came to mind, the night before a storm is always the calmest. Just as the saying implied, Hemilas had remained still for a while. For the past 15 days, his routine had been nothing more than attending to official duties in his office and occasionally visiting the Custoria estate. Do you not trust me? I kept repeating that question in my head as I traveled to and from the Custoria estate in an aerial vehicle. I wanted to hear his answer. Yes, I knew it might sound childish, but I had hoped that my bond with Hemilas was as strong as blood ties. Did Hemilas really use me as bait without even a word? Like how Giselle had been used by Barbara back at the academy. That situation had been easy to understand. Giselle may have been Barbara's biological daughter, but she was incapable of keeping secrets from her. That's why Giselle had to be deceived as well. But I'm different. If he had told me beforehand, I could have played the role of bait even better. Here's what I suspected. Hemilas wanted to take control of the catacomb mine, so he sought to expel the Koravas family. To accomplish this, he leaked information about me and Iskin to them, provoking the attack. I wasn't certain. That's why I hoped my guess was wrong. I wanted to at least hold on to that hope for the man who had led me this far. Even if you were to die like Nikolaos, I would act the same way. When I first heard those words, I had been genuinely happy. Even now, I wanted to believe in them, but thinking about it, I had no right to be upset. If Hemilas had deceived me, did I really have the right to be angry? I was deceiving him as well. Luka, the next time you come to the estate, stop by the Silver Moon Pavilion. It's an important matter for you as well, so make time for it. Hemilas spoke as we rode in the aerial vehicle back to the Imperial Guard headquarters. The Silver Moon Pavilion was a separate annex where the Castoria family's elders resided. Major decisions concerning the family had to go through them. As expected, something was in motion. From deep beneath the surface, an unseen current was steadily shifting, a flow so subtle that even I had trouble detecting it. About Giselle, Hemilas started. My expression remained neutral, but I felt my chest tighten. Did something happen? You two seemed close, but lately it looks like things have soured. Giselle and I avoided speaking to each other in front of others as much as possible. I could control my emotions, but Giselle wasn't as practiced at it. We argued over an issue in the lower district. If you'd like the details, I can explain. No, there's no need for me to interfere in a matter between siblings. Just take care of her. She's smart, but she's inexperienced. Smart but inexperienced, I couldn't argue with that. I'm keeping an eye on her, I replied. In truth, I was keeping too close an eye on her. I had to resist the urge to go see her every time. So, will the engagement with Ile Karthika end as a mere pretense? It seemed like a promising match. I encouraged it as well, but it's unlikely to go through, especially on Giselle's end. I didn't expect much either. Giselle has the kind of personality to choose her own spouse. That's why she's rejected every proposal so far. I didn't expect you to respect that. I spoke with mild surprise, and Hemilas let out a small chuckle. I have used my children before, but I have never oppressed their choices. Jup became a soldier despite his lack of aptitude because of his own ambition. He wanted to be the head of the family, so he chose a profession where he could surpass his older brother. At times like this, I couldn't help but like Hemilas. He felt like the ideal father. If only. I wanted to lay everything bare right here and now. Kinuan, who seemed like a mere dissenter, was in truth a loyal servant and overseer of the emperor. The imperial family's hidden card for expelling Castoria was none other than me. I was the one aiming for his back. If I had longed for a father just a little more, I might have uttered something foolish. The Imperial Guard headquarters was drawing near. Hemilas, checking his messages, tilted his head slightly before speaking. Luka, in 2 days, His Highness Francek will be holding a procession. It will stretch from the upper district to the lower district, lasting over half a day. Francek Akresha, the Crimson Crown Prince. But one day, he was destined to die as a sacrificial pawn. Only the Emperor, Ivan Kinuan, and I knew that truth. I'm aware. The Imperial Guard is responsible for security. His Highness has specifically requested you as a special escort. He's likely taken an interest in you because of the many accomplishments you've achieved as a cadet. He has a fondness for irregulars. It wasn't just because I was an irregular. Francek believed that he would become emperor and that I would remain by his side as his overseer for a long time. That was why he had chosen me. I'll make the necessary preparations. Chapter 111. I woke up before dawn. Today, starting at noon, the Crimson Crown Prince Francek would be parading through the streets. Entering the reserved private training room, I checked my nervous system. I performed a series of movements, starting from the basics of combat techniques to more complex actions. A quick glance at the display on the wall showed that my execution speed and sense of balance were close to my personal best. My condition was excellent. I threw a punch. It was an optimized movement achieved through the synchronization of my organic body and mechanical parts. Shifting my upper body from side to side, I continued throwing punches in succession. As the output of my prosthetic arm gradually increased, the striking bag rose higher and higher. Pang! Eventually, the bag hit the ceiling before dropping back down. The thunderous noise reverberated off the walls. I caught my breath and closed my eyes. My body had warmed up just enough. Now, it was time to assume the presence of an imaginary enemy and fight. It might seem ridiculous, but the effect was substantial. By repeatedly anticipating my opponent's movements in advance and imprinting them into my brain, I could react and act faster in actual combat, even without a virtual simulation. The enemy is. I half-opened my eyes. A faint light seeped into my pupils. Kinuan or Hamilas? By the time I fully opened my eyes, the figures of both men overlapped before me. They were surprisingly vivid for a mere imagination. Another hallucination, I blinked. Since visiting director Jin Ga, my hallucinations had improved. At the very least, Hamilas no longer appeared to me as a two-legged beast covered in fur. I wasn't afraid of my mind deteriorating. What I feared was a decline in combat effectiveness due to brain dysfunction in battle. As long as I can fight properly, seeing occasional hallucinations outside of battle is fine. I've come this far accepting that much. However, if I started experiencing hallucinations during combat or developed motor impairments, that would be a serious problem. Kinuan, Hamilas, it doesn't matter who. If anyone stands in my way, I'll break through them. The same applied to them. If they ever deemed me an obstacle, they wouldn't hesitate to take my life. I can't afford to waver in moments of decision. I needed to learn from Ile's decisiveness. Sever my emotions and act. It was something I could do, too. Kirik, I drew my shock pistol, Ruina, and merely mimed pulling the trigger. If I actually fired it, even the Imperial Guard's training room walls wouldn't hold up. Keyitting. The high-compression heavy weapon, Crucis, still gleamed with its imposing presence. Despite numerous real battles, its blade remained as polished as if it were brand new. Wirik, I swung the heavy Crucis. It felt like my body was being dragged along with the blade. When using Crucis, attacks had to flow seamlessly. Even with a high-output prosthetic, resisting the kinetic energy of the heavy weapon would strain my wrist and elbow beyond their limits. That's what made Crucis difficult to handle. To put it metaphorically, it was like a wild horse running rampant. I looked ahead. The imagined enemy, whether Kinuan or Hamilas, was skillfully dodging my attacks. Wuong. As acceleration built up, Crucis and I moved even faster. Spinning like a top, a thought suddenly came to me. Wirik, I turned in a full spin, swinging the blade before releasing it in a low, sweeping throw that scraped the floor. Leaving my hand, Crucis flew low like a boomerang. The imagined enemy was struck by Crucis and faded into nothingness. Kajujujuk? Spinning as it flew, Crucis tore through the training room wall before climbing up to the ceiling. Exposed wires and circuits crackled with electricity. It finally stopped, lodged deep into a steel beam. I reached up and yanked Crucis free from the ceiling. Quajajic, a mess of tangled components came crashing down. Taking a step back, I shrugged awkwardly. The Imperial Guard's maintenance crew should be able to handle this much. I left the wrecked training room. Dawn was breaking. The sun cast its light between the haphazardly built structures. I purposely didn't wash up, letting the early morning wind cool me as I walked. After training, the sensation of cooling sweat under the cold air felt pleasant. It was a difficult feeling to describe, something fresh and invigorating. This is a sensation that won't last much longer. These emotions and feelings I was experiencing now wouldn't be possible once I had a full-body prosthetic. Today's memory would become an irreplaceable relic of the past. This world is full of contradictions. I replaced my limbs with machines to become stronger. Yet, in order to remain human, I had to fight against the very machines I had embraced. Kinuan, Hamilas, even Iskin. All of them had advised me to cherish the sensations and memories of my organic body, to experience as much as I could while I still had the chance. Step. I didn't rush, letting my body cool down at a steady pace. Even as my eyes stung, I stared directly into the rising sun. Will I too, one day, long for the flesh and blood I've lost, or will I live envying it like the beasts in the torture chambers? I had no way of knowing. For now, as long as I could become stronger, I felt like I could discard something even greater than flesh and blood. Lost in thought, my steps carried me forward until I stopped in front of my door. Before I knew it, I was back in my room. Chiik. Before the door had even fully opened, I knew someone was inside. And as soon as I realized who it was, I frowned. What brings you here? Ivan Akresha was sitting on the edge of my bed. With one leg crossed over the other, he gazed at me lazily. You should at least say hello first. Good morning, Luka. I hear you've been assigned to guard Francek? Ivan spoke as if amused. I'm carrying out my duties as a member of the Imperial Guard. It's not personal protection. No, I'm certain Francek will keep you right by his side. I thought the same. There would be no reason to summon me otherwise. Ah, and thank you for the warning last time. Thanks to you, I survived. I expressed my gratitude. Had I not prepared after his warning, I would have lost at least a limb to the attack helicopter. Worse, I could have died. Even without my warning, you would have managed. I just wanted to put you in my debt. You're weak to those you owe. That's true. By the way, Hemila's is quite something. I didn't expect him to take control of the catacomb mine's interests. That makes it even harder to suppress him. If anyone moves against Hemila's or the military now... Ivan paused, waiting for my response. His eyes gleamed like those of an innocent boy. Since the catacomb mine's rights were redirected to the Disabled Veterans Fund, it'll look like Hemila's is the one being oppressed. Ivan clapped his hands together in satisfaction. Haha, you're sharp. Just as expected from an overseer. It was never a coincidence that Hemila's has been so skillfully avoiding traps all this time. He always seemed just about to get caught, but never did. I never imagined he had a stash of his own. And those other old men flaunting their crests, managing the empire isn't easy. The moment they grow a little too clever, they all start trying to bite their master. I felt a mix of emotions. Hemila's wasn't just a dutiful soldier. As one of the highest-ranking figures in the military, he was well-versed in schemes and intrigue. Now that he had revealed his hidden hand, he wouldn't go down easily. He might even begin to strike back. But the longer Hemila's held out, the greater the likelihood of the Castoria family being wiped out. His Highness. Call me Ivan. If you get my title wrong one more time, I'll get angry. Ivan, your thoughts seem to differ from His Majesty's. I spoke boldly. Ivan had hinted at something like this before. Luka, I am not my father. My father is my father, and I am me. The current plan is my father's will, not mine. I had believed those words to be true, which is why I spoke now. Ivan's lips moved into a faint smile. My father has grown old. As with all emperors and kings, judgment dulls and frailty sets in during their final years. Even a sovereign emperor, revered as possessing divine blood, is no exception. Meanwhile, I am just now reaching my prime. My mind is overflowing with countless plans, rising endlessly like waves. What I need is the authority and power to bring them into reality. Forget 10 years, I can't even afford to wait one. Ivan extended his slender hand, grasping at empty space. His eyes gleamed brilliantly, as if they were drawing in the surrounding light. It was as though darkness had gathered around him, with only his pupils glowing like the sun and moon. Reckless beyond belief. My own boldness felt trivial in comparison. I didn't know what to say. If anyone other than a royal had uttered such words, immediate execution would have been too lenient. Not only their entire family, but even those merely acquainted with them would have lost their heads. He intends to push his own father aside and take the throne himself. This ambitious boy had no intention of simply walking the path laid out before him. I answered with silence. Any words of agreement would be dangerous. Luka, this isn't a test of your qualifications as an overseer. I swear this with everything I have. He was telling the truth. My instincts told me so. But my lips remained sealed. Ivan sighed and stood up. Then, to my astonishment, he began walking up the wall until he was standing upside down on the ceiling. His bare feet clung effortlessly to the surface. Hanging above me with his hair dangling downward, Ivan stopped and looked at me. Aki's Demini, the Emperor's overseer. Let me tell you one of its qualifications. An overseer must not be crushed by authority. Even if their opponent is the Emperor, they must be able to present a different perspective. My eyes widened. Only then did I fully understand. an overseer needed the mindset of Aki's victima. They existed to assist in the emperor's reasoning and judgment. Even without direct orders, an overseer had to identify what the emperor had overlooked and compensate for it. In the human world we live in, there is no absolute truth. Throughout history, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, conflict, have driven higher-level thinking and better judgment. But on the surface, the emperor must be a divine figure. He cannot appear as someone capable of making mistakes. Ivan, who had been walking on the ceiling, suddenly dropped to the floor, landing behind me. I didn't turn around. If I looked at him now, I felt like I might kneel of my own accord and swear my loyalty from the depths of my heart. There was something indescribable about him. Perhaps this was what people called an aura, a halo, or charisma. An overseer trained in Aki's victima is supposed to erase their own existence and support the emperor. But my father has grown weak, and Kinuan has crossed the line. The plan to kill Francek? That was Kinuan's idea from the very beginning. That brain-dead wreck was the one who proposed assassinating a royal. I didn't know what kind of expression Ivan was making, but I could vaguely feel his gaze burning into the back of my neck. Is the problem that they plan to kill His Highness Francek? I broke the silence, wondering if even this monster behind me felt some shred of familial attachment. No, the plan itself is excellent, but the fact that it came from Kinuan's mouth and that my father accepted it so readily, that's the problem. That is not the proper relationship between an emperor and his overseer. This wasn't the result of a clash of opinions. It was Kinuan deceiving my father into making a decision. I was a fool for even momentarily expecting any sense of brotherly affection. Of course, that was never the case. I understand why you can't say anything. You don't need to respond. The relationship between an emperor and an overseer is one that continues without words. Listen, Luka, I need chaos, and I need to ruin my father and Kinuan's plan. Ivan had come to me just before Francek's parade. From that point on, my mind naturally began tracing the chain of causality, determining my mission and my role. When the time comes, fulfill your role. You belong to no one but me, my overseer. The door opened, and with it, Ivan's presence disappeared. Chapter 112. I don't know much about the history of the Empire and the Imperial family. However, even I could tell that the Crimson Crown Prince was a royal with an unusual disposition. High society in the Empire was rigid. The full-body prosthetic nobility lived for nearly 2 centuries. It was said that after living that long, one's emotions dulled. Even if that weren't the case, emotional restraint was considered a noble virtue. Because of that, in a society where solemnity was the norm, suppressed desires had festered and rotted away. Defying the atmosphere of such a society, the Crimson Crown Prince openly displayed his emotions despite being of royal blood. He interacted with those around him with a rich smile, a refreshing manner of speech, and a warm expression, just as he was doing with me now. The Imperial Guards are always so reliable. Wouldn't you agree, Lukaus? Francek adjusted the crimson collar of his attire as he spoke. Despite still being a cadet, I was standing beside him. At the forefront of the procession, military armored vehicles and quadrupedal transport units led the way. Along the outer perimeter, 2-wheeled vehicles maintained their formation at regular intervals. Wuwang, over 100 large drones swept through the sky in a dense formation. Each of these drones was large enough to carry a single person. They monitored the entire crowd surrounding the procession, prepared for any possible incidents. In the mobile command vehicle, an enormous amount of data was being processed to ensure Francek's security. The military presence in the procession numbered around 300 soldiers, including 50 Imperial Guards. There were also about 100 androids. Additionally, numerous nobles from prestigious families and high-ranking officials accompanied the parade. He's solidifying his position as the successor through this procession. The parade had departed from the entrance of the Imperial Palace, moving along the circular main road of the Upper District. This main road formed a massive ring around the Upper District, with various large and small roads branching out to reach every corner. Due to the scale of the procession, we were limited to this circular route. As time passed, both sides of the road became packed with crowds who had gathered to witness the parade. The procession moved as slowly as its grand size demanded. Francek waved toward the crowd. Woong. From the central vehicle of the procession, a large lens activated. A real-time hologram of Francek was projected high into the air, towering over the crowd like a giant. Wow! Francek's enormous image drew everyone's attention. Cheers and exclamations erupted. Francek, we love you. The Crimson Crown Prince, please look at me, look at me. Some people tried to cross the boundary in an excessively vulgar manner. The soldiers and Imperial Guards pushed them back, restraining them. My breath slowly escaped through the filtration system. I was wearing a helmet that completely covered my face. There were many in Akbaran who sought my life. There was no need to expose my face to the public during the procession. If someone from the lower district recognized me, it would be troublesome. Clearing his throat, Francek began his speech. We built this empire in an environment far from blessed. The land was barren, the rivers dried up, and resources were always scarce. It was the same whether on planet Ark or here on Novus. As he spoke, Francek moved his hands and arms dramatically. His voice rang out powerfully through the large drone speakers, spreading far and wide. Bellado, who claimed Mother Earth for themselves, and Korate, who began on planet Korda, as rich as Earth itself. Francek closed his eyes and placed one hand over his chest. After a pause, he continued. The majority of his speech revolved around how Bellado and Korate had oppressed the Akresha Empire. It was a story I had heard countless times before. Bellado were the descendants of those who had driven us from Earth, while Korate were the offspring of the wealthy who settled on Korda, known as the Second Earth. Because of this, the Akresha Empire harbored hatred for both Bellado and Korate. Our people were the descendants of those exiled from Earth, persecuted and cast away. The ancestors of the Empire had been exiled to planet Ark, an environment unfit for survival. Worse yet, they had been forced into economic servitude. Those who not only oppressed but also plundered us now call us the root of conflict, warmongers destroying peace. But the only reason we fought was to survive. We never waged war for the sake of war, yet they have conveniently forgotten their own crimes and now blame us. Francek's speech was compelling. His gestures were precise, his intonation well-balanced. His strong vocal projection added depth to his words. Those contemptible fiends say we are people consumed by hatred, as if we are the ones in the wrong. But the truth is clear, they are the perpetrators. And we are the descendants of the oppressed and the dispossessed. Revenge is our natural right, and they must bear the weight of our hatred and fury. Francek clenched his fist tightly. Where did the truth end, and where did the lies begin? The Crimson Crown Prince's cry of hatred spread like wildfire. The older high-ranking nobles maintained their impassive expressions, but the younger nobles, their retainers, and the people from the lower districts responded as if they had been infected by his rage. The crowd's cheers were wild and fierce, like an army on the verge of battle. The atmosphere was heating up. Francek had a talent for speeches. Above all, unlike most of the upper class, he openly expressed his emotions, making his words all the more impactful. The procession through the upper district had been a success. Security was excellent, making the escort relatively easy. No suspicious individuals were in sight. The officer in charge of this procession's security was Iskin. Approaching Francek, he spoke in a low voice. Are you planning to enter the lower district? You're stating the obvious. I'm well aware of the unrest these days, but that's precisely why I must not avoid it. Francek spoke like a textbook ruler. Understood. Iskin abandoned any further attempts at persuasion and nodded. He shot me a glance, as if entrusting Francek to me, then stepped back. Francek and I stood on the largest and tallest vehicle in the procession. While safety was a concern, it was just as important for the public to have a clear view of him. The people must not get the impression that the Empire's crown prince was hiding among his subordinates. The Empire's founder, the first Emperor Dino-Akresha, had always led from the front in battle. Now was no different. At Francek's side, only I stood. The other Imperial Guards remained below the vehicle, keeping a watchful distance. We had completed a full circuit of the upper district's main road. The procession stopped at the gateway, connecting the circular road to the central road leading into the lower district, signaling the start of a break. I took a moment to catch my breath and looked toward the gate. The massive gateway was large enough for more than 10 heavy vehicles to pass through at once, but only a small section was open for checkpoint control. Through the narrow passage, cargo trucks moved in and out. This was an entry point for logistics and transport. The central road extending from the gate cut straight through the lower district and continued beyond Akbaran's outskirts. However, this road was not meant for the people of the lower district. It existed solely to ensure the smooth transport of goods from the outer territories to the upper district. As such, it connected directly to airports and railway stations. Vehicles 7 through 13 returned for maintenance. Where's the reinforcement unit? What the hell are those idiots doing? In the distance, officers were moving about busily. Even during the break, only a handful of people had the luxury of resting. The officers were reducing the size of the procession, following Fransek's orders. Today, we'll take a different route than usual. We'll be stopping here, here, and here. Fransek pointed at a holographic map in front of the officers and administrators. The locations he indicated were plazas and streets in the lower district where people frequently gathered. Uneasy expressions spread across their faces. However, no one dared to argue against Fransek's firm tone. Only someone like Iskin, the chief of security, could even attempt to make a suggestion. And even then, if Fransek rejected it once, there would be no second time. It was a clear display of his authority. Even unreasonable demands must be obeyed. Officially, Fransek was the undisputed crown prince. He was widely popular with the public. No one could oppose him. After finishing his discussion with the officers, Fransek turned back toward me. Thanks to his crimson attire, he stood out wherever he went. Lukaus, you're from the lower district too, aren't you? They call us irregulars. I like people like you. That's why I like Iskin too. The ones truly supporting the empire aren't the nobles, it's people like you, the irregulars. It seemed he was sincere about his admiration for irregulars. Excessive praise can start to sound insincere, Your Highness. I responded with a cynical remark. Fransek would probably enjoy this kind of reaction more, and I was right. He laughed heartily and even placed a hand on my shoulder. It's not a lie, there's no such thing as fair opportunities in this world. Life is inherently unequal. The empire is no exception. It may sound subversive, but it's the undeniable truth. Claiming that fairness and equality exist is nothing more than deception. For a moment, Ile came to mind. Right now, Fransek resembled the Ile of the past in a strange way, the content of his words especially. Unbothered, Fransek continued speaking. Irregulars like you break through the rigid foundation of society like a piercing wedge, allowing the system to persist and the world to remain stable. This world is neither fair nor just. But as long as there are those who can rise from the harshest circumstances, people will fall for the illusion of fairness. They'll believe they too have a chance. A world where everyone prospers is physically impossible. But giving everyone hope, that is the role of a ruler. It was a relief that I was wearing a helmet. My eyes had widened slightly in genuine admiration. I recalled Kinuan's words, and so I borrowed them. People don't survive on despair, they live on hope. Kinuan had said that once. Fransek nodded in satisfaction. Hope is what allows people to endure misfortune. He was a ruler drawn with careful strokes, idealistic, yet not delusional. The world was chaotic. Order carried within it the seeds of disorder, and disorder had its own form of structure. Even knowing what to believe and what to despise was ambiguous. Willpower was nothing more than a fleeting phenomenon born from electrical signals and chemical reactions. A steadfast will was nothing but an illusion. Then what should I use as my guiding principle? Today, we'll be going deeper into the lower district. I thought it would be a good opportunity. Well, to be honest, it was my younger brother's advice. He said that visiting during turbulent times would leave a stronger impression on the people. Though he's my little brother, he's quite perceptive. I owe him a lot. You'll meet him someday. A searing flash tore through my mind. The puzzle pieces clicked into place in an instant. Ivan Akresha. The younger brother Fransek spoke of, it was undoubtedly Ivan. Ivan had led Fransek deep into the lower district. Somewhere in the lower district, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. If not, then soon. Even if I didn't want to know, I would come to understand the task Ivan had entrusted to me, and it would likely be something I didn't wish to do. The preparations to pass through the gate are complete. Iskin approached us. Francek and I looked down at the procession. The narrow-reduced formation was lined up with precise order. Wuwang. The gates opened, and Francek's procession moved forward, leaving the upper district and entering the central road of the lower district. Chapter 113. The lower district was a chaotic sprawl, with few areas adhering to any urban planning. Naturally, it lacked the structured roadways of the upper district, such as its circulation roads. If anything, aerial vehicles were more necessary here than in the upper district. From the gate entrance, people of the lower district were already waiting for Francek. They mostly belonged to the middle class. The welcoming crowd at the entrance greeted Francek with enthusiasm comparable to that of the upper district. The procession was veering off the central road. The atmosphere of the streets was shifting. Amidst buildings that were not just old but decayed beyond repair, the ragged figures of the impoverished came into view. Bzzzzing, a drone, accelerating its movement, entered first. Flying low as if surveilling the crowd, the drone swept through the streets. For those with uncertain identities or high risk levels, it blatantly pointed its gun and drove them away. "Don't be too aggressive, Iskin," Francek spoke briefly. Iskin moved his lips subtly, whispering into the communications link of the mobile command center. The drones retracted their weapons and only issued warnings instead. As the road narrowed, so did the procession, stretching longer in the process. However, the crowd's interest did not wane. In fact, it only grew. People leaned out of buildings with haphazardly placed doors and windows, the result of illegal expansions. Everything was so irregular that predictions were nearly impossible. "Why, Your Majesty? Long live His Majesty. That's the Crown Prince, you idiot." Even curses could be heard sporadically. Many had come out simply to gawk, unaware of whose procession this was. It was quite the spectacle. The cutting-edge, large drones maneuvered flawlessly without collisions, while the Empire's propaganda holograms lit up the surroundings. Beneath them, the Imperial Guards and elite soldiers marched in perfect discipline. Even Francek, who held a certain fondness for the lower district, had never ventured this deep before. That meant many here were seeing such a procession for the first time. Suspicious individual detected, low-level armament, but communications were running busily. The lower district had its fair share of lunatics. Some, either mentally unstable or under the influence of drugs, ignored warnings and pressed dangerously close. Up ahead, an android was driving away someone blocking the road. Pew! I heard a faint, suppressed gunshot. Amidst all the grandeur, death took place. Hidden in a quiet alleyway, the Imperial Guards were eliminating threats. Disobedience meant death, whether due to a broken mind or temporary intoxication. That wasn't our concern. The most important thing is Francek's safety. No matter what Francek thought of the lower district, today's visit would claim many lives. The soldiers would do everything in their power to prevent any mishaps. Piyuung, fireworks shot into the sky to mask the sound of gunfire. As the bursting flames stole the crowd's attention, death blossomed in the alleyways. Their deaths were erased as easily as they had occurred. Does Francek know that people are dying because of him right now? I stole a glance at him. He was too busy preparing for his speech. We arrived at one of our planned stops, a plaza, one of the largest in the lower district. I knew this place well. Homeless people crammed their bodies between benches and decorative fixtures, filling the air with their stench. Near the public restrooms, men with eerie grins stood selling vials of colorful liquid. Meanwhile, men and women in outfits so crude they were outright repulsive waved their hands with fake smiles, selling their bodies. But now, all traces of that daily life had vanished. The plaza, disturbingly clean, had been scrubbed by Imperial soldiers. A fair amount of blood had likely been spilled in the process. The procession encircled the plaza, forming a perimeter. At its center stood Francek and me, wee-eyeing. The platform beneath us slowly began to rise. The eyes of the crowd followed us upward. Thump, thump. My heart pounded as if I had suddenly developed a fear of heights. My pupils must have dilated. Expand your perception and sensory range, Luka. I willed my body to obey. Francek was in extreme danger right now. The world was full of people with strange abilities. Who could have predicted that Rick would have the power to teleport? I wasn't the only one on edge. Iskin and the Imperial Guards radiated an icy tension, their focus sharpened to its peak. Luka, if anything happens, sacrifice yourself to protect His Highness. As long as your brain is intact, we'll find a way to save you. Iskin's voice echoed in my earpiece. You don't need to tell me that, I murmured just loud enough for my words to stay inside my helmet. Weeing, a towering hologram of Francek extended upward from the center of the plaza. The massive projection illuminated the area. You wah, the cheers surged. A giant of light stood over the plaza. Some people would never forget this sight for the rest of their lives. Our Akresha Empire. Francek opened with his speech. The message he delivered in the Upper District was entirely different from the one he gave here. In the Upper District, he had denounced the atrocities of Bellado and Korite, spewing words of hatred. But in the Lower District, such hatred would not take root. These people were too burdened with their daily survival to waste energy hating distant enemies. So instead, Francek spoke of the Empire's meritocratic ideals. The path is open. Of course, from a distance, it may seem closed. If someone tells you to open a door while you stand in utter darkness, even if a door truly exists, finding it would be nearly impossible. Light is far, darkness is near, and hardship and adversity always weigh upon us. Gradually, more and more people turned their attention to his speech, not because of the spectacle, but because of his words. But true citizens of the Empire are born in harsh environments. Our ancestors, exiled from Earth, cultivated barren, inhospitable planets. We began in the wastelands of planet Novus and built this grand city with our own hands. Our strength does not come from abundance but from deprivation. And now? Suddenly, Francek looked at me. As if on cue, the hologram's input device adjusted, and I was projected alongside him through the output lens. Weeing. A full-body hologram of me appeared next to Francek, perfectly scaled to match his own. Take off your helmet, Luka. Francek switched off the microphone as he spoke. So you really intend to put me in a difficult position? I frowned inside my helmet. I knew exactly what he was trying to do. Far from it, I intend to make you a hero. I could not refuse his command. The crowd's attention was fixated on us. If I defied Francek, it would be seen as an insult to the royal family itself. For now, I had to follow his plan, no matter how much I despised it. Cheek. The pressure seal between my helmet and chest plate released. Cold air brushed against the back of my neck. SRRK. I removed my helmet, staring at the crowd with an expressionless face. My history and personal information appeared alongside my giant holographic figure. Fucking hell. I wanted nothing more than to grab Francek by the scruff of his neck and slam him into the ground. But if I did, I'd be executed on the spot. Francek shamelessly revealed every detail of my personal life to the public. Here stands a boy who embodies the very essence of an imperial citizen. A citizen among citizens, the truest of the true accretions. The details of my history scrolled upward in holographic text. Major missions, military medals, battles I had participated in, the elimination of the Lamon's family, and even the killing of the terrorist Rick were all listed. But more than anything, it even mentioned that I had killed a noble inside a torture facility. Technically, that was Iskin's doing, but it seemed they weren't even trying to cover it up anymore. He killed nobles. But that kid is one of us, a lower district native? What are you talking about? He's a noble. It says here he was adopted for his abilities, idiot. He's originally from an orphanage. Not just one or two, according to this, I had killed dozens of nobles, including the entire Lamon's family. A mix of truth and lies, but the weight of the falsehoods was overwhelming. Francek grabbed one of my arms and raised it high. WAH? The sheer volume of the crowd's cheers made the entire plaza tremble. A lower district native had judged and executed nobles with his own hands. The people were ecstatic. They found it exhilarating. Even the expressions of the soldiers were changing in response to the fervor. The atmosphere was dangerously close to overheating. My record finished scrolling. Anyone who could read would understand I was no ordinary person. And Francek had exaggerated even the smallest missions and battles to make them seem extraordinary. If you spread propaganda about a lower district native killing nobles, it'll cause more harm than good, I whispered, making sure my voice didn't reach the microphone. Francek responded with a bright smile. I believe the benefits outweigh the risks. The people of the lower district were now shouting Francek's name and mine in turn. At this moment, he truly seemed like a champion of the common people. Francek's reckless stunt. Even Iskin was caught off guard. Meanwhile, the nobles and officials who had accompanied the procession were busy reporting the situation to their respective families and higher authorities. "Is this another one of your younger brother's ideas?" I asked. Francek simply shrugged. He had noticed the cheers beginning to settle and smoothly resumed his speech. "Luka's Custoria, no, it would be more fitting to call him Luka. This young man stands by my side today because he proved his abilities. I believe Luka embodies the very spirit of the Empire, a true hero. To him, a harsh environment was not an obstacle, but merely a backdrop against which he proved his superiority, just like our ancestors did." Francek placed both hands on my shoulders and gave a firm nod. "My duty is protection. I'll be putting my helmet back on," I said as I pressed it down onto my head, but it was already too late. My name and information would spread across all of Akbaran. By tomorrow, there wouldn't be a soul who didn't know who I was. Gabriel, Gilda, and Grace would all learn the truth. Clench. The moment my helmet was back on, I bit down hard on my lip. But even that wasn't enough to contain my rage. I ground my teeth furiously, tasting blood in my mouth. "Luka, Luka, Luka." I was nothing more than a tool of Imperial propaganda now. The crowd chanted my name, but they weren't truly looking at me. They were cheering for the fictional Luka that Francek had created. A true citizen of the Empire is not born above, but below. Incompetence must be condemned by its very nature, while ability must be recognized no matter where it is found. Francek gestured up and down as he spoke, his words walking a dangerous line. It wasn't anti-imperial rhetoric, but it was undeniably anti-noble. It almost sounded as if he was implying that the current nobility was incompetent. Well, there was some truth to that. Francek's speech concluded, and the massive hologram projecting his image flickered out. But the crowd's cheers remained. "If I offended you, I apologize, Luka's Custoria, but I need your strength. Not all revolutions start from below, some begin from above. But before you can even start your revolution, you will die, at the hands of your father and brother." The words burned in my throat, but I swallowed them. Perhaps mistaking my silence for resentment, Francek awkwardly rubbed his neck and continued. "You are too valuable to remain in the shadows. I want you to be the symbol, the idol of my vision for rule. You are more than capable of fulfilling that role." My throat felt dry. To me, he was already a dead man speaking. His face looked like a skull. "I will do my best, however little that may be," I finally replied. Francek stretched out his hands, clasped mine, and smiled broadly. Chapter 114. Francek's procession passed safely through the lower sector and returned to the upper levels. As they entered the Imperial Guard's grounds, the tension among the people eased. Upon arrival, the procession was disbanding according to unit and affiliation. "Your Highness, this way." Iskin approached with 2 Imperial Guards to escort Francek. The Imperial Guards and I moved with Francek toward the airfield. Waiting at the airfield was Francek's private aircraft, a luxurious 6-seater aerial vehicle. "I've put you all through a lot today in many ways." Francek, who had been walking ahead, turned to face us as he spoke. "We are merely fulfilling our assigned duty." Iskin replied politely. "Due to the circumstances, I had no choice but to change the schedule abruptly. I didn't want to meet prepared people. I wanted to face the real people of the lower sector. Because of my stubbornness, a lot of blood must have been shed today." So, he was at least aware of that much. His change of plans had caused unnecessary deaths. "Your speech was excellent. You have the power to move people's hearts. Now shall we escort you to the Imperial Palace?" Iskin moved to board Francek's aerial vehicle with him. "No, it's fine. I'd like to go alone from here." As the door to the aerial vehicle opened, the boarding steps extended. Francek placed one foot on the steps and spoke. "Escorting you to the Imperial Palace is our duty. This is a matter of my personal affairs. If you must insist, then I'll take only Luka's Custoria with me." Francek compromised slightly. Even Iskin couldn't force his argument at the expense of infringing on the Crown Prince's private matters. Iskin's gaze briefly turned to me before returning to Francek. "Understood." Reluctantly, Iskin nodded. Only Francek and I boarded the crimson aerial vehicle. Chiik, the door to the vehicle sealed shut. Thud. Francek slumped into his seat and unfastened the top button of his coat. A weary sigh escaped his lips. I removed my stifling helmet and let out a short breath. Creak. Francek opened the mini-fridge installed beside his seat and took out a bottle of alcohol and a glass. Care for a drink? I'm on duty. I remained standing as I responded, not even considering taking a seat. How rigid. This is wine made from an original grape variety from Earth. You know what that means. It means you've just missed out on an incredible opportunity. Francek poured the wine into his glass as he spoke. The deep red liquid swirled, releasing a distinctive aroma into the cabin. Bzzz. The aerial vehicle slowly lifted off the ground. Is there a reason you didn't bring Iskin and the other Imperial Guards? I asked bluntly. Francek swirled the red liquid in his glass, twirling it around in circles. He tapped the end of the armrest with his fingers. You're questioning me rather aggressively. Need I remind you? I am the Crown Prince. That's because you've wronged me in many ways today. You made anti-noble remarks while using me as a symbol. And now, in Akbaran, there's no one left who doesn't know who I am. Because of that, my chances of getting killed have skyrocketed. Then I suppose there's something else I should apologize for. Tonight we're going to be attacked. That's why I left Iskin behind. Ah, the wine is opening up nicely. Francek took a sip of his drink, remarkably calm for someone who claimed he was about to be ambushed. A memory surfaced in my mind, the time I rode in an aerial vehicle with Hemilas. We had been attacked by terrorists back then. Hemilas was just as composed, because it had been part of his plan. This would be no different. Once I finished my train of thought, I spoke. You staged this yourself. I can tell you, as my overseer, but I couldn't say the same to Iskin or the Imperial Guards. Is this to purge a particular noble? Francek wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and smirked. I'm not planning to eliminate anyone just yet. I just need to stir up resentment toward the nobles among the lower-class citizens. A crown prince who made anti-noble remarks, and then was attacked that very night. That's the scenario. Emperor Yuria Kresha, Crown Prince Francek, and Ivan, the three members of the imperial family I had encountered so far had different objectives, but they all shared one common goal: strengthening imperial authority. To rule the empire as they saw fit, they constantly kept the nobility in check and, when necessary, even carried out purges. You plan to use the nobles as a sacrifice to unite and gain the support of the lower sector. But are you willing to make enemies of all the nobility? Luka's Castoria, the imperial family isn't monopolizing the interests left behind by the reduced number of nobles. There are other nobles who have been promised a share. Not all nobles were the same, it seemed. I narrowed my eyes slightly. So Castoria is not a family chosen by the imperial house. Noble families that were not granted power or the right to exist by the imperial family either perished or declined. And the most important part of today's scenario is that you risk your life to save me. An irregular from the lower sector saves the crown prince. Ha, how dramatic. Ha, seeing you sneer like that actually puts me at ease. Just as you said, a magnificent story will be completed. Didn't I tell you? I will make you the symbol of my reign. This is how heroes are made. I furrowed my brows and crossed my arms. How will the assault scenario unfold? I will review it myself. I will not head straight to the Imperial Palace. I have prepared a lover for today, a lovely young lady from the lowest branch of the Itanori family. Francek tapped the armrest, bringing up a hologram. A woman's face from the Itanori family appeared in holographic form. But there must be a reason for your highness's location to be exposed. Even the air vehicle we were riding in was constantly changing its color and appearance to evade tracking. That's why I chose this young lady. She is vain and has a very loose tongue. She must have been boasting all over that she was dating me. I even told her a week ago that I would visit her right after today's street procession. It is a perfect cause for my movements to be leaked. Francek was an exceptional man. He was even skilled in schemes and conspiracies. That was why he could not even imagine that he would eventually be disposed of. After all, there was no reason he would not become emperor. That sounds plausible. Excellent. Thanks to your highness, my blade will taste blood today. It is always people like me who get stained and shed it. You become particularly eloquent when you sneer. Criticize me all you want, but this is not for personal gain, it is for the Empire. While we settled on planet Novus, the power of the nobility swelled excessively. Now that the Empire's expansion has ended and we have entered a period of stability, it must be reined in. My lips tingled. Does Francek know that the Castoria family is on the Emperor's purge list? Francek was not a mere puppet crown prince. Yet, I did not get the feeling that he truly saw the depths of it all. He simply thought and acted in accordance with the orthodox principles of kingship. Francek doesn't have the same sticky, lingering sensation as the Emperor or Ivan. He lacks both greed and malice. I narrowed my eyes. My breathing had lengthened as my thoughts deepened. If I want to preserve the Castoria family, I must not side with Francek. Compared to the Emperor or Ivan, this man is weak. The moment Francek realized the malice surrounding him, he would not endure it, he would despair. Luka, the assailants will be professional assassins. There are quite a few people in this world who make a living out of killing. Since you've mastered Aki's victima, you should be able to handle them without much trouble. And don't take them alive, kill them and destroy their heads. No matter how money-crazed an assassin might be, they wouldn't accept a commission to assassinate a member of the Imperial family. Normally, the target would be the young lady of the Itanori family, and the client would be your highness. Francek pointed at me with the hand holding his glass and gave a slight nod of his chin. Correct, overseer boy. The air vehicle carrying Francek and me approached a building in a high-end residential area. As we followed the guiding lines on the instrument panel up to the 72nd floor, the exterior wall slid open, revealing an internal hangar for landing. As soon as the air vehicle touched down, the wall closed again. Light seeped into the dimly lit hangar. We're already here. Francek, who had closed his eyes for a brief moment, opened them again. He must have been quite exhausted. Clunk, the moment Francek stepped out of the air vehicle, the door leading inside the residence opened. Your Highness, I watched your speech today. It was truly, truly moving. You were so dignified. Wait a moment. The woman from the Itanori family had been running toward Francek, but suddenly bolted away in a hurry. Is that even considered clothing? I watched the woman's retreating figure. She wore a gown so sheer and flowing that it left little to the imagination. Even her underwear was bold and extravagant. Were you not coming alone? The woman peeked out from behind the door, showing only her face. They insisted I have at least one bodyguard. There was an event today, after all. I had to come straight here, so there was no helping it. I'm so embarrassed I could die. That was meant just for your highness. The woman shut her eyes tightly, her face flushing red. My apologies. This is... Before Francek could even finish introducing me, the woman pointed an accusing finger at me, daring to interrupt the crown prince. I saw you on the parade broadcast. You're Luka's Castoria, aren't you? I'm Ren Itanori, His Highness Francek's woman. Ren Itanori seemed to hesitate on how exactly to refer to herself at the end. Yes, I am in charge of His Highness's personal security today. I placed a hand on my chest and gave a slight bow. Wow, do you know the whole net is in an uproar because of you? There are even people out for your blood. Ren, your innocence is truly adorable, but let's stop here. Francek approached and gently embraced Ren. Oh, come on, there's someone else here. Ren's face turned bright red. She twisted her hair around her fingers and looked down at the floor. We passed through the garage and entered the house. It didn't seem like a place that was regularly lived in. There was no sign of daily life. I checked each room before giving a nod toward Francek. Luka, stay in the living room. I'll be spending time with Ren. Francek lifted Ren into his arms as he spoke. Ren wrapped her arms around his neck, planting kisses on his cheek without pause. Mr. Bodyguard, no peeking, Ren teased as she entered the room. Laughter, as bright as blooming flowers, filled the air for a moment before the door shut behind them. Jaisel, ridiculously I thought of Jaisel. Ren and Jaisel looked nothing alike, but watching them reminded me of her. Crack, I bit down on my fingernail, forcing myself to focus. You have a job to do, Luka. Push away distractions. Since I knew about the attack in advance, preparing for it wasn't difficult. On top of that, I was fully armed. Ruina was in my coat, Crucis sat securely at my waist, and Graken Vuth rested on my other side. Swish, swish, I spun Graken Vuth around in my palm. A white dagger. The blade danced between my right and left hands with delicate precision. Not once did the acrobatic blade even graze my skin. Like a trick of illusion, Grakenvuth slipped seamlessly between my fingers, gaining momentum. I flicked it behind my back and let it drop toward my face. Whir! Grakenvuth spun rapidly in midair, falling straight toward my eyes. Buzz, I heightened my focus. The surrounding objects felt as if they had momentarily frozen in place. Grakenvuth spun through the air in slow motion. The longer I stretched out time, the hotter my brain burned, as if it were on fire. It was best not to overdo it, just enough to warm up properly. Click! I caught Grakenvuth's blade between two fingers. The handle, still spinning, slid naturally into my grip. Despite today's long series of events, my nervous system was in excellent condition. Even if a fight broke out, I would be fine. Honestly, unless the enemy was an elite Imperial Guard, I was confident I could take on anyone. The house was fairly well soundproofed. However, with my hearing, I could still pick up the sounds from the inner room. Not being able to hear would be a bigger problem. This was, after all, a security detail. If I detected anything unusual inside, I needed to enter immediately. That being said, he was quite impressive. It had already been over 2 hours. Creak, a noise. Unlike the heated sounds from earlier, this was cold, dark, and distinct. I quietly turned my gaze toward the darkness. The shadows wavered. Looking closely, I could see the outline of a person. Ha! I let out a low chuckle. The long-awaited intruders had arrived, just as eagerly anticipated as lovers. It was the kind of thought only the worst kind of human being would have. But I couldn't deny it. This was a chance to release my pent-up frustration and stress. Yeah, I really was a piece of shit. Chapter 115. Hey, I can see everything. I spoke as I stood up. Crackle, crackle, the darkness wavered. Sparks of electricity flickered intermittently, revealing the camouflage adaptive combat suit. It was a sealed full-body suit, so the face remained hidden. Seeing the camouflage adaptive suit reminded me of Rick Silva Nunez. However, the enemy before me was much smaller in stature than Rick. They were about the same size as me. You're not my assassination target. If you want to live, step aside. The glow from inside the helmet burned a bright red. The voice was mechanically altered, devoid of any emotion. I let out a dry chuckle. It's been a while. It's rare to meet someone who looks down on me from the very first encounter. I'm not looking down on you. I'm a professional. I make an effort not to kill anyone outside my target. I listened to the noise coming from the back room. Francek and Ren were still tumbling around, completely unaware that I was facing an enemy. Something feels off. The pieces didn't fit together. That small sense of discord was why I kept talking to this assassin. From what Francek said, it felt like he hired some third-rate assassin. But the assassin standing before me, while seeming a bit eccentric, didn't come across as third-rate. They had an expensive camouflage adaptive combat suit, and their footwork was remarkably balanced. Judging by the lightness of their steps, I doubted I could hit them even if I fired a shot. More importantly, I hadn't noticed them entering the house until they were right in front of me. And I, of all people, had failed to detect them. My combat instincts were usually right. There were rarely any mistakes. If there were, it would mean I was either gravely injured or dead. Do you even know who the man beyond this wall is? I asked as I slowly drew Crucis. I deliberately referred to them as a man rather than a person. The assassin Francek hired was meant to kill Ren Itanori. The assassin showed no reaction to my choice of words. That meant they weren't the one Francek had hired. I know, but it doesn't matter to me. This is your last chance, boy. Step aside. I was instructed to leave as many witnesses as possible. The assassin placed both hands on their waist and drew twin blades, gripping them in a reverse grip as they settled into a stance. A dual-wielding weapon style with an unorthodox approach. One blade was about the length of a forearm, while the other reached up to the shoulder. The mismatched lengths would make it difficult to counter. If they're not here to kill Ren Itanori, then? The assassin before me had been sent by someone else. The assassin Francek had hired was probably already a corpse in some back alley. This one was sent by Ivan Akresha. I followed Ivan's line of thought, trying to piece together the flow of events. If he wants to ruin the Emperor and Kinuan's plans, he has to kill Francek much earlier than the predetermined time. That would collapse the grand scheme of the Emperor and Kinnuan. The empire would be thrown into utter chaos. Chaos, chaos, chaos. My thoughts were nearing their conclusion. I was beginning to understand where this dual-wielding assassin had come from. Their complete disregard for royalty, their confidence. And from Ivan's perspective, what would create even greater chaos? This assassin doesn't belong to the empire. They're from Bellato or Korate. If someone from Bellato or Korate were to assassinate the imperial crown prince, it would mean war, especially with someone as popular among the people as Francek. The Emperor and Kinnuan planned to use Francek as the trigger for war, those crazy old men. A curse nearly escaped my lips. Francek had been designated as a sacrifice to rally the empire's unity before war. If the crown prince were killed by a foreign assassin, the citizens would unite without question and march into battle. Right now, this was Ivan's arrangement. Ivan must have used some hidden channel to bring a foreign assassin deep into the heart of the empire. I could almost feel Ivan's eyes watching me. His ominous gaze kept resurfacing in my mind. Even if things go exactly as Ivan planned, war is inevitable. And it will come even faster than the Emperor and Kinnuan intended. This wouldn't be like the sporadic border skirmishes of the past. It would be an all-out war, one that would consume entire planets and continents in its flames. But if the war started now, the Castoria family would survive. Hemiles's survival would also be assured. The military wouldn't be able to purge its key figures right before total war. I didn't know what would happen after the war. But by then, I would have grown, and Ivan might already be seated on the imperial throne. If I could just buy time, the era of the Emperor and Kinnuan would pass, and the era of Ivan and I would begin. They would weaken, and we would grow stronger. When the time comes, fulfill your role. You belong to no one but me, my overseer. Ivan's words resurfaced in my mind. The time had come, and I finally understood his intent. I also knew the task he had entrusted to me. Clink. My arm loosened, and the tip of my blade lightly touched the floor. If Francek died, I would be held accountable for failing to protect him. I might even be executed. But I had my past achievements and the Castoria name as my backing. More importantly, Ivan would do whatever it took to keep me alive. If my judgment was wrong, then I would die. A wise decision. It's not my place to say, but I'm incredibly strong. No one in this country knows me, though. The assassin slowly approached, eyeing my lowered arm. He intended to walk past me. How much were you paid? At my question, the assassin stopped. He tilted his head slightly, as if he were smiling beneath his helmet. Enough to change not just my life, but the lives of many others. But this will lead to war. I knew combat, but I had never experienced war. Even battles alone created countless tragedies. I could imagine the scale of catastrophe war would bring. Not my problem. The assassin's response was indifferent. I see. I exhaled quietly as I answered. Though only a brief moment passed, my thoughts stretched long. Countless faces flashed through my mind. Buzz, I raised Crucis, blocking the assassin's path. I have to stop you. This isn't right. I had made my decision. The assassin studied me with a tilted gaze. There's no such thing as right or wrong in this world, kid. I knew that much. The world was far too complex to be divided into simple right and wrong. Maybe not for the world, maybe not for you, but for me, there is, because I decide what is right. In the end, it's all just Ashitabi. I am right and others are wrong. Such youthful arrogance, boy. But your fleeting springtime will wither like a blossom beneath my blade. The assassin murmured as if reciting poetry. Then, he took light steps backward. Shut up and come at me, you idiot. I smirked. The assassin's form wavered as if disappearing into thin air. Clang, we clashed. I, Luka's Castoria, fought against the unknown assassin. To put it simply, within less than a minute, my left prosthetic arm was severed and sent rolling across the floor. There was no excuse. I had simply lost in close combat. Though it had only been less than a minute, it felt like I had fought for days without sleep. Time stretched unbearably long, and the weight of exhaustion crushed my mind. Hiya! For the first time since the fight began, I was able to catch my breath. All right, let's assess the situation again. First, the house we were fighting in was completely wrecked. The walls were shattered, and the windows were broken. Every time we clashed, furniture and walls crumbled, turning the place into an open battlefield. Scattered across the floor were items worth more than my entire salary, all reduced to debris. What? What the hell? Francek's horrified voice came from behind me. Since part of the wall had collapsed, he could now see what was happening through the gaps. It seemed even he hadn't anticipated a situation like this. Ren had long since screamed herself unconscious. I still had to protect Francek while fighting. I had no idea how long it would take for reinforcements to arrive. The second surprising factor was the assassin's identity. I hadn't learned her name or background, but a woman. Through the cracked remains of her helmet, I caught a glimpse of her face. Because of her bulky combat suit, I had assumed she was a man, but I was wrong. Her face was covered in scars, just like those of a veteran warrior or soldier. And she's made of flesh and blood. Even her limbs aren't mechanical. I wasn't sure whether it was due to her advanced combat suit or some form of biological enhancement, but she had physically overpowered me in close combat without any mechanical augmentation. If not for Aki's victima, I would be dead. This assassin's combat ability far exceeded that of a mere cadet. She was at least on par with an elite Imperial Guard, possibly even stronger. Crackle, crackle. Electric sparks flickered from the severed end of my left prosthetic. Fortunately, I wasn't the only one catching my breath. The assassin had also engaged in high-speed combat and needed a moment to recover. Regardless, our first clash had cost me my left arm. Once we both regained our breath, I would have to fight under severe disadvantage. You fight in a strange way. It's not Imperial combat techniques, the assassin said as she removed her broken helmet, tossing it aside. Without the voice modulation, her tone was sharp and clear. There was one thing still working in my favor. The assassin didn't understand Aki's combat techniques. She seemed to sense the unnatural optimization in my movements, making her wary of attacking recklessly. Your Highness, to be honest, I might lose this fight. I'll buy time, so you should run. I spoke without looking back. Whoosh! The strong winds unique to high-rise buildings swept through the ruined house, carrying shattered glass and dust into the air. God damn it! Unluckily. A cloud of fine dust and debris blew straight into my face. I shut my left eye and kept only my right cybernetic eye open, and my opponent was a seasoned warrior. She seized the moment when my vision was temporarily narrowed and dashed toward my left. Fast and precise judgment. She had every right to be confident in her strength. Whoosh! The assassin leaped and spun as she closed in from my left. I didn't see it with my own eyes, as my left eye was still closed. I judged it purely by shadow and sound. I ducked my head, narrowly avoiding her blade, and lifted my leg to kick her. I didn't care if my leg got cut. I was outmatched in pure skill and experience. I had to acknowledge that if I wanted to exploit her openings. My strengths lay in Aki's victima and the unique nature of my prosthetic limbs. Even if I lost a limb, I had to continuously create variables, forcing the fight into a situation favorable to Aki's combat techniques. Go ahead, cut my leg. Because the moment you do, my blade will tear through your torso. Your pristine entrails will get their first glimpse of the outside world. The kick I threw now was a trap. My real attack was the follow-up slash as I spun. If she tried to retreat to evade my strike, I would swing crucis in a sweeping motion, using it like a boomerang to cut her down. In an instant, I had prepared a double-layered trap, pushing her toward checkmate. Thud, but the assassin did something unexpected. Instead of dodging, she deliberately collided with my foot, using the impact to propel herself. Whoosh! She barely grazed my kick, but still launched herself toward the outer wall. At this distance, even if I threw crucis, I wouldn't be able to hit her. This cunning! She hadn't even trained in Aki's victima. Just how much real combat experience did she have to make that kind of decision? My silent curse was as much admiration as it was frustration. As she flew backward, her gaze flickered toward Francek. F-whip. A flash of light burst from her hand, a needle-like projectile shot straight at him. Swish! Francek dodged, shielding Ren in his arms. He was royalty, the crown prince of the empire. His prosthetic enhancements were top-tier, and he had undergone basic combat training. A half-hearted attack like that wouldn't hit him. The assassin clicked her tongue, gripping an exposed steel beam as she landed against the building's outer wall. She was trying to scale it and break into Francek's room. Clang! I reacted instantly, hurling crucis. The blade tore through debris, shattered walls, and smashed through windows, racing toward the assassin. The assassin extended her arm, grabbing onto another beam to evade Crucis. I hadn't expected that throw to kill her anyway. I just needed to delay her. I clenched Grakenvuth between my teeth and sprinted forward, reaching out with my right arm to smash through the wall, creating a path. "Hey, you!" The assassin's eyes widened as she realized my intent. With Grakenvuth still in my mouth, I grinned. The edge of the blade nicked my lips, drawing a thin line of blood. Rumble, I leaped and drove my heel into the floor. The high-powered impact, combined with a spinning motion, sent a violent tremor through the building, causing part of it to collapse as if an earthquake had struck. The section of the outer wall the assassin had been holding onto crumbled, sending her tumbling downward. But with her agility, she would easily ride the falling debris and make her way back up. "That's why I'll be your companion on the way down." I hurled myself at her, committing to freefall together. BZZZT. Extending my right arm, I pulled out my preheated shock pistol and aimed at the assassin. Boom! The moment she saw the barrel, she made a sharp leap to the side. She couldn't possibly have known the exact power of the shock pistol, yet she instinctively widened her evasion radius. Truly a seasoned fighter. But my shot wasn't meant for her. It blasted apart the debris she had been using as a foothold. With that, there was nothing left to support us beneath our feet. We plummeted endlessly. Whoosh! As I fell, I flipped in midair, kicking off my shoes and gripping Grakenvuth between my feet. With my remaining right hand, I continuously adjusted my aim with the shock pistol. Without my left arm, this was the best I could do. The assassin and I were hurtling downward at a terrifying speed. The world seemed to collapse around us, as if reality itself was falling away. "Ruina, you better not mess this up. Crucis isn't the only one I love." Well, maybe I did favor Crucis a little more. Bang, bang, I fired the shock pistol in rapid succession. Despite having no footing, the assassin twisted and maneuvered through the air with impossible precision. I had no idea how she was pulling it off, but it was nothing short of incredible. Even after forcing the battle into a rapidly changing situation, the assassin's combat prowess remained unwavering. Like me, who had trained in Aki's Victima, she adapted seamlessly to shifting environments and circumstances. "Looks like you're out of ammo," she muttered amidst the rushing winds. Dragging her blade along the outer wall, she slowed her descent until we were at the same height. In reality, I had one shot left. I lowered the shock pistol's barrel slightly, pretending to let my guard down, only to snap it back up in an instant. Just as I had predicted, she had drawn closer. My chance had arrived. Ruina was my personal weapon. There was no way she could know how many rounds were left in its magazine. Since I hadn't completely emptied it, I could use this deception to my advantage. At our level of combat, counting bullets was second nature. Ammo deception was a crude trick, an improvised feint. But in a battle where the situation changed by the second, even simple tricks became effective. The more chaotic the battlefield, the harder it was to account for every possible variable. Under such conditions, people unconsciously overlooked basic deceptions. The barrel of Ruina aligned perfectly with the assassin. I poured all my focus into pulling the trigger. If this worked, I promised myself I would take care of Ruina before Crucis from now on. Crunch! But before my finger could even reach the trigger, it snapped. The assassin had flicked her foot with precise control, brushing past my hand just enough to break my index finger. Her technique was absurdly refined. "You're adorable, you actually fell for that," she spoke with a relaxed tone. In the end, I was the one who had been fooled by a basic trick. "Looks like you're out of ammo?" Thinking about it now, I felt disgusted at how stupid I had been for believing those words. And the ground was getting closer. Chapter 116. Kung, the assassin and I plummeted from the building. My vision flashed momentarily, and my consciousness flickered out for a split second. The Empire isn't the only thing vast. The world, no, the universe, is immense. I was realizing that fact in the harshest way possible. Aki's Victima wasn't an invincible combat technique. I had known that in theory, but at this moment, I was experiencing it firsthand. Pagic, my legs were on the verge of breaking. When I placed my palms on my knees, violent sparks erupted. I had fallen from a high-rise building, but I had endured the impact by taking it on my legs. Of course, my body and limbs were far from intact. Blood was seeping out from the junctions where flesh met machine. My entire body ached so much that I couldn't even pinpoint where the fractures were. At any rate, I'm still alive. Blinking while slumped on the ground, I took a deep breath. The stench of blood surged up my throat like nausea. Cock, too! I spat out the liquid pooling in my mouth and forced myself to stand. I felt like I was going to die, but I wasn't dead yet. And my enemy was still alive over there. K-Kirik. My state-of-the-art prosthetic legs were still functional despite being half destroyed. Their durability was remarkable. Truly, long live the Empire. My left arm is gone, my legs are barely operational, and my right hand has a broken index finger. I took stock of my condition and lifted my head. My gaze locked onto the assassin, standing about 20 paces away. She was just recovering from the shock of the fall, and her condition was far better than mine. It was almost ridiculous. A monster, huh? Just before falling, the assassin had used her blade to scrape against the building's outer wall, reducing the impact. Then she had twisted midair to execute a breakfall, further mitigating the shock. However, as a result, one of her blades had snapped, and she had lost an eye after taking a hit from my Graken Vuth, which I had swung with my foot. Daljarak, I picked up the Graken Vuth from the ground and readied myself. An eyeball, still hooked onto the weapon's tip, rolled onto the floor. It was her left eye. Right before we fell, I launched an all-out offensive, while the assassin focused on preparing for the impact instead of fighting. The difference between flesh and machine had played out here. The assassin hadn't been able to take the full impact with her legs. Thanks to that, I had managed to steal her eye using the Graken Vuth wedged between my toes. Kong, tongue. With a metallic clang, drones crashed onto the ground with hollow thuds. The only reason I had a moment to catch my breath was that the patrolling drones had lunged at the assassin. The assassin hurled a throwing weapon, taking down the incoming drone. It looked like a needle about the length of a finger, but it must have been monomolecular coated. It pierced through the drone in a single strike. F-whoosh. A needle flew toward me as well. Kang, I deflected it to the side with my Graken Vuth. The assassin, having dealt with the drones, turned her gaze toward me. You're unbelievably skilled in combat for your age, kid. You kept shifting the battlefield to your advantage no matter what. As she spoke, she reversed her grip on her last remaining blade. Unlike before, she no longer bounced lightly on her feet. She injured her leg too. I focused on the assassin's legs. She was pretending to be fine, but if I looked closely, she was subtly favoring her left leg. You're impressive yourself. You've got every right to be confident in your strength. It was a statement meant to buy time, but it was also the truth. I had continuously changed the battlefield, creating variables. That was the only reason I had been able to fight her on even ground. But I can't create any more variables now. We were on the pedestrian walkway below the building. My only weapon was the Graken Vuth. There was no time to load Ruina, and Crucis was somewhere far off, having fallen away. If she charges at me, how many more seconds can I hold out? My injuries were far more severe. I had lost my left arm, and my legs were damaged to the point that I couldn't even run. The fight itself was becoming unsustainable. Kid, I could kill you right now and leave. I still have enough time for that. Instead of attacking, the assassin initiated a conversation. Her tone was calm. Then why don't you stop talking and try it yourself? I narrowed my eyes and provoked her. You already know the answer. I failed this job. A professional doesn't kill unnecessarily. Don't throw your life away over some petty pride. Life is all about possibilities. The assassin relaxed her stance, lowering her arms as if she had no intention of fighting. With her one remaining eye, she glanced up briefly. Francek was still up on the 72nd floor. She's right. I had almost let my emotions get the better of me and put myself in danger. If I died, everything would be over, the Castoria family, Jacel, everything. My death wasn't just my own. I gave a slight nod but kept my guard up. She was an expert in deception and trickery. I couldn't trust that she wouldn't strike when I least expected it. Give me back my left eye and I'll leave. If I have the original, regeneration treatment will be much easier. The assassin spoke with an empty eye socket fully exposed. The dark crimson hollow was eerie, with blood smeared across her face like a scar. Whoosh! I picked up the eyeball from the ground and tossed it. The assassin caught it midair and tucked it into a storage compartment on her combat suit's waist. She turned her back to me and disappeared between the buildings. Soon, martial law would be declared in Akbaran. The military would comb through the city's outskirts, searching for the crown prince's would-be assassin. But she would escape Akbaran unscathed. There wasn't any logical reason for me to believe that. It was just a gut feeling. No, thinking about it, it was more of an emotional reason. A warrior strong enough to push me to this point shouldn't die in such a trivial manner. 2 days had passed since the assassination attempt. To my great honor, I was receiving treatment at the Imperial Medical Center. The doctors placed some strange device emitting a crimson glow over my injuries and injected unknown drugs into my body. At first, I had no idea what they were doing. But within a day, my fractured bones had almost fused back together, and my wounds were already closing with a pinkish hue. My personal physician proudly explained something about accelerating cell division. As a side effect, there was an exponentially increased chance of cancer developing in the regenerated areas. But it didn't matter. I'd be getting a full-body prosthetic in the future anyway. Damn, this hospital room is ridiculously huge. Lying down, I stared at the empty space in my ward. It was larger than most training facilities, with nothing but a single medical bed in the middle. My voice would probably echo if I spoke. Creak, the door to the hospital room opened. Francek entered first. I struggled to sit up and greeted him. Lukaus Castoria, you saved my life. Apologies for the late visit. Francek made an exaggerated gesture and hugged me. Then, he gestured for the accompanying personnel and doctors to leave the room. I only carried out my duty, I replied formally. Once everyone else had left, only Francek and I remained in the hospital room. I swear I had nothing to do with that assassin. Francek whispered, his expression genuinely remorseful. Did you capture her? No. We've been combing through Akbaran, but it doesn't look like she'll be caught. And on top of that, there isn't a single trace of her in the Empire's database. She's probably... Francek hesitated. It wasn't something easy to say. From Bellato or Korate. She didn't seem like an Imperial citizen. We're investigating where things went wrong. Ren Itanori is also being interrogated. I doubt she's involved in this kind of political intrigue, but you never know. Francek was both a ruler and a member of the Imperial family. For the sake of his goals, minor immorality and sacrifices meant little to him. Ren Itanori might even be subjected to torture. The assassin was hired by your trusted younger brother, Ivan. The words reached my throat but never left my mouth. One fortunate thing is that, in the grand scheme, my plan was a success. I was attacked and you protected me. Right now, you're a hero to the lower district. You might not feel it yet, but it's true. I really didn't feel it. And it wasn't something I particularly welcomed. Instead, I calmly shifted the topic. For your Highness's goal of weakening the nobility, the assassin's identity must not be revealed as a Bellato or a Koratan. Haha, don't worry about that. I've already planted people in every tavern in the lower district. The rumor spreading right now is that a noble tried to have me killed. But for the time being, I'll need to be more cautious with my security. After all, we still don't know who the real mastermind behind this was. Francek and I concluded our private discussion shortly after. The next visitor was Hemilas. He exchanged a few words with Francek at the door. You have a fine son, commander of the Imperial Guard. He's a promising talent. He's capable, yes, but I'd prefer it if you didn't push him too hard or take him too far. I still want to keep him under my wing. I've never been harsh on him. Besides, a child must leave his father's side someday. Personally, I intend to reward Luka. He did save my life. Hemilas stood by the door, as if bidding Francek farewell. Francek nodded and left the room. Without a word, Hemilas took a seat beside my bed. He scanned my condition and curled one side of his lip. There aren't many people in Akbaran who could leave you in this state. I'm quite curious about who it was. I'm curious too. I didn't expect a mere assassin to possess this level of skill. I raised my left arm, now fitted with a temporary prosthetic. Soon, I would be receiving new limbs. An irregular from the lower district who prevented the crown prince's assassination. That holds significant symbolism. Do you know what it means? It means the value of my existence and my political utility have increased. The likelihood of my disposal has decreased. At my words, Hemilas burst into laughter. He laughed for quite some time, then braced himself against his knee and leaned slightly to one side. This reminds me of when you had just become a cadet. I gave you a piece of advice back then. I remembered it clearly. It's fine to be better than others, but you must not be different from them. Not if you want to live long. Retracing that memory, I repeated his words aloud. You told me that if I wanted to live long, I must not be different from others. But now, you have become different. Not just from other cadets, but even from the Imperial Guards. According to your words, that means I won't live long. Well, if you're only slightly above average, then yes, you shouldn't stand out. But if you become so overwhelmingly exceptional that you are irreplaceable, then it's fine. You've seen a few people like that, haven't you? Two names immediately came to mind. Kinuan and Jin Ga. They were different from others, but they were also overwhelmingly exceptional. That was why they had survived for so long. Hemilas took a breath and looked around the hospital room. It was a single-person ward so spacious that I could probably run around and kick a ball inside. Luka's Custoria, now that you've become different from the rest, the only way for you to survive is to become stronger. Use everything at your disposal and never let go of what you seize. I already am. The season of storms will be upon us soon. We need to prepare as well. As soon as your treatment is finished, return to the main estate immediately. We'll meet at the Silver Moon Pavilion then. Jup and Giselle asked me to pass on their regards. Ah, and Eva too. Hemilas rose from his seat. Just as he was about to leave, he hesitated. SRRRK. He extended his large hand and ruffled my hair lightly. Well done. You never fail to impress me. With those words, Hemilas left the room. I watched his back until the door shut behind him. Hemilas often spoke in layered meanings. Ambiguous probing was one of his specialties, making it difficult to gauge exactly how much he knew. Silver Moon Pavilion. Most likely, I would have to make some kind of decision there, and my uneasy premonitions were usually correct. I slowly closed my eyes. My chest felt tight. Chapter 117. The laser scanner, shaped like a pistol, swept over my new prosthetic arm and leg. A grid-patterned laser passed over my limbs. It was a non-destructive integrity test. If there were any unnecessary or suspicious foreign substances, they would be immediately detected. Beep. The scan results came back clean. Even so, I couldn't let my guard down just yet. Creak, creak. I moved my fingers one by one, starting with the ones that had finished being scanned. Even though they were covered with artificial skin, the unfamiliarity made them produce a rough sound. It's much better than what I was using before. Despite being brand new, it felt natural. The signal stability and compatibility were excellent, making the sensation remarkably similar to my previous prosthetics. Even though it was a new prosthetic, its output was nearly identical to my old one. That was to be expected. I had already been using the highest output prosthetic available within my class specifications. To increase the output any further, I would either have to enlarge my frame or undergo a full-body prosthetic conversion. I closed my eyes and focused my hearing. Tap. I tapped my new prosthetic arm and leg with my fingers, listening to the sound waves as they spread. Even from the returning sound, I couldn't detect any foreign substances. This was reassuring enough. Slowly, I opened my eyes. Now was the time to be cautious. I had to suspect everything. Looks like there's nothing strange embedded in the gift. The new prosthetic arm and leg were a gift from Fransek. Among commercially available products, they were the most high-end. It was almost a waste for me to use them, considering I would soon undergo a full-body prosthetic conversion. Once that happened, I would be using prosthetics exclusive to the Imperial Guard. I had been hospitalized at the Imperial Medical Center for 3 days. My recovery was so fast it was beyond surprising. It was eerie. If I had been treated by the Imperial Guard, it would have taken at least 2 months to heal from such injuries. The only people who visited me in those 3 days were Fransek and Hemilas. Kinuan, Giselle, and Ivan hadn't visited. That's normal. Giselle didn't have the authority to enter the Imperial Medical Center. Officially, neither did Kinuan. And Ivan had always visited me without anyone knowing, just like now. The moment I boarded the air vehicle set to autopilot towards the Imperial Guard headquarters, I narrowed my eyes. Ivan Akresha was inside. With his legs crossed, Ivan gazed at me. His eyes beneath his long lashes gleamed almost unnaturally bright. "You disobeyed my orders, Luka." "Have you ever given me an order?" I responded calmly as I took a seat across from him. For the first time, I clearly felt Ivan's emotions. Anger. Ivan was angry at me. I clasped my fingers together, afraid my hands might tremble. "Luka, Luka, Luka, I don't want to play word games with you. You understood both my command and my intent. Right now, we should be holding Francek's funeral." "No, I wouldn't be able to attend the funeral. I'd be in prison, held accountable for the failure in security. With all my limbs severed, no less. So even after I said that, you still didn't trust me. I would have taken care of the aftermath. I didn't want to gamble my life on someone who isn't even my comrade, no matter who they are. Now was the time to stand my ground. I couldn't afford to be submissive. I had to negotiate on equal terms. Don't let the monster drag you around, Luka." I steadied my wavering heart and stared at Ivan, my gaze sharp. "I believe I've treated you well," Ivan said. "I put in my utmost effort. Do you think my sincerity was lacking?" His eyebrows curved in an expression of pity. But that, too, had to be an act. A royal who saw even their own blood as mere tools, who deceived and killed without hesitation, that was what he truly was. "Ivan, you are not my superior. You're not the commander of the Imperial Guard, nor are you Kinnuan. And you're certainly not His Majesty, to whom I must offer blind loyalty. I believe I've already done enough by not reporting your treasonous scheme." Ivan bit his lower lip as if stung by my words. A flicker of emotion passed through his gaze, something almost like the verge of tears. I couldn't be deceived by his appearance. I had to sharpen my senses and look beyond to see the monster beneath. Last night, that deranged boy had tried to kill his own blood relative to start a war. It wasn't out of some overwhelming sense of justice that I stopped it. I didn't know much about war. I had simply followed my instincts. Starting a war just to escape my own predicament would only lead to even greater sacrifices. I would end up losing far more. I had fought in many battles, and every time, misfortune and sorrow had raged like wild beasts. The madness and disaster that would come from a war, a series of battles, hundreds or even thousands of them, I knew all too well. I didn't just endure battles, I relished them. I even found them exhilarating. Every time I crushed and killed the strong with my own power, I felt an indescribable pleasure, one far beyond something as trivial as sexual gratification. But even I understood that war was madness. "In the end, you were never my overseer," Ivan said, drawing a line between us. His voice was detached, as if severing all emotion. He moved to stand up. "I can't afford to be Ivan's enemy. I need him on my side." I quickly opened my mouth to speak. "Blind loyalty is not the purpose of an overseer's existence. That's what you said, Ivan?" Ivan stared at me intently. He leaned back against the chair again and moved his delicate lips. Keep talking, Luka. If you have a different opinion, I'll listen." Ivan pursed his lips as he observed me. I steadied my breath and continued speaking. Starting a war immediately would be an extreme decision. The Empire would have to wage war while dealing with internal instability. That's why His Majesty sought to solidify his power first and use Prince Francek's death as the trigger for war. Ivan's pupils widened. A deep smile spread across his lips as if he were pleased. "You really do understand the situation well, Luka. That's right, Father believes that once war breaks out, the power of the nobility, especially the military factions, will grow. So he wanted to deal with them in advance. But I think differently. If war breaks out, the imperial authority will strengthen. Many nobles and soldiers will die. And most importantly, I will be commanding the battlefield as the crown prince. Strengthening the imperial authority is simple. Once I become a war hero, it's resolved." I couldn't picture that delicate-looking boy being revered as a war hero. We were exchanging thoughts and discussing our perspectives. Ivan was envisioning an ideal relationship between an emperor and his overseer. He was likely enjoying the current conversation quite a bit. If, as you say, His Majesty is being swayed by Kinnuan, then the Empire and the imperial family's greatest problem is Kinnuan. That means the first person who needs to be eliminated is Kinnuan, not Francek. We should use Kinnuan's death as the trigger to set everything in motion. If Kinnuan dies, many currents will shift. His Majesty's plans will have to change as well. If His Majesty is truly dependent on Kinnuin, he may even pass the throne down immediately after Kinnuin's death. Ivan, that would bring your era much sooner. Please take the bait, I desperately hoped. If this didn't work, it was all over. You don't know Kinnuin very well. If assassinating him were easy, it would have been done long ago. Even I can't see the full extent of his depths. Of course, I don't know him well, but if you teach me everything you do know, our chances will increase. What you don't know, you can teach me, and I can move in places you can't. Right by Kinnuin's side. Alone, it's difficult, but with two, it's possible. Not bad, Luka. You just managed to tempt me quite well. Ivan leaned his upper body forward, bringing his face close to mine. His eyes gleamed with exhilaration. As expected, Ivan desired an ideal relationship between an emperor and his overseer. His dissatisfaction with Kinnuin made perfect sense. Kinnuin was far too heavy a presence to maintain any sort of balance in a relationship. He was a man who pulled everything around him toward himself, as if he were the center of the world. His very existence was a singularity. Kinnuin has exposed a fatal weakness to me. His brain dysfunction is gradually worsening. If I stay by his side for a long time, an opportunity will come my way. And if you create that opportunity for me, even better. Interesting, really interesting. Are you planning to kill your own mentor? If necessary, Kinnuin wouldn't hesitate to kill me either. Well, that's true, and while I respect Kinnuin, I don't treasure him. That was the truth. Killing Kinnuin was an unpleasant thought, but if I made the decision, I was certain I wouldn't hesitate. See, you can do it when you try, Luka. You really are my overseer. Ivan's voice brimmed with excitement. As always, I don't need an order. I'll act when the time comes. Haha, good. Let's start everything with Kinnuin's death. I'll plan everything under the assumption that he's already dead. I can barely contain my excitement. I feel like I'm going to explode. I mean my head feels like it's going to explode, so don't misunderstand. Like a surge of inspiration bursting forth, life overflowed from Ivan. He radiated an energy so intense that, for a moment, he seemed more alive than a mere body of flesh and blood, almost as if he were something beyond human. Perhaps influenced by that vitality, I suddenly envisioned a future where Ivan sat upon the throne. It felt as if my instincts were foreseeing what was to come. Ivan, he would never be a good emperor, but he will be a powerful one. That we call a tyrant. Luka, the season of storms is coming soon. Take care of yourself. Ivan spoke as he approached the air vehicle's door. Slowly, he fastened his coat and pulled his hood down low. His coat had an adaptive camouflage function, causing his figure to blur and blend into the surroundings. The season of storms? Hemilas had said the same thing once. At the time, I thought it was merely a metaphor. But it wasn't. I searched for information. The season of storms was truly approaching. It was a storm cycle that struck Akbaran approximately once every 30 years. Since it could last for over a month at its longest, it was called the season of storms. I was making deals with everyone. To Kinnuin, I said I would bring down Hemilas and take the position of family head. To Ivan, I said I would kill Kinnuin. That was how I bought myself time and support. This was a role only I could play in this tangled web of relationships. Just like Kinnuin, I had twisted these entanglements further to carve out a domain of my own. I had learned more from Kinnuin than I had realized. He had been a good teacher. Click. Inside the air vehicle, I checked my weapons. For now, I planned to prioritize the maintenance of Ruina. Although Ruina hadn't played a major role in the last battle, I felt the need to take care of it. If I put effort into it first, the next time, Ruina might do something in return. I knew this was just a superstitious way of thinking. Beep. A notification sounded. It meant I was nearing my destination. As I partially disassembled Ruina, I looked outside the air vehicle. The Castoria estate came into view. Hemilas told me to come to the estate as soon as my treatment was complete. There was nothing strange about this visit. These were chaotic times. We had matters to catch up on. And as a Castoria myself, visiting my family's estate wasn't unusual. Creak, click. But even as I headed to the estate, I was inspecting my weapons. Right. I had to prepare for the worst. So far, I had made deals with both Ivan and Kinnuin. And today, it's time to make a deal with Hemilas. The air vehicle descended. The estate's landing zone was getting closer. Down below, I saw a single person waiting. The one who had come to greet me was Giselle. Chapter 118. Castoria Manor was silent. From the outside, it almost looked like an uninhabited estate. I stepped out of the aerial vehicle. Giselle was standing alone on the airstrip, without even a single servant. Normally, it was customary to have a few retainers or attendants accompany her. As I glanced around, Giselle answered, "Everyone's busy, so I came alone." She spoke while looking up at the sky. My gaze followed hers. The sky was as gloomy as ever. There were no signs of an impending storm yet. Because of the storm, the manor has to be prepared too. When the storm gets too strong, even aerial vehicles can't be used. I fixed my eyes on the warehouse behind the manor. There was a lot of movement over there. They seemed to be stockpiling supplies. What about the commander? Shouldn't you start calling him father? It still doesn't feel natural, I replied as I stepped closer to Giselle. We walked along the garden path that curved around toward the manor. Step. Our pace was slow, but the walk itself was short. The lower district is in complete chaos after that recent procession incident. I thought you should know. Gilda and Gabriel told me not to go down there for a while. Giselle spoke as we reached the front gate of the manor. So things really did get dangerous. My identity and history had been fully exposed to the public. If I wanted to go down to the lower district from now on, I would have to conceal my face. Naturally, Giselle needed to be careful as well. I was already concerned about Barbara, so this was actually a relief. Castoria Manor was safe. How are people reacting now that my identity is out? I mean Gabriel's side, I asked casually. Gabriel seems a bit angry. Gilda, on the other hand, actually looks pleased. She tends to think of you like a prince. I let out a bitter smile. Giselle, do as Gabriel and Gilda say and stay out of the lower district for now. It's not a good time. Gilda is smart. She'll handle business on her own. Besides, you can organize data from here just fine, can't you? But, no, you're right, I should be cautious. Giselle spoke with a lingering hesitation in her voice. She reached out and opened the manor door. Creak. Unlike usual, the main house was bustling with activity. It was clear they were busy preparing for the storm. Given the location of Castoria Manor, their urgency was justified. The estate was in the outskirts of Akbaran, accessible only by aerial vehicles. They would need to stockpile enough supplies to last through the storm season. You've done a remarkable job, Lukaus. I'm incredibly proud of you. Forgive me for not visiting you while you were recovering. The circumstances weren't favorable. My stepmother, Eva, spoke while looking at me. She was giving instructions to the family's servants, carrying herself as the mistress of the household. I only did what had to be done. She and I always spoke in a formal, detached manner. Neither of us had any expectations of emotional connection or familial bonds. That had been abandoned long ago. Never forget to do what must be done. Your father is at the Silver Moon Pavilion. He told me to let you know when you arrived. Eva's words carried a pointed edge. It was her way of telling me to know my place. Yet a trace of resentment and jealousy seeped through her tone. Silver Moon Pavilion. It was an important place within the Castoria family. Even her biological son, Jup, was not allowed to enter freely, while I had unrestricted access. As if I were the rightful heir of the Castoria family. I'll see you at dinner then. I took a step back, distancing myself from Eva as I spoke. Then, I gave Giselle a small nod before widening the gap between us. As I moved down the hallway, passing by servants coming and going, I made my way toward the back entrance of the manor. Ah, young master, it's been a while. You've achieved something truly great. The servants and retainers bowed their heads in greeting as soon as they saw me. I returned the gesture out of formality and hastened my steps. I knew this manor well enough now to navigate it with my eyes closed. What once seemed overwhelmingly vast and complicated had become familiar. No matter what anyone says, the one who brought me this far was Hamilla's. I owe him a great deal. I would have no hesitation in killing Kinuan. But Hamilla's, that would not be so easy. Luka, we need to talk. A harsh voice called my name. It was Jup. He stood by the back door, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. From the look of him, he had been waiting for me. I'm afraid I can't right now. I have a prior engagement with father. At first, Jup's face twisted in irritation. But then, as if trying to suppress his hostility, he lowered his arms and spoke in a calmer tone. I know you find me unpleasant and irritating, but make time for me. He was being uncharacteristically earnest, making it difficult for me to ignore him. We can talk on the way to the Silver Moon Pavilion. That's good enough. Jup gave a nod and opened the back door. Then, in a rare gesture of consideration, he held it open, waiting for me to pass through. This was different from his usual antagonistic demeanor. Something had changed in him. Because of that, I didn't rush my steps. We walked the path leading from the back of the manor to the Silver Moon Pavilion. I'm a soldier too, Luka. I know. Something doesn't feel right. Lately, the atmosphere has been strange. If even I can sense it, I'm sure you must know something. Jup was by no means a prodigy, but he wasn't a fool either. He was an ordinary man, one who envied and resented what he didn't have, yet at times, compromised with reality. If you had functioning eyes, you could tell a storm was coming just by looking at the dark clouds in the distance. You didn't need extraordinary insight for that. That was the current state of the Empire and the military. The clouds were gathering. Even Jup, as a soldier, seemed to feel an inexplicable sense of unease, and Hamilla's likely hadn't given him a proper explanation. A storm is coming, I answered briefly. You're close to father, and you have a good relationship with Giselle, so I believe, as an adopted son, you must have some attachment to the Castoria family as well. I stopped walking. Jup halted as well. This is my home now. Whether I like it or not, I consider you my brother. It was an awkward thing to say, but it needed to be said clearly, because I truly meant it. I didn't like Jup, but I didn't wish for his death. The same went for Eva. I don't like you either, but I consider you part of the Castoria family. If our family faces a crisis, I will stand with you. I expect you will do the same. Jup extended his hand for a handshake, a symbolic truce. I took his hand without hesitation. As our eyes met, Jup gave a small nod before letting go. Family, liking or disliking each other wasn't the point. We were part of the same house. If an external enemy appeared, our personal feelings wouldn't matter. We would have to work together. Father is waiting for you. Go on. Jup saw me off, then turned back the way we had come. Leaving him behind, I headed toward the Silver Moon Pavilion. The old front gate stood half open, as if expecting me. Knock. I lightly tapped on the door before stepping inside. This is Luka's Castoria. A staircase leading to the second floor came into view. Below it stood Hamilla's. Ah, good, you're not late. I had no idea what I supposedly wasn't late for. Hamilla's said no more and simply climbed the stairs, gesturing for me to follow. As he stepped onto the second floor corridor, he spoke again. One of the elders is waiting for you. For me? Do you know who it is? A figure came to mind. During my adoption process, 2 of the elders had opposed it, 4 had remained silent, and only 1 had voted in favor. It must be the one who cast the sole vote in favor of my adoption. An old memory resurfaced, an elder who had once affectionately touched my cheek. Child, you must survive for a long time. To do so, you must not be swept away by chaos, you must consume it, even if it means your throat is torn to shreds. That was what he had told me. Looking back now, it felt as though he had known something. He hadn't simply been referring to the life of an adopted son from the lower districts. His time is running out. He doesn't have long left. He's holding on purely by willpower. A part of me felt relieved. The reason Hamilla's had summoned me to the Silver Moon Pavilion was different from what I had expected. Honestly, I had been prepared for an interrogation. I vaguely thought that nobles with full-body prosthetics would be immortal. I knew, logically, that they could die of old age, but it never truly felt real. Even with a fully cybernetic body, one could still grow old and die. I had known that in theory, but it had never hit me until now. Luka, even I don't know much about the elders. Compared to them, I am still but a child. But one thing is clear, Castoria has endured thanks to the wisdom of these sages. Always listen to their voices. But the choices are ours to make, as are the consequences. The deepening wrinkles at the corners of Hamilla's mouth suggested he was satisfied with my answer. At the end of the second-floor corridor stood an ornate door, exuding the scent of aged wood. Creak. Hamilla's and I stepped inside. The room was filled with thick incense smoke. Beyond it, elders draped in black veils stood in silence. Their dark robes trailed along the floor as though swallowing even their shadows. If ghosts were visible, I imagined they would look like this. The elders number 7, but only 6 were standing. They stood solemnly by a bedside. One elder, nearing death, lay on the bed. Tubes and cables jutted out from the sides, supporting what remained of his life within his cybernetic body. "You have arrived just in time, head of the house. And Luka's Custoria." The voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible to tell which of the 6 had spoken. "Go on." Hemilas nudged me forward with a nod. As I stepped closer, the elders shifted aside, making room. Hiss. Hiss. The dying elder gasped for breath on the bed. His brain's signals had weakened, leaving his full body prosthetic unable to function on its own. "I was told you summoned me, elder," I spoke as I sat beside the bed. From beneath the veil, a pair of eyes watched me. Their one-stall light regained a faint glimmer. "Your hand," the elder on the bed spoke. I reached out and held his hand. Despite his full-body prosthetics, I could feel how weak he had become. "Russell." The other elders didn't just step back, they quietly began leaving the room one by one. Even Hemilas exited. Before I realized it, I was alone with the dying elder. Why? Why would he want to speak to me alone? Even Aki's victima's intuition couldn't grasp what was happening. The situation was so unusual that, at first, I suspected it might be a trap set by the Custoria family to eliminate me. But if that were the case, there was no reason to go through such an elaborate process. "Elder, is there a secret about me, genetically or otherwise?" Only one conclusion remained. I had questioned it before. The thought that I might have been designed for a specific purpose. But despite being on the verge of death, the elder's shoulders trembled with laughter. His breath was rough and uneven. "Child, you can put that worry to rest. Even those who govern the stars and the scientists who trespassed upon the domain of gods have failed to recreate and control humanity. Listen to me. From the time when lightning was believed to be a divine spear and volcanic eruptions were seen as the wrath of gods, all the way to this era, where atheism is common sense and mankind travels between planets, one truth has remained unchanged." There was a deep fondness in the elder's voice. Though his tone was calm, it almost felt like he was singing. "I'm listening. As always, when humanity faces an overwhelming force beyond its control, it turns to the chaos of the universe and prays. Inevitably, people come to believe in fate. Luka, do you believe in fate?" I hesitated, my lips slightly parted before I finally spoke. "Fate is unscientific, but there are moments when I can't help but acknowledge its existence. There are times when no other word but fate can explain a situation. I knew that even without living a full half-century, someone who had lived many times longer than I had would surely feel the weight of that word even more. Artificial reproduction is impossible. Even if the genetics are identical, the outcomes will always differ. The belief that human effort can create miracles is nothing more than the arrogance of ignorance. But this universe is different. When inevitabilities, woven together through chaos, overlap, they become fate, and that fate, as if by some cruel joke, recreates the past. That is why I believe in reincarnation, child. Even if it is nothing more than an illusion conjured by a fragile consciousness, I am fine with that. I don't quite understand what you mean. You will, in time. I am simply glad I could meet you one last time. I wish I could say more, but it would only serve to satisfy myself." A sharp pang struck my chest. It wasn't fate I was feeling. It was as if this person's emotions were reaching me. A force of will so strong that it seemed capable of delaying even death itself. If there is anything I can do, I will. If it was within my power, I wanted to grant his request. "Keep fate by your side, but do not be swept away by it, Luka's Custoria. That is my only wish." I stared silently at the elder for a moment before reaching out. Without realizing it, my fingers lifted the veil. Beneath it was a stark, featureless visage. Not the face of a human, but a mechanical one, devoid even of synthetic skin. The elders of the Custoria family had erased even their own identities in their pursuit of existence. And yet, I felt as if I knew his name. A causal determinism that seemed to resonate with Aki's victima. The first rebellion, Noel Mulliskane, and figure from Custoria's past, living in that same era. Fragments of events and years locked into place. Every time a piece didn't fit, I overturned the board, reconstructing my reasoning from the ground up until the puzzle aligned. Blood trickled from my nose. I wiped it away with the back of my hand and opened my eyes. It wasn't perfect, but the picture in my mind was complete enough. Only one name lingered on the tip of my tongue, and I cautiously spoke it aloud. Your name is Agatha. Agatha Custoria, isn't it? The woman who had founded the Custoria family. The progenitor Agatha Custoria. At my words, her eyes widened. If her cybernetic body had the ability to shed tears, she would have. It is likely the result of high-speed, multifaceted inference through Aki's victima. But I would like to believe that you recognized me, Noel. Agatha Custoria was a woman who wished to believe in fate and reincarnation. Chapter 119. The incense smoke curled around Agatha and me, rising and swaying as if enveloping us. Agatha Custoria. Even I found it hard to believe after saying that name. The elder lying in bed was Agatha Custoria, a figure from over 200 years ago. Even among full-body prosthetic nobles, it was rare for someone to live beyond 2 centuries. Roughly calculating, Agatha had survived close to 3 centuries. Agatha called me Noel. She believes I am Noel's reincarnation. Reincarnation and the cycle of rebirth were nonsense. When one dies, everything vanishes. Consciousness was merely the result of electrical and chemical reactions. Agatha simply wanted to believe in superstitious concepts. It was an illusion born from her feeble mind. More than anything, Agatha herself admitted that she had grown weak, which was why she now believed in such things. But I need to take advantage of Agatha's goodwill. I half opened my eyes and gently clasped Agatha's hand. If you mean Noel, are you referring to Noel Mulliskane? Mulliskane was a name added later. Noel was simply Noel. I never liked the name Mulliskane. It was confusing. Even organizing my thoughts felt overwhelming. But there wasn't much time. Agatha could die at any moment. How much does Agatha know? And what about the other elders and Hamilas? Did Agatha think I was the Emperor's overseer? And was Noel Mulliskane also an overseer for the Emperor? A long-standing question surfaced in my mind. The first rebellion led by Noel Mulliskane. From what I had seen of the Empire's depths, it wouldn't have been surprising if the Empire had used Noel to instigate the rebellion. They could have orchestrated it, only to eliminate it before the flames grew too large. Noel, who took on the role of the rebellion's leader, must have been an overseer for the Emperor, just like Kinuan. If that were the case, everything made sense. The reason Aki's victima was a requirement for overseers. That's why the overseer's other name was Aki's Demini. You look so deep in thought, just like Noel. If there's no genetic connection, I wouldn't resemble him. I'm not talking about appearances. I mean your soul. What utter nonsense. If a vagrant on the streets had said something like that, I would have ignored it. I don't believe in the existence of souls, but even if they did exist, they wouldn't be something you could see. A murky laugh followed. It had the distorted resonance of a mechanical voice. There's no need to separate the inner self from the outer self. Our soul isn't something inside us, it exists outside. The shape of a soul isn't determined by inner thoughts, but by outward actions. Have you been watching me all this time? The sharpness in my voice was no illusion. The secrets I carried were my shield. But the moment they slipped out, they would become the blade that pierced my heart. If Agatha knew my secrets, then I was in grave danger. Hamilas could be standing behind the door, armed and waiting. I want my descendants to prosper. But that doesn't mean I want to betray you twice. I hope this answers your questions and fears. Agatha's words were strange. She was seeing Noel and me as the same person. I parted my lips slightly. I also want to protect the Custoria family. If there's something I need to know, you must tell me. Silence fell. The light in Agatha's metallic face flickered, as if it might go out. I feared that her consciousness would fade at any moment. I had to make a choice here. If I wanted answers from her, I would have to offer a piece of my own secrets in return. The Emperor is trying to bring down the Custoria family. I need your counsel. Though I do not share your blood, I ask you as a descendant who has inherited the Custoria name. Agatha's eyes flared. With a trembling motion, she struggled to lift her upper body. The Emperor's plan to expel the Custoria family isn't exactly a great secret. Before asking for my help, you should have revealed that you are the Emperor's overseer. You hide your own secrets while begging me for aid. Just like Noel, she had known everything. For the first time, hatred flickered in Agatha's voice. My chest tightened. I couldn't control the pounding of my heart. My breath caught in my throat, rising to the very edge. I had made the wrong choice. I had stirred the hatred buried deep within her. Her feelings for Noelle are a mix of love and resentment. I couldn't know what had happened between Noelle and Agatha. It wasn't something that could be explained simply. Does Hamilas also know about the existence of the overseers? I had to confirm this first. Agatha listened to my words, then placed a hand over her metallic face. It was as if she were crying. But with a mechanical body, even if she wanted to cry, she could not. I already told you, I don't want to betray you twice, child. Don't make me any more miserable. You've remained neutral then. Even if I had to trample on Agatha's feelings, I had no other choice. There were far more important matters ahead of me than her emotions. If things went wrong, I might have to fight Hamilas the moment I stepped outside that door. Among the scenarios I had considered, that was the worst. Noelle, in the end, you're repeating the same mistakes, chasing a grand cause only to lose everything. Agatha's artificial eyes flickered, growing dim and bright in turns. I wasn't even sure if she was in her right mind. Grit. I clenched my teeth and glared at Agatha with fierce eyes. If I am to make better choices, I need to know the past. I need to understand what mistakes Noelle made. If you want to sigh in regret, do so all you like, but do it alone. I'm going to stand up from this. You're a person who will die soon, but I have to live tomorrow and the day after that. I don't want to waste my time on the ramblings of a ghost. I rose to my feet. Slowly, I sent combat signals to my prosthetic body. My senses awakened and expanded. My brain was already heated, so my focus quickly sharpened to its peak. SRRRK. I reached into my inner pocket, preparing to activate Ruina. If Agatha called for Hamilas now, I would fire Ruina straight at that door. There's no point in despairing just because I'm facing the worst enemy, Luka. Life rarely offered anything good. Most of the time, you were left choosing between the worst and the lesser evil. Today, luck had simply dealt me the worst hand. Calm yourself, child. Hamilas doesn't know about the overseers, nor do the other elders. Agatha's voice came from behind me. It was much calmer now, devoid of emotion. Why didn't you tell them? That information is crucial to the Castoria family's survival. Because knowing would mean death. Being talented and perceptive isn't always an advantage when it comes to survival. Sometimes, it's far safer to be incompetent and oblivious. Hamilas has always had a sharp intuition. If given the right clues, he would uncover things he shouldn't. Even now, he's already begun sensing the Imperial conspiracy and preparing for it on his own. If that child dies, it will be because he was too capable. It sounded contradictory, but it was the truth. The Imperial court viewed Hamilas as a threat precisely because of his brilliance. Because he was exceptional, he was able to perceive their schemes. That, in turn, led to conflict. And since such conflicts could lead to civil war, the Imperial court was trying to remove him preemptively. Cause and effect were tightly woven together, forming an endless cycle. The Imperial court's judgment wasn't wrong. Hamilas was a potential threat. Even his unwavering loyalty was, in the end, nothing more than human will. And will, like the mind, was a physical phenomenon, one that could be influenced by variables. Machines did not change, but humans did, and both Hamilas and I were human. I would have told him. Hamilas is the most exceptional soldier I know. His abilities are beyond measure. He would have found a way. You don't understand, Luka. No matter what the Castoria family does, it cannot defeat the Imperial court. The more Castoria prepares, the weaker the empire will become from internal strife. In the end, all that would remain is an empire exposed to external threats. That's why I opposed Hamilas being named the head of the family. But that child forced his way into that position through his own strength, as if it were his fate. Yes, if it cannot be stopped, then it is fate. Fate again. I was starting to hate that word. If all that's left after accepting fate is defeat and resignation, then I refuse to accept it. Agatha laughed in a mechanical tone. It was strangely chilling. You say the same things as Noelle, child, then go and learn from his choices. The despair and anguish of having to choose the lesser evil because you can already see the future. As if she still had strength left, Agatha rose from her bed. The cables and tubes attached to her body detached one by one. Like a wandering ghost, she stood behind me. Her cold hand wrapped around my neck and traced down to my chest. If you are Noelle, then I must believe you have returned to make a better choice. I am not Noel. A long time ago, a mysterious wanderer from Corita told me something. That if I endured through endless darkness, I would see the one I longed for once more. I have held on to those words to survive until now. Agatha's glowing eyes reflected on the floor, gleaming red. So you have to be Noel. What a misguided faith. She only saw what she wanted to see. She only believed what she wanted to believe. I wasn't even angry. I only felt pity for this woman who had once been stronger than anyone, now so feeble and broken. I closed my eyes for a moment before opening them again. Agatha swayed unsteadily, looking as if she would collapse at any moment. Creak! I caught Agatha as she fell, wrapping my arms around her. Then I turned and carefully laid her back onto the bed. We don't have time, Agatha. If my presence has brought you any comfort, then you must help me in return. That would only be fair. Noel had likely said the same thing in my position. Agatha's metallic lips parted slightly. I leaned in closer. She whispered a long-kept secret to me. Thank you. Lifting my upper body, I nodded slightly. Agatha's hand, as if lingering with regret, reached toward my neck before falling away. She wouldn't last beyond today. The only thing keeping her alive until now had been her superhuman willpower. But she was broken, and she had just lost her last reason to endure. Goodbye, Noel, Agatha murmured. Beyond the mechanical face, I saw not an old woman but a young girl. She must have cried alone for countless nights. That was why, so that she would never shed tears again, she had removed the ability to express sorrow from her prosthetic body. May you dream well. I bowed my head and pressed my lips to her forehead. Creak. I stepped out and closed the door behind me. Walking down the hallway, I reached the second-floor railing. Looking below, I saw Hamila's and the elders standing on the first floor. There had been no eavesdropping or listening in. Some of the elders must have known that the dying woman upstairs was the Castoria family's founding ancestor. Given the family's traditions, they would have regarded Agatha with absolute reverence. They would never dare question her authority. Even when I first met the elders, Agatha's presence and influence had been the strongest. The oldest elder sought me out before her death. I was neither the head of the family nor an heir by blood. Seeking me out in her final moments was more than unusual. What will they think of me now? As I descended the stairs, I locked eyes with Hamila's and the elders. They looked back at me. SRRRK. The elders walked past me without a word, heading toward Agatha's room. They would bear witness to her final moments. Thud, thud, I continued down the stairs. Hamila's stood waiting for me and spoke. What did you talk about? She said I resembled her first love. I figured it'd be a woman. That was the end of our conversation. Hamila's didn't say another word. And that silence made me endlessly uneasy, but I couldn't be deceived. This was Hamila's specialty, pretending to know more than he did, making assumptions, and drawing out the truth through his opponent's reactions. Hamila's doesn't know. I had to trust Agatha. Chapter 120. The visit to the Silver Moon Pavilion was over. Hamila's sent me to my room, telling me to rest until dinner. Luka will talk in detail later. I recalled Hamila's last words. Now that I had some personal time, I sat alone in my room, repeatedly spinning the Graken Vuth. Whir. The Graken Vuth rotated in my grip, making a faint slicing sound. Agatha's words and actions wouldn't leave my mind. Agatha Castoria. I assumed that everything Agatha said was true. She was a woman on the verge of death due to the aging of her brain. She wouldn't be capable of fabricating an elaborate lie. And those emotions, condensed over time, there's no way they were false. Never in my life had I encountered emotions so deep and dark. Just being near her felt like I was being stained by them. The grudge, like a curse, was vividly entrenched. Click, I stopped the spinning blade with my finger. Noel Mulliskane, Agatha Castoria. Agatha had probably loved Noel. And she must have felt betrayed. So she betrayed Noel in return. That likely led to Noel's downfall. And the wealth and glory she gained for disposing of Noel must have been the foundation of the Castoria family. It was only a hypothesis. I needed more precise details about what had happened in the past. But as I had realized in my previous investigations, very few records remained from that time. Creak! I stabbed the Graken Vuth into the wooden table. The blade sank in about a knuckle's depth, making the table tremble side to side. Let's organize this, Luka. First, I was not a clone of anyone, nor was I a genetically enhanced human. At least according to Agatha, that was the case. I had reached this point solely through my own efforts. The relief I felt from that fact was substantial. My sense of pride remained intact. If anything, it meant I had every right to look down on those at the bottom. Second, Agatha Castoria and Noelle Mulliskane had a deep connection. Given the circumstances, Agatha betrayed Noelle, received credit for suppressing the rebellion, and was elevated to nobility. And that rebellion itself was likely orchestrated by the Empire. If Noelle was similar to me, he must have said and done plenty of things that could hurt others, enough for Agatha to feel utterly betrayed. I was well aware that I was an insufferable bastard. That meant Noelle must have been the same. A fool who went out of his way to make enemies. And the third fact, the one that mattered to me right now, Agatha knew about my position as an overseer, yet she didn't tell Hamilla's or the elders. It was purely out of her sense of debt toward Noelle. She saw Noelle in me, which was why she refrained from doing anything that might harm me. How weak, Agatha. Even when her own descendants might die because of me, she still chose to withhold that information. Either way, it worked in my favor. Agatha must have once led the Castoria family to prosperity with an iron will. It was only with age that her mind weakened and her judgment became clouded. To think that the founder of the Castoria family believed in reincarnation and was waiting to reunite with her dead lover. I wanted to sneer at Agatha's choices and judgment, but all that came out was a hollow, bitter laugh. But Hamilla's isn't someone who can be kept in the dark just because information is hidden. There's no telling how much he already knows. All I could do was make the necessary preparations on my end. Outside the window, the sun was setting. Still seated, I closed my eyes and took a brief nap. Step, step. About 30 minutes passed. I heard the footsteps of a servant outside. A knock at the door followed, announcing dinner. I opened my eyes, my mind somewhat clearer. As I stepped out of the room, I saw members of the Castoria family making their way to the dining hall one by one. Because of the approaching storm season, the mansion was more crowded than usual. There weren't even enough seats at the table. Those of lower status couldn't attend at all. Even among my closer relatives, those within 3 degrees of kinship, there were over 30 people. Hamilla's stood from his seat before the meal began. The storm season is upon us again after 34 years. As always, if each of us fulfills our roles diligently, it will pass without incident. And he never finished his sentence. Daang dong dong, a solemn toll echoed, making the windows tremble. The sound came from the Silver Moon Pavilion. It was the bell announcing the death of an elder. Clack! Everyone closed their eyes in unison and bowed their heads in silent tribute. Agatha Castoria is dead. How many at this table even knew the founder was still alive until now? Agatha had lived well past the limits of even a noble with full-body prosthetics. She must have watched countless descendants be born and die. As a military family, many likely perished young. The elder's death passed without much ceremony. A brief moment of silence was all there was. Most of the family members had only known of the elder's existence. Few had ever seen her face. Hamilla's was the last to open his eyes. Now, let us continue. My son, Luka Castoria, has achieved many merits thus far. Most recently, he protected His Highness Francek from an assassination attempt. This is not a feat to be overlooked. Even at a young age, he has proven his capabilities. The eyes of everyone in the room turned to me. Having drawn sufficient attention, Hamilla's continued speaking. If I were to die or become incapacitated, Lukaus will act as the interim head of the family until a new head is formally elected. This has already been discussed with the elders. The entire dining hall seemed to stir. Someone even dared to interrupt the head of the family, a rare occurrence in a household where authority was paramount. 5 people abruptly stood up, pushing their chairs back with force. 2 others struck the table in frustration. Even those who remained seated failed to conceal their shock, and I was just as dumbfounded. You made this decision without even consulting me. The most vocal opposition came from my stepmother, Eva. Hamilla's ignored her and kept his gaze forward. His eyes gleamed, pressing down on the opposition with sheer force. This is not an arbitrary decision, but a rightful authority of the current head. And let me remind you, This is only an interim position, not that of the next official head. The next head will be chosen through the family's traditional election process. Even as Hamilas attempted to assert his authority, the uproar did not subside so easily. This was not a statement that could be taken lightly. The Custoria family elects its head, but the interim appointment by the current head inevitably influences the final decision. That's why the position has always gone to a direct descendant. Hamilas wielded immense authority as the current head. His choice of an interim successor was, in practice, a declaration of his preferred heir. What is Hamilas thinking? Confusion swelled within me. I could not discern his true intentions. He had never once hinted at this decision before. Even Jup, with whom I had reached a ceasefire today, was scowling deeply, unable to mask his expression. Despite having older biological sons, Hamilas chose me, his adopted son. At that moment, whatever authority Jup had left crumbled completely. By tomorrow, his support within the family would be cut in half. The food arrived swiftly, thanks to Hamilas signaling the servants to hurry. The meal provided a slight reprieve from the commotion. However, the relatives barely touched their food. They whispered amongst themselves, murmuring in hushed but urgent tones. Clatter. I mechanically moved my utensils, barely tasting the food. My mind was preoccupied with observing the reactions of those around me. During the last storm season, rioters exploited the lapse in security and pushed into the noble districts. That's why it's best to stay at the main house for the time being. Besides, the atmosphere feels rather unsettling. Ensuring security and safety was one of the reasons why so many had gathered at the mansion ahead of the storm season. The Custoria estate, being in a quiet suburban area, was well protected from any unruly mobs. Any unauthorized intruder would be riddled with bullets long before they got close. Why would the head of the family choose an adopted son? Enough. From my perspective, he's qualified. Scattered arguments broke out. Not everyone opposed my appointment as acting head. In particular, people like my uncle, Arthur Custoria, seemed pleased with the decision. Arthur Custoria, a man who appeared just often enough to be hard to forget. He was Hamila's older brother, but had been all but stripped of his chance to inherit the family headship. His modest ambition was to marry his daughter to me. The position of acting head is necessary when the family faces a major crisis. It means we need a fixer. And Lukaus has learned well under Hamilas, hasn't he? There's no issue here. Arthur spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear. He flashed me a smile and winked. Beside him, his daughter sat shyly, though she had such little presence that I couldn't even recall her name immediately. Arthur didn't wield immense influence within the family, but he wasn't powerless either. Hamilas still treated him with a degree of respect as a brother. Somehow, the uncomfortable dinner finally came to an end. I immediately headed to Hamila's study. I wasn't the only one. Eva and Jup were already standing in front of the door. Looking down from the railing, I saw other relatives lurking, waiting for their chance to speak with Hamilas. I go first, Luka. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten our agreement to cooperate. Jup spoke at the door, barely containing his displeasure while maintaining a calm facade. Since he arrived before me, I thought it was only fair to let him go first. I took 2 steps back in consideration, but when had anything in life ever gone the way I expected? I need to speak with Luka first. The rest of you can come in when I call for you. Hamilas emerged from his study and spoke firmly. Jup, unable to hold back any longer, raised his voice. Father, this is unacceptable. You're being too unfair. Jup finally erupted, pouring his emotions out at Hamilas. Jup, act like an adult. Nikolaos would not have behaved this way. Hamilas did not meet his son's emotions with emotions. Instead, he reprimanded him with an unsettling level of composure. Then, with a slight tilt of his chin, he gestured for me to enter. Step. I had no choice but to walk forward. Before entering, I gave Jup and Eva a brief nod as an apology. I had no understanding of what it felt like to be rejected by one's own father. But in this moment, I sympathized with Jup. Creak, thud, the study door closed. In the silent room, Hamilas stood waiting. One thing is certain, you've completely abandoned the idea of being a good father. I spoke dryly. You're stating the obvious, something both you and I already know. The responsibilities of a family head leave no room for being a good father. Hamilas sat down first. I remained standing, watching him. Why did you appoint me as acting head? What do you think? He responded to my question with a question, one of the most infuriating conversational tactics. If it were anyone other than Hemilas, I would have grabbed them by the collar and thrown them. At first, I thought you were trying to put me in a difficult position, but jealousy and resentment from others mean nothing to me. In fact, I had more supporters than I expected. Especially my brother. He seems to like you quite a lot. He even had Anna all dressed up today. Hemilas chuckled as he uncorked a bottle of liquor on the table. Anna was Arthur's daughter. I have no interest in my uncle's schemes. Regardless, I still don't understand why you chose me as acting head. I can't even guess. It's a major gamble for me as well. So of course, you wouldn't be able to figure it out. Hemilas poured himself a drink and downed it in one go. Then, retrieving another glass from the cabinet, he poured 2 drinks. A gamble? What kind of gamble was he talking about? My thoughts spiraled further into a maze. No answers came to me. My forehead burned with heat. Once an Aki's victim's thoughts started running, they were difficult to stop. There was no simple switch to shut them off like a machine. My head grew hotter. My brain had already been overworked from meeting Agatha. A ringing noise filled my ears. Hemila's figure almost looked like a black beast again. Damn hallucinations, acting up again. The elder who passed away today told me to place my trust in you. I don't know what they meant by that, so let's figure it out together. Hemilas picked up a glass of liquor and extended it toward me. I hesitated before taking it. He knew something. Yet he wasn't pressing me for answers. What exactly was this monster thinking? There was only one thing I could promise him. When the time comes, I will stake everything to protect the Custoria family. That's enough. Hemilas raised his glass and extended it toward mine. The sharp clink of glass against glass rang out. As expected, liquor still tasted awful. Chapter 121. In the study, I listened to Hemilas as he explained the current state of the Imperial Guard. As you may already know, the military is currently in conflict with the Imperial family on several matters. The fact that they secured the rights to the catacomb mines is a result of that. Disloyal words came from Hemila's mouth. What he spoke of now was not about ideology or beliefs, it was the reality of politics. The military and the Imperial Guard are at odds with the Imperial family. The lower classes wouldn't even imagine such conflicts existed. Until recently, neither had I. I had believed that every institution of the Empire was unified in loyalty under the Emperor. But to speak of an unsettling truth, the Emperor does not control everything. There were areas within the Empire beyond his reach. If perfect control was possible through the system alone, there would be no need for overseers or spies. Flawless rule cannot be achieved through institutions and governance alone. Even the Imperial family was forced to resort to expedients. The Empire was not perfect. It only managed to function, creaking along as best it could. The Imperial Guard is His Majesty's direct force. We are not under the military's command. Shouldn't our allegiance lie with the Imperial family, not the military? I spoke sharply. It wasn't just rhetoric, there was sincerity in my words. Principally, yes. In the early days of the Imperial Guard, you would have been correct. It operated as an organization wholly loyal and obedient to His Majesty. In fact, the Guard even played a role in keeping the military in check. Principally, meaning that's no longer the case. Hemilas fell silent for a long time, as if carefully considering his response. What he was about to say would be words the Imperial Guard should never utter. Luka, listen carefully and don't misunderstand. The history of the Imperial Guard is long. There have always been generals from the Guard at the highest levels of the military, and the core leadership of the military is full of former Imperial Guards. Over time, it has become impossible for the Imperial Guard and the military to remain entirely separate organizations, blocking members of the Guard from entering the military. I trailed off mid-sentence. Even to myself, it sounded like an absurd idea. It would be a problem even if Imperial Guards were released into the civilian sector. The immense cost of their training would be wasted, and controlling those who entered the civilian market would be extremely difficult. But keeping them confined within the Guard until death wasn't a solution either. That would only breed enormous resentment, even among the most loyal Guards. Ultimately, the reason Imperial Guards endure brutal training and undertake dangerous missions is the promise of wealth and honor after retirement. No matter how strong their loyalty, no one wishes to die a pointless death. As time passed naturally, the Imperial Guard could no longer function as a check against the military. From the perspective of the imperial family, a drastic reorganization became necessary. But to achieve that, they would have to strip the Guard of its privileges. You may not know this, but the Imperial Guard was not the first direct force under the imperial family. Before us, there were other units similar to the Guard. The fate of those nameless predecessors had likely been grim. At this point, discussing right and wrong or assigning blame was meaningless. The issue ran far deeper. It's a matter of survival. Both the Imperial Guard and the military were desperately fighting to protect their own interests. And the imperial family, for the sake of stable rule, needed to bring both the Guard and the military under control. This isn't a matter of disloyalty or treason. It's simply that the balance has been broken. Because of that, the scales have tipped. But no matter how he framed it, it was still disloyalty and treason. Those who had served for decades might barely recall their original indoctrination, but as a cadet, I had undergone near brainwashing levels of ideological training only recently. No matter the reason, the blade of the Imperial Guard must never turn inward toward the Empire or the imperial family. And yet, the very people who had drilled that lesson into us were now baring their fangs at the imperial family. When I thought about it, it was almost laughable. This world was full of ironies. So, how do you intend to restore the balance? That's as much explanation as I'll give, Luka. You're just a cadet. What I've told you so far isn't even known to most young guards. Those freshly inducted are still too blindly loyal. The younger the guard, the stronger their devotion to the imperial family. But those who had served longer and had more entanglements, they would prioritize themselves, their families, and the well-being of their fellow guards over the imperial family. I'll keep my mouth shut. Then I'll take my leave. Hamilas waved a hand dismissively. Stay a little longer. I need a drink first. I can't endure Eva's nagging sober. Once I left, Eva and Jup would come in. Understanding his need, I waited as Hamilas took his drink. He emptied his glass quickly. The burden he carried must have been unimaginable. Even for someone like him, beyond human, some form of respite was necessary. With a flick of his hand, Hamilas signaled for me to leave. Outside in the hallway, Eva and Jup were seated on the sofa. Eva sprang to her feet, her expression ferocious. She stormed toward the study door as if ready to smash it down. I have something to say, Mother. I stepped in front of Eva, blocking her path. Eva's face burned with intense fury. However, like the mistress of a prestigious family, she quickly regained her composure. Speak, she kept her response brief, likely to prevent her emotions from seeping into her tone. Father doesn't need to be interrogated right now, he needs comfort. So, you've reached the point where you think you can give me advice, Lukas. Her words carried a sharp sting. Now is the time to trust in Father, in the judgment of the head of our family. I believe you are a wise woman, Mother. You, more than anyone, must know how to support a husband going through hardship. Eva didn't push me aside. Instead, she bit her lower lip with a quick, sharp motion. I remained in place, blocking her path until she responded. Eventually, she closed her eyes briefly before reopening them and nodding. If Nikolaos were alive, he would have said the exact same thing. In this situation, I suppose you're right. A distant longing flickered in Eva's eyes. No matter how equally she had treated her two sons outwardly, she had supported Nikolaos over Jup. Thank you, I bowed respectfully and stepped past her. Click, Eva undid the top button of her blouse and entered the study. Now that this had become a matter between husband and wife, Jup naturally couldn't follow. Instead, he and I descended the stairs together. Being alone with Jup felt awkward. Just this afternoon, we had shaken hands in a temporary truce. But now, it wouldn't have been surprising if war had erupted between us. Not knowing the full details, Jup must have felt deeply betrayed by me. I was prepared to take a hit from him if he lashed out. I did my best to suppress my combat reflexes. Luka, at the bottom of the stairs, Jup called my name. He concealed his turmoil behind a neutral expression, then spoke flatly. I haven't given up yet, but for now. I have to acknowledge that you've pulled ahead. I wasn't scheming anything. I didn't expect Father to make this decision either. I know, you're not that kind of person. If you were, father wouldn't favor you as much as he does. Jup took a deep breath, as if steadying himself. Then, with narrowed eyes, he clapped me on the shoulder twice. Until the storm and chaos settle, our agreement still stands. For now, the family comes first. For the first time, I truly felt like a member of the Custoria family. Even from Eva, I could sense a faint connection forming. I haven't lived in this world for long, but that statement feels true. You just have to live long enough to see how things unfold. A long day was coming to an end. The sky had been swallowed by darkness. I returned to my room and began light training. Since I had recently received new prosthetic limbs, skipping training, no matter how busy I was not an option. I tested my balance and reaction time with high-difficulty gymnastics, such as one-handed handstands. Even with advanced cybernetic implants, my movements weren't yet flawless. I wobbled during some motions. My brain and my prosthetics hadn't fully synchronized yet. No matter how advanced cybernetic technology became, control ultimately relied on the brain. Even with tools you've used for years, it takes time to adjust when you get a new one. That applied even more to prosthetic limbs. Step, someone was walking toward my room. At first, I assumed it was Jacelle. I had sent her a summons message around the time I finished training. 2 sets of footsteps. One is heavy. I didn't even have time to wipe my sweat. I simply threw on a shirt. Knock, knock. The visitor knocked on my door. Creak. When I opened it, I saw familiar faces, but I wasn't pleased to see them. Arthur and Anna, my uncle and cousin. 2 unwelcome visitors stood before my door, and something about Anna's appearance was off. A faint fragrance of powder clung to her, and her outfit exposed too much skin. What does this man even think of his own daughter? Disgust surged through me, but in aristocratic society, this was common. Think of Lillian Lamon's Luka. Compared to that, Anna's treatment is practically decent. Suppressing my emotions, I greeted them indifferently. Were you training? As expected of the next head of the family, you're already dependable. Arthur showered me with flattery. I'd appreciate it if you didn't say things that could be misinterpreted. I'm merely acting in the head's absence. No need to be so modest. Everyone already knows. Do you think Hamilas would have chosen you without reason? Now. Anna, go inside and pour your strong little cousin a glass of water. Anna lowered her head and entered the room. Moving like she owned the place, she rummaged through the fridge and pulled out a bottle of water. El Lucas. I can just call you Luka, right? This is the first time we're having a proper conversation. She smiled bashfully as she poured the water into a glass. Looking at her now, I realized there was no need to pity her. Father and daughter, both of them had come here deliberately to cling to me. Clack. Anna placed the glass of water in front of me. Reluctantly, I took a sip and looked at her. I was thinking fiercely strategizing how to get Anna and Arthur out of my room. Anna fanned herself with her hand as if she were feeling hot. Then, stepping closer, she touched the top of her blouse. SHFF. Her fingers hooked onto the buttons. I immediately recalled what Eva had done earlier today and acted just as swiftly. Snap! I grabbed Anna's wrist, stopping her from unbuttoning her blouse. It seemed that, in this household, undoing buttons was the standard opening move for seduction. I was just feeling a little warm, Anna stammered, her face a mix of embarrassment and fluster. Then let me open the window for you. I walked over and opened the window, all the while watching their reflection in the glass. Anna was glancing at Arthur. Arthur, in turn, was signaling her to do something, as if urging her on. They really thought I couldn't see. This was beyond ridiculous. By the way, Luka, do you remember what I mentioned last time? About my daughter wanting to get closer to you? I did remember. I just hadn't given it any thought. I really want to get close to you too, Anna said as she moved in closer to me. What a mess. Embarrassing them outright wouldn't cause any real trouble, but I didn't feel like being particularly harsh today. It wasn't the worst day I'd had, and I especially didn't want to treat another Custoria family member too cruelly. Earlier, when I was moving, I noticed my prosthetic still isn't fully calibrated. The women of the Custoria family are generally well-versed in cybernetics and engineering, so I sat down and placed my arm on the table. Then, I pulled back a section of artificial skin on my left forearm, revealing a connector port. If you take a quick look at my prosthetic, I think we'll get close in no time. I accessed the overseer's database and pulled up Anna's records. As a daughter of the Castoria family, she had indeed studied mechanical engineering. However, she hadn't been admitted to the top-tier Royal Accretia Academy. Even in other institutions, her grades had been below average. There was no way she could handle the calibration of a high-output prosthetic. Dad, unsure of what to do, Anna looked toward Arthur. She must have realized that if she messed with it carelessly, it would backfire on her. I'll do it. My skills are probably better than Anna's. A voice came from beside the door. Jacel appeared behind Arthur. I had already sensed her arrival. Jacel's skills are certainly better than my daughter's. Dad, what? It's the truth. Well then, Luka, I'll see you next time. Arthur took this opportunity to quickly drag Anna out of the room. Only after they left did Jacel step inside. She nodded toward the door. What were they even here for? Probably to bring some entertainment to this dreary family. At my words, Jacel let out a soft laugh. Looks like the joke landed. Anyway, do you actually need calibration? I'll do it if you do. I do. It's a new prosthetic, so I haven't fully adjusted to it yet. Jacel sat across from me and pulled out a terminal and some portable maintenance tools. Click. Before starting, she unbuttoned the top of her blouse. I flinched and looked at her. What? She lifted her gaze at my reaction. No, nothing. I turned my head toward the open window. Chapter 122. Jacel's skill was excellent. A tingling sensation spread from the extremities of my prosthetics, and soon my senses became clear. Of course, the reason I had called Jacel today wasn't for maintenance and calibration. I moved my fingers, which were now more responsive than before, and spoke. You have access to the armory, don't you? Very few people were allowed independent access to the Castoria family's armory. Jacel was one of them. I do. I'm the person in charge of the armory in Mother's absence. Jacel answered while tidying up the scattered maintenance tools. Beads of sweat clung to her forehead after the intensive work she had just finished. I want to stop by the armory for a bit. You're a member of the Castoria family, so there's no reason you can't. But it's not just because you want to look around, is it? What's your purpose? Sometimes, I wish Jacel were a fool. But if she were that kind of woman, I wouldn't have been drawn to her in the first place. Do I have to say? I'm getting sick of you acting all high and mighty and keeping everything to yourself. I shrugged. Even so, I can't tell you. I had no confidence in confiding my tangled darkness to her, and Jacel wouldn't be able to handle it. Your tight-lipped nature is probably why Father trusts you. Jup would never act like you do. Nikolaus would have, though, but Nikolaus is gone now. I felt a certain sense of duty to fill the void he had left behind. His death was a great loss to the Castoria family. Nikolaus was one of the few talents capable of navigating the Empire's darkness. He had even managed to manipulate the emotions of our superior, Bao Zakanen, which proved his potential. But he didn't have the strength to protect himself from the Imperial conspiracy. Before he could gain that strength, he died. Maybe that was exactly why he had to die. Jacel stared at me with an expressionless face before standing up. Even in her silence, I could feel her dissatisfaction. Follow me, O esteemed acting head of the family. I let out a sigh, grabbed my coat, and followed her out of the room. As the night deepened, the mansion was silent. Once outside, my gaze drifted toward Hamilla's room. A soft glow spilled through the large window. Inside, the faint silhouettes of Hamilla's and Eva could be seen. They were dancing, their shoulders and cheeks gently touching. They seemed to have a good relationship. I knew a fair bit about noble society. Compared to most noble couples, Hamilla's and Eva got along exceptionally well. Many married only to produce heirs and then lived as strangers. By the way, don't you think Anna is kind of cute, even if she's a bit clumsy? She's actually pretty popular. Jacel, walking a step ahead of me, spoke without turning around. Well, there are guys who like that kind of woman, I suppose. I answered indifferently as I followed her. So you're saying you don't? I prefer women with a bit of an attitude. You have some weird tastes. I think so too. We weren't walking side by side, but with a gap between us, one leading and the other following. Still, I knew Jacel was smiling. This wasn't some instinct from Aki's victima or anything. I didn't need something like that to notice. They say daughters tend to be drawn to men who resemble their fathers. Jacel's pace slowed slightly. Is that superstition or science? I don't know, just something I heard once. I always thought it was nonsense, but maybe not entirely. I let out a short chuckle. Giselle's shoulders also shook slightly. There are things in this world that can't be controlled by will. Emotions are one of them. Up ahead, the Custoria Armory came into view. Giselle, who had gone ahead, stopped in front of the entrance, while I stood behind her, waiting for the security process to complete. Clack, the lock disengaged and the armory opened. Creak. Giselle pushed the door open and stepped inside. I followed her. As we entered, the lights automatically flickered on. The interior had remained unchanged, resembling a museum of sorts. I followed Giselle's lead back then too. And now, I was doing the same. The circumstances were just a little different. Back then, it was daytime, now it was night. And the emotions flowing between us were different as well. Not just a little, quite significantly. I slowly closed my eyes, shutting off my vision and focusing on my hearing. Click. I lightly clicked my tongue. The sound mapped out the entire armory in my mind. There was no one here but us. What was that? Giselle looked at me curiously. I bit my tongue. I brushed it off vaguely and walked deeper into the armory. Various pieces of equipment, a testament to the history of the Custoria family, passed by in the background. Thud. I stopped walking. As the lights illuminated the farthest corner, a towering, almost antique full-body prosthetic came into view. The full-body prosthetic, Scylla. It belonged to Agatha Custoria, the progenitor of the family. The helmet had a single horn, and its right arm was longer and bulkier than the left. Step. Step. I halted in front of Scylla. Giselle, this is one of the first secrets I'm showing you. Not even Father knows about this. It's a secret that only you and I will share. Luka. Before Giselle could even finish saying my name, it was already over. Clack. Creak. I twisted Scylla's right thumb at a precise angle. A section of the right elbow opened like a gun barrel, and a small chip, no larger than a fingernail, shot upward. A hidden mechanism. Click. Scylla's twisted thumb snapped back into place in an instant. Creak. The elbow compartment closed as if it had never opened. That section of the elbow must have originally functioned as a vent for pressure and heat. Agatha was telling the truth. I caught the falling chip midair. It was an outdated format, long out of use. Practically an ancient relic. Then again, this thing was over 200 years old. This chip was the secret Agatha had whispered to me before she died. She had told me there was a chip hidden inside Scylla. What did you just do? How do you know something even I don't? Giselle wore a bewildered expression before furrowing her brows. An elder from the Silver Moon Pavilion told me. And why the hell would they tell you? That doesn't make any sense. They must have decided I was trustworthy. Or they had gone senile. Giselle bit her lower lip. She must have been struggling with this as well. She knew things around her were turning strange, but no one was explaining anything to her. And I was no different. Grip. She clenched my clothes in her fist as if she were trying to hold something in. Luka, can I really trust you? A foolish question. If I intended to deceive her, I would tell her to trust me. And if I genuinely had her best interests at heart, I would still tell her to trust me. No matter the answer, the response would be the same. Giselle must have known her question was stupid, but after some thought, I answered. I don't know if you can trust me, but I trust you. If you tell Father what you just saw, I won't come out of this unscathed either. Emotions between men and women are volatile. The chances of them lasting even a handful of years are slim. Rationally speaking, it's reckless to trust someone based on such fleeting emotions. I had just made a foolish decision, yet I felt no regret. All right, I'll trust you. Giselle rose slightly on her toes and pressed a kiss to my lips. This wouldn't erase all her anxieties. But she didn't demand an unreasonable answer from me. She chose to fill her uncertainty with trust. Hemilas and I boarded the aerial transport heading back to the Imperial Guard. I used to enjoy this time. Back then, chatting with Hemilas about various things made the time pass unnoticed. Of course, now it was uncomfortable. Ah, Luka, I saw a record of you and Giselle entering the armory. Hemilas spoke while reviewing holographic documents. I was reminded of an old armament the elder mentioned, so I went to take a look. It really was just an antique. Nothing strange about that. Since I had spoken with the elder for a long time, it made sense that I'd want to see an old relic. Hemilas seemed convinced, nodding slightly. He swiped the holographic documents aside with his hand, bringing up a new agenda in dense text. It was about the catacomb mine. Last night, for the first time, Eva had something good to say about you. Seems you finally earned some points with her. Hemilas pressed his fingers against his brow and leaned his head back. The first time, huh? That means she hasn't had anything nice to say about me until now. Well, you're an intruder digging deep into her territory. Don't hate Eva too much, she's a good woman. I've never hated her, truly. Then I can take it to mean that Eva is now within the range of people you're obligated to protect. I nodded. Hemilas let out a small sigh of relief and smiled. The aerial transport landed at the Imperial Guard's airfield. Instead of heading back to my quarters, I immediately made my way to the lower district. Hemilas disappeared to tend to his own duties. We both had work to do. Since I had departed from the airfield, I reached the checkpoint in no time. The soldiers on duty widened their eyes upon recognizing me. As I passed, they started whispering like they had just seen some famous figure. That kid's Luka's Custoria, right? So it's true he comes through here often. Kid, if you don't want to die, watch your mouth. That's a walking murder machine. Even the Crown Prince favors him. He could execute a couple of lower-ranked soldiers on the spot, and no one would bat an eye. Yeah, considering he takes out nobles like it's nothing. I can hear everything. And no, I have no intention of killing you. After passing through the checkpoint, I let out a sigh and slipped a hand into my coat. My fingers wrapped around a palm-sized mask. TSSSSK. I pulled it over my face, covering everything up to beneath my eyes. I didn't like wearing it, it dulled my senses. But I had no choice. Thanks to Francek's reckless stunt, I could no longer walk around the lower district with my bare face. Passing through official checkpoints was risky. Somewhere out there, nobles were targeting me. To stay safe, I had to erase my tracks. The problem was, I had no real way to do that. At times like this, I envy Kinuan's overseer authority. Kinuan could disable the Empire's security systems, leaving no trace wherever he went. VEIing. The high-speed elevator shot downward, swiftly reaching the lower district. Ding! As soon as the doors opened, I squinted. The commotion beyond the hallway pressed down like a physical force. Reveal the true culprits. Punish the nobles who tried to harm the Crown Prince. We can't let this pass. Never! Protesters stood on either side of the checkpoint passage, waving signs and shouting. Normally, such demonstrations would have been unthinkable. But the current situation was unique. Among the crowd, I spotted several well-dressed individuals. Praise Dino Akresha, long live His Majesty, long live Prince Francek. These people supported the imperial family and the Crown Prince. The authorities would be hesitant to suppress them by force. Strike down the incompetent nobles. For a second, I thought I had misheard. A bold declaration rang out from within the crowd. Strike them down? My gaze fixed on the center of the protest. Damn it! A curse nearly slipped out. The true face of an imperial citizen. Above those words, a crude drawing of me was displayed on a sign. It looked like a child's scribble, exaggerated and ridiculous, but it was unmistakably me. And in the drawing, I was holding someone's severed head. Blood dripped from the neck. Luka, the noble slayer. There was no mistaking the message. Until recently, such radical imagery would have never been tolerated in the Empire. And this wasn't even the lower district, it was the checkpoint just below the upper levels. Francek, is this what you wanted? The whirlwind of chaos was only accelerating. The lower district was undoubtedly crawling with Francek's agitators. Forget his so-called new era. If this continued, an entire army of people would come for my head. Like it or not, I was becoming a symbol of the lower district. Pulling my hood low over my face, I pushed through the crowd. Their shouts echoed long after I had walked away. In the back alleys, murals of me and Francek appeared here and there. I stopped in my tracks. A long wall painting stretched before me, drawing a bow, loosing arrows, and slaughtering nobles. Below it, scrawled in bold letters, were the words, "Noble Hunter." This is insane. The situation seemed worse than I had anticipated. I quickened my pace. Rather than heading to a gang hideout, I made my way to G&G Workshop. The grim atmosphere of the lower district had likely forced them to shut down business. There were no lights on the sign. After checking my surroundings, I knocked on the door a few times. Click. A small panel in the door slid open, revealing Gilda's eye. "Who is it?" "It's me, Gilda." I pulled my mask down slightly as I spoke. "El Luka?" Gilda's eyes widened. The sound of multiple locks being undone rang out noisily. Creak. The door opened. I stepped inside but immediately sighed upon sensing another presence. Gilda wasn't alone. Gabriel. Inside the workshop, Gabriel was sitting, watching a televised fighting match while drinking a beer. As soon as he saw me, he scrunched up his ugly face and stood up. Well, look who it is. If it ain't young Master Luka's Custoria himself. Oops, my hand slipped. The beer bottle he threw whizzed past me and shattered against the wall. Without so much as blinking, I tucked my mask into my coat. Gabriel, do you have a death wish? You knew my status from the start. Yeah, but I didn't realize you were this big of a deal. I bet even Martina the diva knew who you really were. Ah, whatever, doesn't even matter anymore. To you, I'm just some fun little plaything. Kill me or don't, do whatever the hell you want. Gabriel cracked open another beer with his fingers and poured it straight into his mouth. This was exactly why I hated running into him. He didn't want power or money from me. If he did, he wouldn't be sulking over something like this. Yeah, Gabriel was never really my subordinate to begin with. I'm sorry, Gabriel. I bowed my head slightly as I spoke. Thunk, the beer bottle slipped from Gabriel's hand. He just stood there, mouth agape, staring at me. What did you just say? Ah, forget it if you didn't hear. Hey. What the hell did you just say? Holy shit. No way, Gilda, you heard that, right? Gabriel grabbed my shoulders and shook me. Yeah, I'd had enough. Thwack, I struck Gabriel's chin lightly with the heel of my palm. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed at my feet, unconscious. Gilda covered her mouth, laughing at the sight. I held out a chip to her, the one I had retrieved from Scylla. I need a terminal or device compatible with this. Gilda examined the chip closely before letting out an awkward laugh. Yeah, I knew. It was beyond outdated, practically an ancient relic. I'll do my best. Chapter 123, The Advancement of Technology Accelerates. This is the same in any industry. When a new standard emerges, compatibility with the previous generation gradually diminishes. The data chip field, in particular, undergoes generational changes and specification updates so rapidly that within just a few decades, ordinary people can no longer even attempt to use older models. Moreover, the chip I had brought was from the era when Agatha Custoria and Noelle Mullies-Kane were still actively in service. Gilda stared at the holographic screen and searched the network for specifications on the chip. However, as she struggled to find any clues, her eyes narrowed. If there's not even a trace of information online, it's probably a chip that was manufactured before the Empire settled on planet Novus, I added. Gilda's eyes widened before she uncharacteristically furrowed her brows. You should have told me that sooner. Not 100 or 200 years ago. This thing was used around 3 centuries ago. Well, now I'm really feeling the challenge. Rolling up her sleeves, Gilda headed into the storage room. She returned carrying an armful of books that smelled strongly of dust. Thud. Gilda dropped the pile onto the table, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Look for anything that looks the same or similar. Also, check for any matching numbers or letters. If you find a model with overlapping features, let me know immediately. It's likely from the same manufacturer or at least the same standard. Judging by the covers and titles, all of them were books related to electronic devices. Gilda and I flipped open the books, our eyes darting back and forth across the pages. SHFFFT. I turned pages at a much faster pace than she did. Gilda shot me a startled glance before refocusing on her own book. I finished a book in about 30 seconds. Even for me, reading at that speed wasn't feasible. But since I was only scanning for matching letters and images, it wasn't an issue. What the hell happened? In the meantime, Gabriel groaned as he sat up, clutching his head. You were completely drunk and collapsed. Try drinking in moderation. I spoke while flipping through the pages. Gabriel rubbed his jaw as if it felt sore and tilted his head. Really? I passed out from falling? No, I feel like something important happened. Damn, what was it? Gabriel blinked in confusion. I tossed a book at him and repeated Gilda's instructions word for word. Start looking through this first. It's important. Still dazed, Gabriel flipped through the book with his thick fingers. Gilda's hand, which had been swiftly turning pages, began to slow. She alternated glances between the chip and the book. I think I found it. Hold on. The first to find a clue was Gilda. She sat in front of the holographic screen with an old book open beside her. Dragging and overlaying information across multiple holographic displays, she consolidated everything into a single screen. No wonder I couldn't find anything. This chip could easily bypass the highest security clearance of its time, and its capacity is absurdly large because of its stacked interlocking structure. Stacked interlocking means it's layered like a puzzle, fitting into empty spaces instead of just being piled up. Ah, never mind, you probably don't care. Anyway, it's an excessively advanced chip that condensed the cutting-edge technology of its era. It was so expensive that there was almost no demand, so only a small batch was ever produced. Honestly, it feels like it was made just to show off their technological prowess. The company that manufactured it even created a separate top-tier category called the occurence grade to classify this chip. Though, by today's standards, it's nothing special. You can find chips of this level anywhere on the street now. Gilda spoke excitedly and added that it could fetch a considerable price on the market. So basically, it's expensive. Gabriel, who had been listening absent-mindedly, suddenly perked up at that part. So, can you extract the data? My only concern was its contents. If we line up computer terminals from different generations and transfer the data step by step through compatible formats, it should work. Once we convert it to a standard from about 100 or 50 years ago, reading it won't be a problem. But there will be data loss and corruption. I don't know what's on it, but if it's a program, there's a chance it won't function properly. Also, the security system is vastly different from modern standards, so... Gilda continued explaining why the process would be lengthy, but I didn't bother listening. I intended to leave everything to her. Ah, I remember now. Luka, you bastard. Gabriel suddenly snapped back to his senses and shouted, "If you want to punch me, go ahead, I'll take it." That's not what I meant. Whatever, I'll let it slide this time. Because you, with that smug mouth of yours, actually said. Sorry, Gabriel emphasized each word, pressing them out with exaggerated force. I had an overwhelming urge to take back what I said. But once spoken, words couldn't be undone. Crash, thud. Gilda was busy dragging out electronic equipment that was practically antique from the storage room. She was completely absorbed in her work, paying no attention to us. So, you're saying you were an orphan and then got adopted into a noble family. Damn, you're one hell of a guy. No wonder you didn't have that typical noble brat vibe. I kept thinking it was weird, some lowborn bastard claiming to be a noble. Gabriel nudged me with his shoulder as he spoke. Apparently not tired of drinking, he pulled out another beer and handed one to me as well. I didn't tell you because it's too complicated to explain. I was thirsty too, so I drank the beer. Compared to other alcohol, it was more like a soft drink, easy to drink, and I didn't feel drunk. But still, you could have told me, Luka. I was kinda hurt, you know. Gabriel, now completely over his earlier anger, grinned and joked around. Gabriel is a failure from the lower districts. When I first met him, his prosthetics were barely functioning. They were so unbalanced that it wouldn't have been surprising if they malfunctioned or broke down at any moment. At that rate, he wouldn't have lasted 2 or 3 more years before dying. It was a predictable outcome. He spends his days drinking and partying, and whenever he comes across a lump sum of money, he wastes it all within days. A short-sighted idiot. That's why Gabriel never made it up the ladder and ended up living the life of a failure. He was exactly the kind of person I despised the most. If not for our interactions and the bond we had built, I wouldn't have even considered him as the same kind of human as me. And in the past, I acted accordingly. But now, I don't dislike Gabriel. I don't feel the need to look down on his life either. Everything about this is just funny. Just because you're close to someone, you start overlooking their flaws. Once I had despised that kind of attitude, seeing it as hypocrisy. Well, Gabriel still seems pathetic to me sometimes. No, not sometimes, almost all the time. Yet, even this pathetic Gabriel wasn't all that bad. If I had to put this complicated feeling into simple words, it came down to one thing: if Gabriel died, I would be sad. Luka, can you see my wing tattoo? Gabriel pulled down his coat, exposing his back. His shoulders, covered in scars, bore an oddly out-of-place wing tattoo. You don't have to show me. I have no interest in looking at another man's back. The name Gabriel is pretty common, right? My mom tattooed this on me so she could find me again. Apparently, Gabriel was originally an angel's name or something. Yeah, sounds fitting. I don't know much about angels, but I guess they must all be handsome like you. I used to be pretty good looking before my face got wrecked. If you go through about 3 rounds of facial fractures and reconstructive surgery, you'd probably end up looking like me too. At least you have an excuse for being ugly. Ha, shit. I swear I want to beat the crap out of you. If only you were weaker than me, I would've. Gabriel clenched and unclenched his fists, barely holding back his irritation. Well, at least you remember your mom's face. Not that I'm jealous or anything. I'm not that sentimental. I wasn't originally born in Akbaran. To be precise, the Empire isn't my homeland. I hesitated for a moment and glanced at Gabriel's profile. This was something new. The Empire's database didn't keep detailed records on every lower-class citizen. Its information network wasn't that meticulous. So, you're from Korite or Bellado? Not that either. Gabriel smirked and let the suspense drag out, clearly trying to get on my nerves. I was born in the wastelands. I'm a nomad, someone who lived a free life. There was unmistakable pride in his voice. That only made me want to stomp it down out of sheer spite. You mean those homeless vagrants with no proper houses? Hey, you. I'm kidding, I know who they are. Still, that's unexpected. A nomad, huh? It was a term I almost never heard. On planet Novus, there were wandering groups that didn't belong to any nation. They were called nomads. Calling them a faction was a stretch, as the term encompassed numerous small communities with no real collective presence. More importantly, the nomads were a mixed-race society, with humans making up only a part of their population. To the human supremacist empire, they were an impure element, not worth engaging with. I only knew they existed, nothing more. I was only about 4 or 5 back then, so I hardly remember anything. But thinking back, my group must have been in danger. They paid to leave me at an orphanage in Akbaran. Since I haven't heard from them in over 20 years, they're probably all dead. At least he was lucky that the Empire didn't treat him as a non-citizen and throw him out of the orphanage. A different boy named Gabriel had died in an accident, and the orphanage director, wanting to keep collecting subsidies, forged records to replace the dead child with this Gabriel. It was a common form of corruption. After that, Gabriel's life was no different from any other boy in Akbaran. During the aptitude screening, Gabriel failed to meet the requirements for military service and was assigned to a vocational school. After a short training period, he was sent to work at a construction company, but an accident cost him both of his legs, leaving him on the verge of being discarded. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. Gabriel spoke about his past in a calm tone. So, out of spite, I robbed the boss's safe. Since I had no legs, my body was light, which made it easier to climb up walls. Anyway, I used that money to get combat-grade prosthetics. I didn't bother calculating compatibility or anything. I was desperate, so I just had them installed. Looking back, I was lucky. Those legs let me take down the company goons who came after me. After bouncing from one disaster to another, he had made it here. I used to be pretty confident in a fight, that is, until I met you. I'd never been beaten so thoroughly before. Gabriel stared at his hands. His arms were crude lumps of metal. To grow stronger, he had continuously replaced his limbs. I silently drank my beer as I listened. It was clear why Gabriel was telling me all this. Regardless of how we had gotten here, he knew about my past, and this was his way of sharing his own. That was just bad luck. You don't run into someone like me in the lower districts every day. I set my empty beer bottle down as I spoke. No, I think I was lucky. After all, it led me here. See you around, noble hunter Luka. Gabriel threw out a meaningless remark as he stood up. Stuffing his large hands into his coat pockets, he left the workshop. I stared at the door he had walked out of, lost in thought. Creak. About 10 minutes later, the door opened again. At first, I thought Gabriel had come back because he had forgotten something. Whoosh! A cold gust of wind swept in through the open door. The sun was setting, but even if it weren't, I would have still felt a chill run down my spine. The warmth in my chest froze solid. I squinted slightly and fixed my gaze on the man standing at the entrance. Kinnuin casually took off his coat and stepped inside the workshop. Ah, Luka, you're here too. Gilda, it's been a while. You seem busy with work, but I trust you'll still accept my greetings. Kinnuin brushed past me and took a seat. Think Luka, why has that monster come here? Chapter 124. Wow, it's been so long, Uncle. Gilda stopped what she was doing and welcomed Kinuan. You look busy, so I'll make the coffee. Was the break room this way? The interior seems a bit different. You saw the sign, right? We started a business as G&G Workshop. We also changed some of the equipment. Oh, I'll always be cheering for you. Kinuan pretended not to know, even though he was already aware of G&G Workshop's collaboration with Giselle. Calm down, don't show any agitation. Act as usual. I half closed my eyes and controlled my body, consciously suppressing emotional signals and blocking the anxiety that could be revealed physically. I didn't expect to see you in the lower district, instructor. I spoke to Kinuan, who was in the break room. He was mixing various things into his pitch-black coffee, creating his own recipe. The boiling hot oil mixed with the coffee, giving off a strange aroma. I happened to have some free time, so I came by. I didn't expect you to be here. Kinuan said he hadn't expected me to be here. Whether that was the truth or a lie, I had no way of knowing. Was this a coincidence, or was there an ulterior motive? Thinking about it now wouldn't give me an answer. The information available to me was limited. Kinuan was a master of emotional control. Even a seasoned warrior like Rick Silva Nunez had been caught off guard because he couldn't read Kinuan's true intentions. If that was the case, I had to assume the worst as always. Kinuan is here because of Agatha's chip. That was the most reasonable assumption to make. Uncle, did you know? Luka has become quite the celebrity in the lower district. Gilda loosened up on her work and joined the conversation. She was quite fond of Kinuan. Oh, I know, I heard he even got a nickname. What was it again? Kinuan sat down with the coffee he had just made. They call him the Noble Hunter, Luka. I was the one who answered. That's a dangerous nickname to have. You must be going through a lot. Kinuan took a sip from his coffee cup. A lot of unexpected things have happened. Lately, I've been feeling like my plans are going off track. When do things ever go according to plan? What we need isn't just planning, but adaptability. Anyone can stray from the path, but the real question is whether they become a lost cause or find their way back to the right road. I'm doing my best. I sharpened my senses, trying to read Kinuan's emotional signals. If my perception had a physical form, it would be like tendrils crawling all over Kinuan, scrutinizing him from every angle. However, Kinuan was astonishingly emotionless. He was like a statue. His emotional control is perfect. Kinuan did not reveal a single emotional signal on the surface. The occasional smiles and composure he displayed were false signals. He shielded himself with deception and pierced others with the spear of truth. There was no one more fitting to be a double agent than him, and if I wanted to survive, I had to become someone like Kinuan. No matter what anyone said, he was my teacher. So, Luka, how is your work going? Your time as a cadet will be over soon. I doubt there has ever been a cadet as tumultuous as you in the history of the Imperial Guard. I'll be producing results soon, whatever those results may be. Kill Kinuan to blind His Majesty's eyes. Remove Hamilla's and become the head of the Castoria family myself. One of these two tasks had to be done by my own hand. Only then could I and the Castoria family survive. Both were formidable challenges. That was why I had to choose whichever opportunity presented itself first. The moment that opportunity arrived, I couldn't afford to hesitate. Can I defeat Kinuan? Kinuan had a broken brain, but his true capabilities and depth remained immeasurable. If I acted recklessly, I would be the one to fall. Hamilla's goes without saying, he's a soldier as unyielding as steel. Don't think too deeply, Luka. If you get lost in your thoughts, the scent of your anguish will start to leak out. By the way, Gilda's workstation is quite something. Here it came. Kinuan's curiosity had shifted toward Gilda's work. It's a project I commissioned. There was no point in trying to deceive him. I hadn't coordinated anything with Gilda beforehand anyway. Leaving the tech team at the Imperial Guard headquarters aside and choosing Gilda. Ah, Gilda, I don't mean to belittle you. I'm just stating the facts. Gilda, who had been working, lifted her head with a pout. That is belittling me. Geez. Of course, I admit my skills aren't as refined as those elite engineers in the upper district. This is just Luka giving me some pocket money. You know, as a friendly favor. I work with Luka's younger sister, after all. Gilda spoke nonchalantly. I was stunned inside. Gilda just lied for me. I had the sudden urge to hug her right then and there. I never imagined she would respond this cleverly. She must have realized that decoding the chip is a job that requires confidentiality. She's a smart woman, after all. There was no real reason for Gilda to lie. She had simply picked up on my conversation with Kinnuin and acted on my behalf. My chest felt tight. It was hard to put into words. No, let me be precise. Damn it, I was honestly moved. So you deliberately gave Gilda the job. I've thought this for a while, but you really are. Kinnuin trailed off with a playful smile. A kind person? A good boy? Let's just go with that. Arguing over every little thing is exhausting. I grumbled. After that, we exchanged small talk, briefly touching on the topic of Crown Prince Francek. The recent parade incident and the nickname Noble Hunter. There must be a lot of people out for your life. Even those who have no real grudge against you will start to dislike you. The number of people gunning for me has gone from 1 truckload to 2. That's why I always stay armed. I pushed my coat aside, revealing my weapons. Crucis and Ruina came into view. And since we're here, I should let you know. Before the storm arrives, you and I will need to meet with certain individuals. I'll be calling for you soon. I instinctively felt it. This was an opportunity. It could be a turning point. At last, Kinnuin and I will be moving alone. It could have been a chance orchestrated by Ivan. I suppressed the surge of excitement and anticipation. Luka, the data transfer and recovery are done. Gilda lifted her head from behind the equipment and called out. The data restoration for the chip I had entrusted her with probably wasn't actually complete. I have to trust Gilda. I stood up and approached her. Gilda had been working the holographic interface, but suddenly paused. Looking at the data format, it seems to be some kind of video. Should I play it? Ah, well, let's check it out. I nodded casually. Kinnuin was watching us while sipping his coffee. His gaze was oddly sharp. Beep. A large holographic screen was projected onto the wall. After a few bursts of static, a blurry video began to play. Ha, huck, ahang, an obscene sound ominously filled the room. As the image cleared, a man and a woman were seen entangled in a rough embrace. The man had sculpted, handsome features, while the woman had an unrealistically perfect figure. Their skin glistened as if wet. Even through the screen, the air felt thick and humid. Even as someone unfamiliar with this field, I could tell. This was quite explicit. It was so sensuous that it almost felt artistic. Moreover, there was something abnormal about the interaction between the two, whose entire bodies had been modified for enhanced sexual function. The man and woman were entwined like an octopus and a snake, their movements fierce and predatory, as if they were trying to consume each other. Ah, so it was something like this. Gilda shrugged and turned off the video. I instinctively took 2 steps away from her, feeling awkward for no reason. I really had no idea it contained this kind of data. Oh, no. This happens a lot. Sometimes, when a chip has strangely tight security, you think it's hiding secret assets or something, but when you recover it, well, it turns out to be a collection, memories of parents, records from someone's youth, things like that. Gilda smiled knowingly, as if to say it was no big deal. Either way, it seems like useless data to me. Should I dispose of it then? The chip's owner would probably want that. I'd like to preserve their honor. Kinnuin had been watching us, and now he rose leisurely from his seat. With a smile, he stepped toward me. Seeing the contents, it's a good thing you didn't hand this over to the Imperial Guard. Can I ask whose chip it is? It belongs to Nikolaos. I'm sorry for dragging your name into this, Nikolaos. But if I had to guess, Nikolaos's sexual appetite was probably not ordinary. This wouldn't even be a disgrace to him, or so I rationalized to myself. The coffee was good, Gilda. And Luka, you shouldn't stay in the lower district too long. I have information that people are after you. Thanks for the warning. Then I'll be off. Kinnuin stood up from his seat. You're leaving already? I just finished my work. Stay a little longer and hang out? Gilda, reluctant to let him go, tried to stop him, but Kinnuin declined with an apologetic smile. I have a lot on my plate. I came to the lower district for business today, and visiting you was just an added bonus. Leaving behind only an empty coffee cup, Kinnuin stepped out of the workshop. Thud, the door closed. Kinnuin didn't come here knowing everything in detail. In a time as sensitive as this, he must have found my visit to the lower district suspicious and followed me. Today, he was just testing the waters. I felt a strange sense of exhilaration. I was almost certain I had succeeded in deceiving Kinuan. I had read his intentions and defended myself. Of course, this wasn't something I accomplished on my own. Even Kinuan wouldn't have expected Gilda to help me like this. It was thanks to her unexpected assistance that he had been completely fooled. "Thank you, Gilda." Gilda gave me a bright smile. She lightly bumped her shoulder against mine. "The real data recovery will be done soon, so just wait over there. I don't know what's going on. But I'm rooting for you, Luka. You trust me?" Working with Giselle has made me even more certain. "Luka, you're a good person." I gave a bitter smile. "I'm probably not as good a person as you think. Maybe to some people you're not. But to me, you are." Gilda operated the latest terminal. The data restoration process seemed to be reaching its final stage. That quick thinking earlier was impressive. You must have had a hard time finding a video like that on such short notice. I complimented her efforts while inputting numbers into a credit chip. This was the least I could offer in return. "Oh, it's from my personal collection. Let me know if you want more. I've got a carefully curated selection." To be honest, after the kidnapping incident, I completely lost my sex drive for a while. But I've been doing a lot better lately and enjoying life again. Gilda said it casually. I was momentarily at a loss for words. She must have struggled silently to free herself from the weight of her past trauma. Now that I thought about it, Gilda was no ordinary person either. She wasn't rigid, but she wouldn't break. No matter what hardships she faced, she always found a way to stand back up. Then, I suddenly remembered that Gabriel had been at the workshop today as well. He was probably here for security reasons, but it still made me uneasy. "Gilda, by any chance, you and Gabriel?" "I told you before, Gabai and I aren't like that. I care about looks." It wasn't that I disliked Gabriel, but for some reason, I felt like a woman as good as Gilda was wasted on him. HMPH, my own twisted nature was probably to blame for that. Click, beep. A series of mechanical sounds followed. Gilda wiped her forehead, straightened her posture, and flashed me a thumbs up. The data recovery was complete. Chapter 125. This looks like a virtual simulation program. That makes things difficult. Gilda spoke as she projected the restored data onto a hologram. Complex, indecipherable characters streamed down like a waterfall. "Can you run it?" "I'd love to help, but this is beyond my capabilities. Either we convert the data to work with modern devices, or we need to find a virtual machine from that era. The latter is nearly impossible, so the former is our only option." Gilda was a technician and a mechanic, not a hacker or a programmer. Giselle is in the engineering field too. I was now convinced that Agatha Custoria had lost her mind. "If you're going to give me a chip, at least make it readable." Frustration started to creep in. I had no way of knowing how useful or harmful this data might be. What level of skill is required to convert this data? Keep it simple so I can understand without technical jargon. Gilda rested her arm and stroked her chin before giving a short answer. "Top tier." She raised a single index finger. It was a response even I could understand easily. In this field, I knew only two top-tier individuals: Director Jin Ga and the witch, Barbara. The problem was that neither of them were trustworthy. "I'll handle the rest on my own." I placed a credit chip on the table as I spoke. Gilda's pupils widened when she saw the number. "I think this is excessive pay, but I won't refuse." I took both Agatha's chip and the chip containing the restored data. "Stay safe for now, Gilda. A storm is coming." "You too, Luka." After our brief farewell, I left the workshop. The outside was dark and chilly. Creak, creak. I placed an electronic mask over my lower face. As it expanded, it adhered to my jaw and mouth. The lower district was a maze of buildings and alleys. Outsiders could easily get lost, especially at night. Unlike usual, I stuck to the main roads and bustling streets. It was a bit of a detour, but I figured it was the better option. The last thing I needed was to get caught up in trouble or stand out. Bang, bang, I'm Luka, the noble hunter. Idiot. Lord Luka uses a sword, not a gun. You're both wrong. Hunters use bows. Take this. Since it was a lively area, children were running around playing. I glanced at them as I walked past. The children were wearing makeshift battle suits crafted from plastic and cardboard. Since the rumors about me were rampant but vague, they each wielded their weapon of choice and ran around shouting, "I'm Luka." Once again, let me emphasize, until recently, this kind of behavior would have never been tolerated in Akbaran. Just because this was the lower district didn't mean there were no nobles around. You could be killed simply for offending the wrong person. Right now, this was a highly unusual situation. Akbaran is on the brink of storm season. From what I had heard, riots and uprisings tended to break out in some regions during storm season. The chaos provided an opportunity for the people of the lower district to strike at the upper district residents. Even the high-end mighty nobles had to be cautious during this time, and ever since the public procession, anti-noble sentiment has turned vicious. A crowd consumed by madness acts irrationally. If a noble tried to scold these children, they might end up beaten to death by the lower district masses. No noble would be foolish enough to do something like that in this climate. What? A noble hunter. You shouldn't toss around words about hunting nobles so carelessly. Understand? And there, standing like a perfect caricature of an idiot noble, was someone proving me wrong. Ugh! I pressed my lips together and swallowed a sigh. A familiar noble youth came into view. At this point, I was starting to think there was some kind of strange connection between us. Enrico Lagan. Enrico was picking a fight with the street kids. Thud. He snatched one of their weapons and smashed it to pieces. The plastic sword shattered pathetically against his knee. You're unbelievably petty, Enrico. It's almost impressive. I was stunned by the sheer smallness of his character. Darling, please stop. They're just kids playing. Beside Enrico stood a beautiful woman. At a glance, she seemed like a young lady from the middle class, but I knew exactly who she was. A doll from La Vie en Rose. Dolls were the professional women of La Vie en Rose. After the Karthika Tower incident, I had reached out to La Vie en Rose and connected Enrico with them. Martina, the diva, had likely jumped at the chance and assigned him a suitable woman. That suitable woman was the one now standing beside Enrico. Playing? You think saying kill nobles is just play? Everything is getting strange, really strange, and I know Luka's well. We're close friends. That guy is not on the side of lowlifes like you. Since when had I become Enrico's close friend? I had just learned something new about myself. Regardless, Enrico was picking the worst possible actions. The crowd's attention had now fully shifted to him, and among them were eyes filled with hostility. Are you aiming for the Idiot of the Year award? The woman beside Enrico desperately tugged at his arm. Let's just go. This is going to turn into a serious problem. She was stomping her feet anxiously, unable to hide her panic. They may not be adults, but I'm still a man of House Lagan. I can't ignore such dangerous ideas. They need proper education. That's a noble's duty, though I wouldn't expect a lowborn like you to understand. It was almost fascinating how he managed to say the worst possible things. If there were a course on how to become the most hated noble, Enrico would make a fortune teaching it. I resisted the urge to applaud and continued watching the farce unfold. Enrico, I saved your life from an armed helicopter last time. You don't remember, but I do. If things went south this time, I wasn't going to save him. Maybe a good beating would knock some sense into him. If he was unlucky, he might even die. Aha, so you're a young master of House Lagan. My lord, I've always admired the noblemen of House Lagan. A man swaggered through the crowd. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary thug, but his steady, balanced gait revealed that he was someone trained. And who the hell are you? Enrico scowled. The thug grinned grotesquely and positioned himself behind the children, almost as if he were deliberately playing the villain. Consider me one of those people who aren't too happy with the current mood. No matter what anyone says, it's the noble lords who have led the Akresha Empire thus far. But seeing a noble being disrespected on the streets like this, I just couldn't stand by. So, you said your name was Enrico, right? The first to sense the thug's ominous intent was Enrico's woman. Darling, let's go now. I'll let you do whatever you want later. Remember last time, you said you wanted to try thaw? The thug abruptly slapped the woman across the face. Stay out of this, you whore. A noble doesn't act on such filthy desires. Isn't that right, young master? He bared sharp teeth in a sinister smile. The air grew thick with violent intimidation. Why, yeah, of course. How dare you say something like that to me? Enrico, completely overwhelmed by the thug, was now berating his own woman instead. I never imagined someone could be this pathetic. Lord Enrico Lagan, you have a gun, don't you? Ah, here it is. Grip it tight with both hands. Let's shoot just one of them as an example, so they'll never dare speak of noble hunters again. Things were escalating dangerously. The thug was openly encouraging Enrico to commit murder. Huh, what? No, that's too much. Come on now, that's not true. If we let them grow up, they'll turn into rebellious elements causing riots. Cutting them down now is the best way to protect the empire. This is a noble's duty. He was spouting utter madness. The surrounding crowd was growing restless, and someone attempted to step in to stop them. Click. The thug swiftly drew his pistol and aimed at the approaching person. The would-be intervener hesitated, then raised both hands and stepped back. Listen up. If you don't want to die, stay out of this. I'm a retainer who serves as a noble family's guard. You know what that means, right? Even if all of you came at me, you wouldn't stand a chance. The thug's threat was chilling, but the people of the lower district weren't easily intimidated. A large man behind the thug was slowly maneuvering to take advantage of his blind spot. Bang! Without even turning his head, the thug fired behind him. The large man crumpled to the ground, clutching his knee where the bullet had struck. His skill was impressive. This wasn't some ordinary back-alley thug. Enrico's lips and hands trembled uncontrollably at the gunshot. The thug stepped closer to him. Why you? Which noble house are you from? If you're from a family I know, does that really matter right now? Young master, pull the trigger, do it. Enrico was being pressured. Not even understanding what was happening, he pointed his gun at the child. Regardless of the reason, if a noble were to kill a street kid in this climate, it would ignite a full-scale riot. There were far too many witnesses. That man is a provocateur, stirring up a riot on purpose. Who sent him? I accessed the database to check his identity. There were no unusual records. One thing was certain, he wasn't a noble family's retainer. Meaning, he was a liar. Squelch. A dark stain spread across Enrico's pants as he lost control of his bodily functions. His legs shook violently. I can't do this. Shut up and shoot, you idiot. The thug whispered into Enrico's ear while guiding his hand over the pistol. I could read his lips. Step. Step. I moved forward. This wasn't to save Enrico, I was simply curious about the thug's background. Huh, and who the hell are you? Take one more step and… The thug raised his gun and aimed at my leg. But before he could finish his threat, I kept walking. Bang, he pulled the trigger. He had no hesitation in shooting people from the start. Tap, I twisted my body and dodged the bullet. A shot aimed at my leg was laughable. Even if it had hit, it wouldn't have done much to my prosthetic limb. The thug clicked his tongue, eyes widening. Realizing the difference in skill, he immediately turned to run. Quick judgment. He really was trained for combat. Crunch, I bent my waist and knees, increasing power output. My toes dug into the ground. Quadjik, I launched forward, tearing up the ground beneath me. In an instant, I closed the 20-meter gap between us. My hand reached the back of his neck. And no, please, don't. The thug was visibly terrified. No, he wasn't afraid of me. Beep, 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 beep. The necklace that had looked like a throat guard started flashing. Acrid smoke seeped from its seams. Sensing danger, I quickly covered my head with my arm and shoved the thug away. Boom, his head exploded in an instant. The blast sent me flying several meters. A bomb collar? The moment I grabbed him, the collar detonated. Someone had activated it remotely upon seeing what happened. What the hell? Is he dead? How did he die? Did that guy kill him? The moment he touched him, he just blew up. The crowd stirred. True to their nature as lower district folks, no one screamed in horror just because someone had died. I casually brushed off the human debris clinging to my clothes and stood up. The stench of death was nothing new to me. Luka, Enrico spoke, recognizing me from behind. He seemed to have a knack for noticing familiar faces at the worst possible moments. Then, he continued. El Lucaus Castoria, my friend, you came to save me. He jumped to his feet. His soaked pants were still dripping with yellow liquid. You really have no damn awareness, do you? I glanced around. The crowd, having heard Enrico, was now murmuring among themselves. El Lucaus Castoria? That's Lord Luka, the one who saved the Crimson Crown Prince. Luka, Luka. A dozen thoughts raced through my mind in an instant. I could grab the fallen children by their collars and accuse them of insulting a noble. I could slap them and make some disparaging remark about the lower class, clearing up any misunderstandings. If I openly declared my allegiance to the nobles here and now, all the ridiculous rumors would disappear. But instead, I chose to use my infamy. I could only hope it was the better decision. Enrico, I looked at him and smiled. It was probably a rather vicious expression. Why yeah. My friend, shut your damn mouth. I clenched my fist just enough and punched Enrico square in the face. Quack-chick, a deeply satisfying sound rang out. Enrico was sent sprawling to the ground. A tooth ripped from his gums spun through the air in a trail of blood. Uaa, Luka, long live Luka, cheering erupted behind me. Why. Luka, Enrico, his face covered in blood, looked up at me, teary-eyed like a man who had just been utterly betrayed. Chapter 126. It hurts. It hurts so much. The blood won't stop. Enrico, lying on the sofa, whined. His woman brought an ice pack and pressed it against his cheek. Baby, are you okay? It hurts like hell. My God, I've never felt pain like this before. What if I die like this, huh? What then? What a load of crap. Even Enrico's woman couldn't hold back her laughter and let out a small chuckle. People don't die from something like this. So don't worry. She showed her professional dedication and embraced Enrico. As he nestled into her ample chest, he seemed to calm down, his breathing slowing as he closed his eyes. Luka, you really hit me like that, and you think you'll get away with it? Enrico, out of habit, tried to threaten me but quickly realized the reality of his situation, his voice shrinking. Enrico, I don't think you understand. Earlier, you were in a situation where the crowd could have beaten you to death. I crossed my arms and gazed out the window. Outside, the streets were bustling with people. This is La Vie en Rose's safe house. That was where Enrico and I were now. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary middle-class home. However, the cabinets were stocked with rare medical supplies, enough to perform minor surgeries if necessary. Because of Enrico, the crowd in the lower district had practically worshipped me, following me around. Just then, Grace had appeared and whisked both me and Enrico away to the safe house. While Enrico and I were catching our breath here, Grace was outside handling the cleanup on our behalf. Did you contact Grace? I asked Enrico's woman. True to her profession as a La Vie en Rose courtesan, she had immediately called for Grace as soon as trouble started. Oh, yes. In emergencies, we just press the call device, and Grace comes running in no time, like a prince from a fairy tale. We always carry one when escorting nobles in the lower district. Her tone was completely different from when she spoke to Enrico. That ditzy act was gone. It seemed she had been playing along with Enrico's intellectual level until now. Well done, I muttered. Without Grace, getting through that crowd on my own would have been a hassle. It feels strange to be praised by the famous Luka. You do know you're the hottest topic right now, don't you? She spoke with a hint of admiration. A lot of it is exaggerated. I'm not the person people think I am. Hearing my words, the half-dead Enrico chimed in. Yeah, he's the kind of guy who throws a punch before he talks, typical of someone from the lower district. Look at me, he nearly beat me to death. If I had really intended to leave you half-dead, you'd be a walking corpse by now. As we talked, someone was approaching from outside the window, a woman wearing an eye patch. Grace. Step. Grace entered the safe house, pulling back her hood. I had one of my subordinates, who has a similar build to Luka, lure the crowd away. If you move in about 20 minutes, you should be fine. And as for Enrico, I will personally escort him home safely. As always, Grace was as precise in her words as she was in her work. I'm not coming down to the lower district for a while. I've had enough of these savages. That's a wise decision, Enrico. If you want to live a long life, it's best to stay away, I replied curtly. But in the end, Enrico hadn't pulled the trigger. He was a fool and an idiot, but he wasn't cut out to be a true villain. I crossed my arms, watching the window. Once the crowd thinned out, I would make my move. Luka, you're a far bigger figure than I expected. Or should I say, you've become one? Grace stood beside me, leaning against the wall with a lazy gaze. A faint smile played on her lips. Are you the type to get caught up in every stupid rumor? Where there's smoke, there's fire. Maybe the rumors are exaggerated, but I'm sure you've killed a few noble lords. That was hard to deny. I was a rebel, after all, and I was the one who had taken care of the Lamons family. Bauzakanen was my doing as well. It was all part of the mission. There was no other motive. I never wanted to be some kind of hero for the lower district. But that's exactly what you're doing now. After this incident, you've become the hero who saved the children from the oppression of the nobility. Oh, and Enrico, I'm not joking. Do not come down here for a while. Even Levi and Rose won't be able to protect you right now. Grace emphasized once more. I said I'm not coming back, Enrico shouted in frustration. There's bound to be at least one rational person in the Lagan family. They'll probably put Enrico under house arrest. I added. Enrico scowled before sharply turning his head away. A brief silence settled. Grace observed me as if she were trying to read something. For once, she felt uncomfortable to be around. I ended up moving the way the people wanted this time, too. It was for the sake of symbolism. The Imperial Court was paying attention to the sentiment of the lower district. They won't be able to dispose of me so easily when I'm this popular among the lower-class citizens. The water had already been spilled. If hiding was becoming difficult, then exposing myself further would actually be safer. Noel. A chill ran down my spine. Noel Mully's cane, he must have gained the same kind of lower-class support and popularity as I had. I wondered just how similar my current path was to his. I needed to uncover Noel's movements and the history of that time. Not just a summarized version, I needed detailed records. Agatha's chip should have records from that period. I reached into my pocket and felt the two chips. One was Agatha's old chip, and the other was the one with restored data. Grace's lone eye flickered for a moment. She was communicating with someone. Diva has a message for you. If there's anything you need, Levi and Rose is willing to support you in any way. You seem like you're about to become quite an important figure. Consider it an early investment. I felt my stomach churn. Even in this situation, Martina Diva was quick to latch on with her own agenda. Well, now that's good news. Though I doubt some petty gang from the lower district can really offer much help. I curled one side of my lips as I spoke. Grace, long used to my sharp tongue, didn't even blink. They may not be much in terms of force, but they can assist in other ways. I understand that you're on edge, but there's no need to turn potential allies into enemies with irrational words and actions. A calm piece of advice. Grace was too talented to remain with Levi and Rose. There was a reason she had been selected as suitable for the Imperial Guard. You should think about getting out of Levi and Rose while you still can. At this point, I'd say you've repaid your debt. Whether I've repaid it or not is for me to decide, not someone else. She had a point. I felt my mind cooling down. That was what I liked about talking with Grace. It brought logic to the forefront. Likely because she always maintained a rational attitude herself. The emotions inside me froze. My thoughts began moving swiftly, logically. I closed my eyes for a brief moment before opening them again. Grace, how good is your marksmanship? I'm more confident in shooting than in close combat. Back in the academy, I was the top student in marksmanship. That made sense. Calm types like her usually excelled at shooting. Close combat, on the other hand, was better suited to more aggressive fighters. Whoosh! I pulled out the shock pistol, Ruina, from inside my coat. Grace's eyes widened. She must have recognized it as an Imperial Workshop product. I'm entrusting Ruina to you for now. If it's you, I know you can help me at a critical moment. I was laying down a piece on the board through Grace. Whether I would use this move later or not, even I didn't know. But now was the time to think far ahead and act accordingly. If I was going to fight monsters, I needed to be bold in my foresight. I'm not the type to covet someone else's lover, but this is quite charming. Grace took Ruina, inspecting its specifications. She ran her fingers smoothly over it before tucking it into her coat. Creak. After handing her some extra rounds as well, I opened the door to check outside. It seemed safe to leave now. Do you really think entrusting this to me is a wise decision? I'm not Gabriel. You and Levi and Rose cooperate purely out of mutual interest. Grace spoke as she watched me preparing to leave. I know. That's why I'm entrusting it to you, Grace, not to Levi and Rose. She flinched as if momentarily speechless. I simply gave a small nod before stepping out of the safe house. I intended to use Grace's emotions. Even if I thought it was wrong, there was no choice. I had to use everything at my disposal. 3 days had passed since the Enrico incident. The way people looked at me had changed. Even at the Imperial Guard headquarters, more and more people whispered when they saw me. the symbol of anti-nobility, Luka's Custoria. That label stuck to me like a brand. If even the atmosphere within the Imperial Guard was like this, then the number of nobles wary of me in high society must have been increasing rapidly. The Custoria family, which had taken me in, must have found the situation rather troublesome as well. "Are you really on our side?" That was the kind of gaze people gave me. If I weren't part of the Custoria family, I'd probably be in a very bad spot right now. The only reason I hadn't been openly insulted or interrogated was because of the Custoria name. No one could easily accuse the Custoria heir of being a spearhead for anti-nobility sentiments. That would mean questioning the Custoria family itself. I was enjoying the full benefits of my family's prestige. Long live Himilas, long live Custoria. Lost in my idle thoughts, I found myself facing Ile in the break room. Well, if it isn't the noble hunter himself. "Whoa, don't glare at me like that. You're scaring me." Ile's ridiculous joke was just as nonsensical as my thoughts had been. "When I'm not around, what does everyone say about me?" I got straight to the point. Ile dropped his playful tone and glanced around. "Your fellow cadets and those close to you don't really care. They know your personality well enough." That's a relief. What about the others? They sit around drinking and badmouthing you, saying things like, "The nobility took in a poor orphan from the lower district, and he doesn't even know gratitude." Acting as if they were the ones who did you some great favor. Well, that's about what I expected. If all they do is talk, then that's actually not so bad. What the hell was Prince Francek thinking, putting you in this mess? Did you screw up big time? The funny thing is, right after that, you went and saved him from an assassin. Ile was likely trying to piece things together, but with limited information, it would be hard to see the whole picture. Forget it. More importantly, what's the mood like in your family? The catacomb mine situation stirred things up. A few of the elders in my family are even happy about their pensions increasing. Ile trailed off, watching me. He must have sensed that something was off within the military. After all, the Karthika family had many high-ranking officers. Luka, redirecting the catacomb mine profits to the Disabled Veterans Fund. This wasn't the Imperial Court's decision, was it? This wasn't a huge secret. Any key military figure would be aware of it. Given Ile's status as the future head of a military family, it was a reasonable deduction. The military acted on its own. I used to think I was the only one being rebellious. Funny how things turn out. Thinking back, the stuff we did at the Arcane Fortress, commander of the Imperial Guard must have known about it, right? Ile had put the pieces together this far. This was something I had hoped he wouldn't realize. Yeah, he knew about it and let it slide. Said it would have been a waste to dispose of you and me over something like that. It was considered an acceptable level of misconduct within the Imperial Guard. Ile's lips twisted into a dark smile. The veins on his jaw stood out beneath his tense expression. His fingers trembled. Yeah, maybe Lillian. Calm down, Ile, it's in the past. Back then, it was the best decision we could have made. Despite my words, Ile let go of his emotions remarkably fast. He clasped his hands together, steadying their tremors. "I know, it's all in the past. Soon, chaos is going to engulf Akbaran. You see it coming too, don't you?" "Probably. This chaos is an opportunity for both of us. A chance to rise." The word rise had come from Ile's mouth. Normally, that was something I would say. There was a time when I wished Ile would let go of his dangerous thoughts. But now, seeing him seemingly conform to the Empire's order felt unfamiliar. Ile must have sensed the meaning behind my gaze. He leaned against the railing and smiled. "Don't look so heartbroken, Luka. I still think this empire is messed up. This society is wrong. But if we want to change it, climbing the ranks is the only way. I'm still the same Ile Karthika you remember." "I never cried, idiot," Ile smirked. He leaped off the railing and waved at me. "Whatever you do, stay safe, Luka." I watched as Ile disappeared from sight. Looks like it was time for me to go as well. Kinuan had summoned me today. It seemed the time had come. Chapter 127. Living in the comfortable upper districts, there was something people often forgot. Beneath Akbaran, lava flowed. Geothermal power was one of Akbaran's core energy sources. The lukewarm air unique to the lower districts was entirely due to geothermal heat. At least the surface was habitable. Even if it was called a lower district, it was still above ground. not underground. However, the deep zones beneath the city were practically hell. The air was so hot and stifling that the ventilation shafts installed throughout the tunnels felt useless. It was like my lungs were being cooked. More than anything, the air quality wasn't just poor, it was lethally toxic. This is exactly the kind of place where full-body prosthetics are most necessary. Kinuan spoke as he walked through the underground passage. I was beside him. SSSSS. My breath was long and narrow, constrained by the heavy filter attached to my helmet. In contrast, Kinuan, who had a full-body prosthetic, walked through the tunnel with ease. In extreme environments like this, I could feel the absolute necessity of full-body prosthetics. Even back when I went into the sewers with Hamilas and Pagan, I was the only one who suffered. Back in those sewers, I was the only one who vomited because I still had biological organs. There were limits to what sheer willpower and training could endure. Calling this a deep zone barely made sense. It wasn't a residential area. No one lived here. The only things down here were the geothermal generators that powered the city and the maintenance tunnels and facilities supporting them. In any case, deep zones were places most Imperial citizens never had a reason to visit. As critical national infrastructure, geothermal power plants weren't freely accessible to just anyone. Clank. The security cameras in the tunnel shut down one by one as we passed, their heads drooping lifelessly. It was because of Kinuan's overseer authority. Unless you're just trying to make me suffer for no reason, you must have a good reason for taking this route. I voiced my complaint. Honestly, I felt like I was going insane. My clothes were already soaked with sweat. It's because the matter is that confidential. It's better if we don't draw attention. Even I'm getting a bit hot. Kinuan opened a section of his forearm. He injected coolant into his prosthetic system. As it circulated through his artificial body, it would quickly dissipate the heat. I, on the other hand, felt like I was about to be steamed alive. I wanted to inject that coolant straight into my veins. Well, only in thought. If I actually did it, I'd die instantly. Instead, I took out a water bottle and connected it to the intake tube on my helmet. The cool water brought some relief. My tongue moved smoothly again. There are groups attempting to manipulate and distort public opinion in the lower districts these days. I shifted the topic as I spoke. Even during the Enrico incident, agitators had latched on. The moment I tried to capture one of them alive, his bomb collar activated. That meant a rather terrifying force was backing them. There are plenty of factions in the Empire that manipulate public opinion. The group we're about to meet is one of them. Kinuan spoke as he opened a door leading into a side passage. His back was completely exposed and defenseless. Could I kill Kinuan right now? The scorching deep zone was an extremely unfavorable battlefield for someone like me, who still had a biological body. I wouldn't be able to fight at even half my full strength. If I failed to ambush him here, I'd be the one left helpless. Luka, if you want to achieve your goal, it's time to start moving. Kinuan spoke without looking back. He was referring to the ousting of Hamilas. I'm working on it. Very soon, whether it's the military or the Imperial family, a decision will be made. Honestly, in such a short time, it's nearly impossible for you to remove Hamilas and take control of the Castoria family. The only path left for you is to cooperate with the Imperial family and dismantle the Castoria family from within. A harsh reality. Even if I wanted to deny it, it was closing in fast. My stomach churned. The heat made the nausea worse. Kinuan pressed on, cornering me with his words. If you want to walk the path of an overseer, it's time to make your choice. You don't have much time. Neither do I to me. His words sounded like a threat. Clank. After walking for a while, Kinuan opened the next door. Whoosh. The difference in temperature caused the air to rush past us. At last, we had reached a passage connected to the outside. Luka, from this point on, the group we're meeting is Nemesis. One of the Empire's most notorious terrorist organizations. I wasn't even surprised. They were among the factions I had anticipated. Kinuan's point of contact. This was the very moment of collusion that Hamilas had been desperately searching for. If it had been the old me, I would have been filled with the urge to run straight to Hamilas and report it. Is this by order of His Majesty? This collusion must have been sanctioned by the Emperor. Kinuan nodded. Just another routine event during a storm season. That's why I'm bringing you along. In the future, even if I'm not here, you'll have to handle similar matters. It felt like a handover. A predecessor teaching his successor the ropes before stepping down. If our duties had been more ordinary, I might have even found this moment moving. We passed through the deep zone and emerged onto the surface. Before long, we began to see abandoned ruins scattered around. At some point, we had reached the outskirts of Akbaran. Swish! Kinuan rummaged through the ruins and uncovered a tarp. Beneath it lay a rusted-out vehicle, reduced to little more than a skeletal frame. At first glance, it looked like a wreck, but upon closer inspection, the engine and parts were intact. Even the rust was merely a disguise. Head to the preset coordinates. It should take about an hour. Kinuan settled into the passenger seat. I tossed my helmet onto the back seat and jumped into the driver's seat. Since the vehicle was open, a simple leap was enough to get in. Screech, the tires spun fiercely as the vehicle tore through the ruins. Before long, we left even the remnants of the ruins behind and entered the wasteland. Kinuan sat with his arms crossed, eyes closed. His presence was eerily quiet, as if he were asleep. Just how strong is Kinuan in combat right now? I had promised Ivan that I would kill Kinuan. Today could be my chance. As if sensing my intent to kill, Kinuan opened his eyes slightly. His heavy lips parted. Luka, the struggles and confusion you're going through, I've already walked that path. Trust me. The path of an overseer is the best one for you. Depending on how one looked at it, his words could carry many meanings. Even if my methods differ from your intentions, in the end, I will become an overseer. Do your best. For the record, I became an overseer by killing my predecessor. Kinuan said it casually, as if it were an offhand remark, but I nearly slammed the brakes. It was such an explosive statement that my vision almost spun. This is the first time I've heard about your predecessor. I barely managed to suppress my shaking and continued the conversation. It's nothing special. It's a common story anywhere in the Empire. The better a full-body prosthetic is maintained, the longer its lifespan. It's not unusual for a son to be unable to wait for his father's retirement. I felt like I was going insane. My heart pounded violently in my chest. This time, his words sounded like they could be about the current emperor and Ivan. I don't know why you killed your predecessor, instructor, but I doubt it was a noble tale. My situation was different from yours. I wasn't so much a successor as I was a backup plan. There was only a 10-year age gap between me and my predecessor. Unless he died suddenly, it would have been difficult for me to become the next overseer. The more likely outcome was that I'd be thrown into missions even overseers avoided and be used up instead. So it was less of a betrayal and more of a survival necessity. Either way, even if you were to target me, it wouldn't be an unfamiliar situation for me. I almost reached for Crucis beside me. My mind was in utter turmoil. Should I settle this here and now? A simple plan immediately came to mind: jerk the steering wheel to flip the car, and in that split second, use Crucis to sever Kinuan's neck. But he wouldn't fall for such a shallow trick. I kept driving calmly. Nothing had happened yet. I stared at the vehicle's radar screen. The outdated display showed neither terrain nor obstacles, only the distance and direction to our destination. What awaited me at the coordinates might not be Nemesis, but an executioner. You're overthinking things right now. The more unnecessary thoughts you pile on, the slower your decisions become. The more you have to protect, the more situations you try to avoid, the more inefficient your thinking becomes. Instead of taking the fastest path to the answer, you start going in circles. You can't do this, you can't do that, so you hesitate. Kinuan's words were dangerously sweet. It felt as if they were clearing the fog in my mind. Protecting the Castoria family. I discarded that premise. The answer became strikingly clear. Report Ivan's deviation to His Majesty, and act as the Imperial family's agent within Castoria and the military. In this tangled web, the true dominant forces were undoubtedly the Emperor and Kinuan. Even Agatha had said that Castoria could never win against the Imperial family. Some say that impurities make a person stronger. I forced out the words, as if rejecting temptation. Kinuan let out a small, mocking laugh. That's utter nonsense. Whoever told you that, think about it. Aren't they the very ones who shackled you with those so-called impurities? Who benefits the most from you carrying those burdens? That person is the one forcing duty and responsibility onto you while demanding sacrifice and loss. It felt like someone had struck my skull with a hammer. That had always been one of my deepest concerns. That I'm growing weaker. Back when I had no family, no house to belong to, I was razor sharp. I only had to protect myself. I wouldn't have suffered like this, agonizing over everything. Hemilla's Castoria. It was Hemilla's who strapped the weight of family onto my back. He was also the one who preached about humanity and the value of those so-called impurities. I felt sick. I wanted to be wrong. Acting head of the family? A symbol of trust in me. Deep down, I had been happy about it. It meant he believed in me that much. That's why I had worked even harder to protect the Castoria family, no matter what. I wanted to deny it. But the inferential thinking of Aki's victima wasn't something I could control at will. My thoughts followed the clues Kinnuan had laid out, branching further and further. That was exactly what he had intended. My brow and nose felt hot, throbbing as if blood were pooling there. I'll say it again, I've already experienced the confusion and struggles you're going through. During this storm season, the Imperial family will launch a large-scale purge. Many key figures in the military will die. Handle it wisely, young overseer. Kinnuan even revealed a critical piece of the plan to me. Beep, beep. The alert sounds on the radar screen grew more rapid. We were nearing our destination. Thanks to that, I was able to shift my train of thought. A person? I squinted in the direction of our destination. A figure stood atop a distant hill, still too far away to be more than a speck. Kinnuan stepped out of the vehicle first. From here, we walk. Ah, cover your face. If they recognize you, they'll shoot first and ask questions later. I put on the helmet I had tossed into the backseat. After killing Rick, I was as good as a sworn enemy and wanted fugitive to Nemesis. As we neared the hill, a heavily armed man stood waiting, holding a rifle. He had wrapped his face in cloth up to his eyes, suited for the harsh wasteland climate. Drones and heavy weaponry were strapped to his waist and back. He looked like a seasoned soldier. "Who's this?" The man scanned me before turning to Kinnuan. "A comrade who shares our cause. I can't reveal his identity yet. You and we have worked together for a long time, but this is difficult. You're asking us to trust someone whose identity is unknown? What will you do if you don't?" Kinnuan remained still as he spoke. The man frowned before touching his ear, communicating with someone over comms. "Understood. Let's begin the information exchange." Kinnuan pulled out a terminal. As its lens opened, a holographic map of the upper districts appeared. For Rick! For Rick! As if rehearsed, Kinnuan and the man paid tribute to Rick. On the holographic map, routes leading from the lower districts into the upper districts were drawn. Each route was marked with detailed dates and times. As I stared at the map, I noticed something off. There's no escape route. There were paths leading into the upper districts, but none leading out. The plan itself didn't account for anyone making it out alive. "How many can you mobilize?" Kinnuan asked casually. "Around 100 who can actually fight." "I see." They were preparing for the terrorist attacks they would carry out during the storm season. Detailed plans were being exchanged at a rapid pace. I committed each part of their plan to memory. According to Kinnuan's arrangements, Nemesis would target the nobles designated by the Imperial family. The fragments of chaos were gradually coming together. The outline of the picture was beginning to emerge. How many pieces in this picture could I place or shift, and whose plan would ultimately complete the image? Chapter 128. The mission with Kinnuan ended quietly, and I returned to the Castoria estate. And then, the storm season began. The first week started with overcast skies and strong winds. At this stage, no flight ban was imposed within Akbaran. The first week was essentially the last chance to prepare for the storm season. From the second week onward, aerial vehicles and airships could no longer be used. By the third week, when the storm's power reached its peak, going outside was practically forbidden. It was a period when casualties surged dramatically. I welcomed the first week of the storm season at the Castoria estate. Clatter, clatter. I stared at the window that was shaking violently. The outside was not visible. Metal plates had been reinforced over it. Even in the first week, this storm season was proving to be exceptionally harsh. Reports from outside mentioned continuous accidents involving aerial vehicles, airships, and drones. There's a reason they imposed the flight ban from the second week. I was balancing on my hands with just one finger touching the floor. My sense of balance had returned to a satisfying level. It meant I had fully adapted to the new prosthetic. Starting from the third week of the storm season, Nemesis will incite riots and terrorist attacks in the upper-class residential areas. Many nobles will die. In particular, nobles from families the imperial family kept in check would stand out among the dead. And in the midst of that chaos, the imperial family will personally eliminate key figures in the military. Those who handled the imperial family's dark affairs would make their move then. It was a bit childish, but for now, I decided to call them the Shadow rather than the Dark Imperial Guard. The Imperial Shadow. Will the Imperial Shadow target the Castoria family? Was Hamilla's on the elimination list? Even if he was there someone skilled enough to assassinate him? The idea that a soldier of Hamilla's caliber could get caught up in a riot and die was absurd. A natural assassination would be difficult. Ivan wasn't able to create an opportunity for me to assassinate Kinuan. I had contacted Nemesis with Kinuan. In that time, I never had a chance to kill him. I'll rule out collaboration with Ivan for now. If Ivan provided an opportunity, I would recognize it and act. But for now, it was best to assume that no such chance would arise. Whip! I pushed off the ground with my hand and leaped up. After a full rotation, I landed lightly. The only path left for me is to take down Hamilla's. I mulled over Kinuan's advice. Did Hamilla's tie me to this family just to use me? If so, since when was this part of his plan? Or was it just a coincidence? Maybe Kinuan had simply shaken my mind with his silver tongue. He was skilled at psychological manipulation. Who should I trust and who should I betray? The choice was mine to make. Agatha, I never even had the chance to observe Noelle's choices and learn from them. You gave me the information too late. The time for decision was approaching. Creak. I stepped out of my room. I had sensed a presence outside. The estate was crowded. Normally, the relatives lived in the upper district, but during the storm season, they came to the estate to avoid any misfortune. It was a wise decision. You're leaving now. We don't know when the flight ban will be issued. The storm is stronger than expected. Looking down the corridor, I saw Eva trying to stop Hamilla's. So this was the presence I had felt. Hamilla's was wearing his Imperial Guard uniform. He seemed ready to leave for headquarters. Something important came up. I can't just sit back. Hamilla's emphasized his words. Even if there were no official duties, he couldn't stay cooped up in the estate. If he remained trapped here throughout the storm season, he wouldn't be able to respond to changing circumstances. Even if it was dangerous, he had to be in the heart of the upper district city. Both Hamilla's and Eva turned to look at me. While I'm away, you're in charge of the estate, Luka. I've already instructed everyone to prioritize your orders over Eva's. Hamilla's stepped in front of me as he spoke. Even his way of addressing me had changed. No longer you formal, but you casual, just like with the other children. I couldn't answer right away. This might be the last time I see Hamilla's. My stomach churned. Understood. That was all I could say. I had no time left. I had realized the Empire's plans and the flow of events too late. My power and actions weren't enough to change the grand scheme. If Hamilla's dies, it will be under disgraceful circumstances, and the Imperial family may use it as an excuse to eradicate the entire family. Even if we avoid annihilation, the Castoria family will lose all its power. And once we lost power, we would have no means to protect ourselves. The resentment and grudges accumulated against the Castoria family under its authority would crash down like a disaster. I, too, would have no choice but to operate as an Acquis Domini, erased from records and identity. Lukaus Castoria, remember my request. Hamilla's patted my shoulder before descending the stairs. Am I just an insurance policy for his failure? There was only one thought in my mind. Hamilla's probably doesn't know that I'm an overseer. No matter how perceptive he is, it would be difficult to deduce such an absurd position as the Emperor's overseer from limited information. However, Hamilla's must have sensed something about me. My strange coexistence with Kinuan, my excessive achievements as a cadet, my interactions with the Crimson Crown Prince Francek, and Agatha's obsessive trust. Even without direct evidence, Hamilla's must have realized that I was operating in a realm beyond his understanding. He believes that even if he fails, I'm the one who might still be able to protect the family. He's making a gamble. That's why, despite finding me suspicious, Hemilas never interrogated me. He needed to win me over. He carefully crafted an environment that would make me emotionally attached to the Castoria family. When I factored in Kinuan's advice, the full picture became clear. Hemilas is using me. And that wasn't an incorrect statement. He had shown me more favoritism than his own children, even taking me into the Silver Moon Pavilion alongside him. In hindsight, the privileges and goodwill he extended had been excessive. Not all of the affection he showed me was a lie, but it's clear that calculations were involved. I wanted to twist my lips into a smirk. No matter how skilled or talented I was, there was no way someone like me, a forsaken orphan from the lower depths, would be treated this well without a reason. I had always known. That was why I had remained wary of Hemila's kindness. But now that I had fully grasped its underlying purpose, a bitter taste filled my mouth. Hemilas boarded the aerial vehicle as his relatives and retainers saw him off. Whoosh, the aerial vehicle rose into the sky, shaking more violently than usual. The engine's roar was so loud that it drowned out even the howling wind, and the propulsion flames stretched longer than normal. The flight would not be easy. What kind of decision will Hemilas make? I would never see it with my own eyes, whether he succeeded or failed. Lukaus. Eva called me after the send-off was over. She and I moved to another location. For the first time, she entered my room. Mother, I know you have complaints about me, but as the acting family head, that's not what I want to talk about. Eva sat down, looking exhausted. She let out a small sigh before continuing. Do you think he'll come back to me alive? I'm asking because I believe you'd know better than I would. I flinched. Eva did not possess remarkable insight or exceptional political instincts. Her actions so far had proven as much. At times, her greed had led her to commit foolish acts. But a relationship built on affection between husband and wife must be different in some way. Even Hemilas couldn't have hidden all his anxieties from her. I wouldn't know for sure, but according to Martina, Diva, and Grace, who were well-versed in such matters, men tended to reveal their secrets easily in bed. I parted my lips several times, unsure of what to say. This was a situation I had never encountered before. Should I offer words of comfort, or should I speak of the cold, hard reality? The mere act of pondering this was enough to drive me mad. I'd rather be sent to the battlefield instead. I don't know either, but if I judge based purely on probability, the chances are low. I wasn't the kind of person who could offer kind words. Sometimes I hated that about myself. The awkward silence was broken when a tear fell from Eva's chin. If the worst happens, don't concern yourself with me. Just leave me behind. I have no will to live without him anyway. Father's request included you as well, no, Mother. I almost called her by her name. Let's be honest with each other. I don't consider you my son, and you don't see me as your mother either. But since Hemilas trusts you, the only person who can protect my children is you. No matter what happens, keep them safe. I intend to. You don't need to say it outright. Eva's shoulders trembled. You still don't understand, Luka. Even if the Castoria family collapses and the other family members all die, even if you abandon the duties and obligations of the acting family head, I am telling you to protect my children above all else. Eva stared at me intently. The light pooling around the edges of her pupils carried a hint of madness. Hemilas had given up on being a father, but Eva was still a mother. I didn't answer. My silence was my rejection. We'll just have to hope that he succeeds then. With that, Eva rose from her seat and left my room. It hadn't even been an hour since I had taken Hemila's place. This is already exhausting. Eva had humbled herself before me. It was to make an unreasonable demand. Even if I had wanted to grant it, there was no way to do so. Being the head of the family never suited me. If I could, I would have thrown it to Jup without hesitation. I needed more options. This wasn't the direction I wanted things to go. I had no desire to take responsibility for the crumbling Castoria family. Is it too late or is it not? I rummaged through my pocket and pulled out 2 chips, Agatha's chip and the chip containing the restored data. I need to see Noelle Mulliskane's choice. There was only one option left for me. Beep. I called for Giselle. The moment she stepped inside, I got straight to the point. If I looked at her face properly, I wouldn't be able to say it. Jacel, I need a way to contact Barbara. If you send a signal through the net, Barbara will respond. Jacel's expression hardened. Her fingertips trembled. Even if she responds to my signal, there's no reason for Barbara to help us. I bit my lower lip. It was time to tell her. Barbara is an Imperial spy. She's in a precarious position, always at risk of being cut off. I have information that can increase her chances of survival. She won't refuse to cooperate. Jacel stood frozen like a broken computer overloaded with data. The string of bizarre events must have suddenly crashed down on her mind all at once. Wait, Barbara, the incidents at the academy, then that means. Muttering to herself, Jacel staggered. I quickly reached out and caught her before she could collapse. As the situation finally sank in, her face twisted. She grabbed my arm, her nails digging in so hard they scratched my forearm. Rip! Snap! The synthetic skin on my forearm tore open. What the hell did father and you? All this time, what did you take me for? Her expression was venomous, as if she were ready to stab someone. It had been a long time since I'd seen her look like this. Unlike before, this time, it hurt. Hemilas and I have always been immersed in this world. A bottomless pit of madness where there are no fools, only deceivers. You've merely set one foot at the entrance. I had no intention of gently soothing Jacel's anger. If persuading her was going to be this difficult, cooperation would be impossible. I liked her, but business was business. Jacel, if you want to see the darkness from the same perspective as I do, pull yourself together and listen to me. If you can't handle it, then slap me and walk away. Jacel took a step back and raised her hand. I braced myself for the impact, suppressing my combat reflexes. Smack! A flash of light exploded in my vision. Her slap stung. Since her arm was also a prosthetic, it was practically a chunk of metal. My molar cracked and rolled around in my mouth. My jaw joint popped out of place with a creak. I'll slap you and still listen. Jacel sat down as she spoke, crossing her arms with an impish expression. Grind. I adjusted my dislocated jaw, moving it up, down, left, and right. So, a third option, huh? You sure are greedy, wanting both. Saying that, I picked out the broken piece of my molar with my fingers. Well, all things considered, this was a cheap price to pay. Chapter 129. I explained Barbara's true identity to Jacel. Barbara was a spy that the Empire had spent over a decade preparing and deploying. A carefully cultivated agent meant to infiltrate Nemesis. Antisocial yet loyal to the Empire, brimming with madness yet possessing a sharp intellect. That's Barbara. That's why even Nemesis never suspected she was an Imperial spy. Because to anyone looking, she's just a crazed witch perfectly suited to a terrorist group. I finished speaking. Even Jacel, who had steeled herself for this, had her expression change multiple times. Anxiety, nervousness, anger. And betrayal. Her emotions were clear to me. So father knew about what happened at the academy all along. He knew how much I suffered, and yet, he had no choice but to watch. Barbara was an agent the Empire had painstakingly prepared. If the Imperial High Command had hovered around her, Nemesis would never have taken her in. Jacel must have understood that, at least rationally. So the reason Barbara was able to toy with the Accretia Academy was because the Empire let it happen. Now it all makes sense. She was a Trojan horse. Her fingers twitched restlessly, betraying her unease. The more she listened, the more her frustration and curiosity must have grown. The deeper you dig, the more the questions will pile up, and the more impossible it will be to shake off the fear and doubt. Even I can't give you a clear answer. I spoke as if reading her mind. If an explanation alone could resolve everything, I would have told her long ago. The reason Barbara is so obsessed with me? That's something you have to figure out, Jacel. It might have to do with something you did in the past. Or maybe Barbara is just insane. A madman's actions don't need a rational reason. Jacel reached for the glass of water on the table. She moistened her dry lips before quietly closing her eyes. I'm scared of Barbara, Luka. I can't even understand what she truly wants. I don't know if she loves me or hates me. I didn't think it was hatred. Being someone who had strayed from the norm myself, I could recognize it. Barbara expressed affection and goodwill in a twisted manner. No need to say that out loud. Jacel opened her eyes and pulled out her terminal. A holographic screen appeared, prompting her to enter her network ID. Do you think it's possible to negotiate with Barbara? she asked while typing, her gaze fixed on the letters appearing on the screen. Barbara is a lunatic, but in the end, she always acts based on rational judgment. That's what makes her even more bizarre. If she sees a benefit, she'll accept my deal. This deal. Will it truly benefit Father and the Custoria family? Having finished entering her ID, Giselle hesitated before asking. I'll put it simply. Father and the Custoria family are in crisis right now. Father Hemilas may never return to us alive. So it's true that he's in conflict with the Imperial Court? It seemed Giselle had heard something about it from somewhere. I nodded and looked at the holographic screen. Giselle lowered her head slightly and logged into the network. Networking and electronic warfare weren't my area of expertise or interest, but I was familiar with the classification of the Empire's network systems. There were lower-tier networks accessible to commoners, operated freely by private companies. These were flooded with corrupted data and low-quality information. Since the lower networks were publicly available and widely used by the Empire's lower-class citizens, they were inexpensive. However, they were virtually devoid of security. A device with a low security rating would get wrecked by viruses the moment it connected. The upper class of the Empire typically used private networks managed independently by institutions, corporations, or noble houses, like the Imperial Guard's internal network. These networks were exclusive to members of their respective groups, offering curated information and high security, making them both reliable and safe. But that also means they're constantly under the scrutiny and censorship of higher authorities. Then, there was the highest-tier network, managed by the Imperial Court itself. Only high-ranking officials and the top aristocracy were granted access. The network I accessed with my overseer privileges as the Emperor's agent belonged to this category. Lower, internal, and upper networks. Most people classified networks into these three categories, but electronic warfare specialists and hackers divided them even further. I had heard that those so-called tech wizards could bypass through alien servers and even access the networks of Korate and Bellato factions. Well, that world was beyond my interest or comprehension. They'll always be tracking you on the network, Giselle. I spoke while standing beside her. Giselle, still seated, manipulated the holographic interface. I know, that's why I've never logged in with my own ID. We stared at the holographic screen. The moment we connected to the public lower network, the firewall activated. The security system of the terminal was in the process of burning away hundreds of viruses and illegal programs. Quite literally, it was incinerating them. Beep, 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 beep. As soon as we logged in, a flood of alarms popped up. If there's a misunderstanding, let's talk. We're friends, aren't we? I protected you. Why can't you understand that? Connect, 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 connect. The sender varied with each message, but anyone could tell they were all from Barbara. Hundreds of overlapping messages covered the entire screen. Whatever trick she had used, even mass deletion wasn't possible. We had to manually remove each message one by one. In other words, unless we closed our eyes, we had no choice but to see them. Don't trust Luka's Custoria. I flinched, and then came the real spectacle. Luka is a pervert who rolls around with men in the back alleys. I saw it myself. Here's the proof. A doctored, manipulated photo appeared. It was horrifying. Someone with my face was engaging in acts I didn't even want to describe. It's fake, right? Giselle glanced between the photo and me. I really hoped that faint blush on her cheeks was just my imagination. Of course it is. Are you kidding me? I frowned and answered. Hee hee, Giselle, it's nice to see your face after so long. You're still as lovely as ever. The messages became more recent. Ile Karthika, are you out of your mind? You're marrying that trash. That's a lie, right? Giselle, 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 Giselle. Why can't I see you? What did you do? The tone of the messages became increasingly agitated. It seemed that thanks to Hemila's efforts, Barbara had a much harder time stalking her. He had been protecting Giselle in his own way. Suddenly, I feel scared of myself. I even started to think I might hate you. So contact me, Giselle. Right now. Even under official scrutiny, these messages would probably just look like those of a typical obsessive stalker. Which, to be fair, Barbara was. The season of storms is coming. Be careful. I'm doing well, so don't worry. After that, there had been no messages for a long time. Barbara must be incredibly busy inside Nemesis. If things were going according to the Empire's plan, Barbara would be holding an important position within Nemesis. Beep, and then a new message appeared. Giselle, please answer me. I've been struggling so much lately. Talk to me like before. Please, 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 don't run away. I won't treat you badly. I could almost hear her voice. Leaning forward, I pressed my hand against the table. I'll talk to her instead. I pulled the holographic interface toward me. It's been a while, message sent. The reply came instantly. Who are you? Who the hell are you to use Giselle's ID? I swear I'll find you and kill you. You're not in bed with her, are you? No, Giselle, you're my goddess. A goddess must remain pure. Don't worry about that. I'm a pervert who rolls around with men, remember? I can personally guarantee Giselle's chastity. Giselle shot me a glare and pinched my side. That's definitely going to bruise. Beep. The next message had no text, just strange code. The terminal recognized it as an external network gateway. We brought out an old, unused terminal and entered the code. Even so, this felt like a bad idea. Contacting Barbara on the network was incredibly dangerous. That world was her battlefield. In reality, I could snap Barbara's neck in less than a second. But in the network, it was the opposite. If I left even the smallest security vulnerability, she could hack into our terminal in a single second. VRRRRR, the old terminal began processing the code. Despite its age, it was still a high-end model, equipped with a sturdy firewall. Since no viruses were detected, we could breathe a little easier for now. Never seen this script before, I muttered, staring at the screen. Strange characters stretched across it in a long sequence, formed from dots and lines. It was bizarre. It's the Tajarun script. Looks like she's rerouting through a Tajarun server. Those money-grubbing bastards wouldn't do this for just a few coins. Giselle recognized it before I did. Tajarun. The name felt unfamiliar. I racked my brain, trying to pull up the memory, like digging out a dusty old book from the back of a forgotten storage room. Tajarun, the merchants. Finally, I remembered. The Tajarun were a species, snake-like in appearance, and saying their entire race was dedicated to trade and commerce wouldn't be an exaggeration. If the Equations were a race of mercenaries, the Tajarun were a race of merchants. As a soldier, they weren't particularly relevant to me. I only knew that, true to their reputation as traders, they were cunning and cowardly. This network will only last 5 minutes, even if I empty my entire fortune for it. If you have business, speak quickly, Luka. If you called me here for something trivial, you'll regret it. I want to make a deal. Haha, the situation is different from last time. Back then, I cooperated only because you had me captured. Here, I'm stronger than you. I hold the superior position. I have no reason to negotiate. So hurry up and try to tempt me. I moved my fingers quickly, forming my response. Barbara could disappear at any moment. I have Noel Mulliskane's records in the form of virtual simulation data. If you convert them into a modern format for me, I'll share them with you. I'm sure you'll find them useful. At the mention of Noel Mulliskane, Barbara didn't reply right away. Noel? Giselle tilted her head in confusion. The Empire deliberately avoided teaching anything about Noel Mulliskane. It was natural that she was unfamiliar with the name. Even if someone tried to look him up, the only information available was a brief mention labeling him as a rebellion leader. Now this is interesting. Who exactly are you? Don't tell me, you're one of my kind. That's none of your business. I'll deliver it to you in person. I have a condition. Giselle comes with you. I glanced at Giselle. She placed her palm over the back of my hand and nodded. We set a time and place. Barbara would appear in a form we wouldn't expect. After all, she now had a fully cybernetic body. The communication with Barbara ended. She grumbled about spending half of her savings on the connection. Luka, can you promise me one thing? I can't promise anything without knowing what it is. When this storm passes, tell me everything you've been through. No matter what it is, I'm ready to accept it. I couldn't tell her. My silence was my answer. SRRK. Giselle withdrew her hand from mine. My fingers twitched before I clenched them into a fist. I'll fulfill my role, but keep this in mind. I'm not like my submissive mother. I can't love someone completely if they won't open up to me. I still didn't understand Noel's choices and struggles, but I thought I was beginning to grasp Hemila's burdens. Fulfilling 2 roles at once was difficult. whether as a family head and a father, or as an overseer and a lover. Committing to one always meant neglecting the other. Now I understood exactly how Hamilas felt. If I wanted to protect them, I had no choice but to be hated. Chapter 130. Giselle and I made our decision, so there was no hesitation. I would not waver anymore. Mother, I will be leaving as well. Something urgent has come up. I went to Eva and spoke. As the acting head of the family, if I were to leave, the next person in charge was Eva. She looked at me before nodding. Eva was not flustered. She merely gazed at me with ice-cold eyes. She carried the dignity befitting the lady of the house. I don't know what it is, but I hope it's something that will help your father. I nodded. But even I did not know whom my actions would ultimately help. And Giselle will be coming with me. I need her assistance as well. A brief silence followed. Eva bit her lower lip slightly before speaking. If it's necessary, then there's no other choice. No matter what happens, protect that child. This, I could answer with certainty. I intend to, even if it costs me my life. Giselle and I left the main house and headed for the airstrip. She had prepared thoroughly as well. Her attire was heavy. Beneath her swaying coat, I caught sight of a pistol and personal equipment. Whoosh! The wind was fierce, befitting a storm-class aircraft. Just standing still was enough to make one stagger. Jup stood in front of the airstrip, facing the wind. Upon spotting us, he braced against the gusts and walked toward us. Luka, if there's anything I need to prepare, tell me. If the worst-case scenario happens, what should we do? I looked at him in silence. To be honest, I couldn't trust Jup. It wasn't a matter of his character or personality. I simply didn't rate his abilities highly. Could Jup really handle it if I left it to him? But right now, I had no choice but to trust him. At the very least, he was not someone who lacked a sense of responsibility. He would do his best within his capabilities. Before the storm ends, if Father and I do not return or fail to make contact, you must prepare for exile, brother. From Jup's sturdy frame, I could see the signals of his emotions seeping out. His pupils losing focus, the tremble of his fingertips, the slight flinch in his legs, the way he bit his lip in small acts of self-harm. He was terrified. If we have to prepare for exile, I see, so that's what it is. Father never gave me a word of warning until the end. Was I truly a son he could not trust? Hamila's judgment was right. Jup would not be of much help in the current chaos. If anything, there was even a risk of classified information being leaked. Yeah, the biggest problem was that Hamila's was right. He had made the correct judgment, even at the cost of deeply wounding his own child. Go, Luka. If Father needs your help, I'll hold things together here however I can. Giselle and I nodded before passing by Jup. We boarded the air vehicle. Giselle, being skilled with machinery, sat in the driver's seat and operated the controls. The hum of the engine vibrated through the cabin. It would have been good if Nikolaos were here at a time like this. Giselle muttered. Even she longed for the deceased Nikolaos rather than relying on Jup, who was still alive. Nikolaos was a man who could understand and navigate through dark chaos. Even I, who had only recently taken on the Castoria name, felt the void he left behind. It's not that Jup didn't try. Compared to Enrico Lagan, he's an admirable hard worker. But Jup had failed to surpass the wall of reality. I pitied him, and even that pity would likely wound him, so I didn't show it. The 15-year-old Luka never pitied the weak. He scorned and looked down on them, but the 18-year-old Lukaus Castoria understood them. He knew that their pain and failures were not solely their fault. Between the 15-year-old me and the me of today, who was stronger and who was weaker? Sometimes, the boy inside me blamed me for becoming weak. That sharp-edged youth sneered at how I had grown dull, and he was right to. Even if I were sprinting at full speed, it wouldn't be enough. Yet here I was, running back and forth, wasting time meddling. If I stayed like this, I'd lose my head. The closer the moment of decision came, the more the contradictions within me grew. It was driving me insane. The agony was unbearable. A darkness so deep it felt endless filled me from within. Luka! Suddenly, Giselle called my name. I must have been sitting there in silence for quite a while. She kept her eyes forward as she spoke. Don't cry. I hadn't cried, probably. From the first week of storm-class operations, chaos was stirring like a faint breeze. In the lower district, muggings and thefts were rampant. Savage shouts and gunshots rang out every few minutes. I gripped Jaisel's wrist tightly as we moved through the lower district. I deliberately chose a labyrinthine path, weaving our route back and forth to throw off any potential pursuers. My senses remained heightened as I constantly checked my surroundings. This is the place. I came to a stop. A signboard stood in front of us, its neon lights broken. We had arrived at an illegal clinic at the very bottom of society. If someone asked what kind of procedures were done here, the answer would be everything. From biological modifications to cybernetic enhancements, nervous system adjustments, and full-body prosthetics, nothing was off-limits. Naturally, there was no real expertise involved. No sane person would entrust their body to a place like this. It was a place for those who had truly hit rock bottom. People came here with only two options in mind: survival or death. Creak. We pushed the door open and stepped inside. The 4-layer security lock had been completely destroyed. There was no dust on the broken edges, meaning it had been wrecked recently. SSSSS. Inside, a strange scent filled the air, a mix of chemicals and the stench of blood. In one corner, industrial grease had pooled, making my stomach churn even more. As the door swung open, a woman sitting on an operating table came into view, playing a holographic game. She was wearing a white coat, and when she saw us, she broke into a wide grin. More precisely, she smiled at Jaisel. "Oh, you're here, Jaisel. I missed you so much. It's me. Barbara, the woman, who called herself Barbara, lunged toward Jaisel. I raised my standard issue pistol and aimed it at her, stopping her in her tracks. "Be Barbara." Jaisel grimaced at the sight of her. I, too, struggled to suppress a visceral sense of disgust at Barbara's appearance. I had known she was insane, but this went beyond mere madness. It was something inhuman. "You changed bodies again, Barbara." The full-body prosthetic Barbara was currently using belonged to the clinic's doctor. A full-body prosthetic belonging to someone else. A full-body prosthetic was far more sophisticated than a simple cybernetic limb. It was designed to completely replicate human biological functions. Only after delicate calibration and grueling rehabilitation would the brain finally recognize the prosthetic as its own. That's why using someone else's full-body prosthetic was utterly insane. The mismatch and disconnect would throw the brain into chaos. In short, it would drive a person completely mad. And that, I glanced down. That must be Barbara's previous prosthetic body. A discarded full-body prosthetic lay sprawled beneath the operating table. It was a male model, with the top of its skull neatly removed, a clear sign of surgical work. It seemed she had performed the procedure on herself. Hiding my identity and avoiding surveillance, there's no better way than this, hee. Barbara giggled. Jaisel, now you understand, right? I'm not a terrorist, I'm a citizen of the Empire, so there's no reason to be afraid of me anymore. Barbara pushed up the corners of her lips with her fingers, trying to force a smile. That gesture, it was unmistakably Barbara. Since the prosthetic wasn't originally hers, it seemed she couldn't fully control its facial expressions. Barbara, don't delude yourself. I'm not afraid of you, I despise and loathe you. Empty lies won't work on me. Besides, fear isn't always a bad thing. A little bit of fear can actually strengthen relationships, don't you think? Luka? This was what made Barbara terrifying. She was insane, yet still capable of rational thought. Worse, she could read people's emotions, pinpoint their weaknesses, and use them to her advantage. I ignored her question and got straight to the point. Can this facility handle data conversion? And just so you know, if you suggest moving to another location, the negotiation is off. This place was already dangerous enough. Before coming in, I had thoroughly checked for surveillance and potential ambushes. There's no need to be so on edge. I know your capabilities well, Luka. No matter what kind of trap I set, if it comes down to it, you'll just escape with Jaisel. See, it's all good. I'm just happy to see Jaisel, even like this. Barbara was difficult to read, but unlike Kinuan or Hamila's, it was for an entirely different reason. Kinuan and Hamila's rarely expressed their emotions, and even when they did, it was often a calculated deception. TZZZZ. I narrowed my eyes and focused on Barbara, using every sense I had to read her. There are too many emotional signals leaking from her words and actions. That was why I couldn't see through her. It was as if she had wrapped herself in threads of fabricated emotions. By constantly overloading her expressions with excessive emotional signals, she made it impossible to tell what was real. Clank, clank. Barbara pulled out a heavy bag. When she opened it, I saw a portable computer terminal inside. It seemed to be of exceptionally high performance. Small as it is, it's on par with the main computer of a decent research lab. Giselle, can you help me? Pull that bundle of wires over here and connect them. We used to do all sorts of things together like this. Ah, I suddenly feel nostalgic. I moved to take the wires in Giselle's place. I'll do it. You keep an eye on Barbara. Giselle stepped forward, cutting me off. I nodded and moved closer to Barbara. Barbara, I won't waste even a second killing you. Don't try anything. Even a suspicious move, and that brilliant brain of yours will be nothing more than a lump of meat. Brutal. Thrilling, Luka. This side of you is what I really like. Barbara shivered slightly, just her shoulders twitching. I knew it, though threats wouldn't work on her. She connected the power cables to the computer. Sparks flew, and the lights in the clinic flickered out. CHZZZT? Crackle. The computer was drawing so much power that it temporarily knocked out the clinic's electricity. BZZZZZZT. Complex numbers and symbols flashed across the screen. There were dozens of security protocols, but they were bypassed in less than 10 seconds. You've gotten a lot prettier, Giselle. Did you get a boyfriend? Oh, if you did, tell me. I'll kill him for you, Barbara spoke while operating the computer. A boyfriend? He's standing right next to you. Go ahead, try killing him. Giselle checked the voltage meter on the wall, responding indifferently. Barbara tilted her head and looked at my face. Her fingers, however, never stopped moving. I do like Luka, but that's got to be the most ridiculous thing I've heard. He's a lunatic who prefers fighting over women. You do know how to differentiate aggression from sexual desire, right? I bet they feel like the same color of emotion to you. Who is calling who a lunatic? Unbelievable. In any case, Barbara didn't seem to know the nature of my relationship with Giselle, and I made an effort not to let any emotions slip. Barbara's words were sharp. She jabbed at me in an unexpected way. Clatter. I tossed the data restoration chip onto the table. Get started, Barbara. Luka, just so you know, if you kill me the moment this job is done, something bad will happen. I didn't come here without a contingency plan. She didn't need to say it. I already knew. Barbara was the same kind of person as Kinuan and me, someone who carves out their own space amid chaos. To be honest, I felt a certain sense of kinship with Barbara. That was an unpleasant fact. I keep my promises. That makes two of us. I keep my promises too. Barbara inserted the chip into the computer. Chapter 131. This is a virtual simulation program at depth level 2 by current standards. Rather than a virtual simulation, it's closer to an immersive video experience. Internal manipulation is not possible. Barbara spoke rapidly. Her pupils and fingers moved nonstop. On the screen, scattered letters and symbols tangled together before aligning in a structured format. Broken segments of the data were manually reconstructed by Barbara, who matched the codes based on context and verified their execution. Even with my basic knowledge, I could tell that Barbara's skills were top-notch. A word of advice, you should have brought me the original sooner. When someone with poor skills tries to recover data, a lot of it gets lost. Thanks to that, I'm putting in unnecessary work. They used a pretty crude method to restore this. It wasn't done by a professional programmer, was it? Barbara deduced the process just from the remnants of the restored data. I didn't deny it and simply watched. I should be able to finish this within today. It's already done. I got sick of doing this kind of work by the time I was 7. If it had been anyone other than Barbara, I might have felt inclined to compliment her efficiency. We took out the virtual simulation device, a simple ring-shaped apparatus that wrapped around the forehead. Since the program's depth level was low, this was sufficient. BZZZT. As I put on the simulation device, a pair of goggles popped forward. The screen spun like it was inducing hypnosis, colors bleeding into each other like spilled paint. The vibration from the metallic contact points against my temples resonated through my brain with a low hum. Barbara was also entering the virtual simulation. I'll leave part of my perception outside to monitor, but if Barbara tries anything suspicious, shoot her immediately. I instructed Giselle before closing my eyes. BZZZZT. The vibration in my ears was unpleasant. The sensation and noise, carried through my central nervous system, spread throughout my body. Screech, squeak. The entry process into the simulation wasn't smooth. The old data made it feel like breathing in dusty sand, coarse and dry. My senses and cognition rejected the clumsy simulation. I lowered my sensory sensitivity as if I were about to drift off to sleep. I sank deeper into my consciousness. Like a state of light sleep, my awareness distanced itself from reality. It felt like staring out from beneath the surface of a swimming pool, but there was no need to sink all the way to the bottom. This level was just right. Noelle. Noelle, focus. The simulation still feels fake. Noelle. Yeah, I'm in now. I closed my eyes, then opened them again. The first thing I saw was Giselle. No, not Giselle, a woman who looked like her. But I immediately recognized who she was. Agatha Custoria. Agatha was looking at me, or rather she was looking at Noelle, whose perspective I was experiencing. Get a grip, you idiot. Agatha snapped at me out of nowhere. Peh shung. A gunshot rang out. A simulation reconstructed from Noelle's extracted memories. I grasped the situation. The memory started in the middle of a battlefield. The virtual simulation wasn't highly refined. With just a little focus, I could probably break away from it. The data was incomplete, causing the edges of objects and the background to flicker with multicolored fluorescent hues. Still, it was immersive enough. I surrendered my consciousness to the flow of the simulation. The sensory signals it transmitted seeped into me as if they were real. I could smell dirt and gunpowder. This is a battlefield. I, Noelle, was a soldier. By current standards, the gun in my hands was practically an antique. I leaned my back against cover. Who's the enemy? I couldn't tell if they were Bellato or Coritans. The only thing I knew was that they were people firing at us. There were soldiers around me who had fallen into panic. Whatever was happening, it was clear that we were at a disadvantage. Noelle, what's the plan? Agatha, clad in combat gear, asked me. It felt strange seeing someone who looked so much like Giselle, but on closer inspection, she was entirely different. Her presence was rough, wild. The scars on her body told the story of the battlefield. Her limbs were prosthetic, but her torso remained flesh. Agatha is a warrior and a soldier. Noelle? No, this being a simulation was starting to confuse me. I might as well just accept that I was Noelle. Thinking that way was probably bad for my mental stability, but immersion came first. The deeper I embraced the signal data that reconstructed these memories, the more vividly I could sense Noelle's thoughts and emotions. I observed the battlefield and muttered to myself. Then, having reached a conclusion, I gave orders to Agatha and the surrounding soldiers. Agatha, take the 3rd squad and set up an ambush on the left. The 4th squad will follow me and move to the right. Reinforcements will be here soon. Once they arrive, we push forward. It was hard to believe we were in a losing situation. I was too calm for that. Reinforcements. Communications are down. How would the higher-ups even know what's happening here? Agatha questioned my judgment. The current commander of the rear unit is Katrin Mulliskane. She'll have a full grasp of the situation. Katrin Mulliskane. You know her? No, I don't. I've only read her command records and history. Agatha's expression twisted in disbelief before she shouted at me. Then we should retreat. If we stay here, we'll be surrounded. We're all going to die? It seemed that, unlike in her later years, she was much more prone to emotional outbursts back then. Her temper was clearly showing. Even in the worst-case scenario, you and I can make it out. Agatha, with your combat ability, you can carve out an escape route. Put another way, if things went south, everyone except Agatha and me would die. It didn't seem like I considered the other soldiers as comrades. Looking around, there was no sign of camaraderie among them either. They looked like conscripts, dragged here against their will. VRRRRRRR, a deafening roar filled the sky. The battlefield was cast in shadow as a transport ship loomed overhead. The bottom of the ship opened, and about 50 soldiers dropped down like falling stones. Reinforcements had arrived. Boom, thud. The soldiers hit the ground hard, embedding themselves into the battlefield. They rose, seemingly unfazed by the harsh descent. Judging by their resilience, they likely had a high percentage of prosthetics. Some looked to be full-body cybernetics. Swish, I extended my hand forward, signaling the charge. Since we were already prepared, we moved in sync with the reinforcement unit, sweeping across the enemy from both sides. The reinforcements crushed the enemy in the center. Meanwhile, we flanked them, closing in from both sides and cutting off their escape. The enemy barely had time to regroup before they were struck with near-total annihilation. Agatha stands out. She really is the progenitor of the Custoria name. By modern standards, Agatha wasn't an extraordinary warrior, but 2 centuries ago, she was overwhelming. Compared to the other soldiers, her prowess was undeniable. Even with outdated prosthetics and an unenhanced nervous system, she fought with near-acrobatic precision. Agatha led the left flank, tearing through the enemy. Her shots found their mark with eerie accuracy, even when she fired without looking. In close combat, she moved like a fish in water, weaving through the chaos. Every time her dagger flashed, another enemy dropped. The battle was over. Victory was ours. I focused and accelerated the passage of time within the simulation. Once the post-battle cleanup was complete, Agatha and I were summoned by the higher-ups. We made our way to the command tent, where a noble officer awaited us. Her name was Katrin Mulliskane. So that's how it was. This was how Noelle first became entangled with the Mulliskane family. Katrin, with her silver hair, was glaring at me with visible displeasure. The edges of her pupils gleamed faintly. You acted like you knew I was coming, as if you had coordinated the operation in advance. I simply took a gamble, and it paid off. I was lucky. I replied while resting a hand on my stiffened waist. Katrin didn't seem pleased with my answer. Speak clearly, Private First Class Noelle. You should know I don't have the best temperament. I've reviewed your command records, Captain. I assumed you would head this way. Rather than prioritizing noble units, you always secure strategic positions first. I believe that's the reason your promotions have been slower despite your achievements. That was an incredibly arrogant remark. No mere soldier should be speaking to an officer like that. Katrin frowned, tilting her head slightly in irritation. Crossing her arms, she stood before Agatha and me. I just told you, didn't I? I don't have a pleasant personality. The one fidgeting beside me was Agatha. Even in this era, noble authority seemed absolute. I wouldn't say my personality is pleasant either. I said it. Or rather Noelle, this bastard was completely insane. I was so shocked that it nearly shattered my sense of identity. Crack! Katrin's fist drove straight into my stomach. My body folded forward as I collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of metallic-tasting blood. It was a severe injury, likely enough to damage internal organs. How did I know? Because the simulation's pain signals transmitted the agony directly into me, even if only indirectly. And Noelle, you, Agatha, caught off guard, quickly shifted to fury, glaring at Katrin like she was ready to lunge at her. I'm fine, Agatha. Gripping Agatha's uniform, I forced myself upright. This was sheer grit. There had been no pain tolerance training back then, just raw willpower holding me back from dying of shock. Katrin looked down at me and smirked faintly. Noelle, Agatha, welcome to Mulliskane Jaeger. From this moment on, you are my soldiers. At this point in history, noble families had their own dedicated military units incorporated into the official army structure. Mulliskane Jaeger was one such unit. Essentially, private armies of noble families were being treated as part of the state's regular forces and supplied accordingly. This was because many noble houses had effectively become regional warlords. I accelerated the simulation. Even though this was Noelle's memory, it wasn't his entire life. By speeding up time, months and even years passed in an instant. Katrin Mulliskane, designated as the next head of the family. Katrin was an exceptional woman. Within her family, she was recognized for her abilities, leading their personal military unit across battlefields at a young age. However, her stubborn nature made her unpopular in the military's personnel evaluations. Time slowed down again. By this point, Agatha and I had served in Mulliskane Jaeger for about 5 years. Both of us had distinguished ourselves, earning commendations through notable achievements. Agatha rapidly rose through the ranks to become a senior platoon leader, while I advanced to the role of Katrin's adjutant, serving as her strategic officer. Having become key figures within Mulliskane Jaeger, we naturally underwent full-body prosthetic augmentation as well. After completing rehabilitation, I reported back to Katrin. You adapted to full-body prosthetics in just a month? Katrin narrowed her eyes at me, finding it hard to believe. The attending physician said there were no issues. Follow me, Noelle. Katrin removed her coat and descended into the training hall. Without hesitation, she tested me, throwing punches and swinging kicks. My reactions weren't slow. Even with the stiffness of my new prosthetics, I deftly evaded her attacks and countered in return. Swish. Screech. Then I went further, pinning Katrin's back down with my knee and twisting her arm. A perfect takedown. I thought you weren't much of a fighter, but I guess I was wrong. Have you been hiding the fact that you're stronger than Agatha? I never hid anything. I've just realized a few things lately, so I wanted to test them out. My talent for combat strategy was starting to blossom. There's a research project the higher-ups are running. They claim to have found a new way to enhance the nervous system. I was originally planning to send Agatha alone, but you're going too, Noelle? I didn't like the sound of it, nor did I like the idea of sending Agatha. Drug experiments? If that's the case, they'll just end up as vegetables. It's obvious. If it were that, they wouldn't be sending you too. Apparently, this time, it's different. Other noble families are sending their best soldiers as well. By the way, how long do you plan on keeping me pinned down? Ah, my bad. I got up first and helped Katrin to her feet. 3 months had passed. Having completed her adaptation to full-body prosthetics, Agatha also returned to active duty. To celebrate her return, we decided to stop by a bar. It was a momentous occasion, marking both our promotions and successes, so we chose a place more expensive than usual. As we stepped inside, Agatha nudged my shoulder with her elbow. Noelle, look over there. Isn't that the captain? If we play this right, we might get a free drink. She spoke excitedly. I followed her gaze. Sitting alone at the bar was Katrin. She was drinking while staring out the floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond it, the cityscape spread out, with spires jutting into the sky. Past the edge of the spired city, an expanse of gray-white wasteland stretched out. It was unmistakably different from Akbaran's terrain. This is Planet Ark. I felt a strange sense of displacement. As the simulation's consistency weakened, the scenery flickered, appearing layered and distorted for a brief moment. Now it made sense. This was the era before we had settled on Planet Novus. A thunderstorm raged on the distant horizon. Mind if we join you, Captain? Agatha approached Katrin and asked. Katrin, who had been drinking in solitude, glanced at us before snapping her fingers. The bartender came over. Do whatever you want. Put it on my tab. Consider it a welcome-back gift, Agatha. See. Our captain is the best. Agatha grinned and shamelessly slid into the seat next to Katrin. Clack. The drinks arrived. I stared at my glass, feeling conflicted. One drink alone cost my entire daily wage. Meanwhile, Agatha, entirely unfazed, tossed back her drinks one after another. She was drinking so recklessly that I felt the urge to smack her upside the head. Katrin watched us in silence before letting out a quiet chuckle. Her smile was a rare sight. When are you two getting married? At her remark, Agatha and I immediately denied it in unison. No way, Captain. Noelle and I aren't like that. We've known each other since we were kids. Maybe as siblings, sure, but as lovers? No chance. Well, if my type were men, I suppose Agatha might have had a shot. Hey, you wanna die? Katrin shrugged at our antics. All right, I get it. We spent the whole night drinking at the bar, indulging until our minds blurred. I had a vague memory of pointing my finger at Katrin and speaking informally to her. Noelle's memories were vast. It made sense why they had been stored on such an expensive chip. Once again, I focused on the simulation. I wanted to finish experiencing it before Barbara did. Agatha and I underwent the new enhancement procedure. The hospital ward was lined with people in similar conditions. Some were screaming and self-harming. The medical staff observed me. The doctor at the front glanced at a medical chart before speaking. You may experience mild mania at first, along with symptoms like hallucinations and psychosis. Report any abnormal reactions. We had undergone a spinal fluid replacement procedure. I rubbed the back of my neck, where I had been connected to a tube just moments ago. The sensation of the semi-transparent liquid seeping into my body had been deeply unsettling. Describing the effects of the procedure in a single word was impossible. It felt as if the world had become sharper, pulling in every bit of information around me like an obsession. By the time I regained focus, I realized I had been subconsciously counting every tile on the floor. I couldn't even ignore unnecessary details, making it impossible to sleep for days. My heightened senses left me unbearably sensitive to even the smallest noises, causing extreme stress. We were given time off for rehabilitation. Once I had recovered somewhat, I went to see Agatha. Fuck, I really feel like I'm gonna die. Noelle, how the hell are you walking around? I can't even tell the ceiling from the floor. It's driving me insane. It's like having a never-ending hangover that won't leave me alone. Agatha leaned her shoulder against the doorframe, pushing it open. She ran a hand through her messy hair before stepping inside. And why the hell are you naked? If you've got a boyfriend over, I'll get out of your way. He doesn't seem to like me much anyway. I spoke in a bored tone. Agatha wasn't wearing a single scrap of clothing. Because of that, her bare, unsteady figure was completely exposed to me. Her full-body prosthetics were sleek and agile. I dumped that clingy idiot ages ago. Next time, I should just date a woman instead. Ugh, and why am I naked? Do you seriously have to ask? My senses are so hypersensitive right now that I can't even stand wearing clothes. Anything touching my skin feels like bugs crawling all over me. She snapped in frustration. Given that her combat senses were sharper than mine, it seemed like she was suffering more severe side effects. I stepped inside and glanced at her bed. The sheets were torn to shreds. It wasn't just the bed, Agatha's entire apartment looked like it had been ravaged by a wild animal. Agatha, you need to break out of the hyperarousal state. Control your breathing and redirect your senses and thoughts elsewhere. It'll help. You do it then. I can't. Fuck, my head is killing me. And these so-called elite scientists. Bunch of fucking quacks, all of them. Agatha grumbled, but at least there didn't seem to be any major issues. Well, you seem fine. I'll be going now. I spoke while drinking some water, not that she had given it to me. I had rummaged through her fridge and taken it myself. You're leaving already? Did you really come just to check on me? I've thought this before, but you're secretly pretty soft-hearted. Always acting like you're so cold and detached. If you die, I lose a competent and reliable comrade. That's a loss for me too. Yeah, whatever. Just admit you came because you were worried about a friend. Agatha squinted at me with a teasing grin. After confirming her condition, I returned home. For the next month, I mostly stayed holed up. My own state wasn't great either. I needed time to assess my enhanced sensory and cognitive abilities. Whoosh! I threw a punch into the empty air. Then, with a motion like swinging a scythe, I executed a spinning kick. My heel sliced sharply through the air. Inside my mind, thoughts branched out endlessly, intertwining in complex patterns. With so many choices, the possibilities felt infinite. What's the optimal decision? I moved, envisioning an imaginary opponent. My mind felt unshackled, like a bird escaping its cage. Humanity had surpassed its biological limits through technological advancements. Because of that, traditional combat methods were becoming obsolete. The old ways weren't useless, but they were no longer the most efficient. War and conflict had always defined human history, but we had reached a turning point. The body was no longer bound by flesh and blood. Consciousness moved at the speed of light. A new approach. At first, it would be less efficient than existing techniques, but by laying a broader foundation, we could eventually build something far greater. The peak of this new method would surpass anything before it. There's no need to rush. Right now, it's about laying the groundwork. And without action, theory was nothing more than armchair philosophy. Once I got my body under control, I started heading into the alleyways at night. Planet Ark was plagued by extreme wealth disparity, and the underbelly of the city was horrifying. Agatha and I had joined the military just to escape this place. A thug blocked my path. He didn't even bother threatening me, he just raised his gun immediately. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but I had already twisted my head, dodging it. The bullet barely grazed my cheek. The thug, still gripping the trigger, stared at me with wide eyes. You dodged it. Success. I had proven my theory in reality. By constantly tracking the gun's aim and predicting the precise moment the trigger would be pulled, I had managed to evade the shot. There were records of veteran soldiers on the battlefield, enhanced with combat stimulants, who had occasionally perceived and dodged bullets. At first, people dismissed it as a misunderstanding or mere rumor. But as more data accumulated, the phenomenon was acknowledged as a rare but possible feat for an elite few. Eventually, with learning and training, it'll become a reproducible skill. Humanity was advancing, but progress wasn't always inherently good. No one knew whether this progress was leading in a positive or negative direction. In the past, humanity had lived more peacefully. There had been people who lived and died without ever experiencing war, murder, or violence. It was hard to believe, but it was true. Technology had advanced enough to allow interstellar travel. Humanity had left Earth, seizing control of planets as it expanded. Yet, the total amount of despair had never diminished. If anything, the suffering of the impoverished had only deepened. Crack! I grabbed the thug by the neck and snapped it. Twisting flesh and bone with my metal arm was effortless. A life was snuffed out in an instant. You don't deserve to live. Letting him continue breathing would have only birthed more misery. A better world. Noel looked up from the depths of the city, gazing toward the heights above with a wavering stare. CHZZZT. The simulation's coherence fractured, and the cityscape trembled as if it were breaking apart. I understood now what he had dreamed of. Time passed. Agatha and I had mostly recovered from the aftereffects of our enhancement procedures. From what I had heard, many hadn't been so fortunate. The scientists had boasted about its safety, yet the fact that nobles hadn't undergone the procedure first made it clear why. On this particular day, Katrin and I visited a factory for an inspection. I found myself staring at something shaped like an armored suit. Katrin examined the prototype with intrigue. An exoskeleton layered over prosthetics? I asked. Katrin smirked. It's called full armor prosthetics. A combat prosthetic stripped of everything unnecessary, true battle-grade augmentation. The Mulliskane family is considering ordering at least one unit. I checked the specs displayed on my retinal interface. The full armor prosthetic was a machine, stripped of all biological necessities. It couldn't eat. It couldn't laugh. Even sensory signals had been cut off to eliminate the inefficiency of unnecessary neural processing and the combat performance loss caused by pain. Any sluggishness caused by the sensory blackout was compensated for with auxiliary computation systems and reinforced armor. In that war machine, the only human element left is its ability to make adaptive decisions. A user of full armor prosthetics couldn't even feel another person's warmth. They could only see body temperature as a number, processed through sensors. If the prosthetic sustained damage, it wouldn't register as pain, only as graphs and numerical data indicating fractures and impact points. That's quite inhuman. Very few people could endure using that. It's only meant for combat. It's not designed for constant use, so don't worry. Even so, it would take immense mental fortitude. You and Agatha could handle it. I glanced at Katrin's profile. She was always so self-assured, carrying herself as if no one in the world stood above her. If you're only ordering one unit, make it mine. I would adapt better than Agatha. No, regardless of that, I would have volunteered anyway. Sometimes you're almost cute in how selfless you are, Noel. Katrin smirked, narrowing her eyes like a fox, chuckling to herself. She probably found me amusing. I had said something that made me seem soft, offering to take the risk for Agatha's sake. Lately, I keep hearing that I'm too nice to women. Guess I'm doomed to be unpopular. I shrugged, grumbling. Katrin laughed out loud. Because of that whole bad boys are more attractive myth. Chad mentioned it the other day. He said a guy's done for if he comes across as too nice. That's just because Chad only dates awful women. His girlfriends change every month. Still, if they keep changing, that means he is popular with women. As the full armor prosthetics demonstration ended, the lights dimmed, leaving the room dark. We turned toward the exit. I don't think nice guys are bad. They listen well, so they're convenient to have around. In the dark corridor, green indicator lights flickered, guiding us toward the exit. That sounds like something a superior would say about their subordinate. Same thing to me, whether it's a man or a soldier, I don't like losing to either. I wouldn't mind losing to a superior, but I would hate losing to a woman. Katrin let out a scoffing laugh, then suddenly grabbed my wrist and tugged. I let myself stumble forward on purpose. The moment I went along too easily, her grip slackened. That was my chance. Screech. I planted my feet, stopping my momentum, and yanked Katrin toward me instead. Swish, thud. Caught off guard, Katrin was pulled straight into my grip and pushed back against the wall. I pinned both her wrists, pressing them upward. In the darkness, Katrin's eyes gleamed. A low chuckle escaped her lips. "You're being awfully rude to your superior, Noelle." I tilted my head to the side, bringing my face closer to hers. Our breaths mingled. "Well, right now, you're not my superior, you're a woman." Without waiting for her response, I kissed her. Katrin didn't resist. Naturally, I released her wrists. Her freed hands slipped down and wrapped around my waist. The accelerated time within the simulation all but evaporated. Not all of Noelle's memories remained, only the significant moments, loosely strung together. Katrin and I continued this relationship, going as far as sharing a bed. Whether we were truly together was ambiguous. There was no burning passion between us, no affectionate words exchanged even in moments of intimacy. Noelle, I remained detached toward Katrin, even considering this was a simulation. Months passed. I spent 3 or 4 nights out of every 10 at Katrin's residence. Swish! Katrin woke up first. She sat in the dim light of dawn, clad in only a translucent robe, drinking. "Did I wake you?" Seated on the sofa, she pulled one knee up to her chin. "No, not really." I rubbed my neck and got up, but in truth, she had woken me. "You're sweet. Though in bed, you're nothing but a ruthless bastard trying to win." "Not that I mind. I thought you liked obedient, well-mannered men. Seems my preferences have changed because of you. This isn't so bad either." Katrin rested her cheek against her knee, gazing out the window. The darkened city sprawled beneath us. Even as we sat here in quiet luxury, somewhere below, misery festered like mold. A vague sense of urgency stirred inside me. "We should go somewhere nice for dinner tomorrow. It wouldn't hurt to meet somewhere other than your place for once." Katrin suddenly laughed. There was nothing funny about what I said. "No need to force it, Noelle. You don't like me." Her words struck deep, sharp, and precise. "That's not true. At the very least, you don't like me as a woman. I have no interest in playing word games with you about this. If you want to treat the woman you share a bed with like an idiot, then go ahead, keep talking." I had nothing to say. I shut my mouth. Katrin smiled softly and continued speaking. "Even if our bodies are machines, the emotions we share aren't fake. If your feelings aren't real, you'll be found out eventually, Noelle. And you've never been with another woman before, have you? That made it all the more obvious." I tried my best to make up for the lack of experience, even asked Chad for some tips. "The model student's efforts were cute, so I let you win until now." I scratched my jaw and let out a sigh. "So, are we done? From the way you're talking, it sounds like you've grown tired of me." "No, that's not why I brought this up. First, tell me your real reason for approaching me. I'll decide what happens to our relationship afterward." The words felt rough as they left my throat. "I want to rise. In my position, there aren't many ways to climb higher. So, I approached you, Captain. I expected as much. I'm not disappointed in you, so don't worry. But what do you want after you rise? You're too complicated to have ambition for the sake of ambition." Under Katrin's gaze, I walked toward the glass wall. The city stretched out beneath me. You get a great view of the city from here, but you can't see all the way down to where I was born. Down there, it's so dark it may as well not exist. What I want is light. You want to change the world? No. I have no illusions of dragging the sun down to the depths. I just want to remind people that there are still lives down there. A small light to outline their existence would be enough. Katrin went still, like a machine that had temporarily shut down. She was deep in thought. Then, at last, her glass-like gaze blinked and her lips moved. "You're an interesting man, Noelle, Mully's Cane." I turned around and gave Katrin a slight nod. "Thank you." Katrin and I agreed to marry. Chapter 132. I became the consort of the Mully's Cane family. Not just that, I was the husband of the next family head. It was a remarkable rise in status. Since my origins were humble, there was significant opposition within the Mully's Cane family. However, Katrin's position and determination were firm, so everything proceeded smoothly. I personally delivered the wedding invitation to Agatha's house. She probably didn't even know that Katrin and I were seeing each other. "Noelle, I thought you weren't interested in women." Agatha stared at me blankly. When she unfolded the invitation, a hologram of Katrin and me appeared. "I'm a man too, you know. It's about time I settled down." I spoke calmly. Agatha scratched her unkempt hair. "That's true, but this is unexpected." I never imagined you and the captain were that close. Who confessed first? I'm not sure, it just sort of happened this way. You've made it big. Congratulations, Noelle. Are you just going to leave your guests standing outside? I moved to step inside, but Agatha held the door, looking at me. Sorry, my boyfriend's coming over tonight. Didn't you break up recently? You started dating someone new already? Yeah. Agatha nodded. I let go of the doorframe as well. Have a good time. You must be busy preparing for the wedding. Hang in there. And that was how we parted. I walked down the hallway toward the elevator. With each step, memories of the past flickered by, as if I were retracing time. Agatha? She had been my companion through the depths, climbing up to this point together. Memories of childhood surfaced. I kept watch while Agatha climbed over walls to steal. The kids we hung around with on the streets betrayed us easily, but Agatha stayed by my side until the end. We shared even the smallest things. Noelle, you and I both stabbed him. If there's guilt, it belongs to the both of us. Our first kill was together. We were probably around 12. Gripping the handle of the knife together, we drove it into the chest of a terrified man. We enlisted together as well. No matter what situation we faced, we protected each other. Even if the entire unit was wiped out, as long as Agatha and I survived, that was all that mattered. Swish. Stepping into the elevator, I ran a palm down my face. Agatha is no longer my partner. Katrin is. Memories are like books. You read them when they come to mind, then close them again. What matters is the future. What can be chosen and changed isn't the past, it's the future. Katrin and I were preparing for a grand wedding. I had something to discuss with her, but when I arrived at her office, I hid myself. Agatha was standing in front of Katrin's office. Commander, please make sure Noelle is happy. Agatha bowed deeply at the waist as she spoke. Even Katrin seemed taken aback and hurried to lift Agatha's upper body and head. He's been through so much hardship. He never trusted people easily, so I thought he'd never even consider dating. But now he's decided to marry. That must mean he really cares about you. Please take good care of Noelle. Agatha remained steadfastly bowed. Thank you, Agatha, and I've taken care of what you asked. They've been eager to have you for a while now. They said they needed an outstanding field officer. Thank you. Only then did Agatha straighten up. No, I should be the one apologizing. I'm practically stealing away your closest friend. It's fine if it's you, Commander. I like you just as much as I like Noelle. But you're not my commander anymore, are you, Katrin? Agatha hesitated awkwardly for a moment, then hugged Katrin. Katrin smiled and embraced her in return. I waited until Agatha left before stepping into Katrin's office. Sitting in her chair, Katrin tilted her head slightly and looked at me. Agatha is leaving the Mully's Cane Jaeger? I guess I didn't tell you. Seeing you sneak around like this, I figured as much. Why did you allow it? My voice rose slightly. Katrin's eyelids lowered just enough that her eyelashes nearly covered her pupils. Because I felt guilty for taking you away from her. But the commanders of other units will just use Agatha as a tool. At best, they'll treat her like a well-sharpened blade. If she stays in the Mully's Cane Jaeger. Noelle, you separated from Agatha and became independent, didn't you? So you need to respect her independence, too. That was a rather thoughtless remark coming from you. I was at a loss for words. I was the one who had let go of our partnership first. 2 weeks later, we held our wedding, and I officially took on the name of Mully's Cane. Time inside the simulation flowed quickly. I shifted my senses outward to check the passage of time in reality. Around 20 minutes must have passed. The simulation was vast, and the mental fatigue was considerable, but I couldn't afford to waste time resting, so I focused once more. This time, the identity synchronization rate between me and Noelle was extremely low. Because of that, I wasn't seeing things from Noelle's perspective or experiencing his emotions. I was merely watching the scenes unfold like a video. My point of view moved freely. When I shifted my perspective too quickly, the system couldn't keep up with the processing, leaving the surroundings in darkness. The scenes outside of Noelle's direct field of vision were nothing more than approximations generated by the simulation and the computer. After all, this was Noelle's memory. Jitting, jitting, a metallic sound rang out. In the training grounds of the Mully's Cane Jaeger, an early model of a fully armored prosthetic was in motion. I immediately recognized whose brain was inside that machine. Noelle had transferred his brain into a fully armored prosthetic. That was the reason for the drastic drop in identity synchronization. Fully armored prosthetic. Noel's psychological state and cognitive structure had now strayed far from that of a human. He had become something closer to a machine than a man. His brain was now functioning as a component of the prosthetic. If he remained inside the fully armored prosthetic for too long, he would permanently lose his human functions one by one. Creak, thud. The fully armored prosthetic raised a heavy weapon with one hand and fired. The impact obliterated the target as if it had been hit by artillery fire. "Noel, can you handle it?" Katrin's voice echoed from the speakers. "I'm fine for now, but if possible, we should avoid using this. This thing, it devours humanity. Technology will advance. There are already units using it in live combat, and the results have been phenomenal." "I don't know about results, but I do know that no fully armored prosthetic user will remain intact." Noel's voice came out in a monotone, mechanical tone. "You're right. I've only used it for a few days, and my mental state is worse than after years on the battlefield. Physically, the brain damage was severe too. There's a reason we use prosthetics that retain the human form, even when more efficient options exist. Fully armored prosthetics are a foolish concept." Noel expressed his negative opinion without hesitation. "At least this model still resembles a human. It's already proven its effectiveness, so the focus will shift to minimizing side effects. No matter what anyone says, fully armored prosthetics are the future of Accretia, Noel." Katrin was right. No matter how exceptional Noel was, he didn't always make the right judgments or perfect predictions. 2 centuries from now, fully armored prosthetics would become the Empire's core military unit. And further into the future, an era would come where every soldier would operate within a fully armored prosthetic. The early model of the fully armored prosthetic that even Noel struggled to handle had worse performance than the mass-produced Myrmidon of my era. It was a clear indication of how rapidly technology had advanced. Noel wasn't a scientist, so it would have been difficult for him to predict technological progress. Aki's Victima wasn't a supernatural power. It merely inferred the future based on the information and knowledge available to the user. Creak, creak. A scene unfolded that was physiologically difficult to watch. The fully armored prosthetic entered the hangar. As its helmet opened, a metal container holding Noel's brain emerged. A robotic arm carefully transported Noel's brain toward his original full-body prosthetic. Creak. The back of the full-body prosthetic's head opened wide, receiving the brain. A sharp electrical signal jolted through it, while chemical agents were released to seamlessly reconnect the brain to the prosthetic. Thud. Noel's eyes snapped open. At that moment, the identity synchronization rate spiked, and my perspective was pulled into his, merging completely. Q-hack, kook. The moment I stepped out of the glass chamber, I hunched over, coughing violently. My brain, which had adapted to the fully armored prosthetic, now found the full-body prosthetic unfamiliar. Even something as basic as breathing wasn't functioning properly. My parasympathetic nervous system was malfunctioning, forcing me to consciously regulate every bodily function. Pupil dilation and contraction, heartbeat and respiration, even my excretory organs, all of them were out of sync. Embarrassingly, my lower half was damp. Damn it. Hiya. I focused on stabilizing my breathing first. I needed to calm my overstimulated nervous system. The observing scientists are whispering that you're a monster. They say your brain's resilience is abnormally high. Katrin approached as she spoke. She removed her coat and wrapped it around my waist, covering the mess below. "The real monster isn't me, it's that thing." I gestured toward the fully armored prosthetic with a nod. Just then, the doors opened, and the research team entered. Creak, hiss, click, click. A group of small extraterrestrials swarmed over to begin maintenance on the fully armored prosthetic. They were at least a head shorter than me, making them look somewhat endearing. Tarfa, that was the name of their species. They had a pair of horns on their heads, and their skin was a shade of blue. They were small and physically weak. Even as adults, their appearance resembled that of human children. But when it came to scientific and technological prowess, the Tarfa were far ahead of humanity. The first human nation to encounter the Tarfa was Accretia, and thanks to that, the Empire was able to absorb their superior technology. I followed Noel's thoughts for a while before stepping back to create some psychological distance. In my era, I've never seen a Tarfa with my own eyes. The Empire persecuted extraterrestrial species. Because of this, ordinary Imperial citizens rarely had any opportunity to see them. The Tarfa, like other extraterrestrial species in the Empire, simply remained hidden, but they were out there somewhere. Jitting. Once again, my perspective merged with Noel's. Noel Mulliskane. I'd like to speak with you once you've recovered. A Tarfa woman addressed Noel. She was larger than the other Tarfa, and her horns were longer. If it's a conversation, we can have it now. You can call me Kel. My real name would be difficult for you to pronounce. Kel and I exchanged introductions. After the customary pleasantries, Kel got to the point. My team and I would like to provide exclusive support to the Mulliskane family. Both Katrin and I turned to Kel in surprise. Is this the Tarfa's sixth sense? Katrin murmured as if something had occurred to her. Kel closed her eyes in thought, then opened them and spoke. Noel, you are going to become an extraordinary person. That's why I want to establish a connection with you now. Katrin crossed her arms and smiled. Someone chosen by the Tarfa's sixth sense. I guess I really did pick the right husband. Kel's intuition proved to be correct. From that point on, I experienced 10 years of uninterrupted success. As the consort of the next head of the Mulliskane family, I overcame the barriers of social status. With the name Mulliskane as my wings, I received the recognition I deserved. Ballistic control techniques, adaptive three-dimensional maneuvering. Some of the combat techniques I developed were acknowledged for their battlefield effectiveness and included in the official combat manuals. As my reputation grew, other units even sent officers to me for training. My influence within the military naturally expanded, and I moved beyond my affiliation with the Mulliskane Jaeger to take on the role of an independent military advisor. Even within the Mulliskane family, no one questioned my origins anymore. As I gained recognition in the military, Katrin was able to become the head of the family even faster than expected. Her father had stepped down early. Most likely, Katrin had a hand in that decision. Everyone looks up to you. Maybe you're not just a small light, perhaps you'll become a great one. Katrin spoke as she embraced me from behind. The bedroom was silent, and beyond the window stretched a city of jagged spires. Below, the depths remained shrouded in darkness. I gazed down quietly. I couldn't see them. Were those swallowed by the shadows also looking up at me? Could they even see me from there? Could I truly become their light? I wanted to be their beacon, a living proof that it was possible to escape the filth and choose a better life. If more people like me emerged, perhaps those above would finally lower their gaze and see those below. I closed my eyes, and soon an opportunity came. An audience was scheduled with the ruler of Akresha, His Majesty Kresha. Chapter 133. From the audience with His Majesty Kresha, the virtual simulation began exhibiting abnormal reactions. CHZZZT, CHK. There was severe noise in my senses. At first, I thought some data had been lost. That's not it. The simulation was accelerating at an abnormal speed. It was difficult to even grasp what was happening. I consciously tried to decelerate time, but it was no use. This is Noel's doing. Noel had secured the critical memories. Not only was the acceleration fast, but there were numerous gaps as well. Scenes passed by quickly and indistinctly. Even the sounds faded as though murmuring from afar. No matter how hard I focused, I couldn't hear them. Noel is talking with the Emperor at that time. Was there already a concept like the Emperor's overseer, Aki's Demini, back then? Even if it wasn't named, a similar concept must have existed. That must have been when Noel also became the Emperor's overseer. Viwuum. Suddenly, a scene I couldn't understand flashed past my vision. I saw stars and space. A fleet, dry as though made of bones and flesh, was advancing while emitting an eerie darkness. The ships were crimson black, as if turned inside out from a living creature. The outer skin, with writhing veins, squirmed as though breathing. It looked like blood would start dripping at any moment. Instead of light and fire, the thrusters at the back spewed darkness. Even as fragments of memory, it was deeply unsettling. I felt a visceral revulsion. They're neither Coritan nor Bellato. They were ships of a design I had never seen anywhere. They were originally built from organic matter. As far as I knew, not even aliens, let alone humanity, used such construction. Just looking at the fleet, seemingly woven with death, made it hard to breathe. My chest felt crushed. Zap! A bright flash overwhelmed my vision. I couldn't take it anymore and pulled my consciousness and senses back into the real world. Ha ha! My breath was ragged, as if I'd surfaced after diving underwater. I reached up and removed the simulation device I'd been wearing. Luka? No, Giselle, water please. I nearly called Giselle by Agatha's name. I was still disoriented. I wasn't even sure if I was Noelle or Luka. I couldn't be certain this was the era I remembered. Perhaps my life as Luka was just a dream. Detached from reality. Blurred identity. I was experiencing dissociation. Despite it being a shallow simulation, the side effects were intense. The boundary between reality and virtuality felt hazy. It just shows how high the similarity index between me and Noelle is. Sensing something was wrong, Giselle quietly brought me water. Sorry, but also a mirror. Giselle had knowledge of virtual simulations. Noticing I was suffering from dissociation, she quickly fetched a hand mirror. I am Luka. Luka, from the lower sector, born in Orphanage 72, cadet of the Imperial Guard. About to graduate. Recipient of a medal for military merit. Now, I am Lukaus Custoria. This is not a dream. The Custoria name is something I claimed with my own strength. Bring consciousness back to reality. The world I live in is here. Don't get buried in the past. Kinuan, Hemilas, Giselle, Gabriel, Gilda, Grace, Martina, Diva. I recalled how others saw me. Their view of me was part of my identity. I gathered the internal and external Lukas and clung to the identity trying to scatter. Rattle, rattle, the hand mirror in my grasp trembled. My hand was shaking. I'm not Noelle, I'm Luka. But my brain was rejecting my assertion and will. The reflection in the mirror looked like Noelle. It was a severe condition. My brain was recognizing me as Noelle. A rift had formed between consciousness and cognition. Giselle, I spoke, suppressing hyperventilation. Say you love me so I can feel this is real. Giselle reached out and cupped my cheek. Then she tilted her head and pressed her lips to mine. This is real, Luka. My erratic breath calmed. Reflected in Giselle's pupils was Luka, not Noelle. That works better than words, I said, opening my eyes. As my brain accepted reality, I stabilized dramatically. What did you even see? I don't know. But it must be one of the reasons Noelle gave up. Barbara is still inside the simulation. I had been so out of it, I hadn't even noticed Barbara was right beside me. She was wandering the simulation as if asleep. Her eyelids and fingertips trembled intermittently. Barbara would be far behind me in progress. The lower the similarity index, the longer it takes to interpret and accept another's memories. She'd get less information than I did. Barbara might not have seen that fleet I just saw. The reason I was forcibly pulled out was because I glimpsed the secured memory. That was only possible because of the high similarity index. It's true, Noelle and I are quite alike. I felt it to my core. I hesitated to dive back into the simulation. If I were just an observer, these side effects wouldn't happen. But I have to finish the simulation before Barbara. There isn't much time. Also, if I didn't follow Noelle's perspective, the memory's completeness would suffer. I'd miss too much. To extract anything from Noelle's decisions and judgments, I had to view the simulation through his eyes. Click. I grabbed the simulation device. Giselle looked worried but didn't stop me. I closed my eyes and continued the virtual simulation. I didn't know what Noelle and the Emperor had spoken of, but I could grasp the flow and outline. It must be because it resembled the current situation of the Empire. A powerful enemy from outside. If we lost, the nation's existence was in jeopardy. Whether noble or pauper, everyone would die, or if they lived, they'd be reduced to slaves. Compared to the nation's survival, wealth disparity and class conflict were trivial matters. Please become their unifying force, Noelle Mulliskane. The Emperor, whose face remained unseen, spoke his final words. I heard them clearly. It was a scene Noelle had deliberately preserved. Agatha must have seen this. Barbara will, too. This was an important memory. The first rebellion had been orchestrated by the Imperial family. Even this single piece of information drastically increases Barbara's survival odds. It's a critical weakness of the Empire. The Emperor must have told Noel that Akersha couldn't survive without internal stability. And he must have presented evidence so compelling that even clever Noel couldn't deny it. What if I refuse? Will you kill me right here? Do as you wish. If we don't find a way, we'll be destroyed anyway. Planet Ark will be our grave. Whether you die here or not makes no difference to the grand scheme. Go on and enjoy your happiness with your eyes closed and ears shut. That's what a commoner's life is. The Emperor extended his hand, and the door to the audience chamber opened on its own. But Noel didn't leave. I wanted to be proof that a better life was possible. Not everyone can live a rich life. We lack everything. Worse still, we're humans who can't let go of desire. People might throw away what they have, but they'll never share it. I was slowly drawn into Noel's perspective. I know that, but down below, there's no hope and people are crushed by despair. Even if not everyone can live better lives, with hope and belief, we can gain the strength to endure suffering. Even if I can't be the light that brightens the lower realm, I believed I could still become a guiding beacon. The Emperor rested his elbow on the armrest and supported his chin. You might be that faint light that saves their hearts, but in the end, everyone will scream and die. As I said, self-satisfaction is fine. I won't stop you, but don't interfere with me either. I have to save their lives, not their hearts. That is a ruler's duty. From the backlight on the Emperor's face, a blue, flame-like glow emanated from his eyes. Even without closing my eyes, the world looked dark. It was Aki's Victima's intuition. The world would grow darker still, pitch black until nothing could be seen. But even if we lose the light and fumble in the dark, we must go on living. Noel's distant despair ejected me. I saw him from behind, like a ghost. I will accept your majesty. At last, Noel too was consumed by darkness. Noel's memories of his childhood and youth were long, likely because they were happy and sweet times he didn't want to forget. But his adult memories were fragmented. They flickered by like dots on a line. The scenery and backgrounds always reflected his mental state, gloomy and dark. The similarity between Noel and me had plummeted to the point of separation. We had become distinct individuals. I couldn't fully understand the emotions and anguish Noel experienced during this time. Noel, Katrin wailed. The Mullies-Kane family was walking the path of ruin. It was all because their son-in-law had become a heinous criminal. Worse, Noel had even siphoned off soldiers loyal to him from the Mullies-Kane Jaeger. Many of the early rebels had come from the Mullies-Kane Jaeger. Stained by disgrace, the Mullies-Kane family was ostracized from noble society and fell to the bottom. The only path left for them was to kill Noel. Burning with rage, Katrin led her troops in a surprise attack on Noel and the rebels. It was a battle into which the entire Mullies-Kane fortune had been poured. Katrin? I could feel Noel's remorse. The Mullies-Kane family had also been targeted for purging by the Emperor. They weren't the only ones. The private armies of noble families integrated into the regular army would all be eliminated one by one through their engagements with Noel's rebels. A strategy to diminish the influence of noble families. To push through a grand plan, the power to silence opposition was needed. The Emperor was cleansing the interior to seize that power. The battle between Katrin's forces and Noel's rebels passed quickly. Noel's Aki's Victima had reached completion. The rebel officers trained under him overwhelmed the regular army. Ha ha ha, I gave you everything. I just wanted to see what you called your dream. And this is the light you sought? Oh, it's burning bright all right. Because you set everything you built aflame by betraying everyone. Ah, you're shining now, Noel? Katrin, now captured, screamed in despair. Katrin, Noel began to speak, then faltered. What words could he offer her? He narrowed his eyes and continued. This is what I wanted. To change the world from the bottom up. I realized it was impossible from the top. Noel turned his back coldly. Katrin took her own life in prison. There is no light. Noel couldn't become a light. Rather, he had become a black hole that absorbed even the faintest glimmers. He would die after swallowing all the light of the Empire. The Emperor and Noel's plan seemed to be proceeding smoothly. The Empire was being tightly bound by pressure from both the royal family and the rebels. But the world never goes according to plan. There was a fierce genius who shredded their meticulous plans. An anomalous entity appeared on the battlefield. It looked like a human clad in armor. That alone wasn't unusual. Powered armor was occasionally used in real combat, but what made this being truly anomalous was the sheer, overwhelming violence it embodied. It was beyond comparison to any known combat prosthetic or soldier. Even other powered armors couldn't compare. Love is frail, hatred is hollow, but bittersweet obsession is both tenacious and strong. Honed through that obsession, the willpower and fighting spirit didn't collapse beneath emotionless machinery. It drew out every ounce of potential without losing selfhood. The anomalous powered armor dashed through the rebels like a bolt. Its presence was the physical incarnation of destruction. Even battle-hardened veterans crumbled like toys. On behalf of His Majesty the Emperor and the citizens of the Empire, I will pass judgment upon you, Noel Mulliskane. The name inscribed on the powered armor was Scylla. Though it spoke with mechanical tones, Noel knew who it was. Agatha, Chapter 134. Agatha dragged her armored prosthetic forward and reached Noel. The rebel forces guarding Noel had long since been torn apart by Scylla, reduced to heaps of scrap metal. It was the perfect opportunity to drive the rebels out of the Empire. If Noel died, the rebels would collapse. Kadjujujuk. Agatha thrust her massive poleaxe at Noel's side. The ground shattered, sending up a cloud of dust. The right arm of the armored prosthetic, Scylla, was larger than the left. It had likely been modified to wield the heavy poleaxe with one hand. From within the dust, Noel stared at Agatha with a blank expression. You've tampered with an armored prosthetic. Because you killed Katrin. She took her own life. I never intended to kill her. Are you kidding me? You drove Katrin to her death. It was you killed her, you worthless bastard. Agatha's mechanical voice surged with raw fury. Agatha, don't use the armored prosthetic. You may not realize it now, but before long, the machine will consume you. Noel spoke as if trying to reason with her. Pazik, Agatha swung her poleaxe upward from below. Noel's left arm was brutally shattered. Noel only staggered for a brief moment. He let out a bitter smile. I can't afford to fall here just yet. Please. Let me go. Are you seriously saying that? Why are you doing this, Noel? This isn't you. Why? If Agatha could cry, she would have. But the armored prosthetic, Scylla, could neither frown nor weep. I haven't changed. It's the world around me that has. Please, believe me. How can I believe you? You betrayed Katrin. If that was your plan, why did you marry her? Why did you go to her in the first place? I have betrayed many people, but I will never betray you. You are special to me. Even without Noel's perspective, I could see it. Noel is using Agatha's feelings against her. He was exploiting Agatha's emotional vulnerability, manipulating her turmoil. He knew her feelings toward him were tangled in both love and hatred, and he used that knowledge to his advantage. When my work is done, I'll tell you everything, I promise. Shut up, I don't need to hear it. I will forget you. Never appear before me again. The Noel I knew is already dead. And then Agatha swung her poleaxe. Quajajic, Noel's upper and lower body split apart, but since he was a full-body prosthetic, this alone wouldn't kill him. Let's see if your precious subordinates come to rescue you. If you're lucky, you won't get caught by the Imperial forces. This is my choice. Agatha retired from the military. Officially, it was due to the irreversible side effects of the armored prosthetic. Given her many achievements, the higher-ups had no choice but to accept it. As time passed, Noel's rebel forces grew in size. Every noble's private army that clashed with them suffered near-total annihilation. Eventually, the emperor, unable to tolerate it any longer, led his army on a personal campaign. The rebels were utterly defeated in the confrontation, and from that point on, they rapidly declined. This was the official version of events. Ultimately, the imperial authority grew stronger, while the nobles were weakened. Noel and the emperor's plan is moving to the next stage. After exhausting the bulk of their forces, the rebels scattered across planet Ark in a guerrilla formation. They hid in major cities, carrying out acts of terrorism and assassination. At times, they banded together to strike key imperial facilities, killing many influential nobles in the process. It wasn't particularly surprising that so many nobles were dying. After all, one of the rebels' core ideologies was the dismantling of the class system. However, Noel's faction was now on the verge of collapse. Kosova and Hinden are dead too. Information is leaking. We need to restructure. We can't operate as a military force anymore. Let's be honest, we're falling apart. Internal unrest is growing, and with it, more betrayals. The advisors voiced their concerns one after another. Noel sat in the highest seat, silent. He couldn't stop now. Too many deaths had already piled up. If he halted here, all the suffering and sacrifices would have been for nothing. I'll draft the restructuring plan myself. Following Noel's directive, the rebels reorganized into small, compartmentalized cells. Only a handful of key figures understood the full structure of the organization. Winning isn't the goal. The goal is relentless resistance. Even if one branch was exposed, only the outermost members would be cut off. The core would persist, waging an unwinnable but unending struggle. It was around this time that Aki's victima began to spread publicly. Rebel leaders gathered locals and taught them Aki's combat techniques. Though crudely learned, the techniques quickly took root in the backstreets. Noel, you're planning to leave at a time like this? 2 days is enough. I'm counting on you. Leaving the organization in the hands of his trusted aide, Noel disappeared. No one could trace where he had gone, as if he had vanished into thin air. The Emperor's overseer. That authority still belonged to Noel, even now. Under the identity of a fugitive, Noel entered the city. He had disguised himself to attend a wedding. It wasn't for an assassination. Agatha's wedding. It was Agatha's wedding after her retirement. It wasn't grand, but it was modest and warm. Her spouse was not a soldier. He was an imperial bureaucrat, well-reputed, diligent, and sincere. In many ways, he was the ideal partner. Noel watched Agatha's wedding from a distance. I don't know exactly what Noel was feeling at this moment, but I could guess. He must have genuinely wished for Agatha's happiness. And then, 10 more years passed. Under the pretext of suppressing the rebels, the Empire began monitoring and oppressing its people. Afraid of rebel attacks and terrorism, the people willingly accepted the authoritarian rule. Noel and the Emperor's plan had reached its final stage. Across the Empire, massive immigrant ships were being constructed. The Planetary Immigration Project. It was an enormous undertaking that consumed the majority of the Empire's resources. The goal was to leave the barren planet Ark in search of an ideal place to live. The entrenched noble society had no reason to welcome such a project. The nobility had already adapted to planet Ark, monopolizing its industries and reveling in wealth and power. Immigration would disrupt existing interests, create new factions, and force the nobility to share their privileges. And colonizing a new planet while building an immigration fleet is an enormous burden on the Empire as well. Most of the current generation of imperial citizens would never benefit from immigration or planetary development. They would be exploited for the sake of the future and die without seeing any rewards. Even in the best-case scenario, it would take 2 or 3 generations before their descendants could reap the benefits. There was no group, nobles or commoners, that would willingly embrace such an uncertain future at the cost of present suffering. The only force that can suppress all those grievances is absolute imperial authority. Noel's rebellion had ultimately led to the concentration of power in the imperial family. That was what allowed them to enforce the immigration plan by sheer force. So this was all for the immigration fleet. One day, this fleet will bring the Empire to planet Novus. Noel's once relentless and fierce drive had begun to wane. It will all be over soon. Sitting alone in a dark room, Noel murmured to himself. He had betrayed those he loved. He had let those who trusted and followed him die. His mind must have already been in ruins. He had endured a life filled with disgrace and suffering. Even someone with ice-cold blood and an iron will could not escape the toll it took on his soul. Agatha, this is a record for you. By the time we meet again, I probably won't even have the chance to explain. Noel suddenly looked up at the ceiling and spoke. His gaze pierced through me. This was the letter Noel was leaving behind in the simulation. This was the only way to save everyone. I'm sorry for the wounds I inflicted. No words could ever be enough to atone. It wasn't just you. What I did to Katrin, not even death could make up for it. Noel plugged a thick cable into the back of his neck. The circuits and grooves engraved on the cable pulsed with light, which was drawn into the computer. The light flickered as if breathing, and Noel's pupils flashed in sync. He was converting his memories into simulation data. If I had been wiser, if I had been a better person, could I have made a better choice? I've thought about it every night, but the answer never changed. Noel carefully organized his memories. If I had told you everything, you would have willingly taken on disgrace and death alongside me. That's not what I wanted. He was speaking to Agatha. He was certain she would be the first to see this record. Please, survive, Agatha. I know this is cruel to you, but I can't tell anyone about this. You're the only one I can trust. If you alone remember who I was, then I can be saved. The room I was sitting in trembled. A deafening crash erupted from the floor below. A battle had begun. I don't need anyone else's recognition, just you, and I need you to see how the evil I committed led to salvation, to prove that my life wasn't meaningless. Noel's eyelids flickered rapidly. The simulation conversion of his memories was nearing its completion. To save Agatha, at the very least. The final step of the plan was Noel's death, and the one chosen to carry it out was Agatha. Agatha, who had transferred her brain and consciousness into an armored prosthetic, was on her way here. From below, the sounds of horrific screams rang out. Just from the sound, I could tell her strikes were merciless. Noel continued listening to the news through a hologram, playing the same broadcast on repeat. It was the list of casualties from a rebel terrorist attack. Agatha's husband and daughter were killed in the attack. That grief and fury had dragged Agatha back to the battlefield. It was probably the Imperial family's doing. I could sense Noel's reasoning as if it were my own. Not every terrorist act carried out by the rebels was under Noel's control, but he would have done everything he could to keep Agatha from being caught up in it. But if Agatha ever learned of Noel's reasoning, she would die as well. If she remains unaware, she can kill Noel and claim wealth and honor for herself. It was unclear whether this situation was the Emperor's form of consideration or simply his twisted amusement. Despite working together for so long, Noel never fully understood the Emperor's humanity. He couldn't even be certain whether the Emperor genuinely cared for his people. He had simply sided with him because, in the end, he believed the Emperor's decisions were right. Quad-Ujujuk? The floor shattered, and the armored prosthetic, Scylla, emerged. Her glowing, menacing eyes radiated nothing but killing intent. Overwhelming hatred and rage, the overload of the armored prosthetic, and the sudden return to the battlefield, Agatha was in no state of mind to think rationally. Agatha, it wasn't intentional. Please, Spa, Noel's final words twisted into the pathetic excuse of a wretched man. That must have only fueled Agatha's murderous intent further. She didn't hesitate. Perhaps she feared that if she kept listening, she might be swayed just like before. After all, she had once loved Noel enough to suppress even her thirst for vengeance. Capture him alive, Agatha. The shouts from below were meaningless. Agatha's arm did not stop. Quajik, Noel's head burst. That was the end of the simulation conversion. Chijijijik, a terrible noise rang inside my head. It was the signal of death imprinted into my emotions. Pazik. Returning to reality, I gripped the virtual simulation device as if to crush it. The outer casing cracked, exposing its internal components. In the latter half of the virtual simulation, my similarity index with Noel had been low enough that I didn't experience dissociative symptoms. What happened next? Aki's victima automatically began its deductive reasoning. Agatha was rewarded for killing Noel by receiving the name Castoria, though she killed him instead of capturing him. It must have been the Emperor's way of showing favor. However, the official record stated that Noel had been captured and secretly executed. The most plausible reason was to use his capture as bait to lure out the remaining rebel forces. With interplanetary immigration on the horizon, they needed to purge any lingering threats one last time. The Imperial family had used Noel until the very end. I took a deep breath and organized my thoughts. Giselle waited without touching me. Ah, that was quite an entertaining memory, Luka. Not long after, Barbara woke up as well. She looked at me with a faint smile. If you have something to say, go ahead. Do you know why we left Planet Ark and came to Novus? Not the official reason, the real one. I frowned and remained silent. The deep immersion in the virtual simulation and the continuous causal reasoning had left my nerves razor-sharp. I was too irritated to bother answering. Well, since you showed me something interesting, I'll give you some information in return. I like you, after all. Listen closely. Corites, Belatians, and even us Imperials all migrated to the same planet at roughly the same time. There's been a conspiracy theory floating around for ages. A rumor that all 3 human nations were driven to planet Novus because of some incident. A single image flashed through my mind. A grotesque, organic warship made of black-red flesh. Engines that emitted darkness instead of light. Barbara probably hadn't seen it. Only I had. Agatha likely didn't know either. Barbara raised her index finger and continued rambling about her theory. If that rumor is true, then the Emperor must have foreseen the coming disaster and used Noel's rebellion as an excuse to construct the massive immigration fleet. That means there was a threat serious enough to force an entire nation to relocate. Her words were certainly intriguing, but right now, they weren't relevant to me. I would simply store them in my memory. Ultimately, I wanted to make a different decision than Noel. But no matter how many times I thought about it, the conclusion remained the same. Compliance with the Empire was the best option. The Imperial family was ruthless and cunning, but they were undeniably acting for the survival and benefit of the Empire as a whole. Chapter 135. Barbara and I saw Noel's memories. Barbara must have realized that I was in a situation similar to Noel's. She was more than capable of figuring that out. I had to make a decision. Barbara was an extremely dangerous existence. If I thought about it rationally, I had to kill her right here, even if it meant breaking my promise. Creak. My fingers groaned under the output I drew forth. If necessary, I could crush Barbara's neck and burst her head. A single moment would be enough. Would killing Barbara here be to our advantage, or would it bring about an even greater disaster? It was difficult to even speculate what kind of preparations Barbara had made in case of her own death. Since I didn't know the full extent of her capabilities, I couldn't kill her recklessly. And Barbara knew that, which was why she had boldly chosen to face me in reality. You're in quite a complicated situation too, Barbara spoke. She steadied herself and got up from the examination chair. Barbara, I don't see you as someone loyal to the Empire. You must have some personal agenda. Either that, or you've made a deal with the upper ranks of the Empire. I spoke bluntly. If I wanted to understand Barbara, I needed to know her objective. If I knew her objective, I could deduce her behavioral principles. Do you think I'd confess my weaknesses? You know just as well as I do, if you want to survive in the Empire, you have to hide your true intentions and goals, especially in times like these. I'm going to curl up and not even breathe until the storm passes. Barbara was insane, but she was also wise. She was a woman who could control her madness with reason. Right now, she was simply observing the situation. That meant Barbara's objective was purely self-preservation and survival. The chaos engulfing the Empire was, in some ways, an opportunity for advancement. The fact that she was merely observing suggested that she wasn't greedy for wealth or power. I never expected Barbara to answer my question. My real goal was to steer the conversation and deduce her intent through elimination. If self-preservation was Barbara's goal, that was fortunate for me. It meant she wouldn't report today's information to the Empire. She would likely save it to use as a bargaining chip someday. For now, Noel's memories wouldn't leak outside. My thoughts were long, but only a moment had passed in reality. Barbara straightened her collar and looked at Giselle. Giselle took a step back, raising her pistol and aiming it at Barbara. Luka may have spared you, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you. Open the door and get out quietly. Giselle's words were as cold as ice. There wasn't a hint of tremor or hesitation in her voice. For someone who hadn't undergone combat training, she handled herself remarkably well. If Barbara weren't here, I would have complimented her. Whistle, don't be so heartless. You understand my situation now, don't you? I had no choice back at the academy. Try to understand, I had my reasons, Giselle. Barbara forced a wry smile deep enough to crease her brows. But it felt strangely unnatural, almost disturbingly so. It could have been because the body wasn't originally hers, or perhaps she had an innate difficulty expressing emotions. No, you really are a psycho. Giselle pulled the trigger. Even I was slightly startled by her decisiveness. Bang! The bullet pierced through Barbara's left shoulder. The impact made her stagger 2 steps back. Sizzle! A crimson coolant-like fluid seeped from Barbara's wounded shoulder. You shot me. I see, Giselle. Barbara glanced between her wound and Giselle, wearing an expression that could have been either laughter or tears. Next, shots to the head. Giselle aligned the gun's sights perfectly with Barbara's forehead. You won't pull the trigger, you don't have the stomach for murder. Barbara tried to step forward. Swish! I drew my xperrif and aimed it at the back of her neck. The blade burrowed into her hair, gleaming stark white. Barbara froze. From behind, I spoke calmly. But for me, killing is routine. If you want to test my patience, go ahead, take that step forward. Luka, you promised you wouldn't kill me. And I'm keeping that promise. Out of courtesy, I haven't broken your legs either. Now tell me, why should I keep restraining myself? Barbara carefully turned around and nudged my xperrif with her fingertip. Well then, I guess I have no choice. She walked toward the exit. As she creaked open the door, she tossed out her parting words. Luka, Giselle, it was nice meeting you both. I think I like you two quite a bit. If you ever need my help, don't hesitate to reach out. It was a fair and pleasant deal, wasn't it? It was a good deal, Barbara, so let's leave it at just good memories. I replied indifferently. Barbara formed her fingers into the shape of a gun and placed them under her chin, mimicking a suicide gesture. Bang! The first time is the hardest. The second time is easy. That's how it is with everything, murder, taboos, you name it. That's why I wanted to take Giselle's first. You always remember the first person you kill for the rest of your life. With that, Barbara slammed the door shut. Thud! Giselle's legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the floor. Giselle and I left the illegal clinic. The weather outside had worsened even more since we had entered. Whoosh! The rain was pouring down. Accompanied by strong winds, it was impossible to stay dry no matter where we went. Wee-oo! Siren alarms echoed through the air. A no-fly order had been issued for aerial vehicles. Now, there was truly no way to return to the Castoria estate. I had wanted to send Giselle back home at the very least. If we were lucky, the weather might clear up for flights within a day or two. If not, aerial vehicles wouldn't be able to take off for more than 2 weeks. There was no safe place. Neither G&G Workshop nor the gang's office was any less dangerous. There was nowhere I could leave Giselle. Thud, 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 heavy raindrops pounded against my hood. Giselle and I pulled up our masks, covering the lower half of our faces, and stepped into the alleyway. What now? Giselle asked as she carefully avoided a puddle of stagnant water. First, we need to get out of the rain. I need time to sort things out. Then, let's go in there. She pointed to an old lodging house at the edge of the alley. The 4-story building looked like it had been standing for at least 100 years. Paying with a credit chip might give away our location. To whom? Giselle shot back, hitting the mark. Anyone. Then pay with goods. This should be enough. She removed her earrings and handed them to me. It was too valuable a piece of jewelry to use for lodging fees. There's probably a better place than this. If we stay out in the rain any longer, we'll catch a cold. We don't have full-body prosthetics. And I'm even more vulnerable than you. She was right. No matter what happened next, we needed to stay in top condition. Without another word, I led the way. Click. At the entrance of the lodging house, a small palm-sized window slid open. A security measure, no doubt. In a place crawling with vagrants and thieves, such precautions were necessary. Do you have money? The owner eyed us up and down. I held up Giselle's earring. Creak. The door opened just wide enough for a single person to slip through. Homeless people standing in the rain watched hungrily, eyes glinting as they searched for an opportunity to slip inside. Clank. The innkeeper quickly shut the door and locked it tight. The interior of the building was reinforced with metal plates, resembling a civilian home preparing for war. The tightly sealed windows looked sturdy enough to withstand a hail of bullets. It's for storm season. Staying outside in this weather is a death sentence. There are always bastards trying to crawl under any roof they can find. The innkeeper tapped his heavy shotgun as he spoke. While leading us down the hallway, he paused in front of a bloodstain embedded in the floor. See this bloodstain? The last owner let a few homeless people in out of pity during the last storm, and they killed him for it. I left it there as a reminder. No mercy for trash. The man bared his yellowed teeth in a grin. It was also a warning not to cause any trouble. He led us up the stairs and stopped in front of a room. Handing over the key, he took Giselle's earrings as payment. So, for the next few days, I was about to negotiate a long-term stay, but the innkeeper smirked and shook his head. Oh no, my friend, this covers just one night. It's peak season, after all. I resisted the urge to knock out his front teeth. I shouldn't have handed over the earrings right away, I should have negotiated first. But there was no need to create unnecessary friction. We weren't exactly short on money. I was still inexperienced. In areas I had no experience in, I was utterly lacking. Even Gabriel would have handled back-alley negotiations better than this. He wouldn't have let himself get played so easily. What about security inside? None. Everything here is strictly analog. Anything else would just get stolen. The innkeeper answered as he opened the door. The room contained only a few shabby pieces of furniture and a noisy refrigerator. There wasn't even a hologram projector, just a space barely fit to shield us from the storm. Whirr. I instinctively scanned the room. Nothing seemed off. Enjoy your stay. Without bothering to explain the facilities, the innkeeper disappeared. Creak thud, the door shut behind him. Giselle reached for the ceiling light switch. Click, click, no light came on. He's not going to fix it even if we call him, is he? Giselle asked awkwardly. Judging by his attitude, probably not. Or should I break his arms and legs and drag him here? I sighed. Giselle simply shrugged and ran her hands along the wall. Click. Fortunately, there was another light, though I wasn't sure if fortunate was the right word for it. A dim red glow spread along the edges of the ceiling. It was an auxiliary light meant for ambience. Under its glow, Giselle's face looked red as she glanced at me. Better than nothing, right? Well, better than not seeing at all. This wasn't the time to be enjoying an awkward atmosphere. We were both utterly exhausted. Thud. I sank into the sofa and stared at the ceiling. Could I make a different choice than Noelle? I had already played my last card. I had also seen the cards others had laid down. Now all that was left was my judgment and decision. I had to find the best possible hand I could create. What a mess! And they actually charge money for this? Giselle yelled from the shower. Annoyed, she kicked the faucet. Break it and they'll charge extra. There's nothing left to break. It's just disgusting, rusty water. I can't even wash. And what about drinking water? It seemed that being unable to shower had drained the last of Giselle's patience. Nobles tended to be meticulous about cleanliness. You should have expected this from the building's exterior. The plumbing is probably over 100 years old. I told you we should have gone somewhere else. Yeah, you're always right. You're just so amazing. Giselle folded her arms and sat across from me. I closed my eyes, lost in thought. The fatigue from the simulation still clung to my brain. Noelle's lingering presence haunted my mind like a ghost. I'm not you, Noelle, so get lost. Our paths were undoubtedly similar, but they weren't identical. Where do we differ? That was likely the key to making a different decision. Gurgle, it wasn't my stomach. Giselle bit her lower lip and tried to act like nothing happened. Maybe I was losing it, but that expression seemed cute enough to make me chuckle. I stood up, pulling out a bar-shaped ration and a collapsible water bottle equipped with a filtration system. I filled the bottle with the rusty water and handed it to Giselle. You always carry this around? The water tastes fine. Giselle held the bottle, sipping from the intake tube as the rusty water was sucked through the filter. Every soldier carries one. Basic preparedness. Here, eat this. Just this much will keep you going for a day. I broke the ration in half and tossed it to her. For soldiers with biological digestive systems, high-calorie meals and clean water were essential. There was a limit to how much hunger or contaminated water one could endure through sheer willpower. This tastes awful. Did you eat this every day at the academy? Giselle took a bite of the bar and grimaced. She must have remembered how I used to eat this alone on a bench every lunchtime. Well, you always left me behind and ate in the cafeteria by yourself, so I had no choice. I didn't even know how to use the cafeteria. I teased her. Giselle wiped the crumbs from her lips, her face turning red. I was just kind of mad at you back then. Yeah, that's it. Fine, I'm sorry, okay? I stared at her. As expected, Agatha came to mind because of Noelle's lingering presence in my thoughts. Similar, yet different. Giselle wasn't Agatha. I couldn't afford to mix them up. Agatha, after all, had projected Noelle onto me. That was her mistake. Agatha tried to protect me even though I wasn't Noelle. She let her feelings for Noelle cloud her judgment. As the founder of the Custoria bloodline, she had made a mistake. Because of it, she had put all her descendants at risk. But I was not Noelle, and that was precisely why I would not make the same mistake. Noelle Mullies-Kane never told Agatha anything. He claimed it was for her sake, but in reality, he simply kept everything to himself. It was a selfish act. And because of that, Agatha suffered for over 2 centuries. Giselle, I spoke, maybe this was nothing more than a childish misjudgment on my part. After all, I was less experienced and far less skilled than Noelle. What now? I already apologized, and I guess this doesn't taste that bad after a few bites. Giselle grumbled. I smiled faintly. I didn't know if my choice was the better one, but that didn't matter. This wasn't about calculation. I no longer wanted to deceive Giselle. Benevolent lies weren't my style. I am Aki's Demini. I serve as the Emperor's overseer. The dice of fate had been cast. Chapter 136. The overseer serves His Majesty the Emperor, but it's an unofficial position. I explained calmly. Giselle listened in utter silence, as if she had even stopped breathing. Every time my words trailed off, the sound of wind and rain hammered against the building. In the end, I ended up becoming a spy meant to bring down the Castoria family and the military. This plan probably started when I first entered the Imperial Guard as a cadet. It must have started when I used ballistic control techniques that I had never learned. Whether it was Emperor Crescia or Kinuan, they must have been watching me closely since that moment. Luka, you didn't betray your father, did you? Giselle clenched her fists and placed them on her knees as she spoke. I took a moment to gather my thoughts before responding. In the world we live in now, arguing over who betrayed and deceived whom is meaningless. The only thing that matters is whether something benefits me. Looking back, Hemilas never cared whether I deceived him or not. What truly mattered to him was whether the card named Luka was useful to him. It wasn't even a situation where he could feel betrayed or not. Here, everyone is deceiving someone. For a brief moment, I felt as if fireworks were exploding inside my head. Twitch. My eyelids didn't just blink, they trembled. Speaking the words out loud made me realize that my thoughts and perspective had suddenly aligned with those of the monsters. The distinction between ally and enemy is nothing more than an emotional construct. Identification of friend and foe depends on location and perspective, shifting in real time at every moment. Hemilas, Kinuan, the Imperial family. To them, the boundary of friend and foe is blurred. They simply make optimal decisions based on their respective goals. If interests align, they cooperate. If not, they turn away. They don't hate betrayal itself, they hate what isn't useful. As long as something benefits them, they'll even accept being betrayed, because even betrayal can be used. If it's profitable, then it's good. That is a higher level of cognitive judgment. In our world, there is no reason to dislike someone just because they deceive you. Their way of thinking became even easier to understand. I had always feared that if my identity and secrets were exposed, others would dispose of me. They even threatened to do so every time. There was never a need to fear those threats. They wouldn't discard a useful piece for something so trivial. If they truly intended to dispose of me, they wouldn't have even spoken such words out loud. If only I had understood this sooner. If I had revealed myself sooner, I could have maintained balance more efficiently. I needed to constantly shift my perspective. My thoughts had to become so fluid that they practically melted away. Luka, I don't understand. So whose side are you on? Giselle's pupils trembled. Most people were like her. They demanded clear answers, separating friend from foe. That was how they achieved cognitive peace. Hemilas, Kinuan, and the Imperial family, who operated on higher cognitive judgment, seemed inhuman. That was because ordinary people found behaviors and speech that deviated from common sense and intuition to be inhuman. That's the same reason I saw them as monsters. But from a purely results-driven perspective, their motivations and goals were entirely human. Now, at last, I stood on the same level as them. Too late, far too late. It was only thanks to witnessing Noelle's memories that I had reached this understanding now. I'm on the side of those who do not despair, I murmured. Giselle looked at me as if she understood even less. Stop playing games, Luka. That means father could die, and if our family is on the verge of extermination. Giselle squeezed her eyes shut. Tears she could no longer hold back spilled down her chin, dripping onto the back of her hands. Giselle, no matter how hard Hemilas and I try, the chances of overcoming this crisis are slim. That is an undeniable fact. But if Hemilas hasn't given up, then there's still a way I can help. A long silence stretched between us. The sound of rain and wind hammering against the building scattered like sparks in the air. Giselle stood up. She walked toward the window, reinforced with metal plates, and peered through the narrow gap at the outside world. Why are you telling me all of this? You weren't planning to say anything before. I just wanted to. If things go wrong, you'll know nothing about me. I wanted you to understand who I am and why I made the choices I did. I had made a different decision from Noel. Noel had told neither Katrin nor Agatha anything. He had hidden everything from Agatha until the end, carrying the burden alone as he went to his death. Because of that, Agatha had lived a cursed life. I didn't want Giselle to bear that same curse. Even if I failed and died, I wanted her to move forward. Am I someone special to you? Giselle's voice wavered. The sight of her in such sorrow sent my hormones surging. A wild part of me wanted to surrender to that instinct completely. Romantic feelings between a man and a woman are fleeting impulses. And yet, at this moment, I wanted to believe that this would last forever. That, too, was a sign of my immaturity. I was being swept away by emotions more intense than anything I had ever felt before. Even knowing that, I couldn't help it. Giselle, if you want to escape all this chaos, I'll take you away right now. Not just from Akbaran, but from the Empire itself. I still don't know if you're special to me, but if you want something, I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen. Even if it goes against my values, I don't care. I never thought I would say something like this. I used to think only fools spoke this way. That is what it means to be special, Luka. Because I feel the same. Giselle smiled as if relieved. I widened my eyes slightly, taking in her expression. She had gone through so many things she hadn't wanted to because of me. Even though she complained, she never refused. She endured it all with unwavering resilience. The reason was simple. She liked me. 999 or rather, I needed at least one full night of rest. Because of Noel's memories, my mind was a complete mess. Even when I tried to focus, my thoughts creaked and groaned like an ungreased machine. Whoosh, boom, occasionally noises came from outside the building. Debris, carried by the wind, banged against the outer walls, or maybe it was people. If I listened closely, I could hear distant gunfire now and then. Lying on the bed, I stared at the ceiling. My wet clothes, hung on the wall, dripped water drop by drop. We're going to see Hemilas tomorrow. It was going to be a direct confrontation. I would ask him what he planned to do next. If he knew I was the Emperor's overseer, he would find a better way to handle the situation, one way or another. I should have planned for an alliance with Hemilas much sooner. Just because he found out I was an overseer didn't mean he would turn against me or try to kill me. The only one who had been afraid was me. With my current state of mind, this was as far as my thoughts could go. After a good night's sleep, I would come up with something better. Do we still have hope? I narrowed my eyes as I lay in bed. The dim red lighting flickered faintly. Rustle. I heard Giselle stir. She must have woken up from the sound of the wind. It was a difficult night to sleep soundly. I turned my head to the side. Lying beside me, Giselle blinked rapidly before opening her eyes. Startled, she abruptly lifted her upper body. Ah, Luka, why are you? Ah, ha ha ha, so it wasn't a dream. Giselle let out an awkward laugh and turned her flushed face away. She slowly lifted the blanket and checked the condition of her lower body. She exhaled a deep sigh and grumbled. Damn it, so this place is our special memory now? Seriously, this absolute pile of crap. A memory that'll last a lifetime? You made the choice. I'll say it again, I suggested we go somewhere nicer. I had a feeling this might happen. What did you just say? Why, you planned this all along, didn't you? Giselle narrowed her eyes. I'm joking. Do I look like I came prepared for this? Even as I spoke, Giselle shot me a doubtful glare. But then, as if something had suddenly occurred to her, she averted her eyes in a hurry. It seemed she had remembered what happened 4 hours ago. I don't really know much about this kind of thing, but Luka, for your first time, weren't you a little too good at it? Are you sure this was your first? That was thanks to Noel's virtual simulations. Much appreciated, Noel, and for the useful tricks, thank you, Chad. Giselle's praise made me as happy as winning a fight, not that I'd ever say that out loud. Comparing this to battle, even I had to admit that was ridiculous. Get some more sleep. We might not get a proper rest for the next few days, but this might be our first and last time. Giselle reached out and tapped my sternum with her finger. Her hand trailed down my chest, past my navel, and stopped just below. That's true. The first time is the hardest. The second and third are easy. Which is to say, we did it 2 more times. 999, finding Hamilla's whereabouts wasn't difficult. A figure of his stature couldn't just disappear and plot in secret. Hamilla's was locked in a marathon meeting with the military's top brass. Even the Imperial Guard's internal network listed his schedule. Officially, it was an emergency countermeasure meeting for the storm season. The reason it dragged on for so long was that they were staying on standby in case of any sudden developments. Even though high-ranking military officers were involved, the meeting was taking place at the Imperial Guard headquarters. That alone made it clear this was about the Guard and Hamilla's. Beep. I sent a message to Hamilla's, letting him know I was coming. He must have already known that Giselle and I had left the Castoria estate. He's probably been waiting for me to show up. Giselle and I stopped in front of the Imperial Guard headquarters. Whoosh! The rain was still pouring relentlessly. Our clothes had been damp since yesterday and never fully dried. By now, they even carried an unpleasant smell. I was used to harsh conditions, but for Giselle, this would be sheer misery. It's been a while, Luka and Giselle. Iskin stood at the entrance of the headquarters, waiting to greet us. He was one of Hamilla's close aides. Giselle seemed to know Iskin well. She greeted him before I could. It's been a long time, Uncle. Ah, you've grown a lot. I didn't recognize you for a moment. Iskin held the door open, waiting for us. With his consideration, we stepped inside the building. Squeak. As the door shut, the sound of the torrential rain disappeared. Giselle and I removed our hoods and masks, taking a moment to catch our breath. The commander is expecting you. I spoke to Iskin, observing him closely. Does he seem angry? I did disobey orders by coming here. Since when has that man ever shown his anger? Iskin simply shrugged with a smirk. That's true. Following Iskin's lead, we slowly made our way up to the meeting room. Even though Giselle wasn't a soldier, Iskin didn't say anything about her presence. The timing is bad, Luka. I know, I'm prepared for that. The elevator came to a stop. As the doors slid open, a quiet corridor stretched before us. At the end stood a set of double doors leading into the meeting room. I sharpened my senses. I hadn't gotten much sleep last night, but my condition wasn't bad. In fact, after moving around in just the right way, my stress levels felt lower than usual. I probably owed Giselle for that. CHHHHK. As we reached the entrance, the automatic doors slid open to either side. How many people? The moment the doors parted, I took in the room. My 5 senses swept across the space like a second layer of perception. 17 pairs of eyes turned toward me. But the most important pair of eyes in the room did not belong to Hamilla's. There was someone completely unexpected. Flinch. I didn't step into the meeting room right away. My hesitation lasted only a fraction of a second, but for someone as skilled as Hamilla's or Iskin, it would be enough to seem suspicious. Ivan Akresha. Seated at the head of the table was Ivan. He sat with his legs crossed, exuding absolute confidence, a faint smile on his lips. Murmur. Ivan leaned over to Hamilla's and whispered something in his ear. Hamilla's responded with a glance toward Iskin, issuing an unspoken command. Damn it, I moved to react immediately. Whoosh! Iskin snatched the Graken Vuth from my possession and pressed it against my neck. As expected of a high-ranking Imperial Guard, his skill was impeccable. Slide. I quietly raised both hands in surrender. Luka's Castoria is his father's spy. He came here to bring you all down from the inside. Ivan's smooth voice echoed through the room. The generals and high-ranking officers in the meeting did not even flinch. They sat motionless like machines. Well played, Ivan. I locked eyes with him. My mind, jolted awake like a bucket of ice water had been poured over it, began working at full speed. From the moment I chose to protect Francek, Ivan abandoned me. He made a new plan. The excitement he had shown when agreeing to my plan to kill Kinuan had been a lie. I wasn't even surprised. There was no reason to be. I was used to this by now. I wasn't even given a chance to defend myself. Luka, don't say a word, no matter what. I don't want to kill you, Iskin whispered, and he meant it. Both the part about not wanting to kill me and the part about doing it if he had to. Chapter 137. I was imprisoned in the underground cells of the Imperial Guard headquarters. The solitary confinement cell was dark and dreary. All my equipment had been stripped away, leaving me wearing nothing but a pair of pants. If there was any silver lining, it was that my limbs were still intact. I didn't want to put into words how pitiful a person looked when locked up in solitary after losing their arms and legs. They won't kill me so easily. I was someone with considerable value in many ways. That wasn't arrogance, just an objective fact. If I were useless, they would have severed my head a long time ago. Hamilas and Ivan have joined forces. Their collaboration had gone far beyond my expectations. This gives Hamilas a real chance at winning his gamble. I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. The military and Ivan are staging a coup. If they succeeded, Ivan would become emperor. The military and the Castoria family would be credited for their contributions, avoiding purges and maintaining their power. Regardless of the outcome, it wasn't a bad plan. A coup with the military is a gamble for Ivan as well. Even if he becomes emperor, he could end up as nothing more than a puppet under military control. Given time, Ivan would naturally ascend to the throne. I hadn't expected him to take such drastic measures. Is he really willing to risk instability and danger just to overthrow his father and rush to claim the throne? To me, Ivan's ambition seemed excessive. If the coup failed, even a royal wouldn't be spared. At best, he might escape with his life, but his position as heir would be revoked. Hamilas and Ivan have revealed all their cards. Now, what mattered was what cards the Emperor and Kinuan still had left. Once I figured that out, I could see the full picture more clearly. I had been captured due to an unexpected complication, yet I didn't even feel anger. My mind was simply cooling, growing endlessly cold. Is Giselle all right? There was only one person I was worried about. I really had turned into a romantic. Giselle had been captured and detained by the other Imperial Guards. She wouldn't be released until everything was over. The last image of her, looking at me with worry, was burned vividly into my mind. Click, click, footsteps echoed. Judging by the stride and the sound, it was Ivan Akresha. You underestimated me, Luka. Ivan spoke from beyond the metal door. I never underestimated you. Assassinating Francek in that situation was not the right decision, especially not for a ruler. Ivan stepped closer, stopping in front of the metal door. His face appeared through the narrow window. You want to discuss imperial governance and politics with me? Avoiding war isn't a matter of debate, it's just common sense. Ivan chuckled from beyond the door. Luka, you have less information than I do. No matter how much you speculate using Aki's victima, you're still making judgments within a narrow scope. That's why an overseer's role isn't about making grand, strategic decisions, but rather small, tactical ones. No matter how skilled you overseers are in the end, you're just beasts crawling on the ground. Without wings, you can't see the world from above. If war breaks out, it's us crawling on the ground who will die first. Without wings, we have nowhere to escape, unlike some people. Ivan flashed a smile so alluring it almost felt seductive. I despise Kinuan because he doesn't know his place. Luka, you're behaving just like him. But unlike my father, I won't grant an overseer excessive authority. Of course not. You're far less knowledgeable and even more impatient than His Majesty, probably because you've never had to struggle in your life. I wished Ivan would get angry. Not that he ever would. People like Ivan and Kinuan weren't easily shaken by words. After dealing with these outliers for so long, I almost missed the ones who would fall for my childish provocations. You're really trying hard to provoke me, Luka. Are you hoping to make me slip up emotionally? Too bad. Hamilas and I have already struck a rational deal. No matter how much you try, I won't kill you over a few insults. Hamilas seems to have a certain fondness for you. Ivan's pupils swirled, shifting through a spectrum of iridescent colors. Well, I wish you and Hamilas success. After all, that does seem to be the best outcome for all of us. I spoke honestly. If the coup led by Ivan and the Castoria family succeeded, most of my objectives would be achieved, ensuring the survival of both Hamilas and the Castoria line. My own survival was still uncertain, but I had a feeling I wouldn't die. To be honest, I expected you to be much angrier. You've grown. I'm still growing. Ivan burst into laughter. You just had bad luck, Luka's Castoria. If all of this had happened a few years later, you would have played a much more important role. Nothing in this world ever goes the way we want. I'm used to it. Ivan took a step back. This was fun, Luka. I'll never forget the overseer you almost became. I listened as Ivan walked away. The door at the end of the hallway opened, then closed. Silence returned. And 3 days passed, but Hamilas never came to see me. 999, as expected, the solitary confinement cell in the underground prison had no windows. But even without one, my heightened senses told me that the storm outside was reaching its peak. Clatter. At set times, a small opening in the ceiling would slide open just enough to let food and water drop through. Crunch. I bit into the hard bread, chewing as I conserved my strength. Whoosh. My punches were still light and precise. I hadn't neglected my routine of light exercise and conditioning. Spending a week in this cramped cell was miserable, but if I wanted to keep my senses sharp, I had to keep moving. This isn't over yet. The tides would shift at least once more. When they did, that would be my last chance to intervene. Another day passed in the cell. Mealtime had come and gone, but no food or water fell from the ceiling. Whatever was about to happen, the time had come. I remained seated, senses on high alert. Creak, creak, clang, the door was being forced open. Luka, Luka, where are you? Damn it, I frowned. It was Giselle's voice. Giselle? Not even when Hamilas and Ivan captured me did I waver. But now, I couldn't help it. How the hell was Giselle here? She was checking each solitary cell one by one, making her way toward me. In an instant, she was standing right outside mine. Step back, I'm setting up explosives. There was no time for greetings. Giselle spoke without hesitation as she carefully spread gel along the edges of the doorframe. I had no idea where she got the gel explosives, but that hardly mattered. Giselle, just give me the short version. I don't know what's going on, but I'm guessing we don't have much time. I stepped back until my back was pressed against the wall. I contacted Barbara and had her help plan your escape. She changed the guards' shift schedules and patrol routes. The security cameras are playing dummy footage, and she arranged for you to get equipment from the Imperial Guard's armory. The price? A date. It didn't sound like a joke. If it was Barbara, she'd do something this reckless just for that. That witch must have taken quite a risk for a date with Giselle. That's fine, but no sleeping together. I don't care if it's with a woman, absolutely not. Is this really the time for jokes? Giselle shot me a sharp glare. But I didn't laugh. I answered her with complete seriousness. I'm not joking. You're surprisingly jealous, not very manly of you. I've never really had anything of my own in my life. If I get a little possessive, just let it slide. Pleading with your tragic upbringing? That's low. Also, this is my first time using gel explosives, so I might have miscalculated the amount. Just make sure to stay clear. Giselle stepped aside as she spoke. Click. She pressed the detonator hastily. If she was in such a rush that she was neglecting safety, then our escape plan must have been on an extremely tight schedule. FZZZZZT. The gel explosives detonated in sequence. The gel lining the doorframe ignited like a fuse, triggering small explosions one after another. A series of dull, metallic clangs echoed through the cell. Boom, clang. Fragments of metal blasted off from the explosion, ricocheting around the cell like bullets. Tusk. I felt a shiver run down my spine as a piece of shrapnel grazed the back of my neck. The debris bounced unpredictably, making it difficult to dodge. A little misstep, and I really could have died in here. Luka, you're not dead, right? Damn it, did I use too much? Barbara said this much should be fine. Giselle mumbled anxiously. I could hear her shifting her weight, probably stomping her foot in frustration. Thud, the doorframe was completely destroyed. The metal door groaned before crashing inward, landing with a heavy thud inside the cell. How much time do we have left? As I stepped out of the cell, I yanked a shard of metal out of my left shoulder. A finger-sized piece of shrapnel, slick with blood, dropped to the floor. If Barbara's calculations were right, about 140 seconds, your shoulder. Well, it's not too bad. Not bad for a first-time demolition job, right? I'm grateful you saved me, but I'm the one who decides if I'm okay. I feel pain, too, you know. I pressed a heated piece of metal against the wound, cauterizing it on the spot. Don't be a baby, I've been stabbed with worse. I flinched and quickly scanned Giselle for injuries. Luckily, she was unharmed. Then I understood what she meant. Damn, a noble lady sure has a mouth on her. I muttered under my breath. Meanwhile, Giselle pulled out a terminal and projected the escape plan as a hologram. Barbara. The plan was meticulous. Hard to believe it had been put together on short notice. Barbara must have been well acquainted with the security weaknesses of the Imperial Guard headquarters. That was the only way she could draft such a precise plan on the fly. We ascended from the underground prison. Thanks to Barbara's interference, there were no guards in sight. Of all things, I never thought I'd owe Barbara a favor. Enemies and allies were ambiguous. The higher one climbed within the Empire, the more indistinct the line became. There was no way to tell who was a friend and who was a foe. No, attempting to distinguish between them was meaningless from the start. There were no enemies or allies. Put another way, everyone was both an enemy and an ally. Stay flexible, so flexible that my brain melts into liquid. As I moved toward the corner of the hallway, I abruptly pulled Giselle back, stopping her in her tracks. Beep! I clicked my tongue as I closed my eyes. Kinuan had said echolocation wasn't efficient, but I had persistently trained my auditory senses. For someone without a fully cybernetic body, echolocation was an invaluable technique. Don't listen, see? The auditory signals were processed in the occipital lobe, which handled vision. What once felt like a vague intuition became a sharply defined image through echolocation. I had suspected something was off. Even with Barbara's plan, Giselle had rescued me far too easily. If Hamilas had truly intended to imprison us, we wouldn't have stood a chance. I still had all my limbs. Giselle had been able to contact someone outside. Someone else had been assisting her, and she didn't even realize it. I didn't have to think too hard about who it might be. You can come out now, Pagon. There was movement. The air shimmered at the corner of the hallway. Pagon, wearing a cloaking mantle, gradually revealed himself from the head down. The slim, visor-like goggles covering his eyes still glowed faintly. Pagon glanced at me and gave a small nod. It has been a while, young master. You've grown. I wanted to use my joke again. I'm still growing. But your sense of humor seems to have deteriorated. Maybe that was a mistake. Pagon regarded us with his usual unkempt appearance. He glanced at Giselle behind me and nodded slightly. Giselle didn't seem to recognize him. Just how much had Hamilas confided in me that even his own family remained in the dark? You were the one protecting Giselle all this time. I stated it as fact. Pagon had likely shielded Giselle from Barbara's madness. Despite his disheveled look, Pagon was an electronic warfare specialist and a hacker skilled enough to manipulate the human brain itself. As sharp as ever, but first, take this. Pagon slid a bundle off his back and pushed it toward me. It skidded across the floor until it reached my feet. Thud. I stopped it with my foot and checked inside. My equipment was there, including crucis. And Miss Giselle, my name is Pagon. I serve Master Hamilas. Time is short, so I will deliver his message first. Pagon gave a precise bow before lifting his head. Chapter 138. Return to the mansion and fulfill your duties and responsibilities, Luka's Custoria. That is what Master has ordered. As I listened to Pagon's words, I strapped my equipment onto my body. How much did Father anticipate? I asked. Pagon lifted the corners of his wrinkled lips and smiled faintly. Well, I wouldn't know. Being older, Pagon was that much more seasoned. It was hard to win against him in a battle of words. Is there a way to return to the main estate? Even air vehicles aren't operational. It's not impossible to travel by land. There's simply no connected road, but it's not an island. I put on my coat. Grakenvuth was not in its place. Iskin must have taken Grakenvuth. Still, crucis was strapped to my waist. Having a weapon gave me a sense of stability. What if I refused to return to the mansion? Pagon lifted his head to look at me. His cybernetic eyes had been replaced with a straight-lined goggle. Because of that, I couldn't read his emotions through his pupils or gaze. Master was displeased with your reckless actions. You appeared in places you should not have. For now, you must trust Master and wait. I closed my eyes for a moment before opening them again, fixing my gaze on Pagon. These days, I see many noble children who believe the world will turn in their favor. A baseless, optimistic belief. I recalled something Pagon had once said while praising me. The world is hardly so generous to me. That problems will resolve themselves just by waiting. I gripped the hilt of my sword with my right hand. Pagon's tone took on a sharp edge. Are you saying you will disobey Master's orders twice? Do you truly not trust your father? Now I understand what everyone's mistake was. Father has hidden many things from me. I don't blame him. I did the same. And because of that, Hemilas and I came to distrust each other. That was the mistake Noel, Hemilas, and I had made. I told Giselle everything. It didn't matter whether a lie was meant with good or bad intentions. Who would trust the words of someone who refuses to speak the truth? If you desire trust, you must tell the truth. Noel never told Agatha and Katrin the truth, and because of that, he never gained their trust. That led to everyone's downfall. Agatha never found true happiness until the day she died, and Katrin hated Noel until her very last moment. Hemilas and I never spoke the truth to each other, which is why we could never fully trust one another. If even one of us had been honest, things wouldn't have spiraled out of control like this. There was undoubtedly a bond between us, but there was no trust. To protect myself and ensure my safety, I must hide my weaknesses. Always keeping secrets is advantageous for survival. That was true if survival was my only goal. But right now, my goal wasn't just survival. I had multiple problems in front of me that needed to be resolved. Since my objectives had changed, it was only natural that my strategy should be adjusted as well. If I wanted to create allies who would help me, I needed to reveal my weaknesses and share my secrets. Of course, exposing weaknesses and whispering secrets was dangerous, but nothing in this world came without a price. Come to think of it, the reason Ile and I grew distant was because we started keeping secrets from each other. No, to be precise, it was when I started hiding many secrets of my own. Back when I was a cadet and knew nothing, Ile and I shared everything. We even knew the smallest details about each other. Ile had even confessed his most dangerous weakness, his subversive ideology, to me. He had done so because he believed I would never betray his trust. And in return for Ile's faith in me, I joined him in the perilous plan to rescue Lillian Lamons. If I had discovered his subversive ideology on my own, too late. Feeling betrayed, I never would have helped him. At some point, I stopped being honest, and in turn, Ile stopped opening up to me. And little by little, a wall formed between us. On the other hand, Gabriel and I became closer the more we learned about each other. Every time one of my secrets was revealed, Gabriel and I grew even closer. Now Gabriel was willing to risk his life for me. TZZZZZT. A pleasant white noise filled my ears. Knowledge and realization stirred my brain. The tangled threads of my thoughts began to unravel, one by one. Lady Giselle, please come this way, Pagon muttered. His hand was inside his coat. I had no idea what kind of weapon would emerge from there. Grip. Giselle grasped the hem of my clothes and shook her head. Pagon's goggle-like cybernetic eyes glowed red. BZZZZZT. I noticed the output from Pagon's cybernetic body increasing and issued a warning. You'd best not. Combat isn't your specialty, is it? Take us to my father. Pagon was quick-witted, and he was the one person Hemilas truly trusted. Whenever Hemilas had a critical, classified mission, he called for Pagon before even his own family. Young master, then allow me to pose a question. If you answer correctly, I will obediently follow your orders. I motioned with my chin, waiting for his next words. Do you know what master's next plan is? Pagon awaited my response. My lips twitched slightly. With my nervous system chemically enhanced, my thought process was far faster than that of an ordinary person. Pagon wouldn't have asked such an obvious question if he only expected a predictable answer. Noel's misjudgment led to Agatha's mistake. Agatha had waited for Noel's reincarnation. Because of her misguided obsession, she failed to see what truly mattered. She never even realized that another Noel was already under her care. The one closest to Noel isn't me. It's Hemilas. Hemilas possessed keen insight and never ran from responsibility or duty. Though he wasn't born in the lowest ranks of society, he was a second son who fought his way to the position of family head. He had continuously risen through the ranks of the military, and his accumulated network and experience were at least as extensive as Noel's, if not greater. And Hemilas was capable of self-sacrifice. He didn't just throw his subordinates and family into the fire. He used himself as bait for the sake of his house and the empire, even as the family head and commander of the Imperial Guard. The best option is long gone. Now he has to choose between the lesser evil and the worst outcome. At its core, Hemilas was in the exact same situation as Noel, And if that was the case, then he had only one course of action. The coup wasn't his true goal. He intends to embrace all the flames and be consumed in the explosion. I could see Hamilas making the same choice as Noel. He would kill all the military generals who conspired in the rebellion. He would sever Ivan Akresh's head, a tribute to the emperor. And then he would take his own life. The emperor would recognize the meaning behind Hamila's sacrifice. Just as Agatha had remained as the founding ancestor of a powerful noble house due to Noel's sacrifice, the Castoria family would survive because of Hamila's. It was the only way to fulfill both his responsibility as the family head and his duty as commander of the Imperial Guard. Agatha, you should have told Hamilas everything. You should have shown him. The one who needed to see Noel's failures and find a different answer wasn't me, it was Hamilas. I bit down on my lower lip hard enough to draw blood. It was all so tragic. It wasn't me who should have seen Noel's memories. It should have been Hamilas. His choice is sacrifice. Pagon let out a sigh. Whether it was relief or resignation, I couldn't tell. Slowly, he moved his lips. You are correct, young master. His arm twitched. I didn't hesitate. Bang. I immediately drew my standard-issue pistol and shot him in the crown of his head. His head jerked back momentarily, but he didn't die. So, I can't. Let you, go. I started to draw crucis but froze. Click. Pagon pressed something inside his coat. His skin and body began to glow as if splitting apart. The artificial skin melted under the intense heat and his clothes caught fire. Self-destruction. The explosion was about to happen. You were loyal, Pagon. I could see just how deep the bond between Hamilas and Pagon was. Even in death, Pagon was honoring his master's will, using his life to stop me. Whoosh. I yanked Giselle by the nape and wrapped my arms around her. She hadn't fully grasped what was happening. I wanted to get out of the blast radius, but that wasn't going to be easy. No, it was impossible. Screech. I scraped against the floor as I turned a corner. Then, curling my body around Giselle, I braced myself. Even if I died, I hoped she would survive. Lou! Giselle's voice was swallowed by the explosion. Kuang. Flames erupted from the blast, engulfing the hallway and rushing around the corner. A serpent of fire came crashing down on us. My mind, which had sunk deep into unconsciousness, barely grasped a sliver of light. Please don't die, Luka. Don't leave me behind. A voice. I had no strength to respond. You're strong. You always acted like you'd never die, no matter what. Someone was dragging me. My body scraped against the floor. I didn't even know who was speaking to me. My thoughts were in utter disarray. My condition was so severe that even my cognitive abilities were impaired. I must have been gravely injured. But I felt no pain. That was an even worse sign. Not feeling pain despite severe wounds meant something was seriously wrong. My name is Luka, I spoke to myself. Focus. If your brain isn't destroyed, then gather your consciousness. With great effort, I sharpened my awareness, focusing it like a spear. I repeatedly stabbed through the veil of reality, forcing my mind to break through. If you're going to collapse here, then what the hell was all that suffering for, you idiot? He even cursed at himself. The veil of reality did not break easily. Still, there was a faint effect. My external senses opened up slightly. Kung, kung, tzzzzt. I heard something besides the voice. It was the sound of my body being dragged along the ground, and I could faintly feel the damp rain and wind. I won't let you die here. Giselle, her voice rang out clearly. She kept calling my name. Thanks to that, my consciousness drew slightly closer to reality. I wanted to make sense of the situation, but with my impaired cognitive function, that was impossible. Right now, I didn't even know why I was injured, or why Giselle was dragging me. I only had a raw, instinctive sense that we were in danger. Where were we? Giselle had been dragging me for quite some time. Who are you? It seemed Giselle had encountered someone. The future I wanted to avoid has become reality. Something felt wrong. Please move, damn it. Mr. Iskin, please. Luka needs treatment. Iskin? Who was Iskin? I'm sorry, Giselle. You may not understand, but I can't let Luka live. It's the commander's order. I like the kid too, but before that, Hamilas comes first. If you two show up after an explosion like that, well, forget it. Explaining won't change anything now. The one called Iskin was approaching. If you intend to kill Luka, you'll have to go through me first. Getting past you would be easier than breaking a child's wrist. You're smart, aren't you? You know you can't stop me. No, I mean that if you take even one more step forward, I will take my own life. This was dangerous. Giselle wasn't bluffing. I tried to open my eyes. But countless safety mechanisms blocked my consciousness from fully reaching reality. When the body sustains fatal injuries, the brain shuts down unnecessary functions to prioritize survival. I had lost a lot of blood, and there wasn't much energy left to send to my brain. My body, in its state of emergency, wouldn't allow me to expend energy on thinking. My brain and body had conspired to sink my consciousness deep below the surface. They had suffered enough because of me. Maybe they had decided to go on strike. If I don't wake up here, I'm going to die. Everything will be for nothing. So listen to me, you worthless bastards, I screamed. Crunch, I bit my tongue hard and clean. I opened my eyes. Creak, creak, I didn't even have the luxury of checking my own condition. I wasn't sure if I was moving or not, but I sent a signal to my cybernetics and drew Crucis. Screech, I planted Crucis into the ground and pushed myself up. I'll give you time to come to your senses, out of respect for our past ties. Iskin spoke. I fixed my hazy vision on him, BZZZZZZT. My brain started processing. I felt like I was about to die. It was like forcing a broken, burning computer to run. Senior Imperial Guard Iskin, Hemilla's confidant and friend. I recognized who he was. He stood there calmly. Even Iskin was prepared in case Pagon failed. I had defied Hemilla's orders twice now. He had given me a way to survive, but I had stubbornly crawled my way back. That left him no choice but to have me killed. Giselle stepped back. You're in no condition to. Shut up and listen to me. Even if I die, you survive, I'm sorry for everything. I lightly tapped the back of my hand against Giselle's chin. Her pupils wavered and lost focus. Supporting her, I gently laid her down. At last, my vision and focus locked onto Iskin. Thanks for waiting. Now come at me, Iskin. I raised Crucis in front of me. You really are a man. Iskin let out a hearty laugh. He pulled a short staff from his waist and swung it. Clang, SHHK, the staff extended into a spear and a sharp blade shot out from its tip. Chapter 139. Iskin wavered like a ghost in the stormy rain. I didn't know what technique he was using, but his presence blended into the scenery, becoming indistinct. I focused, trying to separate his form from the background. That moment of perceptual shift was exactly what Iskin had been waiting for. He advanced as if swelling forward, his spear tip shrinking to a fine point, aimed directly at my forehead. Kaang. I barely managed to deflect the spearhead with a wide swing of Crucis. Iskin retreated, not hastily, but as if probing. K-Kirik, K-Kirik. A grinding noise came from my arm. I had been injured by Pagon's self-destruction. The damage to both my cybernetics and my flesh was severe. Even Crucis felt unbearably heavy. Just holding it was exhausting. My upper body and arms drooped under the weight. For the first time, I regretted wielding such a high-density, heavy weapon. I needed to assess my body. And I needed time for the pieces I had set in motion to start moving. I wasn't fighting Iskin to die. Do you know what the commander of the Imperial Guard is planning? Perhaps even that it may be an act of disloyalty and rebellion against the Empire. I spoke to buy time. I didn't care if it was considered cowardly or disgraceful. Right now, I had to play every card I had to increase my chances. The greater the uncertainty and the more variables at play, the more effective Aki's victima became. If I wanted to defeat Iskin from this inferior position, I had to use everything. There was no way Iskin wouldn't recognize my intent, but he would still answer. Iskin likes and pities me. He would want to kill me cleanly. That meant he would try to answer my questions as much as possible. Even if he killed me afterward, he would be able to justify it to himself, convince himself that he had done what he could. Luka, I came here prepared to share Hemilla's fate. No matter what choice Hemilla's makes, I am ready to endure it. For over half a century, we have fought back to back, protecting each other. You understand what that means, don't you? Iskin even smiled. Of course, this was exactly why the Imperial family sought to suppress the Imperial Guard and the military. Those who fought side by side for years had their priorities shift. Their comrades in arms became more important than loyalty to the Empire or the Emperor. Because they were not machines, they were human. But Hemilas will sacrifice the upper ranks of the military and the Imperial Guard to the Emperor in order to secure the Castoria family's survival. Will you still follow him? I pressed him. Hemilas had something more important than his comrades. He had a family to protect as its head. Haha, I'm not following him, I'm helping him. Luka, time is relentless. One by one, my fellow guards, brothers in all but blood, have either died or left the Imperial Guard. Before I knew it, the only person I could truly call family was Hemilas. Even as events hurtled toward catastrophe, Iskin didn't lose his smile. Whether Hemilas succeeds or fails, you will die. A butcher like me, who's killed countless people, deserves a suitably miserable death. I'm not shameless enough to die lying comfortably in bed. He was unwavering. Iskin was a soldier of steel who had lived for nearly a century. He wouldn't be shaken by a greenhorn who hadn't even lived 20 years. Creak, creak. I opened and closed my fingers one by one, finishing my internal assessment while we talked. My limbs still move, but my output is less than half of what it should be. Even that was a miracle of endurance. My cybernetics had held up because they were high-performance prosthetics, personally gifted by Francek, and brand new. My body, though? Honestly, I couldn't even tell how many bones were broken. The burns on my back were severe. A body this badly wounded wouldn't be able to withstand the strain of weakened cybernetics. But I had to fight. Struggle wasn't a choice, it was something imposed upon you. Struggle was inevitable, and the world itself was an obstacle to be overcome. Drrrr, I lifted Crucis and steadied my stance. With so many to accompany me to the afterlife, I won't be lonely, Luka. I don't intend to die just yet. It's not like Hemilas or I want to die either. It's just that, like the countless people who have been used and discarded before us, this time, it's our turn to be spent. Iskin walked toward me with heavy, deliberate steps. He looked like a giant. Even with his spear lowered, the pressure he exuded was overwhelming. You chose death while I am being forced into it. So if someone has to die, let it be you. I spun, swinging Crucis upward from below. Lacking strength and stamina, my movement was too large and slow. Whoosh! My blade sliced through empty air. Iskin effortlessly tilted his body and thrust his spear toward me. Kit. I twisted my head just in time to avoid it, the spear tip grazing my cheek. Iskin extended his front foot, trying to hook my ankle. His weapon and close combat techniques assaulted me simultaneously. I barely managed to retreat, but my balance was disrupted. This is bad. There were no variables to exploit. This was a pure contest of skill. Iskin was already stronger than me under normal circumstances. In my current injured state, I had no way to win. My thoughts reached for a path to victory, but every avenue was blocked. I don't want to make you suffer, Luka. Iskin spun as he stepped back. Then, suppressing the tension in his body, he thrust his spear forward like a bullet. A thrust faster than sound shot toward me. Kang, but I managed to block it. Iskin's spear tip was only aiming for my head. A merciful killing intent. It sounded ridiculous, but it was true. Iskin wanted to kill me in a single strike. If my head was destroyed, I wouldn't even have time to feel fear or pain. Kung. With one hand, Iskin swung his spear and knocked Crucis to the ground. Even with a single hand, his strength exceeded both of mine combined. Tang! Having sealed my sword, Iskin drew his pistol. The muzzle was aimed directly at my forehead. I kicked upward with my toes, nudging the barrel just slightly. Even I had to admit it was an impressive feat of precision. The bullet grazed the top of my head. It felt as if the Grim Reaper had just kissed the back of my neck and passed by. Ha! I laughed inwardly. I actually found myself enjoying this. Judging by the fierce grin at Iskin's lips, he felt the same. We were both wretched men. We derived intense pleasure from battles where our lives were on the line. That was the fundamental difference between us and ordinary people. The chemically enhanced neural processing for high-speed cognition paled in comparison to this. The restraints weighing down my limbs seemed to disappear. I moved more fluidly, unfazed by my injuries. My pupils quivered as I expanded my perception, scanning my surroundings. Kaak! I raised Crucis high and brought it crashing down. As expected, Iskin evaded, and the blade struck the ground powerlessly. Tack! I let go of the embedded Crucis and took a step forward, my fingers forming a sharp point aimed at Iskin's forehead. Tuck! With practiced ease, Iskin struck my arm away with the lower part of his spear shaft. Without stopping, he spun his weapon, flipping it around to thrust the spear tip at me. Whoosh! I ducked my head just in time to evade it. But before I could counter, Iskin's foot was already rising toward my head, a perfectly executed kick. The force behind it was no joke. I extended both hands, intercepting his kick before it reached full power. But even a dampened strike was more than enough to send me flying. Get Crucis! As I was launched backward, I grabbed the hilt of Crucis, which was still lodged in the ground. The sword came free as I was flung away, dragging along with me. Kick! I slid back across the ground, scraping the floor like a brushstroke, with the tip of Crucis carving a long gash into the earth. I survived again. What a thrill. If I kept enjoying this sensation, it would come back to bite me one day. I just hoped that day wasn't today. Tang, I rolled immediately. I had seen Iskin firing his pistol repeatedly. Ting, tying. I blocked the bullets using Crucis and my cybernetics to protect my body. Chiswick, I flinched. My right arm felt heavy. Damn it, an electroparalysis round. Its velocity was slow enough that I could have dodged it under normal circumstances. I always keep one of these in my last round. Since you've mastered Aki's Victima, you understand the importance of variables in battle, don't you? I sound like I'm lecturing. There's no point in that anymore. Iskin spoke as he reloaded his magazine. I can't properly wield Crucis. My right arm wouldn't respond. With only the weakened output of my left arm, handling Crucis was difficult. Assess the situation, Luka. Stay calm in moments like these. I broadened my focus beyond Iskin. We had moved quite a distance away from the Imperial Guard headquarters. It showed how determined Giselle had been to drag me here. The fact that we weren't interrupted on our way here meant the headquarters was practically empty. Hemilas must have arranged it. He had likely sent the personnel outside to discreetly extract Giselle and me to the main house. More than anything, the biggest reason the headquarters was empty had to be related to the smoke rising in the distance. Even through the storm, I could see flames and plumes of smoke. The riot has begun. No wonder no one is paying attention to this fight. I recalled a fragment of memory. When I had contacted Nemesis with Kinuan, I had seen their plans and schedule. Shifting my gaze, I saw smoke rising from various points along the boundary, separating the upper and lower districts. It seemed disturbances had broken out there as well. Nemesis has about 100 soldiers, but more people will get swept up in the momentum and join them. I had no way of knowing the exact situation beyond or below. Though my thoughts had run long, only a brief moment had passed. I steadied my breathing and refocused on Iskin. He had adopted a fierce stance, ready to lunge. If his body sprang forward like a released bowstring, I would die. I couldn't think of a way to evade his next attack. I had done everything I could. Now, I could only trust and hope. When Enrico Lagan caused an incident in the lower district, the woman from La Valle en Rose had called for Grace. Grace had arrived at the scene in 12 minutes from La Valle en Rose's territory. Now, I calculated the distance and the possible routes. Then how long would it take for Grace to get here? No, was she even coming? Would she really risk herself to help me? Was the beacon in my possession properly activated? Had Pagon, who brought my belongings, tampered with it beforehand? Even if Grace had set out to help me, overcoming all these uncertainties, there wasn't enough time. This is hopeless. No matter how I calculated it, there was no chance. Even if Grace rushed at full speed, there simply wasn't enough time. Unless she's using an aerial vehicle, she'd barely reach the boundary between the lower and upper districts by now. And in this weather, aerial vehicles couldn't be used. My thoughts split in two, one side calculating Grace's arrival time, the other searching for a way to evade Iskin's attack. But Aki's Victima wasn't some miracle-working magic. No matter how many times I reviewed my options, the conclusion remained the same. Grace wouldn't arrive in time, and Iskin's next strike would pierce my head. You will die here, Luka. My brain, unable to devise a solution, pronounced the end of my life. Iskin's foot slammed into the ground. He gripped the lower end of his spear and thrust forward in a long, piercing strike. The scene played out in slow motion, but my body couldn't react. Tukung, a deafening roar erupted. Iskin's body twisted sideways as if struck by a hammer. A shock round impacts in two distinct phases. First, the physical force of the projectile, then the energy explosion. The two occur so quickly that they seem simultaneous. Kuang, a bluish energy explosion bloomed from Isken's side, consuming him. HNGH. The blast tore away his left arm and half of his torso, leaving him staggering. But his gaze didn't turn toward his attacker. His focus remained locked onto me, his spear still thrusting forward with relentless determination. Kong, I barely managed to swing crucis. Holding it in one hand was nearly impossible. Isken was in the same state. As soon as our sword and spear clashed, they slipped from our weakened grips, flying into the air. Thud, I rammed my shoulder into Isken. Right now, our physical abilities were evenly matched. We tumbled to the ground, entangled. That was when I spotted the Graken Vuth holstered at Isken's side. He had taken it from me. Crack! I pressed my left arm against Isken's neck and shoulder, pinning him down. Then I buried my face against his chest. Kying. I clenched the handle of the Graken Vuth between my front teeth and yanked it free. But I didn't have the luxury to grab it with my hands and stab him. Quaduk, we wrestled, both trying to gain the upper position. By this point, it didn't look like a battle between Imperial Guards. It was more like a brawl between street thugs. Despite losing his left arm and half his upper body, Isken was still moving. A testament to the tenacity of an Imperial Guard's combat cybernetics. No, it was more than that. Isken's sheer willpower was staggering. He must be barely conscious. His pupils had lost focus a while ago. He was moving purely out of duty, the sole mission to kill me driving him forward. Yet, even with half his body gone, his combat instincts remained ferocious. Kinuan's technique. My brain pulled the necessary information from the past. I had once woken up a fainted Kinuan before. At that time, he had used a bizarre joint lock to subdue me. It had felt like a snake coiling around its prey. Wirrik, I mimicked Kinuan. I loosened my strength, baiting Isken into reacting. With nothing but instinct left, he moved swiftly, taking the opening. I seized the moment when the balance of power shifted. Twisting my body behind his back, I locked my left forearm around his neck. Yujujuk, I squeezed with all my strength, but it wasn't enough. A chokehold alone wouldn't kill him. I'm sorry, Isken. Isken had tried to give me a painless death, but I had no such luxury. Compared to him, I was the weaker one. My right hand, trembling from the electroparalysis round, gripped the Graken Vuth. Yujuk. The blade of the Graken Vuth sank into Isken's lower jaw. Uduk, Duke, Deduk, a slow execution more like torture. The blade crept upward, piercing his jaw, making its way toward the top of his skull. Uduk. The tip of the knife reached Isken's only remaining organic system. His body convulsed violently. I summoned the last of my strength and twisted the blade. Tuck. Isken's arms fell limp. He was dead. Ha, ha, I gasped for breath. Did Grace help me? But how? I lay next to Isken and turned my head to the side. In the distance, I could see the boundary wall separating the upper and lower districts. From the direction the shot had come, I faintly made out a figure. K-kick, I closed my left eye. Disabling my biological vision synchronization, my right cybernetic eye narrowed its focus like a telescope, zooming in on the distant figure. Ha-ha! The reason I had survived was because I had underestimated Grace's capabilities. I had assumed I would die, but Grace had proven to be an even greater soldier than I had anticipated. Aki's victima could not account for what it did not know. It only made optimal decisions based on the information within my reach. Grace stood silently atop the wall. For the first time, she had revealed the eye she had always kept hidden behind her left eye patch. Her left pupil was unnaturally large. There was no eyelid, and blue circuits branched out from the eye socket like a spider web. Her left cybernetic eye was a custom-made implant, designed for ultra-long-range sniping. In her grasp was a familiar yet unfamiliar ruina. It had been modified for sniping. The barrel was longer than Grace's arm, and it had a stock and stabilizing supports attached. No matter how I looked at it, Ruina was different from the one in my memories. A strange feeling settled over me. Chapter 140. I was barely holding on to my consciousness. If I lost focus even for a moment, I felt like I would pass out. You came to help me, Grace. I was half in doubt until the very end. I spoke as I watched Grace approach. She looked down at me with Ruina, now in the form of a sniper rifle, slung over her shoulder. If you die, my nights are going to be restless. And besides, you said you trusted me. Grace knelt on one knee and sat beside me. Hit cough. I laughed, but the pain in my chest made me grimace. You're in pretty bad shape. The burns are severe too. It's a miracle you're still alive. If you have any last words, now would be the time. Grace calmly examined my condition as she spoke. Last words, my ass. Considering who I was up against, I got off easy. By the way, your eye is quite pretty without the eye patch covering it. I looked at Grace's left eye as I spoke. Objectively speaking, it wasn't what one would typically call pretty, but aesthetic standards were often subjective. To most, it probably looked like a grotesque contraption, designed purely for function with no regard for appearance. Her left cybernetic eye must have been of such extreme performance that it couldn't even be used continuously. For now, you should hide. A riot has broken out, and the atmosphere in Akbaran is unsettling. Even Diva finds it strange. She said that among all the storm seasons she's experienced, this one is the most chaotic. For reference, storm seasons occurred roughly once every 30 years. And Martina Diva had lived through many of them. In any case, I needed to hide. It seemed like I had dealt with all the assassins that Hamilas had sent after me, but there was no telling what other dangers might come. I could trust Grace, but Martina Diva was not someone I could fully rely on. And if Diva made a decision, Grace would have no choice but to betray me as well. That meant there was only one person left who could protect me right now. Someone I could truly trust, or rather, someone I had once trusted. Whether he would still be willing to risk his life for me, I had no way of knowing. Too much time had passed. Just as I had changed, he must have changed as well. Call Ile Karthika with your terminal. His unique ID is. I hurriedly spoke before my consciousness faded further. Grace quickly finished entering the call request and waited for a response. He said he'll come? At the news that Ile was coming, the last thread of tension inside me snapped. As my consciousness began to drift away, I grasped Grace's arm as if trying to hold on. This is my last request, Grace. Protect Giselle until Ile arrives. I'll do that as a free service. Grace nodded. Only then did I completely let go of my consciousness. Since I had been forcefully keeping myself awake, my body shut down the moment I relaxed. Luka, wait! There was a hint of panic in Grace's voice. Through my narrowing vision, I saw her expression change. She was frowning, shouting at me. The usual cold look on her face was nowhere to be seen. So, Grace does worry about me after all. That was my last thought before I died. I had no idea how many times I had lost consciousness in such a short span. When this ordeal was over, I would be left with all kinds of aftereffects. I had pushed my body beyond simply rough treatment. I had driven it to the brink. It felt like my exhausted body was desperately trying to give up, yet I was dragging it forward purely through sheer will. I almost felt guilty toward it. Damn it, Luka, what the hell is this? Cardiac arrest. We need to inject a cardiac stimulant. That'll kill him. Stop the bleeding first. Keep calling his name. If his brain shuts down, it's over. My consciousness flickered back, barely surfacing. The voices sounded distant, as if coming from far away. Even then, I couldn't make out their words clearly. My body was being carried somewhere on a stretcher. Hamilas. I muttered something every time my lips parted. I didn't have the luxury to hesitate just because I was in pain. Shut that damn mouth. You're gonna die like this, you idiot? That was probably Ile's voice. Then my consciousness sank again. When I came to, I heard different voices. Now's not the time to worry about side effects. But the last guy who took this turned out weird. Better than dying right now. No, you're just doing this because you find it entertaining, you psycho. Come on, there's really no other way. There's no proper facility here either. So, what do you say, babe? Should we just let him die? It wasn't just Ile and Grace speaking. There were other voices mixed in. They must have been people I knew. If that's the best option, we don't have a choice. Please, director. That was Ile's voice. He had used the title director. It took me a while to realize who he was referring to. Ah, so Director Jin Ga is here. That bastard was the one treating me. Luka, you can probably hear me, right? Your brain scan shows consistent activity in the auditory cortex. I'm going to start regeneration induction now. You wouldn't understand if I explained things like accelerated cell division, so just think of it as super regeneration. Jin Ga paused for a moment, as if preparing something. Then, he continued speaking. I'm not a doctor, but since I do value ethical obligations, I'll give you a warning in advance. This is a dangerous procedure. He values ethical obligations. If that was a joke, it was a damn good one. It actually made me want to laugh. I kept listening to Jin Ga's explanation, though most of it didn't make sense to me. My cognitive abilities were too impaired to fully grasp it. If we had access to a better facility, or if your injuries were less severe, I could control the regeneration process. But right now, your condition is so bad that you require full-body regeneration. On top of that, your heart is damaged, which makes it impossible to regulate the flow of the drugs. I'll do my best, but even I can't predict the outcome of this treatment. If you understand and consent, remain silent. If you refuse, move something, your eyes, your mouth, anything. I was going to agree anyway, but this really felt like I was becoming a test subject. Ah, thanks for your consent. This is a procedure I've been wanting to try. So I was a test subject. And I forgot to mention one thing. This procedure is going to be excruciatingly painful. I guarantee it. Even you won't be able to endure it. Hey, bring the gag. For Jin Ga to say that, the pain must have been beyond imagination. If I could move, I would have struggled. This was something I seriously needed to reconsider. Jin Ga stabbed something into my chest. It was probably a syringe. A thick needle pierced deep into my heart, releasing a sharp, tingling substance. At first, I didn't feel anything. The silence was more unsettling than anything else. Crunch, a sound, I had no idea what it was. SSSS. As time passed, my dulled senses sharpened. The overwhelming pain from my injuries came flooding back. Blink. I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was Jin Ga wearing glasses. He was dressed in an extravagant robe embroidered with golden patterns. The room was filled with decorations just as lavish as his clothing. This is the VIP mansion of La Vie en Rose. It's my private residence for now. Jin Ga smirked as he spoke. A little further away, Martina Diva stood, wearing nothing but a thin garment. Ile and Grace were there as well. Giselle is receiving treatment too. She's in much better shape than you, so don't worry. Ile approached me as he spoke. Slap. He grabbed my cheeks with both hands as if he were slapping them. His blue eyes burned as he stared into mine. Thanks for calling me Luka. And let's stay alive to see each other again. Ile patted my cheeks a couple of times before stepping back. Then, the real treatment began. Press. Jin Ga injected drug after drug into my body. His eyes flickered between the complex graphs displayed on the screen. Though he usually carried a playful air, his gaze occasionally sharpened with seriousness. Crack! The sound came from inside my body. It hurt. It felt as if someone had reached inside me and snapped my bones. Still, this much was bearable. Crunch, crunch. It was like a fanged insect was crawling through my insides, gnawing away at my flesh. This was getting harder to endure. It was an unfamiliar kind of pain. Sizzle. A fine, electrifying pain coiled its way up, as if my nervous system was being unraveled thread by thread. This wasn't the kind of pain one could ever grow accustomed to. So even if it was disgraceful, there was nothing I could do. Clank. My arms and legs were restrained, unable to move, but my body convulsed violently. Pain tolerance training was, at its core, about desensitizing oneself to pain. It was also a process of conditioning the brain not to perceive minor injuries as life-threatening. That's why we trained by experiencing battlefield-level pain in advance. By repeatedly imprinting on the brain that this degree of pain wouldn't kill us, we could ignore most injuries, withstand suffering, and avoid panic. In other words, if I had never experienced a certain kind of pain before, my tolerance for it would be weak. If this keeps up, I'm going to die. It was an illusion, but it felt so real. Despite being a treatment, my body was making horrible noises from the inside. Bones fused at an unnatural speed, and wounds sealed themselves at an eerie pace. Oh dear, that didn't set right. Now, where did I put my saw and hammer? This uncontrolled super-regeneration was a mess. Jin Ga nonchalantly rebroke the misaligned bones in my body. Everywhere his hands touched, my blood sprayed like a fountain. Did humans always have 3 kidneys? Kidding, kidding. I'll remove the excess. You can use the new one. Seems like regeneration doesn't always follow the genetic blueprint. There's a bit of unnecessary growth happening too. Just what the hell was happening inside my body? Clang. My eyes were probably bloodshot red by now. Jin Ga was completely drenched in my blood. Splurt. Jin Ga picked up a scalpel and slit my throat. In an instant, I felt a massive amount of blood gushing out. I thought I was going to die from excessive bleeding. For now, this is the only way to stop more of the drug from reaching your brain. I'll hook you up to a blood dialysis machine, so try to endure it. Jin Ga calmly explained as he shoved the dialysis catheter into my neck. I had no idea how much time had passed. The unfamiliar pain kept stabbing into my brain over and over. I wanted to faint, but my consciousness remained painfully clear. Even Jin Ga, who usually talked a lot, had gone silent, focusing entirely on the surgery. It seemed he no longer had the energy to chatter. We're almost done. I have to say, you're quite something. Honestly, I wasn't sure if this would work. I went at this as if you were disposable, performing the surgery without hesitation. Anyway, now that you've survived, don't waste your life recklessly. I don't want to see the person I worked so hard to save die so easily. His words carried a strange weight. Jin Ga wasn't ignorant of the darkness within the Empire. It was also a mystery why he was here during such chaotic times. I survived thanks to a miraculous treatment. My whole body ached as if it had been beaten to a pulp, and the scars that had torn my body apart were now red and swollen. But the important thing was that I had recovered from a fatal condition in just half a day. Throb. A splitting headache made me frown. Even though my recovery was complete, my body still throbbed with pain. Every so often, it felt like someone was stabbing or slashing at me. After effects. The trauma engraved into my brain and body would remain permanently. It was the price of undergoing such an extreme, reckless treatment. I won't be conducting a detailed examination. We don't have the facilities for that, and there's no time either. Jin Ga spoke nonchalantly. He was in the center of the mansion, showering and washing off the blood. Why was there a shower installed in the middle of the first-floor hall? I had no desire to find out. This was, after all, a mansion owned by La Vie en Rose. Thank you for treating me. Though there were several moments when I wanted to kill you, Director. I staggered as I stepped down from the makeshift operating table. My body was now covered in scars, as if someone had carved a picture into my skin with a knife. I had always had many scars, but this was on a whole different level. I don't know what you're up to, and I don't want to know. The Empire's political struggles have nothing to do with me. If someone comes asking, I'll tell them everything. So don't ask me for any more favors, and don't spill any of your secrets to me. Understood? Jin Ga skillfully drew a line between us. He hadn't survived this long in the Empire for nothing. He had his own way of navigating things. He wasn't just some eccentric who ignored the world around him. Martina Diva was coming down from the second floor to the first. She was carrying a set of clothes for Jin Ga to change into. You actually survived, young master. Guess your skills are as impressive as ever. I was debating whether I should call a cleanup crew for a corpse. I moved my eyes, searching for Giselle and Ile. They weren't within my line of sight at the moment. Giselle? She's asleep upstairs, so don't worry. The young master of Karthika is looking after her. Seems like you've built up quite a bit of goodwill, huh? You've got a lot of people helping you. Even Grace stepped in without asking for anything in return. That's just because Grace is kind. I spoke as if it were nothing. Grace was a subject I wanted to avoid discussing with Martina, but she was relentless. No, that's not it. We're a gang. Someone who's just kind wouldn't survive as an executive. No one drops everything to run to a friend in danger. So why did Grace do it? The reason is simple. Love is what always clouds reason. Grace likes you. You realized that and took advantage of it, didn't you? Pretty clever. I kept my mouth shut. Martina was right. Grace had helped me purely for emotional reasons. She hadn't expected anything in return. Anyway, thanks for helping, Martina. I only did it because Grace asked me to, so thank her instead. She's mine now. She'll never escape La Vie en Rose. Her sense of responsibility won't allow it. I placed a hand on my chest. I couldn't tell if it ached or throbbed. Chapter 141. Giselle. I dragged my staggering body up to the second floor of the mansion. There, I found Ile and Giselle. Ile was standing by the window, looking outside, while Giselle lay fast asleep on the bed. Bandages were wrapped around her body, and there were signs of repairs on her limbs. Luka, I have a lot to say, but go eat something first. Ile spoke the moment he saw me and stepped toward me. Do I look that bad? Yeah, like you haven't eaten in a month. Giselle would be shocked. But rather than recovering, I wanted to move immediately. Ile, I don't have time. I've already spread my people out in the streets. I'm gathering information, so you need to rest for now. The military and the Imperial Guard are currently suppressing the riots that broke out across Akbaran. The outside is hell right now. If you wander around the streets without the strength to protect yourself, you'll die. As soon as Ile finished speaking, he moved his arm. Swish! Before I knew it, Ile's dagger was aimed at my throat. I had reacted like an ordinary person. I was so sluggish that I had nothing to say. My body must really be a mess. I couldn't even react to your dull blade. I pushed Ile's dagger aside with my finger. He was right. My condition was the worst. I had barely survived. All talk as usual. Go eat, sleep, and rest. You won't be moving until at least tomorrow or the day after. I stepped back. After the regenerative treatment, my flesh had withered away. My ribs were so pronounced that I could grasp them with my fingers. Accepting Ile's advice, I headed down to the dining hall. Just in time, Jin-ga entered the dining hall with a maintenance android. Fresh from a shower, he had only a robe draped over his bare body. As he approached, he examined my condition from various angles before giving instructions. Eat this, drink that, recovering your strength comes first, and get a cancer screening later. Still, you succeeded this time. Last time, you looked like a waterlogged dumpling. What made the difference? Honestly, I was a bit curious about what a waterlogged dumpling looked like, though I had no intention of becoming one myself. I sat down and chewed through the food set out in the dining hall. The moment I ate, I felt the nutrients seeping into my body. Sizzle, sizzle. The maintenance android was repairing my limbs one by one. Each time its fingertips opened, precise maintenance tools emerged. Click. The repair on my left arm was complete. The explosion had melted away the synthetic skin, leaving only the bare metal of my prosthetic exposed. It gave me a clear idea of just how terrible my condition was. I replaced the damaged parts enough for them to function, even if they don't match the standard specifications. Your brain will have to handle the margin of error and recalibration. You should be able to manage that much. I tried to grasp a cup with my freshly repaired left hand, but my fingers swiped through empty air. The misalignment between perception and action had created a disconnect. My limbs felt foreign, as if they belonged to someone else. You're being quite kind to me. There's no harm in treating you well. If you overcome your hardships and rise to prominence one day, you won't forget today's debt. More than that, you're an interesting person. Jin-ga spoke as he put on the glasses he had set aside. He's not someone lacking in insight or social skills. He was different from what I had expected. I had assumed he was the type to act recklessly, relying solely on his abilities. A person couldn't be understood from just one angle. The surface was merely a fraction of who they were. The deeper you looked, the more the temperature itself seemed to change. Swish! As I reached out, I realized my plate was empty. The mountain of food that had been there was now gone. Unless I had gone insane, I must have eaten all of it. Yet it didn't feel real. Your metabolism is highly activated, which makes your appetite intense. No matter how much you eat, you won't even feel full. Excessive hunger is a common side effect of Hydra. It will subside over time. Hydra? It's the name of the compound I administered to you. A Bellato scientist developed it, one of the advanced regeneration technologies. Hydra has a high failure rate due to excessive proliferation, so we need more data. Jin-ga added an explanation. As I listened, a memory from the past surfaced. I was treated at the Imperial Medical Center once. Is it similar to that? The result, enhanced regeneration, is the same, but the principles and processes are different. They aim for different outcomes. Here, watch closely, I'll wound you. Jin-ga picked up a dining knife and dragged it across my shoulder. Slice. The cut was deep enough to expose the dermis, but it healed almost instantly. Even I found the speed unnatural. For the next few days, your recovery rate will be extraordinary. Right now, you're healing at an incredibly fast pace. The flesh on your cheek has already filled back in. Hearing that, I touched my face. He was right. Just a moment ago, the area beneath my cheekbone had felt hollow, but now there was solid flesh. Aiming for different outcomes? Jin Ga's words lingered in my mind. The Aki's victima in my head was functioning properly. At an unconscious level, I was achieving high concentration, insight, and reasoning automatically. The Imperial Medical Center's advanced regeneration is purely for treatment, but Director, your method is for combat. Looks like your brain is finally working again. That's correct. Hydra is implanted in a piezoelectric form to maintain a constant concentration of the drug in the bloodstream. That way, you won't be incapacitated by most injuries. It's been developed for quite some time, but we still haven't found the optimal formula or ratio. Unlike machines, living beings have far too many variables. Even within the same species, individual differences are significant, so if something goes wrong, you end up like a bloated dumpling. If you stab it, a lot of juice comes out. Jin Ga pulled a plate of dumplings closer and poked one with his chopsticks. Liquid pooled out, seeping onto the plate. But this technology doesn't quite suit the Empire. We are baptized in steel. Jin Ga grinned. His exaggerated, clown-like smile sometimes came off as unsettling. I suppose you're right? I didn't press further and change the subject. Will you be staying here during the storm? There are always plenty of people who want me dead during times of chaos. At times like this, the upper districts can actually be more dangerous for me. I need to keep my head down and stay hidden. Hiding in a gang's mansion, quite an unusual choice. Jin Ga picked up a dumpling by its tip and dropped it into his mouth. His throat moved as he swallowed. His fully cybernetic body perfectly replicated the motion of his esophagus. La Vie en Rose is an interesting group. No one considers them important. Even in the lower districts, they're not an exceptionally powerful force. That's why their roots run deep and hidden. I had sensed it as well. If survival was the only metric, La Vie en Rose was stronger than any noble family. They weren't strong enough to warrant excessive suppression. They adapted flexibly with the times, attaching themselves to the powerful. Yet they weren't so weak that a few whims and kicks from those in power could destroy them. Ah, a guest has arrived. The old man will take his leave. Jin Ga winked with one eye and left the dining hall. In his place, Grace walked in. I looked at her left eye. An eye patch was covering it. I came to return what I borrowed. Grace placed the modified Ruina on the table. It was no longer a shock pistol, it was now a sniper rifle. This Ruina is different from the one I knew. The recoil was too strong for my prosthetics to handle. Since I was modifying it anyway, I figured it would be better suited to my specialty. It's a modular adjustment, so if you take it to a workshop, it can be restored quickly. I didn't know your specialty was sniping. Hiding one's specialty makes the enemy drop their guard. You're an exceptional person, Luka. If a situation ever arose where you needed my help, I thought I would have to bring out my full capabilities to assist you. Grace, sharp as ever, had arrived at the right answer. She had converted Ruina into a sniper rifle, preparing for long-range engagements. I recalled the moment she had sniped Iskin. It had been a stormy night, and shock rounds weren't even ideal for sniping in the first place. Even among the Imperial Guard, only those specialized in marksmanship could have pulled it off. But Grace pulled it off beautifully. I never believed she had left the Imperial Guard because she was weak. Grace, you left the Guard of your own accord because you were more capable than they had anticipated. I always knew you had a twisted personality, but even your compliments are strange. This is my way of giving high praise. And Ruina, you should keep it. It suits you more than me. I felt an immature urge to say something even more sentimental. Rather than being neglected by someone who prefers close combat, Ruina would be happier by your side. But I couldn't bring myself to say it. Even with a knife to my throat, those words would never leave my mouth. I won't refuse a reward, and isn't there something else you need to say? I wiped my lips with the back of my hand. Closing my eyes for a moment, I then spoke properly. Thank you for everything. Lately, I felt like I'd been saying thank you too often. And every time, it made me feel like I was becoming a weaker person. That was nice to hear. What I wanted from you wasn't the gun as a reward, but your gratitude. Oh, then Ruina is. That's separate from this. Grace swiftly responded, gathering up Ruina. So you're really leaving me, Ruina? I was the one who offered it, but it still felt strange. So, does this mean I've tied you to La Vie en Rose even more? Diva mentioned something like that. That's just Diva's misunderstanding. I have no intention of leaving La Vie en Rose, so you don't need to feel guilty. And this will be the last time I help you in this chaos. I can't stay away from Diva's side any longer." Grace drew a clear line. I preferred it this way, clean and decisive. Conversations with Grace always flowed smoothly. There was never any discomfort, not from start to finish. Talking to her felt like talking to Ile or my fellow Imperial Guard cadets. Sometimes it was even more comfortable than talking to Jacel. No, not just sometimes. If I were being honest, I felt that way quite often. And then, after a brief pause, I parted my lips to speak. "I don't have any siblings, but if I had an older sister, she'd probably feel like you." A silence settled between us. Grace listened to my words with a blank expression, then tilted her head slightly in confusion. "Did you suffer a serious head injury?" "Damn it, I'm saying I feel a sense of closeness with you. Just take the compliment and move on." Grace burst into laughter. She smiled deeply as she stood up. I thought she was about to leave, but instead, she walked around the table and stopped beside me. "I don't want a sibling-like relationship with you." Grace reached out and placed her hand on my cheek. For a moment, I felt lightheaded. All right, now Grace was making me uncomfortable. "Grace, I tend to fall for people quickly, and I forget them just as easily. So don't let it bother you." With that same faint smile, Grace moved her palm from my cheek to my head. Tap, tap, she gently patted my head. I blinked, looking up at her. "I suppose I really am the more mature one here. So I'll act like an adult." With those words, Grace turned her back to me and left the dining hall. I stared at the door for a long while. Creak. Not long after Grace left, the next person entered. "Oh, not bad, Luka. You're becoming quite the sinful man. Don't worry, I won't tell Jacel. Don't jump to conclusions. Nothing happened and it's not like that between us." "Oh, really? Then I will tell Jacel." "No, wait, don't say anything either." Ile grinned mischievously. Thinking about my situation, I let out a deep sigh. Beep. Ile placed his terminal on the table. A holographic screen appeared between us. The upper district, a place we both knew well, was engulfed in flames. Even the heavy rain and wind couldn't put out the smoke and fire. The rioters are running rampant, yet the military and the Imperial Guard are reacting oddly slowly. "Luka, if you need my help, just say the word. I owe you a debt, and I think it's time I repay it." Once again, the moment of choice had arrived. If I wanted Ile's help, I had to give him the truth. Ile was different from Jacel. Jacel wasn't someone who had the power to change the course of events, and I knew her far too well. But Ile, he had an unknown depth to him. His personal combat ability was formidable, and he had strengthened his grip on the Karthika family in ways I couldn't fully see. I had no idea how much influence he could exert in this situation. Trusting Ile was a dangerous decision. With the information I gave him, he could act not out of friendship, but for his own purposes. Yes, I couldn't completely trust Ile. Noel must have thought the same way. That was why he deceived and misled those around him. A man who cannot trust others will never earn trust himself. If Kinuan were here, he'd probably laugh at my thoughts. He would say the solution was simply to deceive others better. But that was Kinuan's way, not mine. I was Luka, not Noel, not Kinuan. From this point on, I would judge and decide in my own way. If it led to betrayal, then so be it, I would accept it. Ile Karthika. I took my first step into revealing a long-held secret. Chapter 142. Ile tapped the tips of his thumbs together, his fingers interlocked. He was processing my words at high speed, his pupils flickering as if reflecting the rapid pace of his thoughts. "I finally understand the strange relationship between you and Kinuan. His true identity is unexpected. I never imagined you were entangled in something this complicated, so that's why you've been acting so strangely all this time." I didn't need to explain every detail. Ile was sharp enough to grasp the bigger picture just from context. I'm already disqualified as an overseer. The next time we meet, Kinuan will try to kill me. After organizing his thoughts for a while, Ile finally spoke. "This situation is way too difficult. This isn't like what happened with Lamons, it's on a completely different level. I get why you didn't tell me until now, but this isn't something you can handle alone." Ile let out a deep breath he had been holding. I added more context to the situation. Hemilas is pretending to stage a rebellion in order to lure all the disloyal elements in the military and the Imperial Guard into one place. Then he'll purge them and present their heads as tribute to the Imperial family. That's the only way to save the Custoria family and keep the Imperial Guard intact. Even if the Imperial family accepts Hemilla's tribute. Luka, you won't survive this. You need to start preparing for exile now. Once the storm season ends, you won't even have a chance to escape. Ile's suggestion was a valid option. Hemilla's dies, and I go into exile. The Custoria family survives. But an indescribable storm of emotions raged inside me. I couldn't choose that path, not even if it meant my death. The moment I accepted that option, I felt like I would become something else entirely. The conclusion hasn't been decided yet. Hemilla's still has a card he doesn't even know about, a card Agatha has been holding onto all this time. I would share all my knowledge and information with Hemilla's. With that expanded insight, he would come up with new options. Have you tried contacting Commander Hemilla's? I can't reach him. I don't know if the communication line is down or if he's simply not answering. But he probably already sees me as an enemy. I've repeatedly disobeyed orders and killed 2 of his closest subordinates. Ivan wouldn't want us to make contact either. Luka, listen to me carefully. I'm against this plan of reaching out to Hemilla's. He's in a weak position, and he sees you as an enemy. Siding with Hemilla's when he's already considering conditional surrender is completely irrational. You have no guarantee that he'll come up with a better plan. I knew it too. My plan was full of holes. Even my chances of survival were low. It was the worst possible choice, one that no one else would ever make. Right now, I needed the resolve to choose the worst option. But this is the choice that brings me closest to the outcome I want. Not everyone gets what they want. You know that better than I do. I don't want my friend to suffer pointlessly and then die. Ile glared at me. He wasn't going to back down easily. So, I suppose saving Lillian Lamons was a realistic choice. When I sneered, Ile's expression darkened. Luka, we're not discussing that here. The wooden dining table beneath Ile's hands began to crack. As it split apart, food and dishes tumbled to the floor. It's simple, Ile Karthika. You can either stand back and watch me walk into the fire, or you can jump in with me. Pick one. I half-lidded my eyes and stared at him. Ile reached for his waist, grasping the hilt of his sword. There's a third option, I subdue you right here. You might want to rethink that. Haven't we been in a similar situation before? Remind me, who won back then? I lifted my chin arrogantly, scratching my cheek. A fierce silence settled between us. The only movement came from Ile's fingers, twitching around the hilt of his sword. Cut the bravado. You just barely recovered from a serious injury. I could knock you out right here and put you on a cargo ship bound for Bellato. That was when I became certain. Ile Karthika was someone I could trust. Guilt pricked at me for testing my friend. Please, Ile. You're the only one who can help me right now. Ile bit his lower lip, his face twisted in frustration. His trembling fingers traced the hilt of his sword. I bowed my head, exposing my neck and the top of my skull without defense. Luka, please, don't do this. This is no different from suicide. You're not the kind of person who acts out of cheap righteousness. His voice wavered, like he was about to cry. I closed my eyes and thought for a moment. It's not about righteousness, and I do have a chance to win. Listen to my plan. If you don't like it, you can knock me out right here and do whatever you want. This won't work without your help anyway. I lifted my head as I spoke. Blood dripped from my nose, splattering onto the floor. I wiped it away roughly and opened my eyes. A dull pain throbbed in the bridge of my nose. My forehead burned like I had a fever, but my overheated mind wouldn't stop racing. Static, there was static in my cybernetic eyes. It wasn't a malfunction, the problem was my brain. The repeated overuse and the effects of Aki's victima were destroying my nervous system, but I couldn't stop now. Pop. A blood vessel burst in my left organic eye. My vision was drenched in red. Scarlet tears streamed down my cheek. Luka, hey, you. Even Ile couldn't finish his sentence. This was bound to happen. If I don't solve the problems in front of me, my brain won't stop. It's practically a curse. It was the price of Aki's victima reaching a higher level. My brain constantly detected every danger and problem around me, keeping me in a state of relentless high-level focus to resolve them. My cognition, senses, and insight had sharpened to the point that I couldn't ignore even the smallest variables or risks. 4 forks, 3 spoons, 8 plates, 3 broken. Among them, Even now, I compulsively counted the scattered utensils on the floor. It wasn't intentional. My brain was simply registering everything in my field of vision with mechanical precision. If my focus wavered even slightly, I wasted brain power on useless calculations. I had to redirect my awareness inward rather than letting it be overwhelmed by external stimuli. Damn it. This is driving me insane. No, I'm already insane. Fine, go ahead and spit out that brilliant plan of yours. Looks like I'm the only one who will listen to your last wish before you die. I lifted my head. Ile, who had finally let go of his sword hilt, swept back his disheveled bangs. At La Vie en Rose's mansion, I prepared my gear for the mission. I hoped this wouldn't be my last mission, but the odds were high that it would be. That wasn't pessimism, it was simply facing reality. Even if my goal was idealistic, my thinking had to be realistic. Creak, creak. I curled each finger one by one. The hastily repaired cybernetic implant obeyed my commands well enough. It wasn't in perfect condition, but I wouldn't lose to some half-baked opponent. Hiss! I borrowed Ile's chest guard and strapped it on. A notable feature was the foldable helmet that wrapped around the collar. It was the kind Ile preferred. I ran my fingers along the collar. The folded helmet gradually rose, encasing my head. When I traced the edge in the opposite direction, it folded back down. Giselle. My gaze stopped on Giselle, lying on the bed. Her life wasn't in danger, but she still hadn't woken up. The psychological shock she had suffered in such a short time was too great. I was a human trained and modified to endure extreme environments and overwhelming pressure. But Giselle was different. This ordeal had left her with deep psychological scars that would never fully heal. And if I died as well, she would suffer unimaginable pain. That was one more reason I didn't want to die. Martina Diva had agreed to take care of Giselle during the storm season. I owed Martina a lot in many ways. One day, I would have to repay her. I'll be back. Even if I was prepared to die, I wouldn't let it happen. Not yet, Luka. Muttering to myself, I left the room. As soon as I stepped out, the entire mansion registered in my mind. I saw things I hadn't noticed before. That short 4-hour sleep had made a difference. I'm counting on you, Ile. Ile was no longer in the mansion. He had left 4 hours ago after hearing my plan. When I reached the first floor, I spotted Jin Ga drinking. Martina Diva sat beside him, feeding him snacks one by one. This district has been placed under lockdown. Citizens are advised to. The large screen covering the wall was broadcasting the news. Reports about the upper district's lockdown and the ongoing riots kept playing. Ah, Luka, I didn't get the chance to ask earlier. Have you tried using that injector gun I gave you? I lifted the hem of my coat over my combat suit, revealing the metal injector gun. It was a gift from Jin Ga when I visited his lab. I'll probably use it today. The manual? I read it all. I spoke as I walked toward the back door of the mansion. Yeah. Then answer me this. How many steps were on that staircase just now? 42. Do you want me to count the number of railing posts too? Jin Ga laughed. Then he casually slid his hand under Martina's barely there clothing and groped her body. If what she was wearing could even be called clothes. Just so you know, if you use that thing while you're in this level of hyper-awareness, you'll probably die. If you're lucky, you'll just end up a vegetable. Progress in science always demands sacrifice. I'll dedicate my body to the cause. I tilted my head slightly and pushed open the back door. Magnificent. That's why I like you, Luka. To be honest, I can't stand you, Director. Jin Ga laughed heartily. I left that laughter behind as I opened the door. Thud. Stepping out of the mansion, I shut the door behind me. Unlike the comfortable air inside, the first thing that greeted me was the damp, heavy atmosphere outside. I looked up and felt like I might sink into depression just from the sight. The sky was dark and rain poured relentlessly. I walked forward, weaving through the narrow alleys until I emerged onto the main road. Beyond the buildings, flames and smoke filled the horizon. The flames were undoubtedly red, but in my vision, they shimmered in multicolored hues. The twisting masses of smoke felt like distorted metaphors made tangible. Wah! Then came the roar of the crowd. It was as if someone had pressed a megaphone directly against my ear. The sensory overload sent pain stabbing through my head. I reached for my collar and activated my helmet. Whir! Even the sound of it unfolding scraped against my nerves. La Vie en Rose's VIP mansion was located in the lower district, while the riots were taking place in the upper district and along its borders. But that didn't mean the lower district was safe. This place had effectively become a lawless zone, stripped of what little order remained. Any security forces that existed had been pulled to the upper district. Crime ran rampant in the chaos. Fresh corpses littered the alleys, barely a few days old. Even the insides of buildings weren't safe. Broken windows and bloodstains were everywhere. What a goo! As I passed by, I struck a mugger on the head with the heel of my palm. His face caved inward, and one of his eyes popped out. The knife he had been about to stab me with clattered to the ground. That act of violence had been pure combat reflex. I hadn't even consciously decided to move. Step. I walked like a ghost through the streets. My mind wasn't completely clear. On purpose, I tried to dull my focus. Right now, I needed to conserve my brain power. By the time I came to my senses, I had arrived at the boundary between the lower and upper districts. One of Akbaran's checkpoints. A massive crowd blocked my path. They were all shouting upward, their voices filled with fury. "We have the right to be protected too. We pay taxes, you bastards. At least send out drones or androids. I'm from the upper district. Move, get out of my way. Cut the bullshit." The area below the checkpoint was utter chaos. Protesters and those trying to enter were tangled together. Some were trampled to death in the struggle. "If you attempt to enter without authorization, we will open fire. This is your final warning, if you proceed without clearance." The soldiers at the checkpoint held the crowd back. I slowly opened my half-lidded eyes, bringing my awareness into focus. This place is in better shape compared to the other checkpoints. Since this checkpoint was close to a middle-class residential zone, things hadn't escalated into a full-blown bloodbath yet. The soldiers weren't quick to resort to violence either. Most of them were from the lower district themselves. They might have relatives or acquaintances in the crowd. Unless ordered otherwise by their superiors, they would maintain the standoff as quietly as possible. As long as the protesters don't turn into a riotous mob, the Imperial family won't give the order to fire. The Empire and the Imperial family avoided meaningless massacres of their own citizens, exercising only the level of tyranny deemed necessary. Surprisingly, they always chose methods that minimized casualties. However, their perspective was so macro-scale that, to the short-sighted, their rule seemed nothing but ruthless oppression. Thud, I pushed my way forward through the crowd. A few people, swept up in the frenzy, tried to grab me in anger. Each time I broke their fingers or arms. Crack! I cut through the mass of bodies and stepped up to the checkpoint. The yellow warning lights at the boundary line flickered, flashing their caution. "If you take another step," the soldier aiming his weapon at me trailed off. Creak. I ran my fingers along my collar, folding back my helmet. "My name is Luka's Custoria. Every citizen of the Empire is entitled to protection under the Empire's shield, a right declared by His Majesty Dino Akresha, the first Emperor." There was no turning back now. Chapter 143. Luka's Custoria, the irregular. Wait a moment. The soldiers at the checkpoint entrance were flustered. A veteran soldier standing behind them recognized me and frowned. "If you're heading to the upper district, go up quietly by yourself. Don't cause any trouble." A soldier who was familiar with me approached the yellow boundary line. Of course, I had never spoken to him before. He simply knew my face. "Sorry, but I came here to cause trouble." I tilted my head slightly and stared at him. The soldier narrowed his eyes before stepping inside. Chaos erupted at the checkpoint entrance. Soldiers hurriedly contacted their superiors, unsure of how to handle me. "Whoa, it's Luka. Luka really showed up. I told you, he's on our side." A roar erupted from the protesters behind me. Those who recognized me spread my name from mouth to mouth. They chanted it like a wave rippling outward. Yeah, these days, I'm the hottest name around. Anyone remotely interested in gossip would have heard of me at least once. The noble hunter. Luka. They didn't call me Lukaus, they called me Luka. My name is Luka's Custoria. Every citizen of the Empire has the right to legitimate protection under the Empire's shield. This is the right of all Imperial citizens, as proclaimed by His Majesty Dino Akresha, the first Emperor. Suddenly, a large hologram flickered to life within the protest crowd. Someone had recorded my words and was broadcasting them on repeat. A life-sized projection of me continued to declare the rights of Imperial citizens. My voice spread widely. Emboldened, the protesters moved closer to the boundary line. Each time they did, fierce warnings about opening fire rang out. Bang, bang, the soldiers fired into the air. The protesters flinched, momentarily recoiling. Step, step. A man walked out from inside the checkpoint. I attempted to access the upper network to confirm his identity. BZZZZT. Only static filled my retinal display. My upper network access privileges had been revoked. Kinuan must have already tampered with it. Looks like I've been completely blacklisted now. SHL Cassert, Lieutenant Colonel, likely the commander of Checkpoint 7. I read the man's name tag and rank. A lieutenant colonel at this location would mean he was the checkpoint commander. One of the badges on his chest bore a golden sword emblem. That meant he was former Imperial Guard, so I was meeting a senior here. Click. I gave a short salute. Lieutenant Colonel Cassert returned my salute as he walked up to the boundary line. Even for someone as distinguished as you, this is overstepping your authority. No matter how exceptional you may be, you're still just a mere cadet. You have no position to interfere with checkpoint access. Well, I suppose it's pointless to say all this. You're not a fool who wouldn't understand that. So, did you come here intending to commit insubordination? How deeply was Shul Cassert involved in this situation? Not all of the military and the Imperial Guard had turned their backs on the Imperial family. In fact, the majority were still unaware of the situation. It was a small group, carefully orchestrating the coup. Once the coup succeeded, the neutral factions would naturally align with the victor. Most people probably see the current situation as nothing more than unrest and riots. However, there had to be collaborators secretly manipulating events to ensure the coup's success. Lieutenant Colonel Cassert could very well be one of them. I have no intention of committing insubordination. I am simply representing the legitimate rights of the Empire's citizens. They seek safety and protection. They are by no means rioters. The words of reason flowed effortlessly from my lips, but reason was just that, reason. Reality could not be navigated with reason alone. Of course, I didn't believe in the righteous words I had just spoken. They were nothing more than a convenient justification. Reality was cruel. Among the protesters lurked sinister figures, waiting for the right moment to turn the demonstration into a full-scale riot. Keeping them from passing was the wise choice. There are rioters among them. Even the upper districts aren't entirely safe. More than 30% of the zones have already been sealed off due to riots. This is unprecedented. And Lieutenant Colonel Cassert hesitated, then communicated with someone. He took a step back and raised his hand. Luka's Custoria, your access rights have just been revoked. If you cross that line, we will open fire. I advise you to value your life. It seemed the order had come from higher up. The checkpoint's security and defenses tightened. Soldiers lined up along the 100-meter boundary. Behind them, the elevators and staircases looked like an impenetrable fortress. Whir. A deep metallic sound rang out, enough to subdue even the courage of the protesters. The ones standing at the front instinctively stepped back, one by one. Myrmidon, the fully armored prosthetic unit. 2 jet-black Myrmidon units stepped forward. Compared to legions, they might be considered mass-produced or standard models, but they were still among the Empire's most elite forces. The arrival of the Myrmidon armored prosthetic units shifted the atmosphere. The weapons they carried were more akin to cannons than guns. Their barrels were large enough to fit a human head inside, and their firepower wasn't just capable of blowing heads off, it could obliterate an entire person. The Empire's sword is now turning its blade against the very people it should be protecting. At my words, Lieutenant Colonel Cassert simply laughed. No matter what you say, we will hold this line. That is our duty, mine and theirs. Do you think Imperial soldiers are so easily swayed that they would turn their guns at every passing remark from a greenhorn? If a few idealistic words could change the direction of their weapons so easily, the Empire would have crumbled long ago. The reason the Empire has withstood countless threats is because of the silent heroes who remain steadfast in their places. The wavering soldiers' eyes changed at his words. They had been reminded of their duty. A capable commander always provides his troops with a righteous cause. You won't be able to block this forever, I said, taking another step forward. The myrmidons turned their gun barrels toward me. Even if you're the prodigy of the Imperial Guard, you're being absurdly arrogant. Do you think you can force your way through here? I closed my eyes and listened. It felt as if the hair on the nape of my neck had become antennae, standing on end. As if I had developed a new sensory organ. SRRRK. I opened my eyes and looked behind me. Through the fierce wind and rain, people were gathering. Even the elderly and infirm, who had not participated in the protest before, were now present. One by one, they came together, forming a massive current. You can scoop up spilled water with your hands, but you cannot gather up a flood. I couldn't change the existing tide by myself. So I had to create a new one and crash it against the old. A mass of people was an uncontrollable force. Even I couldn't predict whether this tide would bring gain or loss. There was a real chance that the turbulence I had created could end up sweeping me to my death. But I needed chaos, something so unpredictable that even I couldn't foresee its outcome. Even if it put me in danger, I had to embrace it. To drive a knife into the throat of the strong from an inferior position, one must create variables. The more unpredictable, the more effective. The grand principle of Aki's Victima. Always keep chaos by your side. That was the realm of Kinuan. He was an uncertain existence, an ally and an enemy at the same time. He was both weak and strong. Every word and action of his was simultaneously truth and falsehood. Wrapped in the armor of chaos, Kinuan wielded possibility as his weapon. Compared to him, I was still woefully lacking. But that was only natural. I had merely taken my first step. Drip. I wiped the blood trickling from my nose with my thumb. The headaches had become so chronic that they weren't even worth mentioning anymore. Come inside, Lukaus. We need to talk separately. Sensing something unusual, Lieutenant Colonel Cassert shifted his body aside, creating a path for me to pass through. The two myrmidons also lowered their weapons. The size of the protest was swelling abnormally. Word had spread that I was confronting the soldiers at the checkpoint, drawing more people in. The crowd believed they had gathered of their own will, but in reality, they had been led by my intentions. Ile is playing his role. The people Ile had planted in Akbaran were moving. Even the full-body hologram of me had been filmed by one of Ile's agents. Ile's influence and power weren't particularly great. Normally, he wouldn't have been able to generate such a movement on his own. But right now, even his power was enough to create a current, because I had become the focal point. Like a snowball that rolls on its own once given a small push, the momentum had grown naturally. Now, my role is crucial. Ile had pushed. Now it was my turn to roll. According to orders from above, I am not permitted to enter, am I? That much is within my discretion. If you refuse to come in, I'll have you detained by force. It was a moment of extreme tension. At any second, the protesters could turn into rioters, and their numbers continued to swell. Soon, they would grow beyond control. It won't be easy to force me to do anything without killing me. I placed my fingers on the hilt of my sword. My other hand slipped inside my coat as if reaching for a pistol. I shifted my focus. I ignored the crowd. Their shouts and curses faded away, as if severed from my perception. Silence. My sight and hearing were solely focused on the soldiers. Their arms and hands twitched continuously. At a glance, they seemed to be waiting for orders. However, the emotional signals they gave off were unmistakably those of hesitation and fear. The soldiers at the checkpoint did not have the stomach for a mass slaughter. Among the protesters, there were even children. The elderly and infirm had also gathered, chasing the hope of entering the upper district. When the water overflows, there's no need to scoop it back up. No, contaminated water doesn't need to be retrieved at all, Lieutenant Colonel Cassert muttered, his pupils gleaming with a chilling light. Damn it. As expected of someone from the Imperial Guard, his judgment was fast. Snap! Cassert raised his hand and gave the order to prepare for fire. The soldiers struggled, but eventually lifted their weapons, aiming at the protesters. Tisk, it's better to drive them away before the crowd grows any larger. It's unfortunate, but necessary. Cassert sighed and drew his pistol. If a superior officer led by example, then Imperial soldiers, despite their reluctance, would pull the trigger. I need to buy more time. From the beginning, my goal had only been to hold this standoff. I wanted to maintain this deadlock and keep drawing more people in, but Cassert wasn't making it easy. A small sacrifice to prevent a greater one. Even if hundreds died here, it was better than letting thousands or tens of thousands turn into rioters. That was Cassert's decision. Breaking through the checkpoint by force alone is impossible. The ones defending it were Cassert, the soldiers, and the 2 Myrmidon units. My dual-layered tactical thinking formulated a battle plan. A frontal assault was infeasible. I needed to capture Cassert and use him as a hostage. But Cassert would rather die than be taken hostage. He would tell me to kill him. The next line of thought rejected the success of that plan. I had to come up with something better. I need to stop the massacre while keeping this standoff going. No immediate solution came to mind, and then my time ran out. Click. Cassert pulled the trigger. He wasn't aiming at me, he was aiming at the protesters. Kai eyeing. My hand moved in sync. My crucis crossed the boundary line slightly and struck the pistol diagonally. Clang, the fired bullet cut through the air. The pistol, now broken, spun in the air before crashing onto the ground. I didn't follow up with another attack. If I cut Lieutenant Colonel Cassert, there would be no room for conversation, only immediate combat. Quick and precise, as your reputation suggests. It's only natural that I'm better than someone retired from active duty in the Imperial Guard. If the situation had been different, this could have been an enjoyable exchange. SRRK? Lieutenant Colonel Cassert said nothing more and stepped back. He raised his hand beside the Myrmidon. The Myrmidons aimed their weapons forward. The moment Cassert lowered his hand, high-powered projectiles would be unleashed. There's no other way. I had to fight. If the protesters scattered or were neutralized here, I was finished as well. I increased my output, preparing for battle. VRRRRRR. At that moment, the roar of an engine echoed from above. An aerial vehicle was approaching at immense speed. Everyone's attention turned toward it. Keying, the aerial vehicle was wobbling uncontrollably, nearly shaking apart. It even collided with a high-rise building. It was an extremely unstable flight. There was a reason for the flight ban. If the skies had been as crowded as usual, there would have been a chain of massive accidents. The aerial vehicle pierced through the storm, descending close enough for the naked eye to make out details. However, it couldn't manage to land. Maintaining its precarious flight, the vehicle's lower hatch opened, and someone dropped down. The first thing visible was a crimson cape. Lieutenant Colonel Cassert, and I realized the situation faster than anyone else. We both went down on one knee in salute. Boom! The ornate cape billowed as if defying the weight of the heavy rain and gravity. The moment he landed, the yellow boundary line beneath his feet cracked apart. "To the Crimson Crown Prince?" Shouts erupted from the front lines of the protest. The protesters forgot even the basic courtesy of showing respect, instead pointing and gesturing rudely. Francek Akresha had arrived. His golden eyes burned with a commanding presence. Chapter 144. I knelt alongside Lieutenant Colonel Cassert, waiting for Francek to continue. There wasn't even a single guard around him. He had revealed himself alone in a danger zone. "Shwell Cassert, open the checkpoint and protect the citizens of the Empire." Francek spoke as he stood up. His voice carried far without the need for a loudspeaker. It had a resonance as if multiple people were speaking at once. "Is this an order from His Highness, or from His Majesty?" Lieutenant Colonel Cassert asked, keeping his knees and head bowed. "Are you saying you wouldn't obey if it were my order? I'm merely curious. What value does an army have if it cannot even protect its own people? It is a decision made to protect more lives." "Say it properly." "Not more lives, you mean the privileged few." At Francek's rebuke, the protesters erupted in shouts loud enough to shake Akbaran. Some boldly stepped over the boundary line. Lieutenant Colonel Cassert was cornered. With the Crown Prince present, he couldn't risk inciting violence. And Francek's appearance was like pouring fuel on the fire of the protest. While many of the Empire's lower-class citizens despised the nobility, few extended that hatred to the imperial family. Francek, in particular, was popular among the public. Among the lower classes, he was likely more favored than even the emperor himself. Now that he had sided with them, the protesters seemed to have shed all fear, moving boldly. "Luka's Custoria, stand and protect me. We'll talk about the details later." I rose at his command, scanning my surroundings. There were many suspicious movements within the crowd. I spotted some who seemed flustered. They weren't just ordinary citizens, they were agitators. If Francek had been even a little late, this would have turned into a bloodbath. That thought made me shake my head. No, Francek deliberately waited for the most dramatic moment. He knows better than anyone how to make himself stand out in a situation like this. Even I had felt uneasy, wondering if he would come. When he finally arrived, I was more relieved than anyone. Did Ile explain things properly to Francek? I had sent Ile to relay my intentions to him. There was too much that couldn't be said over the network. I just have to hope Francek has the stomach to swallow this chaos whole. Francek wasn't one to be well-versed in dark schemes. He was a man who had been thoroughly trained to exist in the light. How must Francek be feeling after hearing that both the Emperor and his own brother are conspiring to kill him? I had considered the possibility that Francek might fall into panic and ignore my summons. But he hadn't studied the art of kingship half-heartedly. His imposing presence betrayed not a hint of anxiety. The crown prince's voice was grand, his physique flawless. Even his cape and robes, though long and flowing, billowed freely in the wind, unburdened by the storm. Those who sensed his divine presence belatedly knelt, paying their respects to the bloodline of the nation's founding. Shaya, Francek took a step forward. A golden ripple spread outward in a perfect circle beneath his feet. It was nothing more than light, devoid of any physical force, a mere ornamental effect of luxury. And yet, the soldiers instinctively stepped back, as if even treading upon that light would be sacrilegious. Step. Francek strode toward the entrance, where stairs led inside. The golden ripples followed his footsteps before fading. No one dared to touch him. I followed closely behind. Thunk, Lieutenant Colonel Cassert caught up to us and blocked our path. Your Highness, you might as well kill me here and open the gate yourself. If you do this, I'll be nothing but a fool who failed his duty while still breathing. I wish to resolve this peacefully, Sir Cassert. Francek's gaze lowered as he spoke. For a fleeting moment, his expression seemed melancholic. If you intend to enforce your will, you will have to spill blood. A ruler. Francek moved his arm. From within his sleeve, a blade longer than his own arm emerged, defying the laws of physics. I had no idea how it worked. Screech. The blade sliced cleanly across Lieutenant Colonel Cassert's head, not his neck, but his head. The cut was smooth, likely due to a monomolecular coating. As the blade passed, the cross-section of his brain was exposed. Must not fear blood, even if it is blood on his own hands. The soldiers at the checkpoint remained silent despite their superior's death. They had no idea what to do. Torn between their duty as soldiers and their loyalty to the imperial family, they were paralyzed. No military academy taught how to handle a situation like this. In chaos, one can only rely on their own will to make a judgment. I was most shocked by Lieutenant Colonel Cassert's decision. He chose death. Cassert was fully capable of avoiding Francek's attack. Yet he had willingly accepted his death, as if to uphold his own words. Lieutenant Colonel Cassert was probably a completely uninvolved man, a soldier of utmost loyalty. He had silently and honorably carried out his duty. The Empire had lost a valuable asset. This was why civil strife was so dangerous. How many more capable individuals would be lost in this storm? Instead, it would be the cunning opportunists who would side with the victors and take Cassert's place. Because of my decision to escalate the chaos, casualties would rise and the Empire would only grow weaker. It wasn't Francek's tolerance that was being tested, it was mine. From now on, I had to swallow the atrocities I was about to commit, not spit them out. Luka, don't just stand there, open the gate. Show them that we are the shield for those Imperial citizens who cannot protect themselves. I nodded and stepped forward. My blade moved swiftly. Kaang, Crucis cleaved through the complex locking mechanism with ease. I reached out and grabbed the iron gate, pulling it apart. To be honest, it was a struggle. I had to push my prosthetic output to its maximum and sustain it for quite a while. But the slow, deliberate opening of the gate created a dramatic effect. The crowd held their breath, watching me. Screech, the massive door groaned as it dragged open. The components of the opening mechanism, unable to withstand my force, shattered and flew apart one by one. Boom, thud, the stairs leading to the upper levels were fully revealed. You woo-woo, long live His Highness Francek, long live. Eternal be the guardian deity of the Empire, Kracia. The protesters cheered for Francek and the imperial family as they stormed up the steps. No one hesitated to cross the boundary anymore. They had gained the unshakable backing of Francek himself. Thank you so much. A woman bowed repeatedly before being swept up by the surge of people. She was clutching her child in her arms, those who cannot protect themselves. The weak were desperate. Throughout the storm season, they had been unable to leave their homes, but staying inside didn't mean they were safe either. Every district outside the upper sector had turned into a lawless zone. People in the lower sectors were still dying even now. Francek and I ascended the steps as well. The protesters who had rushed ahead now stepped aside, yielding the lead to us. There are assassins lurking everywhere, waiting for a chance to strike at your highness. I may not be able to guard you alone, I whispered beside him. Our current image is being broadcast not just across Akbaran, but throughout the entire empire. No one will act recklessly, and if your warning is true, then I'm in a situation where I can't trust a single person around me. Do you believe me, your highness? No, I'm still uncertain. But my younger brother, Layli, no, is he Ivan now? If that child is truly preparing to rebel against our father, then your words must be true. However, Francek's tone remained calm. If you and Ile have deceived me, the punishment you imagine won't even come close to what awaits you. Your highness already knows I haven't lied. That's why you came this far. A crack appeared in Francek's mask. His brow twitched. Aki's demeanor is such an exhausting existence. That title was stripped from me. Then, what are you now? It was a difficult question to answer. After a brief pause, I spoke. I will be the symbol of the new era that your highness envisions. Francek let out a dry chuckle. You've grown more flattering, but what you're doing now is the very definition of overreach. You're no longer just an advisor, you want the imperial family to move according to your will. I would phrase it differently, your highness. I am in a situation so desperate, so dire, that I have no choice but to use you. This is not overreach, it is struggling to survive. I felt heat rise to my forehead. My thoughts were flowing endlessly. Francek's intervention. That single event had split the possibilities into dozens of new branches. And with each additional variable, those branches multiplied exponentially. An infinite sea of possibilities, beyond the capacity of the human brain to process. The only tool capable of navigating it was intuition. From here on, I had to trust my intuition. Logical reasoning alone would not be enough to carve a path forward. The circular road of the upper sector was packed with Francek and the protesters. Francek had made his move. He now knew that his own father, the emperor, sought to kill him. If that was true, he had no choice but to act. Francek's weapon is the support of the masses. The crowd following us numbered in the tens of thousands. The streets were so congested that there was barely any room to move. Just from what I could see, there were over 20,000 people, and the number was still growing. Cease this fight. I will guarantee your rights. The area was a standoff between the military and the rioters. Francek advanced through the cover and barricades. I was on high alert, scanning my surroundings. Francek could be assassinated at any moment. By now, both the Emperor and Ivan must have realized what he was doing. I was just as much at risk. Among the rioters were Nemesis operatives. It wouldn't be surprising if one of them pulled the trigger on me the moment they recognized me as Rick's killer. It's dangerous, your highness, those people are rioters. An officer approached Francek cautiously. Watch your mouth. They are not rioters, they are citizens of the Empire. I will not tolerate imperial subjects pointing weapons at each other. Francek's sharp retort cut through the tension. He extended his hand, gesturing toward the crowd of rioters. The bewildered soldiers hesitated, but overwhelmed by Francek's striking appearance and the aura surrounding him, they began lowering their weapons. Luka's Custoria. In the name of Kracia, reclaim command from these fools and reorganize the unit. From this moment forward, you are no longer attack dogs for the privileged, you will become a true shield for the people of the Empire. Francek's voice rang out, commanding the military forces. The officers stood frozen, fumbling for orders from their superiors. Imperial military officers were mostly nobles, but the majority of the army, soldiers, and non-commissioned officers came from the lower districts. Step, step. Swayed by Fransek's charisma, the first to break formation were the NCOs. They abandoned their posts and moved to Fransek's side. Once the shift began, it quickly gained momentum. Those who wish to set right all that is wrong, take up your weapons and follow me. The name of Kratia stands with you. Before ruling, the founding bloodline exists to protect you. Those who abandon their duty to safeguard the people have no right to rule. That was the vow declared when the first emperor raised his banner. I had no way of knowing whether Dino Akresha had ever spoken such words, but there was no denying that they ignited something in the hearts of the people. Fransek hadn't even specified his true goal in his speech. His words were vague, but through sheer cultivated charisma, he was absorbing both the upper district's military and the rioters. However, there were those who would try to stop this momentum. No matter whose orders they followed, I anticipated multiple assassination and sniper attempts. The roar of the crowd seemed to slow in my perception. Despite my extreme exhaustion, I kept my eyes fixed on them. Someone in the crowd caught my attention. A sniper? A figure leaned out of a window. A gun barrel emerged. If necessary, I was prepared to throw myself in front of Fransek to shield him. But the sniper never got the chance to pull the trigger. Someone grabbed his head and twisted it. Kinnuin. Amid the chaos, Kinnuin had appeared. He eliminated the sniper targeting Fransek, then vanished like a ghost. Chapter 145. I intended to introduce a new flow through Fransek, forcing it to collide with the existing one. This would create even greater chaos, and an opportunity would arise for me. However, there was someone here even more formidable than me. A monstrous human who repeatedly surpassed my predictions and expectations. I had thought I had finally reached the same level, but that was nothing more than my own delusion. Aki's Demini, Kinnuin. Kinnuin occasionally revealed himself between the protesters and the crowd. Others might not have noticed, but I could see him. Why? The question surfaced in my mind. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't understand Kinnuin's actions. You're on the Emperor's side, I wanted to scream and ask him. The Emperor desired chaos, but only within a controllable range. Fransek's unpredictable actions wouldn't be welcomed. My gaze darted rapidly through the crowd. A masked figure suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Behind them, Kinnuin stood once again. Kinnuin is eliminating assassins targeting Fransek and me. Kinnuin disappeared back into the crowd. Each time he appeared, suspicious individuals dropped dead. He was eliminating threats for us. He had likely been protecting both Fransek and me even before I noticed. No wonder there had been such a strange lack of interference. Kinnuin is making it easier for me to move. It was hard to believe, but the fact was undeniable. Whether he was following the Emperor's orders or acting independently, I had no way of knowing. Kinnuin had inserted himself into the flow I had created, adding another layer of chaos. I couldn't even begin to fathom how far ahead he was thinking. With tens of thousands gathered, a few deaths went unnoticed. Some were crushed in the crowd, and nobody cared even if bodies were trampled. With no external interference, the flow continued naturally. Kinnuin and I were maneuvering within a realm of high-level reasoning, each attempting to gain the upper hand over the other. Ordinary people would never comprehend our plans or actions. In our battle, the side that gets understood loses. The clearer one's purpose and principles of action, the easier it became to predict their next move. And Kinnuin knew my purpose. Even the decision I made after much deliberation, was it all within Kinnuin's expectations? I reached up to adjust the collar around my neck and put on my helmet. Pewhack. The moment I wore the helmet, blood burst from my nose and eyes. The impact nearly made my legs give out. I struggled desperately to endure it, pretending to be unaffected. My eyes are damaged. My biological eyes couldn't withstand the excessive signals from my brain. My vision was so red that I could barely see. Before long, I would likely have to remove them and replace them with cybernetic implants. I can't keep up with Kinnuin's thinking. To catch up with Kinnuin, I needed to think even more, but I had reached my physical limit. I lacked information, and my brain was breaking down. If I kept trying to chase after Kinnuin, I would die first. Ignore Kinnuin's intentions. For now, focus on what I need to do. Even if I end up playing into his hands, I have no choice. Once again, I spotted Kinnuin emerging from the crowd. Our eyes met. He must have realized I was watching him. Kinnuin gave a relaxed smile and raised his index finger to his lips. SHH. After making his intention clear, Kinnuin disappeared back into the sea of people. Luka, I want to go see my brother now. Francek, who had gathered a hastily formed faction, whispered to me. He had no idea about the battle that had just taken place between Kinnuin and me. Among the key figures in this flow, Francek was the weakest. I couldn't be sure if he would withstand the collision. If Francek is about to fall, I'll have to support him. Stay focused, Luka. I had no idea where Hemilas and the high-ranking military officers had gathered. They had cut off communication and gone into hiding to prepare for the coup in earnest. Only a select few would still be in contact with them. A coup had to be swift and decisive. If it dragged on, it would be the end. The rebels likely had no doubt that their revolution would succeed. They had been able to proceed with their plans smoothly, without any interference so far. The emperor's goal was to weaken the military's power and purge the influential nobility. The military sought to stage a coup and install Ivan as their leader. Hemilas planned to offer up the coup forces to the emperor in order to preserve his family and the Imperial Guard. And Francek, to survive the imperial conspiracy, was hurriedly assembling a revolutionary faction. To be honest, as an independent force, it was almost insignificant. Right now, it looked larger because it was bolstered by the protesters and the masses, but when examined closely, it was nothing more than a fragile skeleton. Your Highness, my sword is yours. The Weberatri family will follow your Highness's cause. Some nobles approached Francek and swore allegiance. Most were aristocrats who had deep personal ties with him, while the unfamiliar faces belonged to weaker houses in precarious positions. They were siding with Francek, prepared to go into exile if they failed. The rainstorm still raged on. People's coats were soaked and gloomy, yet their fervor remained fierce. As if to soothe the public, Francek gave orders to protect the people. A fair number of capable soldiers had joined him, and a chain of command was beginning to take shape. Does His Majesty know of this? You will regret today's actions. Ha, has the Crown Prince finally gone mad? Opposing us and still hoping to rule the empire. Several nobles, bound and captured, shouted furiously. The commoners jeered at them as they were dragged away to an unknown fate. Francek aggressively seized noble-owned buildings one after another and turned them into shelters for the lower classes. It had all happened within half a day. The district under Francek's control quickly stabilized. Even the rioters of Nemesis struggled to incite further violence as they lacked justification. The imperial family, the nobility, and the rebels. They were all the same. Power only existed with the people's support. Rule through sheer force alone had its limits. This was why the imperial family devised incomprehensibly intricate schemes. Their immoral acts could never be exposed to the public. I will make sure to repay your trust. Francek desperately played the role of an ideal revolutionary monarch, the Crimson Crown Prince. Francek exuded charisma, embodying a ruler straight out of a painting. He had a remarkable ability to captivate people, not just from his elite education, but also from his natural disposition. But Francek was not chosen by the current emperor. That means there was a reason for it. I could see it clearly because I was right by Francek's side. Doubt and anxiety constantly seeped through him. Compared to the emperor or Ivan, his mental fortitude was weak. Ile has sent word, Luka. Francek extended his arm forward. A drone, unlike any I had ever seen before, landed on his forearm. No, it was not a drone. A machine beast. The mechanical hawk tilted its head inquisitively. Even the feathers that fluttered down with each beat of its wings were thin sheets of metal. A letter was tied to the hawk's ankle. Francek checked its contents first before handing it to me. No wonder it was so difficult to find Hemilas and Ivan. I muttered under my breath. Hemilas and the military were in the first district to be locked down, the very place where the riots had begun. The news said the rioters' resistance was too strong, making entry into that district nearly impossible. The Imperial Guard must be among them. That's why breaking through wasn't easy. Hemilas and the military used the chaos as a smokescreen to hide beneath it. This was their only chance. During a storm period, the Empire's surveillance and control systems failed to function properly, rendering satellite vision and aerial military assets useless. We moved on foot, relaying messages mouth to mouth and sending couriers for communication. It felt like we had regressed 2,000 years. Clatter, clatter. Francek's fingertips trembled. I quickly stepped in front of him to shield his hands from view. The nobles and soldiers around us could not be allowed to see the crown prince waver. Francek's only weapon was his charisma. If he lost that, he would be no better than a naked man. If his followers sensed that the mastermind was faltering, they would abandon him. "Thank you, Luka, that was disgraceful of me." Francek spoke, hiding his hands beneath his cloak. "I don't think it was disgraceful. I still can't believe this reality. No, I want to believe in my father and my brother, until I see it with my own eyes and hear it with my own ears." But Francek was too intelligent to ignore the evidence I had presented to him. He had already heard the full story from Ile. He knew better than anyone that such a narrative could not be fabricated. "That is why I chose to stand by your highness. People like Ivan, Kinuan, and Hemilas never trust someone once the slightest doubt creeps in. But even if doubt lingers, you still try to believe. Some might call that weakness, but I do not." "And why is that?" Francek looked at me. The glimmer in his pupils steadied, and even the fluttering hem of his clothes stilled. For the first time, the sacred bloodline of the nation's founding looked just like an ordinary human to me. "Because I am the same as you, your highness." My final plan was simple. We had to reach Hemilas before he could offer his tribute. Then, we would eliminate Ivan Akresha and seize the military forces that Hemilas had gathered. The ultimate goal was to have Francek, backed by both the military and the people, pressure the emperor into securing the succession. In the worst case, even if full succession was out of reach, negotiation would still be possible. If the emperor truly acted for the greater good, he would seek to avoid an unnecessary civil war by compromising. But many obstacles stood in the way before we could reach the emperor. Right now, we were already clashing against one of them. Bang! A gunshot rang out. This time, there would be no peaceful way through. The violent rioters in the lockdown district showed no regard for the crown prince's presence. Francek led his hastily assembled forces into a standoff against the rioters. The rioters blocking the entrance had fortified their position like well-trained soldiers, stacking cover and forming a defensive line. There were also skilled snipers among them. Sticking one's head out for even a moment would mean catching a bullet. Powered armor? Damn it, they just keep pulling tricks out of their asses. The officers and nobles under Francek scowled. Scattered among the rioters stood outdated powered armor units of unknown origin. "What about our armored units?" "We're in the process of gathering all available resources." Francek's forces hadn't come meticulously prepared. They were scraping together personnel and supplies on the fly. Deploying armored forces like powered armor onto the battlefield would take time. Time is slipping away. I had already wasted too much of it. Hemilas would have caught wind of Francek's approach by now and would be hastening the tribute plan. If that happened, everything would be for nothing. "Your Highness, Francek," I addressed him. He understood what I was about to say without further explanation. "Luka, you must capture that child alive." By that child, he meant Ivan Akresha. I nodded. I broke away from the front lines and took a detour. While a full unit couldn't breach the lockdown district, going in alone was a different story. "I've done everything I could. The rest is beyond my control. All I can do now is hope for luck and do my best." The storm season in Akbaran was dark. I moved through the shadows between buildings, keeping myself concealed. The rioters' focus was entirely on Francek's forces, making infiltration easier. I followed the guidance and map displayed on my cybernetic retina. There was a shortcut through an art museum. The moment I stepped inside, a quiet, chilling sensation washed over me. Click, clack. The sound of my footsteps echoed crisply against the marble floor. The museum's glass ceiling had shattered, allowing the outside wind to seep in. Beneath it, an elegant corridor stretched toward the center. Lining both sides of the corridor were artworks, statues and paintings glorifying the imperial family and past emperors. But the rioters had passed through, leaving them shattered and torn in disarray. I didn't hurry. I had seen something stirring in the darkness at the far end. At the corridor's end stood a man cloaked in black from head to toe. His heavy coat, trailing to his feet, looked suffocatingly thick just from sight alone. I stopped walking. The man, who had been tilting his head slightly downward, raised his gaze toward me. Beneath his hood, a pair of red eyes glowed. Were. The way he scanned me sent chills down my spine. I recognized this feeling. Even though I had never seen him before, I knew immediately he belonged to the Imperial family. So, I finally meet one. The memory of my first audience with the Emperor resurfaced. That imposing figure was the shadow of the Imperial family, the force I had long been wary of, the Emperor's dark enforcers. Yes, it was time to give them a proper name. Shadow Imperial Guard, or just shadows, maybe the Emperor's shadows. I've never been great at naming things. This was the true direct unit of the Imperial family, operating beneath the surface rather than in the open. Lukaus cuss to Ria. The shadow's speech was unnatural, as if his language function had deteriorated. His Majesty has AC, accepted. Hi, Hylazes, try, tribute, do not interfere with the ceremony, your role will be reassigned, later. Even as I listened to his stuttering, I couldn't bring myself to laugh. Instead, a cold sensation crept down my spine. Tour turn, a round, go back, the way you came. The shadow extended his index finger toward me. Well, that's some good news. I forced my lips into a twisted smile. That bastard had just given away critical information. It seemed he wasn't particularly skilled in intrigue or deception. That means I still have time to intercept Hylaz's tribute. Hylaz hadn't offered it yet. Chapter 146. SRRRK. The Emperor's shadow moved. He pulled back his hood and took off his coat. As the heavy garment fell to the floor, his form was revealed. Kaying. A raw mechanical sound spread through the silence. It felt as if I was facing a fully armored prosthetic body. I couldn't finish my sentence. The shadow's body didn't belong to any known category, neither a fully armored prosthetic nor a full-body prosthetic. Still, he was too human-like to be considered a fully armored prosthetic. But at the same time, he wasn't human enough to be called a full-body prosthetic either. I think I get why you're stuttering. Do you even recognize yourself as human? A full-body prosthetic mimics every minor detail of human flesh. That's the only way we can maintain our sense of self as humans. But the shadow looked like a scaled-down version of a fully armored prosthetic. The exoskeleton was exposed without any artificial skin, making him appear eerie. Even the exoskeleton itself resembled an android's frame more than a human's bones. CHZZZT, CHZZZZK. The shadow had no mouth. The voice I had heard until now had come from a speaker embedded in his face. He doesn't have a digestive system, just like a fully armored prosthetic. His prosthetic body lacked any means of expressing emotions, eating, or excreting any human-like functions. Over time, his brain must have adapted to this inhuman body, gradually losing its humanity piece by piece. The wide range of emotions, joys, and even pain that humans experience, one by one, he would have ceased to feel them, until eventually, he forgot them altogether. All that remained for his brain was a single function: combat cognition. A combat brain, leaving nothing but that sole purpose behind. The reason his language skills have deteriorated is because the majority of his brain's capacity was allocated to combat. That was how our neural structure worked. If one function was enhanced beyond normal, another would inevitably decline. The name Shadow Imperial Guard wasn't inaccurate. You were an Imperial Guard once, weren't you? The ultimate fate of an Imperial Guard consumed by a legion, that was what the Emperor's shadow had become. Kirik, the shadow drew his weapon without a word. It was a long, curved greatsword. Ha, with such a diluted sense of self, you'd never disobey an order. And your combat skills must be exceptional, truly magnificent, damn it all. A bitter laugh escaped me. The Legion wasn't the final stage of an Imperial Guard's downfall. The real nightmare was something else entirely, a being born as a human but turned into a machine. The shadow didn't react to my lament. He had long since lost any concept of emotional exchange with others. With his ability to feel stripped away, nothing I said would elicit a response from him. Of course, it was impossible for them to operate publicly. If they communicated with others, their humanity might resurface. They were tools, only to be taken out and used when necessary. If humanity is an obstacle, then simply remove humanity. What a brilliant solution, truly admirable. I almost wanted to track down the bastard who came up with this idea and bash his skull in. But I couldn't deny that it was effective. The Shadows were the strongest combat unit in the Empire. They were the embodiment of the perfect soldier the Empire sought to create. Even the fully armored prosthetic legions were nothing more than an intermediate step. We undergo full-body prosthetic procedures gradually. It starts with the limbs, engraving the use of prosthetics into the brain. The fully armored prosthetic legions followed the same principle. A well-trained Imperial Guard's brain would be installed into a combat machine, slowly degrading their human functions over time. And now, the ultimate combat machine, perfected through that process, stood before my eyes. Step, step, the Shadow walked toward me. Kick, Kirik, he lowered his stance. Then, a forceful shockwave exploded beneath his feet. It was an instantaneous leap, using the blast for propulsion. Ah, I couldn't even scream. The Shadow had already closed the distance. What is this monster? Even my intuition, sharpened through Aki's victima, was struggling to comprehend. He was neither human nor machine. In combat, he was a hybrid that took only the best traits of both. For a moment, my mind went completely blank. It was the first time since training in Aki's victima that I had experienced such a lapse in thought. Danger? His attack would go beyond my expectations and perception. Whoosh! His first strike was simple. He swung his greatsword in a wide horizontal arc, aiming to cleave me in half. I leaped back. Despite the size of the blade, it moved at an incredible speed, cutting through the air with enough force for me to feel the vibrations. This wouldn't be the end of it. An unpredictable attack would follow. I focused, ready to respond to every possible variable. Kirik kick, his wrist and elbow rotated. Then, his arm and shoulder twisted in an unnatural, impossible direction. His movements defied the natural biomechanics of the human body. His joints spun freely in all directions, unrestricted. A normal human's joints would have reached their movement limits, but his circular joints smoothly redirected the force of his strikes. This is cheating. Most fights had an inherent set of rules. If an attack failed, it created an opening, forcing the attacker to defend. But his attacks had no openings. The rotation of his circular joints allowed him to maintain acceleration and power, chaining relentless slashes that continued to chase me down. I couldn't keep dodging forever. Kaang. Gripping Crucis in a reverse hold, I blocked the greatsword aiming for my lower body. Overpowered by sheer force, I was sent flying toward a pillar. Kick, bang. The Shadow twisted his body sharply and used another instantaneous leap to pursue me. At some point, his legs had bent into the form of a feline beast. His speed as he closed in was terrifying. I tried to strategize mid-flight. There wasn't much time to think. In terms of combat ability alone, he surpassed me in every aspect. Even my much-vaunted ability to calculate variables fell short when restricted to battle scenarios. Power gained at the cost of abandoning humanity. Fine. I had to acknowledge it. He's overwhelming. A normal brain couldn't properly control a prosthetic body that deviated from human biomechanics. Even if one managed to use it, efficiency would drop significantly, making such modifications undesirable. The more advanced the prosthetic's output and performance, the more beneficial it was to maintain a human form for optimal responsiveness. That was why high-ranking soldiers had prosthetics resembling human limbs, while lower-class citizens and foot soldiers often resorted to unnatural modifications. But the Shadows can maintain responsiveness even with inhuman, unnatural prosthetics. They could afford to modify themselves purely for efficiency. The rotating joints and beast-like legs were just some of those modifications. Boom. Lost in thought, I crashed into the pillar. Bits of stone crumbled and fell around me. Well, damn, I didn't expect to use this here, but... I leaned against the pillar, catching my breath. Resilience in the face of adversity was one of my strengths. A plan is just a plan. I could count on one hand the number of times things had gone according to my plans. If I had despaired each time, I'd have died long ago. I'd thought about it many times before, but I hadn't come this far out of desperation or a death wish. Honestly, I wasn't even sure why I was fighting so desperately. I had made several irrational decisions. If I were the person I used to be, those careless choices would have already gotten me killed. But now, I had grown strong enough to survive, even when making irrational choices. That was something to be proud of. And because of those choices, I have people by my side. If I had been nothing more than a rigid combat machine, if I had been a selfish man who prioritized only my own survival, I wouldn't have met Giselle. I wouldn't have seen Grace's smile. I wouldn't have received Gilda's help or learned about Gabriel's past. My relationship with Ile would have ended as nothing more than childhood camaraderie, obeying without resisting the great flow, letting Hemilas die in agony, living as a member of the Empire while carrying its dark secrets. But I don't want to live like that. One shameful act in my life was enough. Cross-dressing once was plenty. I pulled out the injector gun and pressed it to my temple. To anyone watching, it would look like I was about to commit suicide. In a way, they wouldn't be wrong. Click. I pulled the trigger. Thunk, a thick needle shot out, piercing straight through my skull. Squish. The pressurized liquid was forcefully injected into my brain. Drip. A strange fluid leaked from my ears and nose. Not blood, something clear. The technical term for it was cerebrospinal fluid. I chose not to dwell on why it was already flowing out. Knowing wouldn't change anything. The liquid entering my brain was a synthetic drug developed exclusively by Jin Ga. To put it simply, it chemically altered my cerebrospinal fluid, turning it into a coolant. It also contained a few additional components that induced a heightened state of awareness. The reason human focus and thought have limits is simple. The brain, acting as a biological computer, can't withstand excessive heat. Once it reaches 42 degrees Celsius, it starts to scream. At 43 degrees, physical destruction begins. Compared to machines, human heat resistance is pitiful. But if cerebrospinal fluid could be chemically modified into a coolant to regulate overheating, then brain function could be pushed even further. However, there's a key difference between a human brain and a computer. Biological tissue suffers damage at low temperatures as well. From this point on, if I stop concentrating or thinking, my brain will begin to deteriorate from the cold. If I fall asleep or lose consciousness while the drug is active, I'll die instantly. From this moment forward, I'm stepping into a realm no one else has experienced. Not even Kinuan would know what lies beyond this point. Clatter. The empty injector gun fell to the floor. Ki-I. And with that, the world became utterly silent. It felt as if time had stopped. Wu-wong, sounds were distorted. I saw the shadow lunging at me. His greatsword, aimed at my neck, was closing in at an impossibly slow pace. I had more than enough time to think about my next move. The world, which had once flowed in real time, now felt like an extended turn-based board game where I could deliberate every decision. But just because my thoughts had accelerated didn't mean my body could move any faster. That was why I hadn't considered using the injector gun in my fight against Iskin. Back then, even if I had taken the shot, my brain and body wouldn't have been able to withstand it. I would have died instantly. Even after indulging in all these stray thoughts, I still had plenty of room for contemplation. My mind is terrifyingly clear. It must feel something like pulling my brain out of my skull and washing it in ice water. Not that I'd ever actually try it. How severe will the consequences be? The world was cruel, especially to me. Some people were born with everything in their grasp, but I had always been forced to lose something in order to gain something else. That was enough sentimentality for now. Time to move. Kang. I deflected the greatsword effortlessly with Crucis. With my heightened focus, I could strike at the perfect angle, as if everything were frozen in place. Kang. I gripped Crucis tightly and met the shadow's greatsword head-on. A deafening clash of metal rang out again and again. My hypersensitive hearing made the metallic sounds unbearable. Normally, I would have endured it. But now, I just vomited. A bloody mixture of bile splattered toward the shadow. Yet neither of us stopped. Our limbs kept moving relentlessly. Kang. I slid Crucis along the greatsword, redirecting the force away. Bang! Then I raised my left foot and aimed for the shadow's head. He blocked my kick with his right hand, then immediately tried to grab my ankle. Swish! I bent my knee sharply, avoiding his grip. I wanted to laugh. I couldn't believe I was pulling this off. My decision-making was absurdly fast. I felt like I could do anything, almost omnipotent. My prosthetic body's output and performance were vastly inferior to the shadow's. Normally, I wouldn't stand a chance in a direct confrontation. This is pretty damn underhanded, even by my standards. I could delay my decisions until the very last moment. I was practically reacting after fully observing my enemy's actions. I don't have to fight using probability and prediction. I can just watch until the enemy's movement is finalized and respond accordingly. The situation was far too favorable for me. Realizing that made my excitement wane. A fight was only fun when both sides were somewhat evenly matched. Of course, the very thought itself was messed up. Snap! I heard something inside my head break, and then my vision cut out. Even my cybernetic eyes stopped transmitting data and signals. It seemed the optic nerves connected to my artificial eyes had just failed. I was blind now. Well, now things were finally getting interesting. Fucking hell. Chapter 147. Vision is the most important sense. I was fighting the shadow without it. There was no need to make additional sounds for echolocation. Cawing, a deafening roar swept through the space without pause. I was processing auditory signals and information in my visual cortex. No matter how exceptional my brain function was, this wouldn't have been possible without the hearing enhancement training I had undergone. It was difficult to describe exactly how things appeared to me. It felt like white threads tangled together to form shapes in the darkness. Every time I perceived a sound or vibration, the white threads scattered and reassembled, sketching out my surroundings in real time. Kiing, because of my enhanced brain function, sounds stretched out as if in slow motion. At first, I was caught off guard. I had assumed losing my sight would put me at a severe disadvantage. But in less than 5 seconds, I began to see through sound. The only thing missing was color, otherwise, the shapes were perfectly clear. A real-time radar-like auditory vision. This was thanks to Jin Ga's drug. Compared to the echolocation I had used before, my auditory vision was now incomparably sharper. I hardly even felt the inconvenience of losing my sight. In some ways, my auditory vision was more three-dimensional than normal vision. I could perceive details I would have missed with my eyes, like the auxiliary arm stored on the shadow's back. Kiririk, the shadow's back opened, and an arm extended outward. The shadow wielded 3 arms freely, using the auxiliary arm as skillfully as its natural limbs. Thump, the shadow aimed at me with a pistol in its auxiliary hand. Kaiing, I tilted Crucis diagonally, deflecting the bullet. The powerful, large-caliber round made my hand tingle with the impact. This is as far as it goes. I had figured it out. The shadow had pushed its abilities to the absolute limit. Even the auxiliary arm stored on its back had been one of its trump cards. All that remained was my counterattack. Supporting the base of Crucis's blade with my left hand, I prepared to strike. Swish! I didn't swing Crucis in a large, sweeping motion. This was different from my usual technique. I held it short and aimed only for the gaps in my opponent's defense. Now that I had fully analyzed the enemy, there was no need for unnecessary movements. All I had to do was attack the precise spots. A series of short, accurate thrusts and slashes followed. With every strike, fragments of the shadow scattered. At first, only fingers and pieces of its outer shell fell away. Then its arms were severed, and soon after its legs were cut off below the knees. Chiik Kaikiik, the shadow's limbs were completely severed. Its auxiliary arm lay scattered in pieces. Crunch. I stepped on the shadow's torso and pressed Crucis against its forehead. "You die here," I murmured. At the very least, my opponent was also an Imperial soldier, a former member of the Imperial Guard. I wanted to show a minimum level of respect. The reason we fought was because we stood on different sides. There was no personal hatred involved. "Wire, right," the shadow spoke in a worn-out voice. "Your name and any last words." My name?" The light in the shadow's eyes was murky. He didn't even remember his own name. I bit my lower lip. It might have sounded ridiculous, but I felt pity for the man beneath my foot. How could the fate of a loyal Imperial Guard end up like this? Not only had he forgotten who he was, but he had lost his humanity, reduced to nothing more than a mechanical component. I understood that the Empire and the Emperor had a grand cause, but beneath that cause, too many had been crushed. Grit. I clenched my teeth without realizing it. Name, who am I? The shadow spoke quietly. I wanted him to remember who he was, but it didn't seem likely, and I didn't have much time. Then farewell, nameless senior. I raised Crucis, prepared to bring it down on the shadow's head. Senior? The shadow reacted to the word senior. I could wait a little longer. That much leniency I could afford. You were once an Imperial Guard. Technically, that makes you my senior. I hoped that even a fragment of his human self remained. Yes. Rosen. My eyes widened. I finally understood why Agatha believed in fate and superstition. Sometimes, events happened that were too inevitable to be called coincidences. The irregular senior that Grace had been searching for was right here. I'll pass on your regards to Grace. Thank you. With both hands, I pressed down on Crucis and drove it through the shadow's head. Crunch. The last organic part of him, his brain, was torn apart beneath my blade. I had defeated a powerful opponent, yet I felt no joy, only irritation. It was a kill I had no desire to make, and in a way, I had cheated. 999, even after the battle ended, my vision did not return. It wasn't a temporary loss, it seemed to be a permanent one. That didn't mean I needed to feel despair. As long as I survived, I could undergo reconstructive surgery. Step, I was climbing the stairs. Due to my heightened state of awareness, my perception of time had stretched dramatically. A staircase that would normally feel short now felt like an eternal punishment. Honestly, it felt as if days had passed since I injected the drug into my brain. Yet despite experiencing what felt like several days of wakefulness, I wasn't tired at all. I needed to meet with Hamilas before the effects of the drug wore off. And then what? Noelle's memories? Information exchange? That had been the original goal. But considering how things had escalated, I wasn't sure if that even mattered anymore. With the shadow making an appearance, the Emperor likely already had a broad understanding of the situation. The faction I had painstakingly built around Francek could collapse just as easily. The Emperor was still the most powerful force. From the start, the other factions had little chance of victory. If my priority was survival, then aligning with the Emperor was the logical choice. Could it be that all of this was within the Emperor's grasp? A conclusion I didn't even want to imagine. Hamilas's tribute, Ivan's sudden actions, Francek's uprising. Even my own desperate struggles were all of them foreseen by the Emperor. If that were true, I would be in despair. If everything was just another piece in someone's elaborate scheme, then where did that leave my free will? What meaning did my suffering even have? The 21-story building I was in was an administrative office in a sealed district. The place had been ransacked by rioters and was now a complete mess. But at the top of this building, Hamilas and the military officers should be waiting. I reached the top of the stairs and looked at the entrance to the conference room. Creak. I reached out and pushed the door open. Through the reflection of sound, I could perceive the number of people inside. 24. Counting silently in my head, I stepped inside. "You're here, Luka." Hamilas greeted me casually from the office. He was seated at the center of the conference room. "I'm a bit tired." "Take a seat." "There's water, go ahead and have a drink." I deliberately made my footsteps louder as I took a seat across from Hamilas. The conference room was silent, but it wasn't empty. The so-called great military generals, high-ranking officers, and even some members of the Imperial Guard were seated in chairs bound. Their mouths were gagged, and their cybernetic limbs hung limp, as if they had been paralyzed. They had all fallen into Hamilas's scheme. Bzzz. Without turning my head, I used sound to perceive my surroundings. 8 of the Emperor's shadows were lined up along the walls of the conference room. They were likely the same type as Rosen, the one I had killed earlier, beings who had lost their sense of self, leaving only combat capability and unwavering loyalty behind. The Emperor must have sent the shadows after accepting Hamilas's tribute. That meant the deal between the Emperor and Hamilas was nearly finalized. "It's a miserable sight, Ivan." Though I couldn't see, I turned my head toward Ivan as I spoke. Seated at the head of the conference table, Ivan sat with his limbs broken. Ivan's shoulders trembled as he let out a dry chuckle. "I know, right? I thought I could take my father lightly, but he's not so easy after all. More than that, my biggest mistake was underestimating just how complicated Hamilas really is." "Oh, and?" Ivan trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. The shadow standing behind him forced a gag into his mouth. Having allied himself with Hamilas, Ivan was now cornered. Despite being of royal blood, he could still be killed. More importantly, Ivan wasn't a publicly known member of the Imperial family. He was even easier to dispose of than Francek. In contrast, Francek had a much higher chance of surviving this ordeal in some way or another. If Francek were to suddenly disappear from public view, the backlash against the Imperial family would be severe. I lifted my head and directed my attention toward Hamilla's. The water tastes good. I took a sip as I spoke. I made sure to prepare it carefully. I figured your day must have been quite exhausting. No matter how difficult my day was, it couldn't have been as tough as yours, Commander. Don't mind me. I'm planning to take a vacation soon. A vacation from which he would likely never return. I brought you a gift. Technically, this should have been yours from the beginning. I took out the chip containing Noelle's memories and slid it across the table. You came all this way just to hand this over, even after defying my orders multiple times. There was a faint irritation in Hamilla's tone. His gaze was likely filled with quiet reproach. It's common for children to disobey their parents. At my words, Hamilla's laughed. Well, that's true. So, I assume your presence here means that Pagon and Iskin are no longer among the living? It seemed Hamilla's had cut off communication with Pagon and Iskin to maintain operational secrecy. He had likely issued his final orders and proceeded with his last move. With all due respect, that's how things turned out. I underestimated your abilities. If I hadn't seen this, I wouldn't have made it this far. It helped me fill in the gaps in my experience. I tapped the table lightly, gesturing toward the chip. It was a subtle way to emphasize its importance. Luka, I don't know what you saw in this. And I've already learned about your identity through Ivan. There were many things I lacked, but above all, the biggest problem was the absence of information. That made sense, and that was why it was astonishing. Hamilla's had come this far with only fragments of information. He didn't know about the connection between Noelle and Agatha. He had no idea that Kinuan and I were the Emperor's overseers. He had pieced together the royal family's intentions on his own and acted accordingly. In complete darkness, he had reached out blindly, relying only on suspicions and conjectures. When it came to intelligence gathering, he had been in the most disadvantaged position. From Hamilla's perspective, everything must have been mere speculation. Yet, he never once showed fear. He acted as if he knew everything, when in reality, he had even less information than I did. I don't blame you for deceiving me and keeping secrets. We were using each other, after all. I can't even begin to imagine how desperately you had to fight to survive as an irregular. Someone like me, who grew up in a much better environment, could never truly understand. But because of that, I respect you. I flinched. Respect. I had never expected Hamilla's to view me with such an emotion. For the first time, it felt like he was speaking honestly. Perhaps the reason I had come this far wasn't for some grand reason. I slowly looked within myself. Before everything ends, I wanted to talk with you. Hamilla's pulled out a small flask from his coat. He flipped over a water glass, tapped it dry, and poured in the liquor before sliding it toward me. Have a drink, son. Hearing him call me son made me feel a little guilty. Before we continued our conversation, there was something I needed to say. Just in case, I hope you won't get too angry after hearing this. Even if you were about to stab me in the back right now, I wouldn't get angry. I'd probably find it amusing, not that you seem to have a trick like that up your sleeve. I parted my lips slightly. It was an awkward thing to say in many ways, but it had to be said. I like Giselle. Not as siblings, but as a man and a woman. The hand Hamilla's had been using to pour his drink suddenly froze. That's a bit of a problem. Keep it to yourself. I braced myself for a hit and continued speaking. We already slept together. Hamilla's tilted his head slightly, staring at me in silence. His gaze was sharp and unyielding. Crunch. The flask in his hand crumpled. Liquor trickled through his fingers. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.